From abduction caught on camera to plane crash in Malindi.
Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha.
Why did he kill a daughter? Bukangesa Omole assassination attempt.
Anguka na.
We are coming for you. Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Tragedy has shaken Kenya, where an aircraft in Malindi crashed, bursted into flames, and suddenly 3 people lost their lives. Just take a look at the aftermath of the accident.
Oh, bad accident mazee imetokea hapa kwa chocha. Accident mbaya imetokea kwa chocha. Accident mbaya imetokea kwa chocha. Watu wamekufa mbaya. Watu wamekufa vibaya sana. Hey, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh. Eh. Hana ugua mazea. Yule hana kichwa kabisa, angalia. Oh. Hey, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha. Ndege imeanguka kwa chocha. Ndio hii.
So for those who lost their lives, may their souls rest in eternal peace and may their families find peace in their hearts. The Kenya Revenue Authority has launched investigations on a political activist by the name of Morara Kebaso for allegedly failing to file tax returns on 106 million shillings made from his businesses. Later on, Morara Kebaso went to Twitter, formerly also known as X, and tweeted and said that, "I am willing and ready to sit down with KRA and understand how we disagreed on mathematics and why it is necessary to investigate me in the media without a chance to defend myself. I have been condemned without a fair hearing." Kenyans, if I may ask you, are you being paid to hold the government accountable? Are you being paid to question politicians and criticize their work ethic? The President of Kenya, William Ruto, thinks that the young people of Kenya are being misled and paid to misuse the internet. Just listen to what he had to say.
Mimi nawauliza vijana wale wengine wasipotoshwe na wanasiasa wa kuwalipa pesa kidogo ati waweke mapicha ya viongozi ati kwenye makaburi. Mimi nataka niwaambie hawa vijana, leo mtaweka viongozi kwa makaburi, kesho mtaweka wazazi wenu kwa makaburi, kesho kutwa mtaweka wenzenu, marafiki zenu ama ndugu zenu kwa makaburi. Siku hiyo ingine nyinyi mtaanza mambo ya mauaji. I want to ask you, those who are encouraging young people to continue this trend where they are putting people in coffins, let us be careful so that we don't build a generation that is going to self-destruct. We must tell our young people that good morals, good character pays. Instead of using the internet to have pictures, images of people in coffins, use the internet to monetize and create jobs for yourself, earn money and make your lives better.
After that, CS Kipchumba Murkomen declared that all those who are using social media accounts to criticize the government and to express themselves, they will all be charged. Like he has forgotten that in Article 33 in the Kenya Constitution, it upholds freedom of expression. Just listen to this.
I want to assure you, Your Excellency, myself and our team in Interior, we are going to relook at this behavior, and we will make sure that we will charge all of those who are using this social media to threaten others, because if we don't do so, we will not have a country that is in order. Ukiona wale wanatengeneza mapicha na kutengeneza picha kama wameweka mtu kwa jeneza na wanaweka jeneza kiongozi wa taifa, mimi nataka niulize, and I want to ask this question to every parent in our country, and particularly the church leaders who are defending this bad behavior, and all those politicians, including those who don't agree with us politically, who are defending this behavior. If tomorrow your child goes to school today, and another child whom they share the same class sends a picture, the same picture, when your child has been put in a coffin, will you still defend that behavior? Because when that message is sent to your child, what is that errant child saying? He is threatening your child that I will kill you.
The final year exams has already been done. It is finished. And currently so many students are waiting to join university or college. But a sad story has emerged from Bungoma County in Chesikaki, where a father beat up his daughter to death for simply scoring a D+ in her KCSE exams. Just take a look at this sad and disturbing video. A member of parliament by the name of Oscar Sudi, he went on to rant and call the Gen Z's names. He actually called the Gen Z's thugs for simply fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. Just take a look.
Si mnajua wale wakora wa mtandao kule Nairobi? Wanapiga kelele wanasema sijui Ruto must go sijui nini. Si mlisikia niliambia hawa jana? Waruke juu, waende chini, waende kando, hakuna penye Ruto anaenda. Ama ni aje? Si mnajua wale wanajifanya wanafikirianga lazima wao tu ndio waongoze inji. Hapana. Hata Mluya anaweza ongoza. Hata Mturukana anaweza ongoza. Mkenya yote hako na uwezo wa kuongoza. Si hata mimi mtanipatia rais kwingine.
Apart from Oscar Sudi's disrespect towards the Gen Zs, the other member of parliament by the name of Farah Maalim, who said that he would have killed 5,000 Gen Zs if he was the president of Kenya, he has come back to disrespect Kenyans and also the Gen Zs. I just listened to what this fool said.
Alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Kwa nina zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo? Kwani amekaa kwa kiti ya mama yako ama baba yako? Amekaa kwa kiti yetu sisi na tutamchagua, tutamrudisha with 99% from the Eastern Province, Upper Eastern, wafugaji wote, na nyinyi mtaniahidi mtanipa mimi 99% ama 100%. Mtanipa ngapi? Mtanipa ngapi?
Like seriously, Kenyans, voters, is this how a politician, a leader should talk in public? Just listen to what the Villager 254 had to say.
Tumetukanwa pamoja na mama zetu wametukanwa na ni mheshimiwa. So Ruto ameamua sababu tunatengeneza cartoon za kumtukana, sasa ametafuta watu wa kututukana. No problem. We will deal with Maalim Farah. You remember the last time he spoke, he said that he would have killed 5,000 young people June 25th. Now we have evidence that he has something against the young people of this country. Now ICC cases are building properly. Are you seeing what I'm saying? I think it is boiling nicely. Ruto is losing on every direction. Kamkete anasimama, Ruto is losing. Sudi akisimama, Ruto is losing. Kimani Ichung'wah akisimama, Ruto is losing. Natembeya alisema they are assisting to burn the mountain and the western. And once the mountain and western is burned, then Ruto is cooked. I looked at Sifuna. Several times he has repeated that Kasongo's goose is cooked, served, plate and sufurias has been washed. They are waiting for the new occupant.
The Dab Member of Parliament Farah Maalim's statement has sent shockwaves in Kenya to the point where even Francis Gaido, a parliamentary aspirant, has said that on Monday 27th will be a public holiday. Just listen to what Mbanya had to say.
Ati hiyo falamarim, si falamarim, Wakikuyu mko wapi muite huu mtu falamarim? Ati ametuita nini? Ati kumanina by the way, kumanina ziu kwa nini by the way? Okay, tunajua kuma ni nini, but hatujui nina ni nani ama ni nini. Anyway, and to other news, our official opposition leader, Francis Gaido, has given us a holiday on the 27th of this month, as a sign of civil disobedience to this abducting and unaliving of young people's government. Hapo ndio tuko.
To be honest, as the Gen Z Minister of Information, this is how I feel about the Dab Member of Parliament, Farah Maalim. The General Secretary of the Communist Party of Kenya, Bukangeso Omole, he was attacked by assailants who were attempting to assassinate him. And one of the assailants lost his life. That is the day they knew that it is hard and difficult to find a communist unprepared. Just take a look.
Huh? Comes in a bit.
So, if you ask yourselves what really happened, the armed attackers stormed his residence at 3 a.m., leading to a firefight in which one attacker was neutralized, while 7 others fled. Police arrived an hour after the assailants had escaped. The party accuses rogue state militias and counter-revolutionary operatives, allegedly led by Benedict Wachira, of orchestrating the attack with the collaboration of the Kenya Kwanza regime, which Bukangeso Omole has heavily criticized. The party has condemned the attack, calling for an independent investigation to hold the perpetrators and their sponsors accountable. They view this as an attack not just on an individual, but on the broader revolutionary movement of Kenya's fight for justice and democracy. The party remains committed to protecting its members and continuing its struggle for liberation, socialism and justice, vowing not to be intimidated by such actions.
Huh? Comes in a bit.
Protests took place along Nyeri-Nyahururu Highway following the disappearance of our local residents from Muduini, Kenny West in Nyeri. Simon Mangi Githinji, commonly known as Saimo, was last seen on Wednesday. His motorbike was found abandoned near Solio Ranch, close to Miyoge Secondary School. A joint search involved the National Police Service, Solio Ranch Rangers and local residents. During this search, Githinji's phone was recovered, but it was found switched off. Just take a look at how things unfolded. It seems like abductions is still taking place in the Republic of Kenya. Despite public and international outcry, we are still losing our people. Take a look at this video of a young Gen Z being abducted in Rongai. Kenyans, are you tired of hearing abduction cases every day? And how should the public react when they see someone being abducted? Just listen to this.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen that video that's trending of the kid that's getting abducted in Ongata Rongai. Yeah, he's literally getting shoved into some Suzuki and people are just standing around looking. And I hope you can see the government has changed MO from using Subarus and Tiguans. They've now switched to Suzukis and TXs. Maji 150, that's what they've switched to. Okay, so the people are just looking and they are like, abduct you, and the people are just looking. Siju, I don't know if he's chucked his gun or cocked it, and there's a fucking crowd. If you cannot get something flammable, just stone that fucking car to nothing. Kumejaa mawe, your politicians hakuna tamak wameka on those roads. Anything that can be used as a projectile, direct it to that vehicle. Simple. These are criminals and they should be treated like criminals.
But despite being oppressed and denied freedom of expression and freedom of speech, the Gen Zs are still defiant. Just listen to this song.
Kasongo ana dhani ati to abduct tam respect. Kasongo ana dhani ati to abduct tam respect. Ezipata heshima na kazi yake tuna reject. Kazi yake tuna reject. Kazi yake theft. Ni theft. Kazi yake theft. Ni theft. Tunataka tuwa left. Anasikiza mabeshte madwanzi ndo maana tumrespect. Anadanganywa na madwanzi hatuwezi kurespect. Ndo maana tuna inject. Tunataka tu a left. Kaongo uta left. Uongo tuna reject.
Inject party leader Morara Kipeso Senior visited the Keno-Sagana Road 48 kilometers where a contractor was paid an extra 1.2 billion shillings for nothing from the 8.4 billion shillings that was supposed to be paid. Like, when will all this corruption stop? Just take a look at this.
And this is the story of the Keno-Sagana Road, which was supposed to be 48 kilometers worth 8.4 billion Kenya shillings. Now see, this is an incomplete footbridge, the same as this one. Now there are like 5 footbridges before you get to Sagana along this road that were never done. These are the street lights. You just need to see the street lights. So the street lights ni chuma imesimama tu, hakuna taa, and part of this road is not even marked, and part of it the drainage is very bad. Now this road was supposed to cost 8.4 billion, but the contractor has been paid more than 8.4 billion. The contractor has been paid 9.6 billion Kenya shillings. That is 1.2 billion more than what he was contracted to be paid. Lakini ona, this is what we mean when we say wizi wizi bila kazi. As you can see, these footbridges are needed because this place is dangerous to cross. And I'm going to show you more of these footbridges along this road. As you can see, there is a footbridge. Jamaa amelipwa, alikuwa nafaa alipo 8.4 billion, amelipwa 9.6 billion, which is 1.2 billion more. And this is the situation. Come, let me show you Keno-Sagana Road, 48 kilometers. And after that, I will show you the Sagana Marua Road, which is 36 kilometers for 6 billion shillings. So there were 2 projects. This road to Sagana, that's 8.4 billion. Then from Sagana to Marua, that is 36 kilometers for 6 billion. So this is phase 1. This is part 1 of the Vampire Diaries. This is another crime scene. This is along the Keno-Sagana Road. You can see. This is how the contractor, after being paid all the money plus 1.2 billion shillings extra, hii ndio kazi alifanya. Mnalipwa pesa yote. This is a contract that started in 2020 August. And this is 2025. You can see. It was supposed to run for 35 months. It is far much past that time.
George Ruto's matatus have not been complying and respecting simple traffic laws. The drivers of these two matatus, namely John Mwangi of Ambush and Dominic Amaya of Manifest, have been charged with driving unroadworthy vehicles after being arraigned at Kibera law courts. Both drivers pleaded guilty and were fined 50,000 shillings each, or 6 months in jail. The matatus were impounded on Thursday after video surfaced showing reckless driving along Magadi Road headed to Ongata Rongai, with both vehicles severely overloaded and several youths perched on the roofs and hanging from the windows. Let's take a look at this matatu misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. One Kenyan tour guide decided to inject, teaching some tourists a name that is currently famous in Kenya. Take a look.
So the other stuff, we call them kasongo. Kasongo? Yeah, the Pumba. The Pumba? Yeah, we call them kasongo. Kasongo? Yes. Kasongo. 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 Yeah. They have a great song called Kasongo, yeah, yeah.
Kwa majina naitwa Anthony Muturi. Mimi nasema Ruto must go, na mtu asikuwe na tamaa kama mimi, na Ruto ni mwizi kama mimi. Ruto must go, na ninaomba msamaha sana.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
They're coming for you.
From Adani using Kenyan influencers.
I was there for actually 7 good hours. And off we go to my final destination.
To advocate Ndegwa Njiru's special message.
Hii nchi iko na shida. Watu wako na shida mingi sana, nchi iko na shida.
Do you regret as a voter?
Me, I voted for you, but I'm now regretting, Bana. I'm now regretting this.
American rapper 50 Cent in Kenya.
12 years ago, Octopuzzo hosted 50 Cent in Kibera.
Wanted to see the fight again.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Did you know that Adani Group is not even paying but using Kenyan influencers and giving them free trips to go to India to showcase the Adani Group good work? Did you know that? Take a look at this propaganda video of Nairobi, who was taken to India to spread propaganda.
It's time to pack my bags again and head out and see the world. This destination is something you won't see coming. It's the most unexpected destination. In Doha, I had a fun time. I was there for actually 7 good hours. And off we go to my final destination. Let me tell you guys, immediately I landed, I didn't expect that I'll be picked up from the doorstep of the plane. Everything I thought I knew about this country started to fade away. We are in Mumbai. Guys, I haven't told you, I think I hadn't mentioned that I'm actually coming to India. And yes, we're here. So let's come and wait for my bags. Hello, how are you? Fine. So we'll be waiting for my bags here. I'm so ready to explore Mumbai. What's good, India? I'm so excited.
Do you regret voting for the current regime? Take a look at this Kenyan man who is very disappointed on voting for the current president.
Game imeanza sasa, game imeanza. Senate imeimpeach Gachagua. Game imeanza. Game imeanza. Usidhani uko safe, Mr. President. Ruto, usidhani uko safe. Me, I voted for you, but I'm now regretting, bana. I'm now regretting this. Once rains is over and after becomes a burden to everyone. Ni sawa. Umetumia Gachagua bin mnataka. Ni sawa. Wacha turudi koti akaje tamona namna gani. Ni sawa. Venye mnafanya Gachagua, Mr. President, unafanya Gachagua saa hizi. Siasa sio mzuri. It's a bad game. Chunga na wewe. Me, I voted for you here in Siaya. Mr. President, mimi nilikukampeni hapa Siaya nikakupiga kura mimi mwenyewe. And I stand with you. Lakini kitu umefanya Gachagua, my friend, no problem. Karma is a bitch.
So if you regret like this man, tell us in the comments down below, why do you regret voting for William Ruto?
Me, I voted for you, but I'm now regretting, bana. I'm now regretting this.
It is only a few years to Kenyan elections, 2027, and currently Kenyans are tired, and it seems like they will be sending so many politicians packing. So many politicians will be going back home. Take a look at this video of this member of parliament lecturing Kimani Ichung'wah and his team.
Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah and your team, I want to tell you for free, you will never see power again after Ruto goes home. Mutakuwa mkionea huo uongozi na power kwa view sasa. Na tutawaambia ukweli mchana na hatutaki nyenyenye. La mwisho, the government of the day, you are killing devolution. No wonder President William Ruto, you voted no during the referendum. You didn't want this country to be devolved. That's why when you have gotten to power, the county governments cannot get money for development, for drugs, for the people in Kenya. We demand devolution is here to stay and must be protected. It's not a favor, and money being released to all the 47 counties for Kenyans to get service. We don't want your shenanigans of impeachment so that we can forget about Adani Group, we can forget about not sending money to the counties, we can forget you are not employing teachers, you are just there to make sure that Kenyans are oppressed and oppressed and oppressed. We want to say this, 2027, freedom is coming tomorrow. Mheshimiwa Kioni, nikipita hapo nitakuwa nimekukosea. India Secretary General.
So apart from Kimani Ichung'wah, which other politician would you like to go home?
Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah and your team, I want to tell you for free, you will never see power again after Ruto goes home.
As you all know, Israel has committed war crimes. And did you know that the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Odinga, is being protected by Israelis? Listen to this.
Africa. Yes. Raila anachezanga mchezo. Raila never wants to be the president. Raila anachezanga mchezo ndio akule nje kuliko ndani. Tenda zote anapata na hawajibiki. Mimi have worked as me, I know. Mimi niliona wale Maisraeli watatu ambao walikuja hapa Supreme Court because wao ni ambao walikuja kuchocheza ma judges. Niliende AIC Kibira Church kuambia Raila kina mdomo bagi alinifukuza. Nikakuja nikaambia baadaye Sheikh sisi tunacheki ninaendelea. Raila's security guard has been trained in Israel. Why? Why will Israel protect you if you are an enemy?
Lakini sinasemekana yule
nani?
Sitaki ama mtoto wake yule mwenye Israel. Ndio security.
Ndio no, but why Israel? Are there no other countries which can provide security? Why Israel?
Why?
You guys, you don't know what is going on.
But the story of security from Israel, nimesikia mara mingi sana.
In the last national prayer breakfast, there's a rabbi that I know. He's called Rabbi Nathaniel. He's married to one of the Israeli envoys, and he's a former military personnel. And he was supposed to lead the prayers for the Jews at the national prayer breakfast. I walked up to the director of Mr. Oven. I told him this cannot be allowed. A guy who is killing children and women cannot lead our prayers. But mzuri alichelewa. Kama sivyo kungekuwa na nini moja kubwa sana. No, I was ready to go.
Awesome, me too. I would have been there.
I would have need in front of Ruto. Mimi sitaki kujua. Utatuombeshaje na wewe ni mtu ambao huo watu?
Bravo.
True.
Just because that you today are a rabbi. Who told you are a rabbi? You don't have other rabbis. Why is it that by coincidence he's an Israeli envoy? He's married to an Israeli envoy.
What a coincidence.
And he's a military personnel. And then Kenya does not have Jews, so why should he be allowed to pray?
A Kenyan political analyst, Herman Manyora, explains to us on why some Kenyan politicians have destroyed their careers. And why is that? Some of them took part in impeaching the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua. Just listen to this.
The impeachment was childish. So let's not talk about anybody. Even the senators trying to bring out the support, they were at the pains and they looked stupid and they knew it. They looked so bad, especially intelligent people. When God has given you a brain, I keep telling even my students, when God has given you a brain, you have to be very careful. The moment you are engaging in something, you are even ashamed yourself, you feel stupid. That's what it was coming out. So you cannot say there was anything Sifuna was defending or explaining. There was nothing to defend. There was nothing to explain. I better keep quiet and even walk out of that chamber than open my mouth and make a fool of myself. But why am I singling out Sifuna and Otiende Amolo? Otiende Amolo has a small ground in Nyanza, a very tiny ground in Rarieda, where he's unmatched. But within the wider space of Luo Nyanza, he's nothing. They are heavyweights. Sifuna, a name Sifuna even in Western, who is Sifuna? But at the national level, Otiende Amolo and Sifuna have a serious constituency, have a serious following of people who believe these are very, very intelligent, serious future leaders. And then, so that constituency is the one I'm talking about, which is Sifuna and Otiende Amolo are allowing themselves to lose. So for Sifuna, he starts in a unique way into leadership of this country. He starts at the top. And once the Luya nation realizes, this star there is ours, then they own him. Then pop, the sky is the limit. The same for Otiende Amolo. What is what Babu is playing at? You see, Babu is trying to merge the two.
Yeah.
He has a name at the national level, especially with young people. He has now moved on the ground to create a following on the ground in Luo Nyanza. Now to merge with the national thing, and Babu will go very far. Take it from me. And that is the route I thought Sifuna would be intelligent enough to see.
So many abductions have been taking place in Kenya. And do all politicians or some politicians who are in power, do they have their own mercenaries? Do you have people that they hire to go and abduct people and even worse, kill people? Just listen to this.
Every political leader in the world has a squad of people who kills for him or her. If you didn't know, please know. Na msome history, comparative history ya dunia. We have presidents in this world who even have squad that kill their enemies from whichever corner of the world they are. Na atakufuata na atakuua. They follow you and they kill you. In the name of getting that seat. I want to sit on the right. I want to sit on the left. But she is my block. So, aodolewe. Remove her. Removing her includes even killing. That is called selfishness. We can become great not by breaking others, by actually elevating others. True greatness comes when we elevate others.
This is a very serious conversation. So tell us what you think in the comments down below about this, about the abductions, the killings, and the tortures that have been happening. Are our politicians behind it?
We have presidents in this world who even have schools that kill their enemies from whichever corner of the world they are. Na atakufuata na atakuua. They will follow you and they kill you.
Kenyans, did you know that American rapper 50 Cent came to Kenya 12 years ago under the World Food Program? He went to Kibera. But since that time till date, nothing has changed because of the corruption that took place at that time and the corruption that is currently taking place till today. Just take a look at this.
12 years ago, Octopuzzo hosted 50 Cent in Kibera.
Wanted to see the fight against hunger firsthand. So in early 2012, he flew to the Horn of Africa to see WFP's work there. He's already part of the fight against hunger because he's donating to WFP money from the sales of a new energy drink called Street King. For every unit sold, he has pledged to donate a meal to a hungry child.
I provided 3.5 million meals, but I'm gonna do a lot more before I'm done. I'm shooting for 1 billion meals. You know, I'm trying to work it out. And I get a chance to influence some of my peers and other young entrepreneurs to do the same thing, so be able to affect things in a major way.
During his trip, Jackson went to a school in a Nairobi slum where WFP provides meals every day. He met children, many of them orphans, and saw how their daily meal was cooked. This nutritious lunch helps them to concentrate in class. And for many of these children, it may be the only meal they get in the day.
I'm just excited to be able to have an organization that actually is reaching the people. It's really important for me, like my project, and this is confirmation of that.
Jackson clearly enjoyed his time with the kids at the school, and they were clearly charmed by him.
So the question of the day is a referendum coming to Kenya very soon? Take a look at this video, just listen to it carefully and tell us what you think about it in the comments down below.
Looking at a referendum next year, by all means. The way they've taken this impeachment hurriedly, they will take us through the steps of a referendum so quickly, we shall create the post of Prime Minister properly. I told you. It will be given to Baba because AUC is gone. Yeah. Ilienda Djibouti Kitambo. And that's when now I think things will begin to settle. Yeah,
and that is when 2027 campaigns will begin after Baba is
and I know
Prime
the
Minister.
deputy that William Ruto would have loved if he had his way was Mudavadi. I usually tell people he's with the deputy you gave him, but he always comes close with the deputy that he loves. Musalia Mudavadi. This other one is the one that you gave him through the ballot. And me, I see a reincarnation of what was the Pentagon. Only that now Balala is replaced by Joho. But Pentagon has come back in its complete sense and the way it was. And Mount Kenya, prepare yourself. It's now you versus Pentagon.
Who replaces Joe Nyaga?
Who? You know, Joe Nyaga could not have won any seats in Mount Kenya. It's just like Ishungwa. Joe Nyaga hatakuwa hangechaguliwa na ODM. So it's the same here. There's Ishungwa there.
Alikuwa Pentagon.
No, there's Ishungwa there. There's Kindiki. And then kuna bonus unapewa free. Hawajiko. Unapewa kama free. Yeah. Assistant Pentagon member.
A Kenyan advocate by the name of Ndegwa Njiru, he went to eat his lunch, and at the same time he also had a message to Kenyan people and also specifically to the President of Kenya, President William Ruto. Just listen to what Advocate Ndegwa Njiru had to say.
Mtu ni fake kabisa. Hizi kaa kule githeri kama hizi. Tunakulanga githeri kama hii. Aidha ni wakati wa siasa ama si siasa. Ninajua Kenya sijui mnarogangwa na nani. Huyo ni nani mnatrustingi ati anaweza wasaidia hii Kenya? Mimi nimekaa hapa Ukunda, nimetoka Mombasa jana, the whole safari sijapata hata excavator moja hata kwa barabara. Huyo Kenya bwana. Hii nchi iko na shida. Hii nchi iko na shida. Watu wako na shida mingi sana, nchi iko na shida. Na lazima tujikakamue. Tutoe huyu jamaa State House. Huyu Ruto lazima aende, apende asipende. One term, apende asipende. Na tunajikakamua na tunangangana. Na nimefika hapa Ukunda leo, watu wanasema huyu jamaa tunakesha vibaya sana, vibaya sana, na tutang'ang'ana naye mpaka tumtoe.
Tutafanya maandamano.
Huyu jamaa ni fake. Wacha tu mimi nikule githeri yangu tu hapa kiasi. Mimi najua Ruto pia ataanza kukula githeri na ataanza kuonekana nyama chai na mikate hapa pale kufanya mambo yenye maana sana. Bure kabisa. Bure. Kenya she must unite against Ruto. Ruto and Raila. That is the Kenyan curse. Asante.
So this man deploys a military, watu wako na makombora, against people whose only weapon is a hashtag. A couple of people get killed, and then he goes on national television to say he has no blood on his hands. This is some diabolical shit. Alafu utapata delinquents 2027 wakimkampenia tena. Yo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Tanzanian activist abduction in Kenya to Nakuru abduction fail. Is Shakur the cop safe?
For the past few days, I've been receiving anonymous messages.
Pastor Nganga fights back.
Jaji ndiye ataamua hii kesi, sio nyinyi mtaamua mkidinap. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, the question of the day is, are we really safe in our own country? Like even asylum seekers are being abducted. And so many cases of asylum seekers have been taking place in this country. A case has been trending recently of a Tanzanian journalist by the name of Maria Sarungi Tsehai. She was abducted in broad daylight. And even some Kenyans tried to help her. Just before we continue, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Leo achilo mama. Hata wewe funga huko. Hii mbona wanafanya hivyo? Au yes.
A very big shout out to that city hopper driver who tried to block that car which was being used to abduct the Tanzanian journalist. After the abduction, she was later on released, and this is what she said.
Asanteni sana, nipo salama, Mungu ni mwema, na kesho nitachukua muda niwashukuru vizuri. Naomba niwashukuru watu wa Kenya, watu wa Tanzania, and all the international people. Specific shout out to the people who are the man nation, because today I have been sent. Thank you.
As you can see, she's clearly shaken after going through all that, being abducted in Kenya. So what really happened? Let's listen to how she narrates her story.
I think I answered your question on the asylum and how many people there were for. So 3 were the ones who got out of the car and were always moving around. There was the driver. At the last time we stopped before they released me, the driver also got out. And I was left only with the person on my right who was holding me and choking me most of the time. And he kept holding me all the time. So he never got out of the car. He was the one, I think, who was assigned to basically keep me there. And the driver, when he got out, that was the longest time they were gone. And I believe they were doing some consultations. The passenger in front is the one who I suspect, because was speaking to me in Swahili and my name and always wanted to get my reaction. I suspect he's the one who was actually giving or taking instructions. And sometimes I could hear and I could feel movement, so I think they were doing sign language or something over my head, so I wouldn't understand. But those were more like maybe saying, let's go or watch or something. But if they needed to do any bigger thing, they would leave.
What a sad state of affair. Just because she called out the Tanzanian government, run by the president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, for her wrongdoings, now she's being abducted in Kenya. And remember, Kenyans, this is an asylum seeker in Kenya. That means that she should be protected under the Kenyan law. But yet, the same government that should be protecting her is the one that is being used to abduct her. Like seriously, why do you abduct asylum seekers in Kenya? Why do you abduct visitors and investors? This does not make sense. Like, just listen to what the Villager 254 had to say about this.
Wadau, things are getting very thick for our country. Imagine mwanaharakati, a critic of the government of Tanzania, has just been abducted just 4 kilometers from where I am, in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, a foreigner who is a critic of the government of Tanzania has been abducted on Kenyan soil. Oh, wow, we have lost it. Kenya is not safe for anybody.
Despite all this crap coming from the rogue regime, Tanzanians have stood with us. They have stood with us like a family, like brothers and sisters. Let's take over this video all the way from Tanzania, Zanzibar, supporting Kenya.
Nilipokuwa kwenye matembezi ya mji mkongwe, niliona kundi za vijana wa kiume wadogo wakiwa wanazamia ndani ya maji ya bahari ya mji huo. Watu wengi kutoka nchi mbalimbali na hata wakaaji walikuwa wakiwazongea kutazama tukio hilo. Nilidhania ingelikuwa vizuri kama ningekwenda kutazama. Nilipofika do salale, hichi ndo nilichokiona. Mimi ni wenyu Elvis Deri.
Welcome Zanzibar, karibu hakuna matata. Kasongo! No. Kenya, welcome to Zanzibar.
Mbali linanga, Kasongo mbona wewe, songa la libara.
In Nakuru, another abduction case unfolded, but this time round it was not successful. The residents there occupied, saving a patriot who was being abducted, and those abductors, they narrowly escaped death. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. But if you ask yourselves, what really happened during the abductions in Nakuru? Listen to these statements from the locals.
kusikizia sisi tukasikia kuna gari. Kufika kwa hapo kwa stage ya Nduthi, gari kapotea. Tukakimbilia gari. Jamaa mmoja wa Nduthi akigonga ukuta ni venye ametolewa bunduki. Akatishwa na yenyewe.
Wakaniambia wanataka mchele. So juu niko na nibongo anauza mchele hapo, nikawaambia iko. Wakaniambia niwapimie kilo 20. So venye walifika hapo kwa kazi wakanipigia, wakaniambia wamefika. Kufika wakanionyesha kande za DCI. Nikawaambia kwanza nipigie bosi wangu simu, wakakataa.
Gari kukuja, nichukua msichana na kumweka kwa mbuti. Sisi kwa watu wa Kiamanyaki tukatoka mbio. Hakufuata gari.
Ndio niliamka nikasema siku hizi mtu anaenda kwa hakujulikana.
Wameponea kifo kwa kufuata njia mbaya yenye wamekuja kushika mtu naye. Na zile gari wanakuja kushika nazo ni zile zinaandafi watu.
Maafisa wa polisi kutoka DCI wamekuja hapa, walikuwa na mtaka mshukiwa mmoja. Kwa hivyo wakaweza kuja kumchukua, lakini kwa vile hawakuwa na gari ambayo inaweza bainika vyema kwamba ni ya polisi, raia walipoona hiyo gari wameweza kuleta shinda na wakaizuilia.
Still in Nakuru, where the residents occupied, a patriot was being abducted in broad daylight, Kenyans, in broad daylight. But the residents there resisted and they went on to save this patriot from being abducted. Just take a look at how things went down.
Ajitambulishe. Ipo ndo anadaktu watu, ipo ndo mnadaktu watu. Ajitambulishe.
Another patriot who has always been there since day one, Shakur the cop. He was being detained and forced to eat the inmates' food. Like, I'm just wondering, this regime, what do they have against freedom of expression? Just take a look. This clearly shows you that those officers who are detaining and forcing our brother, our patriot, Shakur the cop, they got orders from above. And even Shakur the cop, he was almost abducted. Just listen to his story.
My name is Jackson Kuria. Most of you know me as Cop Shakur or Shakur the cop. Today, I've survived an attempted abduction. Were it not for my self-defense skills, ningekuwa naongelea stories zingine. For the past few days, I've been receiving anonymous messages, anonymous calls. So wamekuwa wakinipigia na private number, wakiniambia vile wataniua, vile I should stop criticizing the government. Yet I'm not even criticizing the government. I'm just speaking the truth. The government is killing people. The government is abducting people. So today I have a message for the government of Kenya. Tomorrow I'll present myself to the police. If you want to arrest me and charge me, do it. But stop coming to me at night na kunifanyia vitu zingine. I know it's the government of Kenya that is trying to do this because the people who are trying to abduct me, they had guns. Tomorrow I'll present myself to the authorities. If you want to charge me in the Kenyan Court of Law. That's my message.
During the past election, Shakur the Cop voted for President William Ruto, and currently he is regretting his actions. And why is that? Let's listen to what he had to say.
Yeah, I personally went and voted for the current president. Tulikuwa tunasimamia election in Kiambu. I took an Uber to go and vote for him. I paid an Uber for 1,200 shillings. I think to and from it was around 1,200 shillings. And the allowance that we got was around 900 bob for that whole period. And as a young person, I'm just asking myself a question. Is this the country that I want my daughter and my son to live in? Is this the country that we want to have in future? And if we continue having this tribe thing, and these people are saying, we are going to be a complete mess as a country.
Abductions. Like for how long? For how long, Kenyans, will you keep on hearing about abductions in Kenya? Paul Kalani Mwema, who was among the 4 abductees in Mlolongo, who are still missing, who remained missing since 16 December. His aunt, by the name of Margaret Munyoto, she addressed the media with pain and sadness in her heart, and also urging Kenyans to pray for the families' victims. Just take a look at this.
Tutafanya nini? Sasa mtoto atatoka wapi? Pia mama yake, hata ndugu yake. Kwa ufupi mimi nasikia shida. Mimi naomba serikali hata kama ndivyo na kuomba wewe ni msafi. Hata kama ulifanywa nini na watoto na kuomba uchukue kama mtoto yako. Na kuomba.
Kenya's controversial pastor by the name of Pastor James Ng'ang'a, he went head-on with Oscar Sudi and Kimani Chungwa over the abductions that is taking place in Kenya. Just take a look at how Pastor Ng'ang'a injected.
Previously, on keeping up with the Kenya Kwanza government.
Sasa wangenipatia hiyo docket hiyo ya usalama siku 3 peke yake. Hiyo watoto na ujinga hiyo ya kuchora vitu kwa maneno itaisha.
It's about to go down. Nimeona Sudi akisema ati kama ni yeye angeandikwa angeua watoto, siue mama yako, umbwa wewe, takataka, you are killers. You are, sipeleke mtoto kotini, sipeleke mtu kotini. Naona jana anashambulia ati mpaka na mapasa. There is nowhere. Kotini kuna mada, kuna life. Jaji ndiye ataamua hii kesi, sio nyinyi mtaamua mkidinap. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua kule watoto wanaenda. Don't blink nonsense. Na hii mwaka na nyinyi mtaona mtakufiwa na special zenyu.
Shame on you. Shame on you. And I say again, shame on you, Governor. You cannot claim abductions when you are the key abductor and murderer of Kenyans under the previous regime.
Mnachochea, wewe unaenda Rift Valley, wewe ni mtu wa Kiambu, kaa kwa mama yako, stupid. Utaendaje Rift Valley kwenda kuchochea? Natembea kwake. Unaenda kwa natembea kwake. Si wachana watu wa kwake wapigane wenyewe. Lakini tutapigana na mtu. If you want my battle, wewe Joe. Driver yako ataigisha gari yako kwa lori nyuma. Huyo bodyguard yako ndio atakushoot. Sababu tutapigana na nyinyi kiroho. Nyinyi mtumie polisi na mimi nitumie spirit. Hata hao polisi wenyewe wanakulana. Spiritual controller. Kuna siku nilikuwa nataka kuua watu. Hao watu walikuwa wananigiria. Bwana kaniambia goja. Sijakupatia hiyo lakini wakikuattack. Sasa nagojeaga mtu aniattack. Nagojeaga tu mtu aniattack. Hata kama ni nani, I swear before God, I will show you. Mungu si wa kutukano, kibarangoto. Salimia mtu mwambie achana mimi. Utaja.
Kenyans, if you are asked to make a wish today, what kind of wish would you make? And what kind of positive change do you think Kenya needs right now? Listen to this.
The positive change is Kasongo must go. That's what we look forward to in the year. Huh? So you know, when we went to pray over Christmas, we asked God to lift this cup off our shoulders, take this burden away from us. So if it is going to be a new year that Kenyans are going to celebrate or feel, a positive trajectory, then Kasongo has to resign or to get out of office. Because look at it this way. His economic policies of last year made us have a very somber Christmas. Now you want to again wait for another 1 year? 2 more?
The question of the day is the DCI boss, Mohamed Amin, a wanted fugitive? And Kenyans, who do you think should be arrested first when it comes to all these abductions that is taking place in Kenya? Just take a look.
Okay, so the second day in a row, DCI detectives are almost getting lynched by crowds. Okay, right now it literally just happened in Nakuru. And you guys, you should be very wary, okay? Because you're going outside saying you're following orders. If you end up being lynched or killed, are those orders going to feed your family? Okay, this is not making sense. If you want to start arresting criminals, start with your boss, Mohamed Amin, who's a wanted criminal right now as we speak. Okay, stop going and risking your life for nothing. Okay, if that crowd decides that, it doesn't matter whether you're, because even these people abducting kids, they are still security agents, and some of them are DCI detectives. Okay, if that crowd becomes riled up and they say they are gonna lynch you guys, trust me, there is nothing you and those 12 bullets in your side piece are gonna do. That is a fact, and you know that. In fact, actually shooting one person would mean you're actually gonna get killed even quicker. Okay, so if you wanna arrest criminals, before mfikia our sim swap and all of those funny criminal, go after the ones who are abducting and killing innocent citizens.
Like, Kenyans are tired hearing about abductions, killings every day in this country, and people are coming with very creative and different ways on how to deal with these abductors. Just listen to this.
Yes, nimeona William Ruto akiwa huko kwao Rift Valley amesema ati wale vijana wanamweka kwa coffin. Sasa atahakikisha kwamba amewaua kwa real. Atahakikisha kwamba amewaua. Na mimi nataka kukuambia William Ruto, labda ukuje wewe mwenyewe uwaue. Lakini ukitumana au mapolisi au ma DCI au ma NIS, tutachoma hiyo magari ya serikali, tutapiga hawa na tutawavunja, na hao ndio tutawaua. Na hata wewe ukikuja tutakuua. A president, and let me lecture you, Bwana William Ruto. A president should be a symbol of hope, a symbol of unity, a symbol of transparency, a symbol of integrity. But William Ruto, you've become a symbol of crimes against humanity. You've become a symbol of lies. You've become a symbol of hopelessness. You've become mediocre, and you are worse than Moi, Kenyatta, Uhuru, and Kibaki combined. Since Kenya became a republic, we've never had a president who is the second most corrupt in the whole world. It is you, William Ruto. Your time is up. Na sisi hatukuogopi.
Even the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, he came out and warned the president of Kenya, William Ruto, that he's going to be taken back to The Hague following the atrocities that took place in 2007-2008 post-election violence. Listen to what the former deputy president had to say.
And I want to ask the president to remember that he was in Hague, charged with the crimes against humanity. The route huyu waziri wako amechukua pale Lamu, na huyo ni waziri wako rais, ya kutisha jamii wale wamekaa pale Lamu by right because they are Kenyans, na kusema watafurushwa, na waziri ndio ameconvene hiyo mkutano. You must remember that journey to The Hague. Na vile mimi naona rais na watu wako mkiendelea, mtaenda hiyo barabara. Na mimi nataka kuambia watu ya Lamu wasitishwe na mtu yeyote. Every citizen has a right as per constitution to settle anywhere within the Republic of Kenya. Lamu County is part of Kenya, and the people who stay there are Kenyans, and they are there by right, and nobody should threaten citizens of this country, that they can displace them from one county to wherever. And we want our team that is working on ICC matters to document that meeting properly, so that we again put ICC in the know as to what is being planned in that county of Lamu.
It seems like some people, they really don't understand why the Kenyan people, the Gen Zs, are fighting for better governance and holding the political class accountable. Some people don't really get it. Some people think that the Gen Zs, the Kenyan people, hate the president. No, we don't hate the president. The Gen Zs don't hate the president. What we don't like is the president's policies, lies, corruptions, abductions, and so many more. Kimani Mbugua, he decided to choose the wrong side, and just listen to what he had to say.
Hello all, young people, Gen Z, millennial, and everyone who's under 35. Let me be very open with you. You know, when I was looking at you guys protest last year, I was very sad. That day in June was a very sad day for me. Because, let me just be honest with you guys. Violence, toxicity, and negativity is not the way to go. Mimi nataka niwasihi tafadhali. Please, respect the president. Respect him. There is a good reason why he is there. You know, it is only God who appoints leaders. And some leaders come for transitioning people from a tough time to a prosperous time. And some leaders come within a critical time. Of course, you all know that we are in a very critical time. But insulting the president, making nasty memes about him, that's not the way to go. Why would you want the president to be dead? Why would you celebrate? Do you not understand how high that office is? You see, this just shows your naivety. You may think that you're doing something good. Okay, so he's dead. So what? Are you going to take over? Are you going to solve our problems? So he's gone. Okay, so what?
And of course, there's always light in every end of the tunnel. Kenyans are being praised everywhere around the world. Like Kenyans, let me tell you, we are not only injecting in Kenya, but also injecting in neighboring countries. Like Uganda, Pastor Semper decided to praise Kenyans, and this is what he said about the Kenyan people who are in Uganda.
I mean, even now in the city of Kampala, people would rather employ Kenyans, especially in higher level management jobs. You go to any hotel now, you go to banks, who do you find there? Kenyans.
Mostly.
Why? They are producing them with the capacity of self-confidence. The old school of Sempers, us, Mao, Nobat, Kulaije, okay, the late Jacob Oulanya. That is the last of the giants.
Start with breaking news out of Nairobi, Kenya, where ongoing protests have now inflamed further.
Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm Elizabeth Puranam. Fierce protests across Kenya, violent crackdown by police, and the worst unrest since President William Ruto came to power less than 2 years ago.
We begin with breaking news from Kenya, where thousands of protesters have stormed Parliament. Several people have been shot dead after police opened fire. TV footage showed the governor's office and City Hall were also burning.
So why has this bill brought so much anger, and what are the wider implications?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. from 2 men arrested for selling dog meat.
Hata hivyo polisi waliokoa na kuwapeleka hadi katika kituo cha polisi cha Narok Central.
To house help collaboration with thugs. Is this true?
He was expelled from the University of Nairobi for raping a second year's lady.
Where are the children rights activists?
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host today and my name is Elvis Derry. In Africa, instead of our children going to school to study and get the best education and have the best future, they are forced into slavery. In Congo, more than 40,000 children are forced to mine cobalt in Katanga province alone. A few days ago in Kenya, in Kakamega County, 2 children, 14 years and 18 years respectively, lost their lives while mining gold. Is this the future that you want for our children? The end of the year is near and so many celebrations will be happening. People will be traveling and this is the time for us to be safe while driving on the roads. Just a few days ago at the Thika Superhighway, 2 people lost their lives after their private car, lost control and rammed into the Ruiru footbridge. Take a look. And that's not all. Another man said to ditch his car after he rammed through an electric pole and also on someone's shop.
Kijana ni kama alimwambia chana anafuta bangi lakini mara yake ya kwanza akakuja akaharibu gari yenyewe hapa na akatoroka. Hii gari amebeba sitima watu wote anaona. Hii imevunjwa ni yako? Wallahi. Sini ile ice cream mama. Oh. Gari iko amebeba sitima kila mtu shuhudia. Sitima amebeba gari. So for many of those who will be traveling these coming holidays, these coming celebrations, the end of the year, may you all be safe. Drive safely. Sometimes when you allow people to come into your house, live in your house, or even work in your house, sometimes you never know the evilness that is hidden in their hearts. Here in Nairobi, a CCTV footage captured where a house help opened the door for a criminal, allowed a criminal, a thug, to enter in the house and rob, and suddenly even attacking the owner of the house. Take a look. Back in the day when Babu Owino was still at the University of Nairobi, he revealed a very shocking information to the people. And this information, it involves Geoffrey Musiria, who is the Nairobi City County Environment Officer. Listen to what Babu Owino had to say.
One Geoffrey Musiria, he was expelled from the University of Nairobi for raping a second year's lady. I'm the one who brought him back. Ask him. The other day, he's barely a month in the university when he was expelled 2 years ago. I'm the one who brought him back. Now he wants to fight. We will tell him the reason why a baby can play with the mother's boobs in public, but the same baby will never play with the father's testicles in public. Never. The same Geoffrey Musiria, he slapped a lady, a fresher, at 3 a.m. in the morning. When the security reported and he was suspended 1 year ago, I'm the one who brought him back. Now, why must these people fight? Were they brought back so that they can be used by the administration to fight the current regime? No. Nobody will have a coup in this zone. This zone is as strong as it is called. Zone is feared by both the opposition and the government. I will not talk about administration because administration is useless.
You all have seen the work that Geoffrey Musiria has been doing around Nairobi City County, moving from one place to another and convincing the people, the residents and the public, the citizens, to do the right thing. But this time he was not lucky when he visited Impala grounds. The ground was hostile. Take a look.
I've captured that.
So, what really happened? Listen to this.
You know, we're just vibing to the music. Kumeshika, zimeshika. Oh my god, kulikuwa tu like ilikuwa tu just fun vibes. Kidogo naona ule mtu wa environment ule anaitangwa Geoffrey Musiria ama Geoffrey. Huyo tukamuona like watu walikuwa na mixed reactions. Watu wanafurahi, watu kwa zile za ndio ule juu naonanga like TikTok and everything. Wengine wanashtuka. But the bouncers were not too happy. Walikuwa wamejam. So at some point bouncers obviously juu ni event yao like walikuwa namzuia kuingia and everything. Huyo msana kama mdogo lakini trust me, akona nguvu. Mimi sio ametoa wapi nguvu. Lakini vile alikuwa amejam, he meant business. Huyu mtoto alikuwa anacheka, alikuwa tu anakaa tu. Alikuwa anakaa scary. But alikuwa zile za like I'm doing the right thing. But like alikuwa so scary, alikuwa like nilikuwa nimeshtuka. But anyway, long story short, ngoma ilizimwa tukaenda home. Sijawahi experience such a thing, Ngoma ilizimwa watu tukanyamaza, kila mtu like tulikuwa so humbled. But shout out to that man, he's doing a really good job. Like anafanya such a nice job. Na niwaulize ameolewa. Is he married? I'm just asking for a friend. It's not even for me.
Even in Kenyan football, there's chaos all the time. A few days ago, the head coach of Gor Mahia, Leonardo Martins Naiva, he was saved from police officers after the angry fans attacked him after bottling a 2-0 lead against Moranga Seal at Machakos Stadium. Take a look. Apart from the chaos that is happening around Kenya, also Kenyans are representing internationally. They're representing worldwide. A Kenyan born by the name of Hulda Momanyi, not Huda, but Hulda Momanyi. She won the Minnesota House of Representatives seat.
All right, this is what I'm going to say right here. It is official. We have, for the first time in history, for the first time in Minnesota, for the first time in the United States, Congresswoman, Hulda History, beautiful, Minnesota. This is the DNA. Come on, people, I hear the music. Give me the music. Hey. Come on, hold on a little bit. I can't hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question of the day is, have you been eating dog meat or even cat meat? Like many of you like eating mutura, street foods that have meat inside, but yet you don't know the content that is in that food. 2 men from Narok County, they were arrested for slaughtering dog for their meat. Just take a look.
Kwamba watu wawili walinusurika kifo baada ya kufumaniwa na wakazi wa eneo la Total kaunti ya Narok wakiwa na nyama ya mbwa. Wananchi waliojawa na hasira waliwapiga watu hao ambao wanadaiwa kusambaza nyama hiyo kwa wanaozia sambusa. Wakazi waliwalazimisha kuelezea walivyowaua mbwa hao na kupakia nyama. Hata hivyo, polisi waliwaokoa na kuwapeleka hadi katika kituo cha polisi cha Narok Central. Wakazi wamekuwa wakilalamikia kupotea kwa mbwa wao.
Kila siku bwana tunakula mutura. Kwanza mimi ni customer mkubwa sana na anashangaa bwana, hii mbwa ni tamu, ni kama wanaongeza kachumbari, sijui wanaongeza nini. Kila mahali kunauzwa mutura na hata hakuna buchari. Tunashangaa tunakula nyama gani?
Mbwa yangu ilipotea na niyo kubwa sana ya red na ilipotea juzi. Kumbe ndio wanakuwa wamekatakata wanatuletea hapa kwa babuchari tunakula. Kama mimi nimekuwa nikikula nyama sana. Nadhani hata jana nimekula hiyo mutura ya hiyo mbwa.
Hata sisi wanabiashara wenye wanauza substitute kama omena, samaki, saizi hatuna biashara mzuri kwa sababu hata sisi bei yetu tunapungua because tunajaribu catch up na market yao pia. Sasa yenye tungeomba the Kenya Meat Authority tafadhali itilie maanani nyama zenye wanabuchari wanauza na pia waangalie mazingira hizo nyama.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Ian Njoroge case withdrawn.
It's a day we've been long awaiting for and finally it has reached.
To corrupt traffic police officers arrested. Are we eating cat meat?
Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia.
School children tear gassed.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. Ian Njoroge, aka the GOAT, has finally been set free after his case of assault towards a police officer has been withdrawn. Police Corporal Jacob Ogendo forgave Ian Njoroge after Mike Sonko's intervention, and this is what Ian Njoroge had to say after his release. Listen to this.
First of all, thank the Lord for this day. It's a day we've been long awaiting for, and finally it has reached. For all the support I've received from, especially from former Governor Mike Sonko, he's been with us to the core until to the last time. I really thank him for all the help he's given us. For my parents too, my mother, my father, for the support they've been with me, and all parties involved. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
The DPP also withdrew robbery with violence case against Comrade Ian Njoroge. The legal team was led by Wakili Duncan Okach, Ken Echeza, Angela Wanjiru, and the assistant Angela Kamau. And this is what Mike Sonko had to say.
The lawyers have covered everything. Ian, the mother, managed to thank Corporal Jacob Ogendo for the good gesture he has portrayed. You know very well he was my bodyguard when I was an MP. So we are very thankful. We also want to thank the judiciary. We want to thank the DPP, the lawyers. We all of us saw this process together as a team. Kwa hivyo yetu ni kuwashukuru na sana sana Ogendo. You are a parent. Thank you very much for what you have done to Ian. Na wewe Ian, enda kwa kijana mzuri. Sawa sawa? Next time unapiga askari yako na chuma, unaelewa? So cheza chini, punguza hasira. You're still a young boy. You have a long way to go. Sawa? Yeah. Be good. Tuendelee na maisha. Thank you very much.
So before you continue, just take a look at this video of Ian Njoroge, Comrade Ian Njoroge injecting.
Good.
Drama ensued in Kitui County after Ikanga MCA Cyrus Kisavi was dramatically arrested by DCI detectives. Just take a look at this.
Kwa nini mna abduct mtu wetu? Kwa nini mnafanya abduction kwa chama? Wewe nyinyi akina nani? Nyinyi akina nani mnafanya abduction? Wewe mjintroduce bwana. Wewe kubwa. Nyinyi ni akina nani? Introduction si mbaya. Hiyo ni abduction bwana. Hapana. Kwa nini mtampea ajilete? Kwa nini mnakuja kufanya abduction leo tuko na mambo ya chama? Hapana, hii ni abduction bwana.
So, if you ask yourselves Kenyans, why is Ikanga Ward MCA Cyrus Kisavi Musyoka being arrested? He will be arraigned in Kitui law courts over allegations of forging vehicle documents to defraud the county assembly of 2.2 million shillings Kenyans. He is accused of submitting false documents for reimbursement. The case stems from a complaint by Rose Kivate Ngoima, leading the DPP to recommend 5 charges, including conspiracy to commit a felony and forgery. This is clear that even sometimes the voters can be wrong. Next time, 2024, vote wisely and make sure the Gen Zs, the young people out there, take your IDs as early as possible.
My fellow young people, the Gen Z, it is high time we understand the politics of our country. We must understand what role politics play in our lives. And until we get politically mature, we will always be maneuvered, swayed, or deceived into supporting people politically, those who don't have Kenyan interest at heart.
Are you a lover of street foods? Chief Environment Officer Geoffrey Mosiria, he caught a man with a dead cat inside a bag, which was going to be allegedly used to prepare street foods, especially Mutura delicacy. Kenyans, just take a look at this.
So, mkiangalia hapa ni town. Tumepata jamaa amekaa hapa. Na jamaa ako na paka imekufa. Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia. Nimeandika bana. Ameandika. Jamaa angalia. Mkiangalia hapa ni jamaa town katikati. Mtu tumempata amekaa hapa na paka imekufa. Ni kama alikuwa anataka kuenda sijui kuikula ama kuifanyia nini?
Hapana, yeye anaenda kuchanganya na mutura. Papo mnakula mutura. Kumbe hiyo mutura ni paka sawa? Huyu jamaa alikuwa amekachora sawa? Alikuwa amekachora. Sasa ni kitu ajui. Si ndio? Alikuwa amesunda hapa Masai fike asongeshe ripo. Sasa ukikuja Masai kula mutura, baada paka kumbe umekunywa paka.
Si ndio? Hiyo ni ukweli. Hiyo ni ukweli.
Ndio ukweli.
Hivyo ndio kwamba. Hivyo ndio kwamba. Vijana wa mtaa ameniambia hivi. Ati huyu jamaa alikuwa amekasunda hapo, anategea matime zake zifike. Alafu apime hiyo rieng aende nao wapi?
Hata unaona kitu shuka bama uone
kikosi bama. So hii ni motorai.
Police officers in Meru County fired tear gas at Njukinjiru Primary School, causing panic among pupils as they choked on fumes. Officers were dispersing Nkabune residents, protesting poor road conditions when demonstrators sought refuge in the school. Police officers followed and threw tear gas canisters, exposing school children to harmful smoke during class. Just take a look at this. And that's not all, Kenyans. A steel company called Tononoka in Mole Mode is emitting poisonous gases and radioactive materials, which will eventually biologically cause breathing complications to the residents. Just check this out.
Wow. Tononoka jo. Hii inakaa mawingu. Hebu imagine watu wanaishi kwa ile goro man. Hata kuwa watu wa watu. Mole matuna CSR nini? Viongozi huku kama walidedi man. We. Wow. Tononoka jo.
We all know MCA Robert Alai, who is also a blogger. He has publicly admitted that he is a blogger for hire, like he's being paid to post stories in his social media handles. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Before you became an MCA, many people knew Robert Alai as a blogger.
Yes.
Have you ever been paid to publish something about someone or an organization on your social media pages?
Who is not paid?
Oh, okay.
Not, for you to do everything in this world, you are paid. But paid by who?
Okay.
Are you paying yourself? Are you finding ways of monetizing your work? Are you, for you to be a journalist, if somebody asks you that you are a journalist, are you paid to write stories? You are paid, yes, but by who?
Okay.
You see, I pay myself or by the organization I work for. So I'm paid, but by the organization I work for.
So an enemy of somebody has ever paid you to?
No, you don't do that. In fact, I find it hard because, I'm not a believer in trending things. I don't believe I don't believe in those things, because I don't believe, and that's why I give my opinions. You don't find me tweeting a lot about the same issue. I tweet once, then I sahau, because I just want to give my objective truth and leave the people to judge. If they judge that I'm wrong, sawa. If they judge that I'm right, sawa.
Dear motorists, are you not tired of corruption on our roads in a daily basis every day? Like recently, the EACC arrested 3 traffic police officers allegedly collecting bribes along the Naivasha-Mahimai highway, and even shots were fired. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Yes, proceed. We announcers from EACC. Tulia. Kika pamoja. Mara moja. Tulia.
Waraka sana.
Tulia. Kuta.
Wewe acha kama.
Tulia. We announcers from EACC. Tulia.
Ngoja.
Buka hii nani?
Ndio kitu.
Just take a look at this video of how some traffic police officers are harassing motorists in a daily basis.
Tendi mahali kama umenishika. Record vizuri, onekane venye amenishika. Record. Wewe unacheza. Mimi niwache. Nitafuta hii gari nani? Niwache. Au nishiki hivyo, hebu niwache. Record. Wewe uko na shida, au utatii sana wewe. Haki ya Mungu utatii. Utatii vibaya sana. Hiyo ndio vitu na wakati. Sawa. Mimi nilipita na wakati. Iko nadi ona. Amesha gari station. Onesha vizuri. Ndio mkono hapa. Ndio mkono. Onesha. Onesha, hiyo pesa ulikuwa unatafuta hata utapata.
The people of Kenya have decided to ask serious questions concerning affordable housing. Kenyans, is this a scam or not? Listen to this.
So tell me, how does this make sense? You take my money, build a house with my money, and then tell me that I do not own that house, that if I want that house, I need to come and buy that house from you. So what's your role in this? Why shouldn't I just take my own money and then go build myself a house? Why do I need to give you that money and then have to come and buy that house from you again? How is that not a scam? How is that not a scam? Because that is what the CS has said. Affordable housing is clearly a bigger scam. Take my money, build a house with it. I don't own that house, you own that house, and then I have to come and buy that house from you. This government is a big Shylock. God have mercy on us.
It is time. It is time for the youth of Kenya to unite, come together and agree on one agenda. Kenya and Kenyans deserve better. Deserve a better tomorrow. Deserve a better future. Development, school, health, you name it. It is time for change. And that change starts with you and I. Listen to what Paulo Kimani had to say about this.
Vijana mnajioniaje? Na sasa hivi ile iko, let me just say this. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Vijana lazima tuungane pamoja. Alright? Lazima tupatane. We need to move the conversation from online, just lamenting and whining. Lazima tupatane kama vijana. I don't know where, I don't know when, but it needs to be soon. To agree on agenda moja, what we want for this country. Because as it is right now, the ones running the show in the politics washaungana. Kuna bill nimeona mituma mahali, and money is being distributed among those who call themselves kingpin. Agenda ya tribalism? No. Wachana na. Agenda ya sijui wa mlima? No. We need to come together and speak as the youth of Kenya. Not just in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, kila mahali. Lazima tupatane tukuwe na agenda moja. But I'm going to make this very brief. That is the only way we are going to have one voice and demand a seat at the table. Alright? Thank you very much.
Tunataka barabara kutoka bypass, kutoka 44 ikuje mpaka Windsor, itoke Windsor ifike Ruaka, itoke Ruaka ikuje mpaka Limuru, itoke Limuru irudi Kino, itoke Kino irudi mpaka Njoro, ikikufika hapa Njoro ienda Digitare, itoke hapo irudi mpaka 44 tena ienda di bypass Kisumu.
Wow.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Okia Mtata addressing CPK.
What have you given us? Is it a monarchy or a republic?
To more identities revealed.
Which one of us in here has taken over?
Who is next for impeachment in Kenya?
Mimi nakwambia wewe ndio next in victim.
Why Raila should go home?
It is an embarrassment. Raila Odinga ametuaibisha na we are so much surprised. Anguka na.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Daring. A defiant Isiolo governor by the name of Abdi Ibrahim Guyo. He refused to comply and to appear before the Senate after so many calls for him to appear for questioning. And remember that Governor Guyo has skipped multiple Senate appearances, including before the County Public Accounts Committee and several other key committees, prompting calls for police intervention to enforce compliance. Just look at our leaders. They cannot even comply for simple Senate questioning. Take a look at what he had to say.
His Excellency the Governor of Isiolo County, Honorable Abdi Ibrahim Guyo. What is your message to the people of Isiolo?
Thank you, Moha. I want to tell the people of Isiolo, you've heard rumors going around social media that the governor has been arrested. There's nothing as such. As governor of County of Isiolo, I'll continue complying with the Senate summons, but I'm not ready to answer to political questions from Senator Fatuma. But anything pertaining the audit query of Auditor General and any institution which is mandated by the Constitution to oversight me, I'll continue submitting them. Thank you, Moa.
During the Gen Z revolution, so many churches were so quiet, even though people are being killed in the streets. Young people, Kenyans, were being killed in the streets. But it seems like these days, pastors are tired, churches are tired, preachers are tired, men of God are tired. And just listen to what this preacher had to say about the current regime.
Wakati nilipokuwa naangalia Senator proceeding, nilifikiria hilo jambo na likanipeleka pia katika neno lingine nilipokuwa na tafakari katika Matthew chapter 7 and verse 2. And this is what is going to happen. Matthew 7 tunasema, for in the same way you judge others, you will be judged. And with the same measure you use, it will be used to you. Unajua hii serikali iliingia katika utawala kwa maombi. Na Mungu ndiye hakimu wa serikali hii. Na kwa sababu wametumia kipimo cha kuhukumu, sasa wameweka kipimo cha kuhukumiwa. Na utaona hukumu ya Mungu. Kwa sababu wamejiwekea kipimo wenyewe. Judgment will be set upon them with the same measure they have used. The same measure will be used upon them. Praise the name of the living God.
So the question of today is, has the Gen Z revolution, the Kenyan revolution, reshaped the politics in this country? Has it changed everything? And how we see our politicians and how we see the politics in this country? Just listen to this.
And our young generation have led, in my view, what we call the online revolution in this country. This is a generation that, in my view, kicked Uhuru out of Twitter when he started speaking nonsense and not making sense to their lives. And this is a generation that is doing a revolution against William Ruto in terms of exposing him for his doublespeak. They are keeping him to check. They are calling him out for his mismanagement of our economy. They are documenting. So probably they believe, maybe somebody by design believes that one way to respond to this revolutionary attitude of our young people is to make sure that a majority of them don't have access to education. Right? Then maybe they'll not be able to use these tools that they're using to hold us to account.
The crime rate has been increasing every day in Kenya, where people have resorted to stealing in order to survive. This story comes all the way from Kakamega County in Malava, where thieves went to steal. And they stole computers and other things and leaving behind a safe with over 4.3 million Kenya shillings. Like, where are we heading to as a country? Take a look at this.
Hii ni ngono, hii ni ngori.
Hapa imegonga ikarudi ndani. Unaona hapa? Hapa. Unaona hapa? Wamegonga sasa ukishafungua hizi nini hii nini imeingia ndani. Sasa haiwezi ikiachana haifunguki.
Gani? Wewe ngoja. Chester majina.
Many Kenyans are very disappointed with Raila Odinga, the former Prime Minister of Kenya, after he went on to support Adani taking over the international airport in Kenya, JKIA. And the ground is hostile, man. Like, people are very, very disappointed. And just listen to what people in the streets said about this.
Wanajua pahali Kenya inaendelea. We have disowned one Raila Amolo Odinga. Because Raila Odinga cannot visit a press conference alafu anasema kwamba Adani is okay. That is an embarrassment. Raila Odinga ametuaibisha. Now we are so much surprised that Raila Odinga has not been fighting for the rights of the people of Kenya. He has been fighting for his own rights. Because Adani amechukua our own airport. Adani ameleta kitu to a ship. This ship cannot work anywhere. Adani is taking us our power generation activities. What is so special about this guy that we have so many industrialized people in this country that can run these things, and then one individual, one Indian person is taking all our interest?
Moi University has had land disputes over the years, and an MP, a member of parliament, has stolen 13 acres of Moi University land. Just listen to what this politician had to say about what is really happening on the ground. Listen to this.
The issue about Moi University is governance. Number two, Mr. Speaker, it is very disheartening that Moi University, with more than 3,000 hectares of land, which one of us in here has taken over and is stealing that land without paying Moi University. Truth be told. Number three, the assets of Moi University.
The senator of Busia County, Okia Omtata, visited the CPK, Communist Party of Kenya, and he went to talk to them and tell them why William Samoei Ruto is a threat to the national project and why the president of Kenya, Ruto, should be removed from power immediately. Just listen to what Okia Omtata had to say.
You are cracking your minds to find a formula for making Kenya a viable republic, a nation that could serve everybody. So, after the constitution was passed, he was asked by a group of people, what have you given us? Is it a monarchy or a republic? And he answered, it is a republic if you can keep it. At independence, Kenya was declared a republic. Even today in its name, we call it the Republic of Kenya. A republic is a government of law. A republic is a government where a public office is used to serve the people, not to enrich the office holder. The debate should be about how do we get rid of Ruto before he gets rid of this country. That's what we have. It's an existential threat we are dealing with. And so, that's why we must not lose focus, that the focus is to get rid of Ruto, like yesterday.
An urban spoken word artist and also a human rights defender by the name of Brian Silways, he went to inject to party goers and just see and hear and watch how things unfolded.
Story go.
after Gachagua's impeachment, the former deputy president of Kenya, so who is next? Who is next to be impeached in Kenya? Just listen to what this comrade had to say about this.
Tangula, mimi nakwambia wewe ndio next in victim. Wewe ndio next victim. Wallahi bila wewe ndio next victim. Sasa nimesikia hapo wabunge wa ODM wanajipanga wanataka kuimpeach. Wewe kama speaker unataka kuimpeachiwa waweke Otiende ya Molo. Yo utaenda. Hata wewe Kimani Chungwa utabadilishwa hapo kama majority leader, utaenda. Malipo ni hapa Kenya. Tunataka kufinywa kama kiroboto.
We all know that Kithure Kindiki has been appointed as the new deputy president of Kenya. But while the Gen Zs were protesting, he had all the power to stop all the bloodshed, all the killings, all the abductions, but he never did. Just listen to this.
Another person who was shot outside Parliament has been identified, guys. This is Eric Shieni, who was supposed to graduate from the UN in September with a business administration degree. He had just finished doing his CPA 6. He was living in South Bay with his brother, and his life was cut short. His brother says if you want to contact the family, support them in any way, you can reach them on 0702 281 381 0702 281 381.
Reject the finance bill. 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 Woo!
Let's give him a round of applause for expressing himself.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Inspector General Kancha ashamed.
I'm never happy. Every other time I hear that there is a traffic officer who has been arrested collecting bribes.
To Brian Odembo's body discovered.
Si watupee tu hiyo mwili, tuende tuzike, tukue na amani, hawatatuona kwa barabara.
How do authoritarians shut down critics?
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them.
Corruption caught on camera.
The 20.
They're coming for you.
We cannot continue to be rude like this. being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Since the Gen Zs decided to be vocal in the political arena, holding the government accountable and politicians accountable, fighting for a better future and a better governance for Kenya, many of them have gone missing. Many of them have been abducted, arrested, tortured, and even worse, get killed. But the fight still continues. The journey still continues. Authoritarians are using their full power to silence Kenyans, to silence the Gen Zs, and to shut down critics. Just listen to what journalist Larry Madowo had to say about this.
Authoritarians begin by arresting and charging anybody that criticizes them in the hope that it instills fear in the people. When that does not work, they restrict social media. They ban certain social media companies. And when that does not work, they shut down the internet.
Kenyans, Comrade Brado Diambo, who went missing in Nakuru last month, his body has been recently found floating on Lake Nakuru. But after this discovery, the game rangers went on again to disappear with his body. Listen to what Brado Diambo's mother had to say about this.
Watu yenye tulipata, vijana walipata kijana wangu kwa maji on Monday. Wakitaka kumtoa, boti ya game park ilikuja na wakusugulika hata na wavuaji ya samaki. Wakati walisema huyo ni Brayo, walikok bunduki wakitaka kushuta au vijana. Hao vijana wakatoka na wakachukua tu hiyo mwili na wakaenda. Hawakusugulika hata na hao vijana. Ni hiyo mwili walisugulika nayo wakachukua na wakaenda nayo. Sasa naomba tu kwenye walichukua hiyo mwili wakapeleka. Vijana tulienda kwa Jack kuangalia kama kuna mwili yote imeingia hii wiki. Tukapata hakuna mwili yote imeingia kwa Jack hii wiki. Si watupee tu hiyo mwili, tuende tuzike, tukue na amani, hawata tuona kwa barabara.
Why are you giving Brian Odhiambo's family a hard time? You have already inflicted enough pain to the family and to the Kenyan people. Enough is enough. I'm just wondering, where is justice when you need it the most?
So kuna kijana alijitokeza jana, ametoka huku hivi Ronda, akakuja akatuambia kuna mwili ilipatikana kwa maji na ilikuwa kwa gunia but waliona mguu. Na wali suspect ni Brayo kwa sababu they immediately waliona wamechukua hii mwili. Kitu yenye hao watu walifanya, walikuwa kubunduki na wakashoot juu. Hawa game rangers walikuwa wawili. Na vijana wangeweza kufanya anything kwa sababu pia walikuwa wawili. So ile by the time walikuwa wanataka kubeba waitoe nje ya maji, ikape nao hao walikuwa washafika na boat. So sisi tunashindwa je, hii mwili yuko kwa Jack? Hii mwili hayuko mahali popote kwenye sisi tunaweza itrace. Simu kama ukweli walipata mwili, si hawa KWS wangetoa tukuje tujue aje mwili ni ya nani, ama wangepeleka kwa Jack twende tutafute tujue ni wa wapi. Lakini sasa kama mwili ilionekana, walichukua mwili wakapeleka wapi? Wacheni kutusumbua, kindly tupeni Brayo.
Is this the future that the Kenya Kwanza government promised the people of Kenya during campaigns? Injustices after injustices taking place every day. And I'm just wondering, where will the Kenyan people run to when they need help? Where will the Kenyan people run to when they're in trouble? Where will the Kenyan people seek refuge? And for how long will we keep on losing our people, losing our children, losing our brothers and sisters, our mothers, the young people of Kenya, the future of Kenya? Like seriously, Kenyans, it is time to take action. Listen to what We Don't Have a Country here to say about Brian Odhiambo's case.
Okay, so Brian Odhiambo's body was found last night floating in Lake Nakuru, and once the KWS Rangers knew that his friends had discovered his body, they came cocking guns and forcefully took the body away, okay? There's something that I wanted to reiterate to the state or to the political class in general or to the rogue colonial state. Mkiwa online, you know, when you're reading funny Kasongo tweets or you're seeing funny TikToks of people making fun of Jambazi and his rogue terrorist regime, mnaonanga hizo vitu mnakuwa like hii ni kelele, or plus even those tweets and TikToks, they are, most of them or most of these popular people on social media, 99% of them, they are all politically correct, okay? They won't tell you the way we are going to drag you out on the streets and put your heads on pikes. Okay, they'll just be saying, oh, sijui, oh, Maraga, sijui, Matata, sijui 2027, sijui, the way Babu Owino, sijui is sucking whose cock, Sakaja, sijui. You know, there's this echo chamber of media where media always wants to control the narrative, always wants to show, you know, things are going well. Let me remind you something. On June 25th, and even during other protests, those people you see on the streets, Akina Sisi, we are not usually laughing with you people. We are not usually making funny tweets, oh, sijui endorsing bogus state presidential bids and all that crap. Once we're on the streets for the second and final wave, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be getting dragged out on the streets and choppers flying out of the country.
Apart from the abductions, unlawful arrests, and murder that is taking place in the land of Kenya, another serious crime is taking place under our noses, Kenyans. In Masai land, forced marriages of young girls is going on. Just take a look at this. How is this possible, Kenyans? Forced marriages in these modern times in our country. Like, where are we heading towards a country, Kenyans? Northeastern and coastal leaders are also another problem. Pure jokers, just looting. And when it comes to corruption, they will put their religion aside and fill their stomachs and blame other regions for being underdeveloped. Just listen to this.
Angalia kaunti zote ambaye wanaongozwa na viongozi wa Waislamu kimaendeleo wako nyuma. Kwa sababu gani? Wote wamekuwa leo wafisadi. Kila mmoja anataka kutengeneza nyumba Karen, kila mmoja anataka kununua Prado ya V8, kila mmoja anataka kuweka na kusave pesa nje ya nchi. Nani atasaidia hawa Waislamu maskini ambaye kwamba muliapa na Qur'an ya kuwa wallahi tutawasaidia, tutajenga barabara, tutawapatia maji, tutawapatia uhai na dawa na afya wapi? Lakini mjue yeyote katika Waislamu ambaye atakufa ati kwa ajili ya amekosa dawa, ama atakufa kwa ajili ya amekosa maji, ama atataabika kwa ajili ya amekosa barabara, na hiyo hali ikamtatiza mpaka akakufa, na wewe uko juu ya kiti na umeapa na Qur'an, wallahi kesho tayarisha maswali yako mbele ya Allah. Fama aljawabu idha suilna wa rabbuna Allahu shahidun bima fa'alna. Viongozi wamche Allah, waogope Allah. Uongozi unakuja leo na unaondoka. Hii dhulma ambayo mnafanya, hii pesa ya umma ambayo mnaiba, hii mambo ambayo kwamba mnafanya juu ya ardhi, wallahi kuna siku ambayo kwamba hesabu yake itakuwa ni kubwa mbele ya Allah, na hiyo siku muandae na mtayarishe majibu yake.
Mandera County Secretary by the name of Bilo Isaac Hassan has hit the headlines by flaunting a luxurious car in Dubai. Despite receiving 12 billion annually, Mandera people are still dying of hunger and thirst. Kenyans, just take a look at how your taxpayers' money is being wasted. It is quite clear that these politicians, these corrupt politicians, are not respecting the voters, are not respecting the Kenyan people.
The people are your employers. They are the ones who make you popular. The money you have, you drive public money. You live on public money. You are popular because of public money. So please, respect the Kenyan people. Do not betray them.
Even the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, is ashamed of the amount of corruption that is taking place in Kenya, to the point where even his own children are holding him accountable. Recently, I've seen on social media and on the news, traffic police officers have been arrested for taking bribes from motorists. Just listen to what Douglas Kanja, Inspector General, had to say.
I'm never happy. Every other time I hear that there is a traffic officer who has been arrested collecting bribes. How do they? Hata nyinyi mnasikia kabaya. Sifurahi mtoto wangu akiniambia, "Ai, umeona hiyo video nimekutumia?" You know. And you see, hawa watoto wananitumia as a matter of urgency. Hey, it's not fair. Sio? It's not very fair when you see that daddy, umeona hii, unajua hii watu hii wanasema wanaokota pesa walete huko juu. Sasa huko juu waga ni wapi?
Former police officer turned activist Shakur the Cop, he talked about what is done to police officers who defy unlawful orders. How police officers are recruited without undergoing psychological assessments. Kenyans, did you know that some police officers out there are holding and carrying guns every day, but they are mentally incapacitated? These are some of the issues that needs to be addressed. Listen to this.
Sema like nilikuwa na pass message ya makarau wa respect lawful orders. Unajua a cop has a right to decline unlawful order. If me, for example, if I'm told to go and kill someone that I know is innocent, I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to say no.
Why do you think some of these people made this decision to actually take the lives of young people who are just holding a placard and a bottle of water trying to speak?
Yeah, maybe I think maybe kuna wase chuni trigger happy. They think like life ni kama video game. So unapata mse maybe anafurahia, maybe amepewa order, unlawful order. Yeah, vitu kama hizo, alafu maybe unapata maybe, but me according to me like when tulikuwa tunatrainiwa sikuona place wali test mse brain yake, unaona. So na feel pia unaweza pata tu umepea mse kichwa mbaya bunduki, so yeye ana shoot tu kama ana play video game. Yeah.
I'm talking more about police officers. Machakos governor by the name of Vinya Ndeti, she's using police officers to silence her critics. A millionaire revolutionist by the name of Felix Mambo has fallen for this. He was arrested for holding the governor accountable. Just take a look at this.
Vinya Ndeti, maamua utakuwa unanipeleka koti kila mwezi juu kuambia unaiba, unatesa watu wa Machakos. Tunataka mbali majenzi utapatana wao na hiyo tuachi wewe viatu twende.
Since when did holding the government accountable and holding politicians accountable, criticizing them for the wrongdoings and the corruption that is happening in this country be wrong? Since when, Kenyans? The Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, he went on to say that government critics should be fair. Just listen to this.
Mimi naomba wakosoaji wa serikali, be fair. Be fair. Be fair. Because, you know, Rais Ruto hakusema hii mambo yote atafanya in a day or in a week. He has a 5-year term. So those questions will come at the right time. Lakini also we don't mind you reminding us what we said, because you are helping us achieve our targets. Kwa sababu sasa once we achieve our targets, I wonder what these characters will say. Sababu sasa hii wanasema hii haijaanza, hii haijakamilika, itakamilika. And then you will have no story.
I'm just wondering, how can government critics be fair, but when they criticize, they end up being abducted, unlawfully arrested, killed, tortured, and disappearing without a trace? How can they be fair? Mr. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, tell us in the comments down below.
Mambo ya abductions katika Kenya yetu ya watoto iishe. Na abductions doesn't matter whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or in Azimio or in which party. Mambo ya kushika watoto wetu kwa barabara bila kujua anapelekwa wapi iishe.
Japhet Mayora Isaboke, who is Kilgoris Principal Prosecution Counsel, he was caught on live camera Kenyans, receiving bribes. Like it seems like these people, they don't understand why we are fighting for better governance and a better future for this country. They really don't understand. They're still taking part in corruption on a daily basis. Kenyans, everything that is hidden shall come to light. Take a look at this.
So that you also no, nilitaka huyu madam aliniambia the moment DPP anapeana tunakwambia ni sawa peana
de 20
Sources have revealed that the former IBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, has been declared clinically dead and most of his organs are no longer functioning. And his family has been asked to make a decision on whether to switch off the life-supporting machines. Listen to what Dr. Bombi Seraki had to say about this.
Have you seen what's happened to Wafula Chebukati, where the head of IEBC, they're saying he's either already checked out or he's like on life support. Barely 48 hours after Baba lost the African Union chair election. Isn't that just a little? And you know, now with everything that's being revealed about USAID supporting Boko Haram and all these guys, there's also these rumors and allegations going around that the Alphabet Boys are the ones who actually installed Nabi, and that's why even Akina Megi Dearest were defending him literally, even in the face of everything he was doing.
We all know that the IEBC, that is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, has been corrupt, especially during election season. And currently many Kenyans, many young Kenyans, the Gen Zs, want to vote in the coming elections, but they're being frustrated. And how are they being frustrated? Just take a look at this.
Nimetoka kwa ofisi za IEBC na wananiambia siwezi kuwa registered as a voter juu hakuna commissioners. Nyie muone kama kuko na shida. Process yenye inafaa kuwa continuous according to Article 82 Clause 1C of the Constitution. Hiyo process haifanyiki sahi. Amuone kama kuko na shida.
Despite them frustrating the Gen Zs, they should know one thing about the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are fearless, unshakable, unstoppable, unboggable. Like the Gen Zs are the future. They are already the future of this country. And the Gen Zs have the power to rise their own presidential candidate. Listen to what Anthony Samba had to say.
Wana underestimate watu wanaitwa Gen Z. Ndio. Wana underestimate kabisa. Ndio. Tutaona the true character ya Gen Z baada ya IBC commissioners kuselektiwa.
So you wanted to seek Gen Z katika Kenya office pale vile?
Hakukuwa na Gen Z pale. Pale ni vigogo tu, watu wenye wamekuwa kwa siasa miaka sijui tangu tukue primary school.
No, nakuuliza. Tayari that formation. Huo ni muungano tayari.
Hiyo si information ya
watu washabonga. No.
Hiyo ni information ya wale status quo.
Hivyo ndio itakuwa.
Hiyo ni information ya status quo. Kutakuwa na third force. Ndio nakwambia. Hii third force, Gen Z wanaweza toa hata presidential candidate wao.
Alright.
Na waseme ni Mwashumbe candidate wetu, tunaenda naye mpaka mwisho. Kwa sababu kumbuka yale maneno ambayo Gen Z wali raise hayajakuwa addressed to date. Watu bado ni kama wamewaneglect, wamewaignore. Wanasema hawa vijana hawana mwelekeo, hawana msingi ya kikabila, hawana political base. Political base yao ni zile ideology ambazo walijaribu kuleta wakati ya protest.
Okay.
Usijaribu kuunderestimate nguvu ya vijana ambao wako frustrated, hawana kazi.
So dear government of Kenya, do not underestimate the power of the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are here to stay, and the Gen Zs are patiently waiting for 2027 elections. And let me tell you, they are going to drain the swamp.
May I never hear another boomer talk about, oh, your generation, oh, Gen Zs, mnakuanga tu kichwa ngumu. Because when you're celebrating the finance bill being rejected, understand it's the Gen Zs that were on the streets and some of the reformed millennials who know better. But it was never the boomers, because the boomers were sitting at home waiting for fate to take over because they have no backbone or no spine. So never say that Gen Zs do not stand for anything or that we're just impatient people. We know our worth. Never forget that.
And the question of the day is, are the voters sometimes wrong? Were the voters wrong for giving us William Ruto as the president? Listen to what a former Raila Odinga supporter, Fanya Mambo Kinuthia, had to say about this.
If you think the voter is never wrong, they gave us William Ruto for president. Now you know that voters are wrong. We even had a pastor on that ballot called Mwaure. I wish they even voted for him. So all I'm saying, there was a time when Mother Karua...
Or we even had Wajakoya.
Even Wajakoya, afadhali hata tungekuwa tunauza hizo vitu za fisi. So Mother Karua had vied at some point, and I hear she's vying right now.
Yeah, she said she won't deputize anyone.
Yes, and she's had a good track record. She's one person I am yet to hear scandals. Will Kenyans vote for her? So that's why I tell you many times, Kenyans are wrong.
So we stop, voters, please stop being emotional and get yourself to vote with the brain, not the heart, yeah? Because the heart is emotion.
Kenyans, are you not tired with the daily corruption that is taking place in the Republic of Kenya. Are you not tired? Even banks have had to play some dirty games. Imagine working hard for years, saving money for future investments. Then one day you decide to go and check your bank account balance and you find there's nothing, 0 shillings, and the bank tells you that there is no money. What will you do? Just listen to this.
Hiko maajabu inafanyika Kenya. Sijui ni mimi peke yangu ama watu wote. Nilifanya kazi kwa bidii. Nimetafuta pesa yangu. Nimeweka pesa kwa bank. Maajabu, nimeenda kwa bank mara 4. Wananiambia mimi hakuna pesa. At bank hawana cash. Jamani, kunaendelea nini? Tangu nisaliwe sijawahi kusikia bank wamekosa pesa. Juzi ndio nimeenda sasa kutafuta pesa yangu, naambiwa bank hawana pesa. Sitaki kutaja ni benki gani hiyo. Na wameniambia bank hawana pesa. Maajabu si maajabu hiyo. Sijui nipeleke bank kotini, sijui nifanye nini, kwa sababu pesa yangu nilifanya ni jasho yangu nimeweka kwa bank. Ninataka hiyo pesa kutumia, naambiwa bank haina pesa. Sijui nitafanyaje.
And that's not all Kenyans. Even some banks have threatened to auction the affordable houses that have already been sold to Kenyans. And I'm just asking myself, is this really affordable housing in Kenya? Just take a look.
A local bank has threatened to auction the Pangani affordable housing project, where some Kenyans have already bought units. And you probably have seen a project that is being constructed that is known as Jevanji Estate, what used to be county houses there. But the land was later taken over by a developer for purposes of building affordable houses, where construction is currently ongoing. Now, there's a dilemma because once the developer started building the new houses, the title of the 8.9 acre piece of land was transferred to a special purpose vehicle where the developer would own the majority share and the Nairobi County government will get a 20% valuation. The developer was even allowed to take a loan against that piece of land. It's public land, because he needed the money to build the houses, which were then to be sold to Kenyans at a later time. He got a loan from a local bank that was about 1.9 billion. The land was valued at about 1.8 billion. And now the developer has defaulted on that loan. And the Nairobi County government now is claiming that the land, which originally belonged to the county, was greatly undervalued. That is to say, if you take 1.8 billion by about 8.9 acres, you will say each acre was being valued at about 200 million. These houses were under the affordable housing program by the government, but the bank says if the developer does not pay up, they'll have to auction the entire project to recover their money, because the collateral given to them is the title deed of the land. And even if the county is disputing the process, the title is already held as collateral for this piece of land. There are also other issues where there are claims that the developer is already using the piece of land for other activities unrelated to the affordable housing project.
To be honest, Kenyans, we cannot continue to be ruled like this by sick people, mad people, liars, thieves, and criminals. Like, enough is enough. Just take a look at how a fearless activist by the name of Julius Kamau injecting.
We cannot continue to be ruled like this. Being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals. These are the people who are in power in Kenya, in Africa. That is the situation we are living in. That is kind of life we are living in. That's why people are dying and nobody cares. Poor people are suffering, nobody cares. So I don't know what's the role of the government. I don't know. I want to know today, what's the role of the government? To protect the people or to kill the people? Or to make the people suffer? I think we have failed our people. The government has failed. Everybody has failed. We have also failed ourselves. I don't know. My concerns will not allow me to keep silent. And at any time, at any moment. I don't know whether this is going to come up anywhere, but we must have this debate. We must have this conversation. We cannot continue living in fear. I see a lot of fear in this country. A lot of fear in the courts. Just yesterday we saw a magistrate who was shot by a police officer. I want to speak, my dear friends. I want to speak because when you try to tell me to keep silent. My heart is burning. You know, it's burning because of this country. Because for 60 years, we have been living like we are not human beings, like we are half human beings. We are considered like children of a lesser God. Now, this cannot continue. It cannot continue in any way. We are ruled by a minority that does not care for the interests of the majority. Politicians are liars and thieves.
As injustices, crime and corruption is taking place in the country, your politicians who you voted for are busy having a good time. Take a look at these members of parliament playing in Naivasha.
Umedanganywa na Gen Z.
Unaruka hiyo hiyo ulikuwa umeweka kitu.
The Kenyan people are being frustrated each and every day, to the point even where comedians have also decided to use their platforms and their voices to speak out and be vocal. Just take a look.
I'm actually very excited because Ruto got haircut in Isiolo. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. Do you know how shitty of a person you have to be haircut by people in Isiolo? Like, people in Isiolo still think Kibaki is the president, but they know Ruto must go. Like, how bad can you be as a person? You know, like, what do you know about Isiolo, sir? Exactly, but they know.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
You cannot continue to be ruled like this. Being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals.
They're coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From crime increase in Kenya to school children forced to risk, where is taxpayers' money?
Kenyans, aren't you tired of your money being taken advantage of?
Mental health and employment among the youths.
Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs.
They're coming for you.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa, so mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, dear Kenyans, are you not tired of corruption? Are you not tired of being lied to each and every day by the politicians, by the leaders that you voted for? Are you not tired? Aren't you not tired of your money being taken advantage of by the same taxes that you're paying to your government? Are you not tired, Kenyans? Like you work hard each and every day, but there's nothing to show for it. Just listen to what Charlotte had to say about this.
So recently, the Kenyan Treasury has actually asked for a supplementary budget for 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Have you heard that right? 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Now, the biggest stakeholder of this 88 billion being asked by the Treasury is State House, which is going to take 3.1 billion Kenyan shillings. And in the 3.1, 1.3, Nilea, it has not been discussed. So anyone who has that 1.3 can buy a helicopter, can buy land, can just do whatever they want, and it won't be recorded in any history book ever. Out of the 88 billion Kenyan shillings, I want you to listen carefully how your money that you're paying every single month is deducted. Office of the Deputy President is going to receive 400 million Kenyan shillings. You think tumemaliza hapo? No, we're just getting started. The second one, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, is receiving 132 million Kenyan shillings. Bro, this is crazy. This money is sorting out salaries and it's sorting out vehicle maintenance. Vehicle maintenance, guys. Unafikiria nimemalizana? I'm just starting. The craziest thing is this. Deep breaths. There is an office of retired leaders that is being created. Guess who's there? Former President Uhuru Kenyatta is receiving 23 million Kenyan shillings. Raila, the Great, is receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. And then there's a vice president who is not said will also be receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. Office of the retired leaders. Can you imagine the audacity of a nation that is saying we were reducing expenditure is actually creating an office of retired leaders? Hatujachoka? We're not tired? Hamjachoka for real, hamjachoka?
In Masinga sub-county, Machakos, the community, the people there are outraged at their leaders for ignoring their pleas for a bridge, blaming Governor Vivian Ndeti, Member of Parliament Joshua Muyalo, and MCA Joshua Mwonga for inaction. Despite clear evidence of children's daily danger, no action has been taken and the residents demand urgent solution. Kenyans, just take a look at how these children are risking their lives daily to go to school and back home. The Nairobi City Council, also known as the Kanjos, they are currently walking with goons in the streets, covering their faces and harassing Kenyans. They have roughed up a pregnant lady who was selling tomatoes in the streets, to the point where they are pulling her legs side by side as if they want to tear her up. And I'm just wondering, Governor Johnson Sakaja, is this the best way to bring law and order in Nairobi CBD? Kenyans, just take a look.
Because na record. Anashika kamera. Acha kunishika. I'm recording. Anashika kamera. I'm recording. For purpose. For purpose. Wacha tu record. Wacha ni record video. Let me record. Wacha ni record. Wacha ni record. Na record.
And that's not all. Just recently, a woman, she fought desperately for the release of her child. After her child, she was locked up in a Kanjo's car together with her stock. Kenyans, do you remember this? While Kenyans are being frustrated each and every day just because they simply want to put food on the table, there's also high rise of mental health issues and unemployment among the youths. Kioti Sonko, also known as Mabe Mabonga, who is vying for Kimilili constituency member of parliament, he went on to address this issue, and this is what he said.
In electrical and electronic engineering, then coming out here, my friends, kutamak, left, right and center, hakuna job. And of course, as a young person, when you umepita 18 years and 18 years age, I think the government inasema you are a citizen, yeah? So as a citizen, an adult, I mean, as an adult, you don't expect yourself to depend on parents. And so what you want to depend on ni mambo ya job. Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs. So you find out, just a minute. So you find out that hata ukipata job, like now for instance, those guys who are doing the interns in the health sector, my friends, there is other day tuliona wakilala hapo nje ya ofisi ya the CS. So you find out that even as much as you get that job, hata still bado that government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa. So mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Because of these mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, we have seen a high rise of depression and anxiety. And to be honest, some youths, some graduates, they end up unaliving themselves, Kenyans. Like we all know that the graduates, the Kenyan people, the young people in this country, they're highly educated, very smart, very intelligent, very innovative, and if given work, they will do it professionally. Now, I was just sad to see this video of graduates, but life is taking a toll on them. Just take a look. As much as we are talking about mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, even those same universities that those unemployed graduates have graduated from, there's high level of corruption, looting each and every day. Like nowhere is safe in this country. Just take a look at this.
This is a rallying call to the President, to the Public Service Commission, to the Ministry of Education, Parliament, and all stakeholders of goodwill. The University of Nairobi, as we know it, is dying. That is the truth. And we say this not to create panic or gin up unnecessary attention, but out of our care as WASU for this great national strategic institution. University of Nairobi has been hijacked by buccaneers, and it is now a theater of intrigue, mendacity, with the most toxic work environment ever witnessed before. As a rule, WASU stands only by the truth, by justice, and above all by the motto of the university, United et Labore, unity and work. Councils, chancellors, they come and go, and we have seen them. They come and go, but they leave the staff behind. And the staff only have the University of Nairobi to fall back to. It is that staff, it is the students and the parents who will suffer irreparable damage if this university is allowed to go down. And we fear that if nothing is done, the University of Nairobi as we know it is dying.
We all do remember how Moi University was looted to nothing because of high levels of corruption. And I'm just wondering, what the hell is going on in these universities?
We have seen Moi University being strangled to death in our eyes. Public universities must get the protection they need. We are calling government to protect the University of Nairobi. It's a national asset that the public has invested for so long. We cannot allow it just to collapse. The chancellor prescribes and says, I do have my office on main campus to support the management of it. That is not his role and mandate. The mandate of the chancellor is found in the Universities Act. If you go to Article 38, it will tell you what is supposed. It's a titular head of the university. It's not supposed to engage in day-to-day running of the university. Secondly, what he's trying to do is actually going to yield the opposite, weakening the management of the university. Now we have 3 centers of power. At the University of Nairobi, we have the council, saber rattling from one side, we have the VC, we have the chancellor. It is so confusing. These people are weakening the management of the university in order to loot and plunder. They say it very clearly.
Because of high levels of corruption, unemployment, which is causing depression, stress, anxiety, and mental health issues among the youths in this country, among the Kenyan people, crime is also becoming rampant. In Meru, a student from the Kenya Methodist University was attacked and sustained serious injuries. And this was the second attack in just 2 weeks, where a female student was also attacked and injured. Protests are being planned, but the student council is trying to sabotage them. Kenyans, just take a look at this shocking CCTV footage. Are you not tired, Kenyans? Are you not tired of talking about corruption each and every day? Because of corruption, even our own military, they are not spared. They are using equipments I don't know from which century, while other countries are using modern technologies to protect their countries and to fight wars. Just listen to what Senator Kajwang had to say about this.
We are spending only 1% of our GDP on the military. And yet we are seeing guns pointed at Kenya from all corners. We are seeing drones pointed at Kenya from all corners. Mr. Speaker, the war in Syria has confirmed that your enemy does not need to be your neighbor. That Turkey can hammer Syria from wherever they are. That even Kenya can be hammered from Yemen. Kenya can be hammered from the UAE. This is a time for us to ask ourselves, is our military getting the right budgetary allocation? And are they making the right decisions with those budgets? Mr. Speaker, every time we go for a public holiday, we see those jets flying past. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, since I was a little child, it is the same jets I've been seeing flying past. I wonder if there was a serious strife or any battle between Kenya and a neighboring state, whether those jets will be airworthy or whether they'll be able to go and attack the enemy. We must have that conversation. This idea of saying that the military is a closed black box that we cannot talk about, if we have a weak military, no one is going to give us respect. You have seen instances where in the old saying that the tail can wag a dog. You are seeing a tiny country, and I'm not going to mention names, a tiny country being able to ambush, attack, invade, and overthrow the president of another country which is 100 times its size. Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation we must have.
Another corruption scandal is taking place in front of our eyes, Kenyans, where a contractor was paid 80 million shillings to construct Kamarin Stadium. But when you go there, there's nothing to see, there's nothing to show for it. And the same contractor is being added another 100 million this year, Kenyans, this year. And I'm just wondering, where are we heading to as a country? Just take a look at this. While mental health issues and unemployment is on the rise in the Republic of Kenya, some politicians are enjoying life. They are shopping life to the fullest. Recently, Millicent Omanga has given herself an Audi RSQ8. And I'm just wondering, is this the taxpayers' money? When Raila Amolo Odinga lost the African Union Commission chairmanship to Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf, Kenyans celebrated. Many Kenyans were happy. And let me tell you, in fact, Kenyans were supporting Mohamed Ali Yusuf to win the AU seat. And why is that? Just listen to this.
Raila losing is the best thing that could have happened when it comes to Kenyan politics. We are literally saying no when it comes to all despots. When it comes to people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics, just taking advantage of people, taking advantage of the economy, taking advantage of people's deaths, taking advantage of people being kidnapped and abducted, and screwing people over just so that they can get money and so that they can stay at the helm of power. Those times are gone. I mean, the Uhurus, the Matiangis, the Rutos, the Kalonzos, the Mudavadis, all these people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics doing nothing should not get any political power, even outside the country. Did you people see the entourage that the winner, the guy from Djibouti, actually went with, and the entourage that Raila went with? Raila went with more, I think more than 30 people, because I saw a list. Because why was Karenyamu there? Ati Kasmuel? So walienda kufanya nini? Were they needed? Was it necessary? And these people were funded by taxpayers' money. All those people who got on that plane to go and see Raila losing was funded on taxpayers' money.
And even those Kenyans who were supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship, they were highly disappointed. And this is what the ground was saying. Take a look.
Nimesikia watu wakisema eti Ruto amesimama na baba, amesimama na baba. Ruto amesimama na baba kwa hii muda tu mfupi. Sijui, I don't know how many months. Na ame lose. Kalonzo amesimama na baba for how long? For how many years? They have been losing. So the outcome is still the same. Kalonzo and Ruto are still the same. They have no effect on Baba. So you can't come here and tell us that Ruto has stood with Baba for this UCC so that Ruto is going to be elected for 10 years. It does not make sense. So Baba should be fair. The propaganda they are coming with that Ruto stood with Baba for this UCC does not make sense as compared to how Kalonzo stood with Baba.
What we can request Baba to do once he lands back to Kenya, he should put down the political pressure down by coming, declaring somebody to take the wheel of the role he was playing. I don't expect Baba to come back again to challenge the people at his Mara, oh, vijana, nini. He should take a neutral stand by the time he's getting back to the country, since he has failed us. He has really disappointed me. And not only me, plus other people who are supporting Baba. You've really failed us.
To be honest, the ground is becoming hostile and the pressure is increasing day by day. And the people of Kenya are tired. The people are tired of these politicians, corruptions, and unemployment, mental health issues, crime, and so much more. Just listen to this.
Someone is saying that Raila should not be touched. This is the first person that should go home. Raila worked with Moi, he worked with Kibaki, he worked with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. As per now, he's the pocket of William Samoei Ruto. He's the same person who suspended Ruto in 2008 when Ruto was in the Ministry of Agriculture and he sold 7 billion. Raila suspended him. He didn't return those money. As per now, they're working together. Kenya cannot even be redeemed by Raila Amolo Odinga. Kenya cannot be redeemed by William Samoei Ruto because he has messed. Kenya cannot be redeemed with the Rigathi Gachagua and the likes. Yes. We as Genesis, we have 16 million votes and we are not afraid. I want to tell you for free, we are coming one-on-one to meet these people. Bro, coming 2027, this guy used churches in 2022. He gave pastors something small. He gave them some sweets. Pastors gave him and campaigned for him in churches. He came to Mama Mboga. He knew Mama Mboga is having votes because he's having customers. Can lure for them some small fish, some omena. By 2027, Gen Z have a candidate which is going to meet William Samoei Ruto. But these cocoons, they are gathering together. Nothing.
And the question of the day is, Kenyans, do you think that William Samoei Ruto is trying to use tribalism to win the coming election, to win the next election? Just listen to what our brother had to say about this.
Ruto ameanza kuleta ukabila Kenya. Now that is the scorecard that he is planning to use to win elections. Of course, he ameweza kudivide communities. He has been able to bring animosity amongst two communities in Kenya. Kikuyu versus Somalis, Kikuyus versus the Luos. Na amesucceed kuleta shida kwa Wasomali kuchukia wa Kikuyu. Isipokuwa hao hapa Isiolo Mount Kenya. Wale wengine wa Garissa na Mandera wameambiwa kwao huwa kunakosa kunyesha kwa sababu ya Wakikuyu. Na hiyo jua ambayo inawa-affect ni Wakikuyu wanaleta. Wakikuyu wakiondoka kwa serikali for 200 years kutanyesha kila siku. Hiyo haiwezi nishtua kwa sababu wa Somali is a special community, kuelewa ni ngumu. Ile imenishida kuelewa ni ya Wajaluo. A community that has professors, doctors. A community that speak English as if it's their native language. Wamedanganywa Wakikuyu kukosa kupiga kura Addis Ababa ndio imefanya baba ashidwe. A community that has been eating fish omega 3 kwa akili wako na omega 3 ya kutosha ya kufikiria. Wamedanganywa kama watoto. Initially, Ruto alijaribu kudivide Mount Kenya. Akajaribu counties, planting kingpins, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, ikashindikana. Akaenda kuleta regional problems, Mount Kenya East, wa Meru, wa Embu, wa Kikuyu, ikashindikana. Rigathi Gachagua akakuwa sacrificial lamb. Akajaribu kuleta shida kati ya Wakamba na Wakikuyu, akaleta Motuse. Wakikuyu wakaona ni ujiga huo, hawezi tukia Wakamba kwa sababu ya Motuse. Ikashindikana. Akaenda kwa Wabaluya, naye Rigathi Gachagua dakika 2 akamaliza hiyo na Musagarire. Wabaluya wakarudi line proper. Sasa anajaribu sasa kuleta Wakisii against Kikuyus. Na hiyo itashindikana kwa sababu Wakikuyu na Wakisii share a common origin. Iko damu inatushikanisha na huwezi wagawanisha. Tunaweza kuwa tumegawanya na milima na mabonde, lakini huwezi gawanyisha. Asa tena ataenda kwa Masai. Na wa Masai wanajua vizuri, we share a very long history with them. Kwa hivyo pia hiyo itashindikana. Gogoyo utusaidie huko. Ile ingine ni ya Wakalenjin versus Kikuyus. Atamaliza na hiyo. Lakini wa Kipsigis wamekataa kabisa. Wa Kipsigis, they are educated people, wanaona bele. Wanaona huyu mtu ndiye akona shida. And I'm telling Ruto, this is the end. Hakuna community ingine, tosheka na Waluo na Wasomali sasa. Hakuna ingine utajaribu kudivide na sisi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa. So mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
They're coming for you.
From Marvin Mabonga alias Keuti Sonko visit Bungoma County.
Ndio nimefika Bungoma. I'm trying to do my ground mobilization for Friday.
To bodaboda riders complain of pathetic roads.
Hapa Romima tunateseka kwa sababu ya njia. Wasangalo kwenda mpaka Kakamega.
Where is 25 million for Bungoma beautification?
So jamaa, hizi maua za 25 million Bungoma County. Naonyesha tu ni kwa ndugu yangu kule.
Ground mobilization ahead of civic education.
Hii mkutano tunaanza saa 8 na tungeomba vijana wote wenye mko Bungoma County na mnaweza fika Lechante Kimilili saa hizi.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. In the past few days, Marvin Mabonga was in Bungoma County injecting, doing some ground mobilization, also civic education. And on top of that, he went on to show us the current situation in Bungoma County. And to be honest, those leaders, elected leaders of Bungoma County, they should be ashamed of themselves because Bungoma is in a very pathetic condition. And today I'm going to be showing you guys and sharing with you guys the journey of Keuti Sonko, Marvin Mabonga in Bungoma County. As we prepare to celebrate Mashujaa Day, to celebrate our fallen soldiers, this image that you see here, this was Willie, who was shot dead, a Gen Z who was shot dead during the protest. May his soul rest in eternal peace. After a long journey, Marvin Mabonga, Keuti Sonko arrives in Bungoma County, and the first thing he did is to do some ground civic education, which has also brought a huge impact since the protest started. Later on, he decided to move around Bungoma County and just see how this city is, this county is. And let me tell you, he was shocked when he found himself at the Bokoli Kimilili Bungoma Road. And let me tell you, every financial year, my people, listen very carefully. Every financial year, 1.3 billion is poured into and allocated to the construction and maintenance of roads in your county. Did you know that? Take a look at how your votes are making changes in Bungoma County.
It connects almost 4 constituencies in Bungoma County. And as you can see, this is the nature of the road. Remember, in Bungoma County, this is a county where the budget allocation for the road and for road construction and maintenance every financial year in 1.3 billion. But just look at the state of the road. So this road has been in this state for the last 8 years, because the last time it was constructed, kulikuwa na president anaitwa Kibaki ndio aliconstruct njia in 2008. So for the last 8 years, njia imekuwa hivi, na it was allocated 350 million. Remember, this is the county where our speaker of the National Assembly anaitwa Wetangula anatoka. Yeah? Just look. Na tunaambiwa sijui nyinyi watu wa Western huko mlipewa 30%. Nashangaa 30% ilikuwa ionyeshe hizi njia venye zinakaa hivi. But just look. Hapa hakuna. Nini upuzi hii tuko nayo huko, alafu you guys want us to listen to you as you are our leaders. Hadi huko juu mahali mnaona huko mbele, the road inakaa hivyo. Njia haziwezi kaa hivi. Alafu you as a governor, you are going to use 25 million kununua maua sijui ati za Madaraka Day. Unachukua 110,000 kununua wheelbarrow, a piece of a wheelbarrow, lakini njia zinakaa hivi. Governor Lusaka kindly, it's not even a kind request. I want to demand that this road should be constructed very, very soon.
So, the people of Bungoma County, it seems like your votes are working for you like expected. Am I right? Let's move on. Did you know that the President of Kenya has an airport? Not just an airport, but an international airport in Bungoma County. And it's called William Ruto International Airport. This facility costed the taxpayers' money 139 million Kenyan shillings. But when you go there, there's nothing. No construction is going on. There's no security, no fence. It's just emptiness. Take a look at this video.
tumefika hapa Matulo William Ruto Airport, International Airport, yeah? And this facility was constructed juzi na the president launched. This facility will cost 139 million, yeah? And so nimekuja hapa, in fact nataka kupanda ndege na I can see kuna offices za KAA. Kuja nionyeshe ofisi zetu za KAA Bungoma. Hizi hapa ofisi za KAA Bungoma za 139 million, yeah? Hii ni ya KAA. Huku ndani unaona ni kama hao jamaa wamefunga. Hapa ndio kwa nyumba ya security wa KAA. Hapa ni kwa security officer wa KAA.
Na security mwenyewe
kama security hayuko. Mbona vile kuna
ameenda wapi?
Ndio hii fence yetu. Mtu akisimama huku ni nje, alafu huko ni ndani. So mtu akiwa huku nje hizi access huko ndani. You can see 139 million Kenyan shillings. Hii ni runway. Sijui kama mnaiona. Alafu kuna hizi ndege zina, you can see. Guys, this facility to cost 139 million. Fence haiko, hakuna hata waya ijaekwa. Wameka tu hizo maposti hapo. Alafu walisema inakuwa launched. Huku ni ndudi zinapita tu. So this facility venye mnaona, I don't think it's on the standard ya kuitwa hata airstrip.
It seems like the people of Bungoma County, they're really enjoying life. Even they have an international airport. My lord, I wonder. Like, tell us in the comments down below if you're coming from Bungoma County, where you'll be flying to in your next vacation, just like our president who flies all the time. After Marvin Mabonga, Ketri Sonko finishes to book his flight at the William Ruto International Airport. He flies all the way to Matisi Horticultural Collection Center. And let me tell you, this facility was meant to collect horticultural produce. So the people of Bungoma, if you voted for the right people, for the right leaders, this facility will have created so many job opportunities for you guys. Take a look at this video, man. This is so sad.
I'm here at Matisi Horticulture Collection Center. Hii ni center yenye agricultural produce zinakuwa collected hapa. Ndio zipelekwe pale airport. I hope umeona airport nimeonyesha, zipelekwe pale airport Matulo. Alafu wazipeleke zikuwe exported. So nataka nionyeshe venye hii facility inakaa. And twende, niko na friend wangu hapa. Anatoka hii place. Sijui unaweza tuambia ukielezea venye huko kunakaa bana before tuingie huko ndani.
Huku vile wameona hii kitu ilitengenezwa enzi ya Lusaka vile alikuwa first governor akiingia kwa kiti. Na kuna pesa zikawekwa hapa, wakaambia wananchi waanze kutengeneza mambo ya agriculture, wapande viazi, wapande mioko, itakuwa inaletwa hapa. Kuna baadhi ya watu walipanda, lakini hizo vitu hazikuwahi ingia hapa, zikaharibika hivyo. Na hata kuna shamba lingine lilinunuliwa kule Mahanga kwa wodi ya Bokoli. Kuna ile ilifaa ifanywe agriculture, mpaka wa leo hatujaona hii miradi ikiendelea.
Huku ni Matisi. Meka nduma, meka avocado, wana tu venye kunakaa huku ndani. This facility will cost taxpayers money. Venye zinakaa. And I'm sure hapa kulikuwa na milango, si ndio?
Angalia milango hivi.
Hapa milango ni kazi imeibiwa zote. Okay. Lakini angalia huko ndani venye kunakaa. So hapa ndio Horticultural Center ya Bungoma County, Matisi. Mahali tunaleta agricultural produce. Ndio. Jama wetu wa Bungoma bwana. Mimi nashangaa huku kwetu tunakaa aje hivi. Kama mnaona project kama hizi, wameka hapa millions of money za taxpayers, yeah? Every financial year. Alafu kunakaa hivi. And I'm even surprised that hapa kando ni kwa boma ya MP wa huko anaitwa Dan Wanyama, ni jirani hapa.
Ofisi yake.
And this place inakaa, I mean the office ya MP, ya Member of Parliament. So mimi nashangaa si kama vijana wa Bungoma surely kama project kama hizi zetu zenye nafasi tunufaisha zinakaa hivi na county iko Governor Lusaka, honestly what are we doing as a county, because this is ini kazi gani honestly.
It looks like the people of Bungoma County, they will only be collecting air for the moment. So my Bungoma people, the question of today is, what is beauty? What is the meaning of beauty? Beauty is a combination of qualities such as form, shape, or color that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. While Mavin Mabonga was moving around and showing us how Bungoma town looks like, he could not help it but show us how 25 million shillings was spent to beautify the county. Take a look at what how your money, your taxpayers' money, was spent by your Governor Kenneth Lusaka.
So jamaa, hizi maua za 25 million Bungoma County.
It seems like the 25 million really did a good job, really did wonders in Bungoma town. So if the Bungoma people consider this and see this as beauty, then it is high time to visit an ophthalmologist, a doctor who is specialized and knows all about the eyes. While Ketri Sonko, Mavin Mabonga, was moving around Bungoma County, he suddenly got a headache because of the development disappointments that he was seeing all over. And he got a headache because of this. So he went to the Kabula District Hospital for checkup. While he was receiving his medical checkup, a Gen Z approached him. And this Gen Z decided to share his story with Ketri Sonko. And this is how things unfolded. Listen to this.
Tumefika hapa tunaitwa Kabula Talitia District Hospital in Kabula constituency in Bungoma County. Naona hii is a CDF project. Iliambiwa this facility haikuwa na dawa, na so hata saizi hakuna activity inaendelea hapa. Hospitali imefungwa kidogo for some renovation, but then luckily nilipata clinical officer hapa, na tumetaka kusikia kutoka kwake tu how the clinical officers huku interior, actually huku ni interior sana from Bungoma town, tuone how they work huku.
Mimi ni clinical officer Printon. We were expected to report for internship due July, lakini zile pilika za the former CS for help akatupeleka nje ndani. Sasa tuko kwa mataa, so tunatafuta tu way out kwa dispensaries, clinics, at least tujisort, sababu comrade huwezi kaa bila kujisort. So hapo hospitali ukienda kuuliza vacancy ni kidogo. Why? Because hakuna infrastructure ya hospitali, madawa hakuna, then instruments kitu ya kufanya hakuna. So tunakaa tu, tuko tu mtaani kulima jembe na hizo vitu zingine. So we appeal to you guys that let this go viral, kwamba actually what is happening on ground hakuna kitu. Ni sisi wenyewe tuko ground to happen. So if you can communicate to the ministry yenye inahusika, at least utakuwa helped.
So when Mavin Mabonga, Ketri Sonko, realized that even in Kabula District Hospital, it does not have medicines, he decided to continue his journey. So by Bungoma people, Mulembe, Ovolasi, Mulimoyo, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? At this point, you should be mad enough and angry enough to go and stage a protest even right now as you watch this video. So when Mavin Mabonga was moving around in Bungoma County, he met these boda riders at the Sangalo Kakamega Road, and they were very angry and mad at the government for its failure to construct good roads for them. Roads that the projects that were launched decades ago have not even finished, but not even started. Take a look at this video.
Hii kaunti yangu, na nimekuja hapa kwa njia inatoka kwa main road ya kwenda Mumias. Kuna hii junction nje inaenda Kakamega. Ni Sangalo, inapita Sangalo hivi. So hii njia jamaa waliweka hapa pesa inafaa ikuwe na lami. Angalia hapa kwa hiyo board. Angalia hapa hata ilishafutika, hakuna contractor kwa njia. But now tukapa, najua kuna kelele huko nyuma. Tukapa na wazee wa bodaboda hapa kwa stage. Nataka mwasikize tu wanasema aje kuhusu hii njia. Ongeza sasa. Kama sisi wazee bodaboda hapa Romima tunateseka kwa sababu ya hii njia ya Sangalo kwenda mpaka Kakamega. Kakamega. Ukifika hapa kwa daraja zote zinataka kuanguka ndani. Sasa tunaomba bana kutengenezea hii njia. Hayo. Sawa. Ongeleze. Hii barabara ya Sangara hii sisi kama bodaboda wa Roma State tumehangaika sana kwa muda mrefu. Naomba serikali tusaidie barabara tutengeneze. Sisi watu wengine tunaenda nyumbani bila chochote kwa mfuko ya barabara. Sisi hakika ya barabara serikali itengeneze hii barabara. Ni hayo.
So after the bodaboda riders finished to share their views and their disappointments against the government and its bad governance, it was time for Keuti Sonko to go and prepare for the main day, to prepare for the town hall civic education which happened at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili. And this is what Marvin Mabonga had to say. Listen to this.
So this is our venue that we have planned. Tomorrow we'll be having a town hall civic education, and you can see that the hall is already set. Ni bado tu system iletwe, najua tutaiweka hapo, then we see how we are going to educate ourselves on matters good governance, on matters corruption, to encourage our fellow youth to ensure that they have the national IDs and they take their voting cards. So kama uko Kimilili and the environs, kama unatoka Mount Elgon, kama unatoka Chwele, Bungoma town, this Bungoma county, kuja. Tuko set, viti zimewekwa, inakaa viti za president bwana, yeah? So the hall is too big actually. Viti zingine bado zinapangwa. So we are ready for tomorrow for civic education town hall in Bungoma County.
While Keuti Sonko and his team were still preparing for the main day, there was still some ground mobilization and also ground civic education. And also there was still ongoing preparation at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili. Even sound systems were being installed by these young and strong men. After everything was set at the La Gente Hotel in Kimilili, Bungoma, now that day, the day that everybody has been waiting for, finally arrived. And this is what a serious, dedicated and fearless Gen Z, Marvin Mabonga, had to say.
So leo tuko hapa Lechante kwa mkutano ya vijana ya civic education Bungoma County, na tayari tushaanza kuona vijana wameanza kuingia. Tuko na vijana kutoka Mount Elgon, tuko na vijana kutoka Tongaren, tuko na vijana wametoka Webuye West, wengine wametoka huko Chwele, ya? Na bado hapa wa Kimilili pia wanaanza kuingia mmoja polepole. Sasa hii mkutano tunaanza saa 8 na tungeomba vijana wote, ya, wenye mko Bungoma County na mnaweza fika Lechante Kimilili saa hizi, mkiweze kuja tujumuike pamoja tukiweze kuzungumza mambo kuhusu vijana.
Okay, mimi naitwa Albert, ni mkaji hapa Kimilili. Pia nimejiunga pamoja na vijana ambao wamekuja hapa sababu masuala ambayo yanaenda kusungumuzwa ni masuala ambayo ni ya muhimu ambayo wengi hawayajui, lakini wakati tumekuja wote hapa hivi wengine tutapata mwanga kutokana na mafundisho ambayo tunaenda kupata.
Kwa majina naitwa John Poka Kichana, na mimi mwito wangu kuja hapa hivi nimekuja kujifunza kitu moja, na hiyo kitu ni kutuhusu sisi vijana wadogo. Najua kuna vijana wengi hawaelewi hii maneno yanaendelea hapa ni maneno gani. Sisi tunawakaribisha mkuje muelewe maneno hika hapa hivi. Ni mafunzo mzuri sana vijana.
Basi kwa twende aje tusukume bana. Wewe mabosi wote tuingie bana.
Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the town hall civic education that happened and took place at the Kimilili La Gente Hotel, it was a success. Very, very successful. So many young people came out, the people of Bungoma came out and they spoke up. They raised their voices and they had very, very good points. Like people were seriously injecting. This shows you that the young people and the people of Kenya, they have a vision, mission, and the future for this country. But the only thing that is taking our people behind is the bad governance and the corrupt leaders. They say this and they do that. They promise you this, but they do that. I personally was there. I listened to the town hall civic education through the Keuti Sonko Twitter space. And let me tell you, people are injecting.
Na ili hali kuna vijana wetu wanatumiwa vibaya na wanasiasa. Sisi kwa barabara, tuko kwa barabara tunafanya maandamano yetu in peace. Vijana wanatokea huko wanaharibu vitu za watu. Wanatuambia sisi kama Gen Z jina, umeona? Lakini nataka kuambia vijana wenzetu, tunataka tusimame kidete, tuwe kitu kimoja. Kitu yote kifanyika, wacha tuwe kitu kimoja, tutoke nje, tukue kitu kimoja na tupige kelele kama vijana. Umeona? Msiona Timkobe amesimama huko nje, msichana kama mimi peke yangu niko kwa barabara na beba sufuria. Sijui nani aliona hiyo clip ya sufuria. I was the one. Ngoja tuseme tu Bungoma County. Nilikuwa mimi mwanamke peke yake kwa barabara na sufuria. Umeona? Ikakuja paka ya finance bill. Nika act the same but tuliwin.
After the town hall civic education finished, Marvin Mabonga decided to continue injecting, and he went all the way to Tongaren constituency, where during the town hall civic education, one of the residents revealed that there was no electricity and also the roads were in very, very bad conditions. Take a look.
So guys, hii ndio barabara ya kuenda kwa MP wa Tongaren. Anajiita John Chikati. Na mnaona huku, I hope mnaona stima imejaa huku. Hata saa hizi lights ziko kwa wingi, yeah? So guys, honestly huku hakuna stima. Angalia barabara. Huku ni Bungoma County. Angalia barabara venye inakaa. Inaenda kwa mheshimiwa barabara John Chikati. Yeah. So leo in that town hall for Bungoma County Civic Education, kuna jamaa alisema inafaa tukuje huku kwao tuone barabara venye inakaa. And because we want to come back to Nairobi and attend that Mashujaa Day at Uhuru Park, tulisema ni must tufike huku kwa mheshimiwa tuone. The guy told us huku hakuna stima na huku barabara ni mbovu. And honestly barabara hii ndio main road ya kuingia kwa John Chikati, the MP wa Tongaren. So wacha tuende tu pole pole, alafu tuone kwake kwa boma stima kama iko ama hakuna, because mimi sijaona any electric post huko hakuna honestly. Ndio hii njia tu ya kwenda kwa mheshimiwa.
Look at the road.
Anajiita mheshimiwa John Chikati. Ndio hii njia.
Look at the road.
Ndio hii njia. Yes. Tunaenda pole pole tu alafu tukuonyesha hadi kwa.
Angalia fence venye imejengwa.
Kwake hapa ndio kwa John Chikati.
Angalia nyumba ilijengwa within a month. So
hapa ni kwa John Chikati. No, I hope unaona fence vizuri. Ndio hii fence yake. Hapa ni main gate ndio. Ama kuna main gate nyingine? Hii ndio main gate.
Yeah.
So Marvin Mabonga and his team decided to go to that area's MP, who is called John Chikati. And mind you that John Chikati's brother, that MP's brother, is also the MCA, and his name is Tim Chikati. Like you Bungoma people, you are only electing family members. And just, this is the outcome. This is the outcome. Take a look at how things unfolded.
So guys, I hope mmeona mahali tuko. Hapa ni kwa jamaa anaitwa John Chikati, the MP wa Tongaren. Na huko hakuna stima honestly. Hata mnaona tuna struggle sana kutumia torch ndio tuone. Hii ndio main gate kwake. Yenye kunakaa njia ni mbovu, hakuna stima, lakini jamaa wanakaa Nairobi kule Karen wakicheka huko wakifanya vituko zao, wanaingia parliament kukula pesa yetu tu ya bure. Tuko na Tongaren hapa bwana tuambie.
Huko ni home. Mimi nimesomea hapa Shikuku Primary. Nimelelewa huko. Shamba yetu imepakana tu na yao. Hapa it's just a water boundary. And this is the state, and it is very sad kwa sababu like 10 years later bado we are still living like tuko Stone Age. Tafadhali hii message ifikie relevant authorities. That is why we are trying to educate people that all sovereign power belongs to the people and it should be exercised accordingly.
Yes.
That is our message, na tuendelee kusukuma hiyo ujumbe.
Watu Tongaren bwana, hebu mdemand pesa zenu mnalipa tax, huko kuwekwe stima, barabara iundo, because this is a very bad picture to your constituency. Nyinyi mnaamka mapema kwenda kupiga kura, alafu kunakaa hivi. Angalieni kwa mheshimiwa wenu wenye kunakaa. Sijui kama unaweza kuonyesha huko. Nothing. There is nothing. Huko hakuna stima. Hata hatuoni, si ndio? Hatuwezi ona sawa.
After all that, the next day came, and it was time for Marvin Mabonga and his team to pack their bags and continue with their mission. On their way, they passed by the governor's home, the Bungoma County Governor, Governor Lusaka, and they were shocked to see that the governor's mother was being laid to rest, and she was being transported, the body was being transported using very expensive convoy, but the road they were using, it was poorly managed and poorly constructed. Take a look.
Nasimama, ndiye mwamba ni
The only question that I want to ask you today is, where are we heading to as a country? I'm going to be putting Marvin Mabonga's, Keuti Sonko's website link in the description down below. So make sure you go and check it out. So my Bungoma people, next time when you go to vote, vote wisely. Vote for the right people. Vote for the right leaders. Vote for young people who have a vision and a mission and a clear future for this country. Vindu vichenjanga. And if you want change, then people like Keuti Sonko, Marvin Mabonga, they will take this country to a different level. I have nothing much to say. I'm going to be putting Keuti Sonko's website link in the description down below. So make sure you go and check it out. Follow his social media handles for more information.
I'm Marvin Mabonga. I come from Kimilili constituency in Bungoma County. So Mr. President, before you go, I want to let you know that in your cabinet, currently we are having so many incompetent cabinet secretaries. For instance, let me give you an example of your friend, Kipchumba Murkomen. Kipchumba Murkomen did law. He has never been in any law firm in this country. He has never won any case. But currently, he's heading the Ministry for Road and Transport. My question is, between where is the conjunction between the Ministry of Transport and a lawyer? In that department, you should be putting there a person who has done even civil engineering, who knows so much about construction. Lastly, the Minister for Agriculture. That person, he even doesn't have a bachelor's. We all know this information. We have the government's website and we Google, we see this information. So Mr. President, if you are going to give us those people who are incompetent, then we are totally doomed. You know, when we elected you as the president, normally they say, you set a thief to catch a thief. But this time round, when we elected you, Mr. President, that you can help us now catch those people who are corrupt in this nation, you're just there laughing with them. Look at Oscar Sudi. He's flaunting with 20 million in a bag in a public forum. I'm even told that there is one of the cabinet minister who was caught in Dubai with 20 million cash, and you actually came through him, so he wasn't taken to a court somewhere or arrested. You know that, Mr. President.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Nairobi University on fire.
Hakuna kitu mbaya kama moto.
To Sunlight dismantled in Nairobi. Are Kenyans being held hostage?
Kenya has been held hostage. So I told you, one of the biggest implementations this New World Order agenda foresees.
Avia House occupied.
20 patients. We have walked all the way from Kenyatta Hospital, coming here for treatment.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Derry. Patients, some of them carrying infants, they stormed Afya House in Nairobi and they were protesting against the shift system glitches as hundreds of patients are still stranded Kenyans, are still stranded at Kenyatta National Hospital. And I'm just wondering, what is CS Deborah Baraza doing? Is she really working for the people? Just take a look at how things unfolded.
We are outside there waiting the gate. We are at the gate waiting. 20 patients. We have walked all the way from Kenyatta Hospital, coming here for treatment. From last week, Wednesday, the systems are not working. And I have come here to protest, to say that they are not working. There are patients in the ward who have been discharged and they have not been treated. This man has a child. Come sit here. He has come all the way from Kibwezi. Come and sit here. His child has swollen a coin. From yesterday, he has been waiting for the shot to work. It is not working. We have, ladies, please, if you want, you can come and join us down there. We have patients who are sitting out there waiting for that shot, and it is not working. They are not approving. We have walked all the way to NHIF. We have been told that they are unable to access the portal. We have been in Kenyatta waiting for that portal to open, and it is not opening, it is not working. Please be aware, it is not working.
Tunazungushwa tu, can we just get answers surely? Tunaumia. You think coming here tunaumwa, we have to get the courage ufike mpaka hapa.
Yani, Kenyans, you mean to tell me that we have been pushed the wall? The people of Kenya have been pushed the wall to the point where even patients have started activism so that they can access the system and hopefully get treatment. Like, where are we heading to as a country?
System of a downgraded healthcare service pushed sick people to storm into Afya House during a press briefing. A woman who had undergone CS 2 weeks back and developed complications said she couldn't get treatment because of the inner refusal workings of SHA.
I had CS done 2 weeks ago, and then there were some complications. Nikakuja Kenyatta again. Nothing is going to happen unless SHA approves.
GOK is currently offering Schrodinger's healthcare coverage. Many of the patients who don't get pre-authorized end up paying out of pocket or abandoning treatment, and with push coming to CS, having to show up at a press briefing to be listened to.
After patients and infants storming Afya House and protesting against the system glitch, the SHA system glitch, the SHA shift nonsense, CS Deborah Baraza, she came out and said this.
Now, today we have come just to assess the situation following the incidents and the concerns as well as grievances by Kenyans regarding the system interruption. And we acknowledge, yes, there was a system interruption, which is common with any system, as we can see, not only in Kenya, but globally. And so, having identified the system interruption, we've been able to first visit the labor ward as well as the maternity area. We have also seen the billing and discharge area in this facility. And we are happy to report that the system is up and running following great work. There was tireless and endless work among the technical team. I had instructed them to look at interventions to ensure that we don't have any kind of system interruption, have an alternative in case it do so happens. And we are happy to report to Kenyans that yes, we have an alternative system, and we have experienced and seen that there is no system interruption. The incidents occurred on the 14th and 15th up to 10 a.m. and the backlog has been sorted. Patients have again are receiving seamless services, and I want to assure Kenyans that health services will continue in the National Referral Hospital and other facilities, and will ensure that the services are seamless.
Since the protest started, to the point where even the Gen Zs, they stormed the parliament building and set it ablaze, Kenya has gained a lot of international attention. And the question is the international community watching? Are they taking notes? Are they seeing what is happening in the Kenyan politics? Just listen to what Cherina 254 had to say.
So I did a bit of reading on the ICC case that was, on President Ruto, and I just discovered that he was never acquitted. The court actually refused to acquit him, but the case was dismissed for lack of evidence. If I was President Ruto, I wouldn't let Kenya go where it's going, and I wouldn't let uncivilized, uneducated people like Sudi be talking the way they are talking, because Kenya is being watched. I live in the Netherlands and people are talking. and the ICC is watching Kenya. And one thing about a prosecutor, if he didn't catch you the first time, if he has an opportunity to catch you the second time, he's not going to rest. So for President Ruto, people are digging a grave for you. Don't let your loose dogs like Sudi be talking rubbish like that and polarizing the country before 2027. It's gonna be trouble for you.
Nairobi City County Chief Officer for Environment, Geoffrey Mosiria, together with his team, they went around at night in Nairobi City removing businesses' signages in the streets. But not so many business owners were happy with these actions. Some of them claiming that those businesses' signages are paid for and who will compensate them. Take a look at some of these scenes of Geoffrey Mosiria and his team removing businesses' signages in the streets.
These are the signage that block watu kupita. Na sasa pembeleza watu. Hii ni Sabina Joy. Sabina Joy wameficha signboard zote. Wameziweka, wamezipanganisha hapa. Wewe, hebu toa hiyo kubwa.
After many complaints from business owners, Geoffrey Mosiria, he came out and said this.
Mlisema mnataka CBD kwe safi. Mkasema amtaki kuona uchafu town katikati. Amtaki kuona zile mikokoteni zinafungwa kwa walkway zinawazuia kupita. Amtaki kuona zile masanduku, my illegal structures ziko kwa walkways zimejaa uchafu kila mahali. Kama department ya mazingira chini ya uongozi wa Governor Sakaja, tumeamua kusafisha jiji. Tunakuja, tunasafisha, tunatoa all illegal structures. Kuna wengine walikuwa na complain, ukitembea town, hata some of the signages zimewekwa zinagonga watu vichwa zao. Some of them are illegal. So let me say this. We are going to remove all illegal signages ambazo zinafanya town inakuwa chafu. Watu wameprint paper signages, wameweka kila mahali. Kama mtu kuna duka, kwa mlango wako pale kwa mlango, wekelea signage yako vizuri. Haja gani kwa walkway unaweka signage ambayo inafika kwa macho ya watu? Even the CCTV cameras, they cannot capture the movement surrounding.
After business signages were removed in the streets in Nairobi CBD, this is how Nairobi City looked like the next day. And in another shocking story, Nairobi University was on fire at night. And I'm just wondering, and many people are wondering out there, like, what caused this fire? What was the reason for this fire? And many people have been left speechless. So if you're from Nairobi University, a student from this university, tell us in the comments down below what really happened, what really took place at the university. Tell us some of these scenes of Nairobi University on fire.
Hakuna kitu mbaya kama moto. Mimi naleta moto kama selo. Mimi hadi uniue kuliko moto. Mimi naenda kwa lift kwa chini na ngoja. Moto gas itakuua.
Just take a look and listen to what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about University of Nairobi on fire.
Can you imagine, family? There's been a massive fire overnight. at the University of Nairobi on the eve of the biggest demonstration that was supposed to happen today, where students from all over were going to be protesting against this new financing thing, HELB, whatever it is. I swear, these guys think, do they think we're such idiots? Do they think we're such fools? Have you ever heard? Me personally, I've never heard of a fire at University of Nairobi, like where the main campus is, where all the files, all the books, all the knowledge is. And we already know now what's happening with DCI, with everything we've been told about Nuruddin Haji. So who do you think's behind this? So this is the fire at University of Nairobi. There was one fire truck that came. Guys are saying they hope it's not the finance department, because you know how these guys like to joke around.
So Kenyans, after all this, do you think that there's a money problem in our universities? And do you think that the President of Kenya, William Ruto, was crafting the university funding model? Listen to what Chege Majuis had to say.
I can see comrades all over the country saying that they will organize a mammoth strike if President Ruto does not tell the Minister of Education to release the money for the HELB. You know what these people, they don't understand is that when Ruto was crafting the band 1, band 2, band 3, he was cunningly crafting it because hakuna pesa kwa serikali. Are you together? So he was crafting it so that university comrades will not get the funding through the technicalities. Ungekuwa unajaza hiyo band 1, band 2, band 3, unaambiwa wewe hutapata hizi pesa because of A, B, C, D. That was the reason Ruto was crafting it. Awanyime pesa. That's why the band 1, band 2 was being crafted. Because he knew these things of help, as long as a student amefikisha cut-off points za university, anastahili apewe help. Na kwa sababu Ruto don't want to give out that money, kwenye anapeleka pesa za taifa ndiye anajua. That's why he was crafting the band 1, band 2, band 3, band 4. Now that the court squashed that thing, you are putting Ruto to square zero. Aanze another plan ya ku make sure vile comrades hawatapata pesa zao. Here's a help. And I'm telling comrades, if you don't put pressure, my friend, nyinyi hamtazoma, hizo pesa hazitapatikana, my friend. Munasikia even some ministries, my friend, tissue paper inakosa, tissue paper, my friend. And still people are supporting Ruto. My friend, let me tell you, your country will collapse in your own eyes.
Despite the challenges that our university students are facing each and every day, some of them are looking forward to graduate and some of them are almost graduating. And the only message I can leave them with is this.
PLO is one who says a good dancer knows when to leave the dance floor. So I want to leave the dance floor now. I want you, as you leave this afternoon, go out there with the confidence of a Luo man. Go out there with the loyalty of a Kamba man. Carry the name of this institution with the beauty of a Taita woman. Oh, go out there and be angry at poverty and failure with the anger of a Kisii man. I want you to also go out there and be as brave as a Maasai warrior. I know sometimes things will be highs and lows, mountain and valley. Have the staying power of a Kalenjin runner. But please, there's a lot that life has to offer to you. May you have the appetite of a Luya man. God bless you and thank you very much.
Kenyans, since President William Ruto took office, since the day he was sworn in, what has really changed in Kenya and what has been working for Kenya and Kenyans? Listen to how Ruben Kigame outlines what has been working for Kenya. Like they will not believe. Listen to this.
You want us to speak about what is working, and I'll tell you what is working. What is working is insults of the citizens. What is working is abductions. What is working is increase of taxes. What is working is many Kenyans failing to receive services from SHA. What is working is parents not knowing whether their children are in primary school or high school. What is working is extra borrowing. In fact, I have had a preview of what the 2025-2026 budget looks like. and we are completely increasing our expenditure and going on high, expecting that miracles will happen from somewhere. For this government, the miracles look like borrowing. And I see, fascination with talk and talk. Let's bring down the cost of government, then you raise it. Let's stop foreign trips, then you increase them. Let's make life easy for Kenyans, you make it harder. You see, the measure of whether something is working is not statistics. The measure of if your wife or husband is happy is not a press statement. So we don't want gaslighting. We do not want the bravado and the pomp out there. What we want to see is the promises that were made to citizens being fulfilled. And the tragedy of this Kenya Kwanza government is broken promises. It's better not to promise than to promise and not fulfill.
Do you remember this video of President William Ruto saying that the Wi-Fi in Kenya across the country is free?
When we delivered the Wi-Fi across Kenya and made it free, we intended it to be used for good purposes, for people to access e-commerce space, to work on that internet. But sometimes it is used to send us encouraging messages.
I'm just wondering, which are those Kenyans who are using free internet, free Wi-Fi? Please tell us in the comments down below. Because currently, right now, the government is seeking to hike license fees for satellite providers by over 10 times since Starlink entered the local market. Did you know that? Just listen to this.
Things might change for satellite communication service providers operating in Kenya, such as the American company Starlink. Here's why. The Kenyan government, through its communications regulator, CA, plans to raise the license fees for the rights it gives companies like Starlink. Per new proposals CA published in December, Kenya seeks to review the satellite landing rights, also known as SLR, license it requires companies to obtain in order to land their signal in Kenya. CA seeks to raise the SLR initial license fees from the current $12,500 which is about 1.6 million Kenyan shillings, to 15 million Kenyan shillings. The regulator further wants to introduce an annual operating fee of 4 million shillings, or 0.4% of the company's annual gross turnover, whichever is higher. Stakeholders have until January 23 to submit their comments on the proposals, which CA plans to implement in the 2025-2026 financial year. CA says the review is meant to address and remove certain market entry and operational barriers identified over time.
So do you think the internet, the Wi-Fi, will be free or not? Because in the looks of things, this sounds and looks different from what the president said.
When we delivered Wi-Fi across Kenya and made it free, we intended it to be used for good purposes, not for sending us some of these messages. Musiniingilie, those are not my words. Those are the words of your president. Amesema the Kenya Kwanza government has delivered Wi-Fi for free across the country. Wewe kama kwenu hakuna Wi-Fi huko Kenya. Rudi Kenya. Huku Kenya, we are enjoying free Wi-Fi. Hey, every time you just want to think something positive about your country, they just make it worse. Aki, si mtu ambie tu Ruto anyamaze. Angoje tu 2027 sasa. Juu, we? Free Wi-Fi.
This clearly shows you that the economy is being held hostage and is being crushed to deliberately have total control of the masses.
Kenya has been held hostage. So I told you, one of the biggest implementations this New World Order agenda foresees is creation of what you call CBDCs, the central bank digital currencies. And for that to happen, the first thing they have to do is to ensure they crash the economies of all these countries. See, it's simple. If I want to build an economy of a country, I only have to want to do one thing. I have to ensure everyone has money in their pockets.
Yeah.
Because economies are built by circulation, money in circulation. When I have money and you have money and he has money, we all spend, the government is earning through VAT and all those things. But if you look at the Kenyan situation, all these taxes being brought in. Today you're told more than 245, 250 international companies have already left Kenya.
Yeah.
They are moving to Tanzania. Today, from number 1, we are number 5 in terms of GDP growth. Rwanda is leading with 6.9. Number 2 is Uganda, 5.6. South Sudan has a 5.6. Tanzania has a 5.5. We are stuck at 5.0, 5.1. Why? These policies you're talking about. So we as Kenyans have to sober up. And this goes to the leadership. As in, it costs nothing for leaders to decide that building a country is all about baking a bigger cake. So today we have a leadership that is all scrambling for this small piece of cake. What they don't know is that once you bake a bigger cake, you'll even have enough for yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that is how they're supposed to think. You know? But if you look at the situation and the way these things are being implemented day in, day out, it tells you we're in a very big problem. And the government of the day has been held hostage. And we have to say as is. And that's the reality.
To be honest, it is quite clear that Kenyans are tired and they want a change in this country. They want a better future for this country. And one man decided to inject on the streets in public. Despite his current situation in life, he understands exactly what is taking place in his home country. Let's listen to this.
Wamama wa mboga. Vijana wa boda boda. Wale watu wanafanya biashara ndogo ndogo. Na tumepanga.
Acha kucheka, tunachukua video.
Tumetenga bilioni 52 wa mama wa mboga, vijana wa mkoteni, watu wa boda boda, wale watu wanafanya biashara ndogo ndogo, na tumepanga na tumeweka mikakati. Na tumeweka mikakati. Safari hii hatutakubali mwananchi wa kawaida akose pesa mfukoni. Ama namna gani jameni? Wale
that women will no longer use jembes to till their land. Government will import between 7,000 and 10,000 tractors into the country.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From sad life of a Kenyan youth in Germany
Ulikuwa na miaka ngapi?
to man stealing a gun from police officer.
Akachukua nini bunduki, akachukua bunduki, akamkata na nini.
What is Kenya exporting?
Kenya has produced and exported housemaids.
Kericho Gen Zs take it to the streets.
Ofisi ya Kipto anataka watu wanafaa kutoa nguo. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Many of you have heard about job opportunities in Germany, and the president of Kenya says that there are much needed labor to be exported in Germany. And I just want you guys to hear what President Ruto had to say about this.
One of them is the agreement we just signed. This agreement will unlock 250,000 job opportunities for young people from Kenya. That is a bilateral agreement between Germany and Kenya. It is a win-win. You know, there is a big labor deficit in Germany. There is a big labor oversupply in Kenya. How do you benefit Kenya? By giving them the opportunities in here. And how do you remove the deficit here? By leveraging Kenya.
So Kenyans, do you think the same opportunities and job can also be created here back at home? Even the Germans were not happy with the president of Kenya, and even they held a citizens' assembly. And this is what a Kenyan living in Germany had to say about this issue.
The Germans had their own citizens' assembly on X Space. Topic of discussion, you guessed it, Kenya. Because of one human being. Even the tweets. This tweet is talking about language barrier. And if you are to come into Germany, you have to have the language. Do you have it? You can't get a job. Another gentleman is talking about the fact that over 3 million people do not have jobs in Germany as we speak. So you want to bring in 250,000 other people? I completely understand their logic. Selling us unicorns while some of us have not even ridden a horse. These lies and madness also give an opportunity for the racist people to come and chime in on all this. And how much they dislike us. They took our jobs!
They took my job! They took your job! They took our jobs! Yeah, they took our jobs!
Absolutely embarrassing. And rather than take responsibility, as usual, they create distractions and tell us of how Gashaks didn't come for service and even put an arrow showing an empty seat. We are the talk of the town. Forget the town, the world, in an international level scale. How dumb we are because of just one person. Schooling him and educating him on how the policies of immigration work in their country, because he clearly doesn't know. He advises his advisors on how to advise him. No need to even ask that question. As the distractions continue, Adani have been given a contract to develop high power voltage lines.
Many of you have heard this saying that says that when the deal is too good, think twice. Even the Kenyans who are already in Germany, they don't want to be in Germany. And a few days ago, the president went to Germany, and the Kenyans there, they had to confront the president of Kenya. And this is what our people had to say.
Nobody wants to stay in Germany. I will be very clear about that. I'm a Kenyan. I've been here 13 years. I'm working here really hard. I've studied the language. They take away 1 year of our education when we come here, when they try to compare our education system. That you spoke about education, they take 1 year away. With my credentials from Kenya, I am a gymnasium material. But they take 1 year away, send me back to school for 1 year to study German, English, German, and mathematics. Yeah, I did that purposely to show them that we Kenyans, we are very smart. That with even a standard 8 or 7 qualification, you can still come here and learn. And we have engineers, we have nurses, we are very educated, we are very smart, we are hustlers, and we know how to hustle everywhere. Yeah. So we really need the education that they give us, our equal education. If I've learned for 12 years in Kenya, I have learned is the same as the education here in Germany, which says it's 12 years. They should give me what belongs to me so that I can also be in the market. So I would wish to see, as a German recruiter, Kenyan German recruiter in Germany, that we get equal opportunities.
Moving on to the next video. We all know that Kenyans are the most educated people, the most intelligent people, and the most hardworking people. But yet they're being exported to go and do jobs that are not according to their standards. Listen to what Senator Kajwang had to say about this.
South Africa, the education system has produced and exported Elon Musk. He's now the richest man in the world. The Indian education system has produced and exported executives of tech companies globally. Kenya has produced and exported housemaids to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the CS for Labor brought here a redacted summary of Kenyans who have acquired jobs in the recent job-seeking spree that the president has been on. Out of that entire schedule, Mr. Speaker, 60% had secured jobs as housemates. Housemates. We are exporting housemates. We are manufacturing housemates. Mr. Speaker, what kind of education system is that? South Africa, the education system has produced and exported Elon Musk. He's now the richest man in the world. The Indian education system has produced and exported executives of tech companies globally. Kenya has produced and exported housemaids to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. It is a big shame. That is the state of education in this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if there is a crisis that we need to deal with today, it is the education crisis that is manifested in strikes at all levels from primary to secondary to universities. A university funding model that does not make sense, Mr. Speaker.
East to west, home is the best. I show you this video of our Kenyan youth who went to Germany for greener pastures, but her life ended up going south. Take a look.
Umeniambia unaitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Sofia.
Na unaishi wapi?
Benau. Kwa TikTok mimi kuifaiti.
Unawezaje wachana na kukunywa hii pombe ukitaka? Unaweza wacha?
Naweza wacha nikiwa na ndo mzuri.
Ulikuwa na miaka ngapi?
26 na 27 November.
Uko na muda gani hapa Ujerumani?
5 years.
5 years. Umesoma Ujerumani? Na hakuna mahali, hauna nyumba, hauna address?
No address at the moment.
Kenyans, do you see how our people are being wasted every day? Instead of taking them to Germany for work, why don't you create the same opportunities here? Because you have enough resources and you have everything that you need to take this country forward. And let us just be honest, we all know that Germans are the most racist motherfuckers.
Ulikuwa na miaka ngapi?
26 na 27 November.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
Nizama za juba jauni baube washiwanida babele wodeme nyao kanida gunyang nida tiao botsong nida tiao jenme nishibejin kawia diren double iwo buyong iwo pango ziji iwo DJ woyao tiao dola DJ yao tiao wanshang woiga wanshang za juba tiao zainali tiao zai 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 juba Ruto must go 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 Ruto must go
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albistelli.
We all know that one man who, if he's not lying, he is flying. The Germans decided to inject by disagreeing with President Ruto about the 250,000 blah 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 job opportunities in Germany. Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say about this.
Why should the head of state, in the person of President William Samoei Ruto, tell us before he goes to Germany that he's flying out to Germany because the Germany's chancellor promised Kenya 200,000 jobs. That's why he's flying out to go and sign that contract. While he's in Germany, he's interviewed by Deutsche Welle TV. And there in Germany, he says, the bilateral agreement we have signed today with the German government is it will create an opportunity for jobs up to 250,000 of Kenyans will get these opportunities. Please tell me, why would the president lie that within the bilateral agreement, there was a clause saying 250,000 Kenyans will go to Germany? Then shortly after, BBC writes the same information and says that we at Kenya have signed an agreement with Germany for 250,000 Kenyans to go and work in Germany. Germany Ministry of Interior and Communication sends a response to both the BBC and the Dutch, the Deutsche Welle TV interview of President William Ruto, and says this information is false. We did not have any clause for quota, number, or anything like that in the agreement.
Well, Kenyans are being exploited like cabbages to go and work in racist countries. Even back at home in Kenya, our young people, the Kenyan people, are suffering. The Gen Zs of Kericho, they decided to go and protest, and some of the leaders are saying that if they want to be employed and get job opportunities at Aaron Cheriyot's office, they have to remove their underwears. Take a look at what Kericho young Gen Zs ladies had to say.
Hakuna accountability na transparency in our county Kericho. Tunakataa hiyo maneno. Ofisi ya Kipto nataka watu wanafaa kutoa nguo na wapewe barua ya
Herman Manyora decided to inject by asking Kenyans and requesting Kenyans to wake up from their deep sleep and take a look at what is really happening around them. And this is what he had to say about job opportunities and exporting our people to racist countries like Germany for job opportunities.
You can't blow away all the jobs and then purport to be taking Kenyans for jobs outside. You be in the village and let your car break down. See if you can get anybody to manage your car. Why don't we organize to have young men do some little automotive engineering? Let your electricity have a problem in the village. See if you have somebody to do it. There's nobody. Let you do a house at home, you want to do plumbing. See if you'll get somebody to do plumbing. I was trying to do some work and some man had also died, a big man. The few people who could do a little plumbing were all there. I was left hanging. These are jobs in this country. We talk about vocational training. We are just jokers. Even if the boys try to learn masonry, carpentry, building, what have you, there is nothing they will do, because if there's a CDF project, this is an constitutional CDF, if we are building classrooms in a local school, the big contractors from I don't know where will come and do that class. Why can't we have policies that these classrooms are done by local boys and girls who have gotten those polytechnics? Jobs abroad. What jobs are you talking about?
Kenyan corrupt regime under the leadership of Ruto has affected Kenyans mentally and psychologically, to the point of this man went and attacked a police officer with a panga, took his gun, fired a few shots before he was arrested. Take a look at this story on how things unfolded.
Jamaa amekuja akiwa amejificha, akiwa ameweka panga hapo kwa mnini kwa suruali. Akapata askari alikuwa kwa simu. So akaona huyo askari hakuwa tayari, akachukua bunduki, akamkata na panga kwa kichwa. So na kukimbia akarusha risasi zote zikaisha. tukakimbizana na yeye mpaka na huko kwa mbuzi. So ile risasi zikaisha, tukamchukua, nikaanguka na yeye.
Kutoroka ndio askari alikuwa peke yake. Huyu mwingine mwenzake alikuwa na yeye, sasa ndio akakuja. Wakaanza kurushania risasi.
I'm Lilian Monini. I work at Best Care Hospital as a nurse manager. And today around 2 p.m. we received a patient. He was bleeding so profuse. So the doctor was on duty, took over the emergency. And we did stitching to him to arrest the bleeding. And I think right now the patient is doing okay.
And that's not all, guys. Even this man decided to call the president while he was in his tour in Germany looking for the 250,000 jobs for Kenyans and telling him that he should come back. When he comes back, he should come and launch the Kapsabet High School. Listen to this conversation between this man and the president of Kenya, Ruto.
Hello, William. Nasema nilikuwa natembea hapa Kapsabet nikapata kuna project kubwa sana, hakuna mtu amelaunch, hata sijui wanafanya nini, hakuna mtu ameona kabisa. Wanapita tu launch na iko kwa bottom up agenda. Kuna gate hapa kubwa, nataka ukitoka Germany ukuje straight to launch William. Kuja wewe mwenyewe, usitume mtu. Hii ni project yako, hii ni kubwa kabisa, inakutoshea. Sawa William, ni ya kuinua mama mboga, umake sure ukitoka Germany ukuje. Sawa Gongoi Fire, nimekushikia, hakuna mtu atalaunch. Gongoi Fire.
After all these incidents, I'm asking myself, are Kenyans being manipulated? Take a look at what our Kenyan sister had to say about the manipulation of and the PR of our president.
This is where everyone is going to be like, what are you talking about? Are you fucking crazy? Now, I need you to stay with me for a moment, okay? Think about it like this. When you watch something every single time and you see a certain narrative, you tend to change your mind and be more susceptible to accept that narrative as it being true. Right? Okay, so the reason why Ruto became president is because he created this new persona of I love God, I am all about God, and I am going to be chosen because of God. And, I'm a sinner, and you can relate. Okay.
I was like, if you are without sin, I want you to be the first person to cast a stone.
Whatever that part of the Bible said. I was like, oh my God, this is the chosen one. They've accepted you. But rather you have accepted the devil. You see all these interviews of him portraying. Right now, after he's being the president, he's done. There was a whole public outcry. People have gone on the streets and they have marched and they have protested and they were met with a lot of violence. And he comes out there and he stands in front of people and he says, I will not allow this type of behavior. Not verbatim, but you know what he said. That's not where you got. Leave you. He goes back and he thinks. And he's like, oh my God, that made me look terrible. I need to rephrase my wording so they can take me back. So he goes back, he comes back, and he speaks again. People have woken. They know you. They see who you are. The mask, the blindfolds, it's all out. Then what does he do? Again, the lies, the lies, the lies, the lies.
Not only Kenyans in Kenya are tired, but even Kenyans living in Germany are tired. Even to the point of they decided to deport the president back to Kenya while they're eating roasted meat. Take a look.
Nini? Mnaona tunakula nyama Germany. Tunakula nyama. Ruto tumefukuza hapo huko kwenu amerudi. Amuoni niko kwangu Germany, amuoni nyumba yangu. Amuoni nyumba yangu. Mnasema tuende wapi? Acha ni hiyo mchezo yenu. Amedipotiwa. Amesema watu warudi tukamdeport. Then mtafute State House ama kwa ndege juu sababu anakaa kwa ndege juu. Willy. Kula nyama ninone. Nyama ya Germany. We, usicheze na hii. Ruto back home.
My fellow Gen Zs and Kenyans at large, the last video that I want to show you guys today is very heartbreaking. But due to the long hardships that we have faced as a people, as a country, and as a nation, nothing can break us and we are fearless. Listen to what this man had to say of how we are being played not only by our own people who look like us, but even the racist colonizers. Listen to this.
tax to the mother corporation. And whatever you do, if you're generating any income within this corporation, you have to pay.
Mimi nataka niwaulize, unipigia kura 2027. Muko tayari jameni kushirikiana na mimi tupeleke hii Kenya mbele?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Oh, he didn't say that. Elvis did. From farmers being charged.
Another bill has been presented in Parliament, the Horticulture Crop Authority Bill.
To pastors and opposition leaders put on blast.
Sasa ile sisi tunaenda kudemonstrate, hamuko anywhere.
Do you trust the leaders in power?
Gachagua anataka munagawana nusu nusu. That is the only fight they're having.
Say no to sympathy votes.
Raundi hakuna kitu kama sympathy vote. Hakuna.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? My fellow Gen Zs and Kenyans at large, welcome back to ShowNewTrend, and I'm your host of the day. My name is Elvis Derry. I know many of you are wondering, like, where did this guy go? But in short words, this is how my week looked like. Back to business. Bills are being passed in Parliament left to right. And some of those bills, to be honest, are very, very evil. And the question of the day is, why are they legislating on all our food crops? Listen to this.
My Kenyan people, focus. Okay, focus. Stop the sideshows. We are up for an auction. Wake up, guys, and see what is going on. Another bill has been presented in Parliament, the Horticulture Crop Authority Bill, that requires even a farmer to be registered to be able to plant crops, to plant vegetables, skuma, terere, cabbage. You must be registered. For you to be part of the chain process, the buying from the farm, supplying to the market, down to the consumer, you need to be registered to do that in a county, in a county government. Guys, they're coming for everything. Let me tell you, the day GMOs were legalized in this country, a floodgate of bills were going to follow. All these bills you're seeing that are happening, they are happening to take over food sovereignty and food security in this country.
A billionaire like Bill Gates, he's using all his money not for good, but for evil. Our farmers, not only in Kenya, but in Africa, they're under attack. Listen to this and just open your eyes and open your minds and just listen to what this man had to say about this.
He got a hold of the regulatory agencies in African countries and forced them to to change the nature of agriculture. You know, there's 20,000 generations of agriculture of people growing crops like sorghum and plantains and yucca and all these plants for subsistence. And he said, no, we're going to transfer them all to these, GMO monocultures of corn, and then we're going to bring in companies that he owns, Kraft, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, these big food companies, processing companies, to buy that, and that's going to be the deal. And then, of course, during COVID, all of that shut down, and you had, there's 30 million Africans now as a direct result of Gates' policy who are now on the edge of starvation.
And if we don't be vocal about these things, like things are getting worse day by day. Right now, like people are supposed to pay, like the farmers are supposed to pay. Gone are those days where you can just wake up in the morning, go to your farm, take some fruits, some vegetables, go and cook in your house or go and sell in the market. Just listen to how people are being extorted in this country.
So, have you heard the latest? Farmers will be needing 5,000 shillings to get certified to practice farming in Kenya for fruits and vegetables. Now, the 5,000 shillings is not even the big deal. The big deal is they'll need to pay another 2,500 for soil tests. They'll need to pay another 4,700 for water tests. They'll need to pay 60,000 Kenyan shillings for pest control board. They will also need to, for them to get this 5,000 bob certification, they will also need to go through a 2-year training where they will pay 15,000. Now, where do you come in? If you buy from a farmer who is unlicensed, who has not gone through all those steps, you could get jailed. So they want to criminalize the fruits and vegetables enterprise, and that could affect about 3 to 4 million farmers in Kenya who are growing the fruits and vegetables, because it's not possible for them to pay all that, especially when it comes to the 2-year training where you're paying 15,000, 60,000 to the pest control. I mean, that is too much. And knowing how nepotism and tribalism in Kenya works, when you apply for these 5,000 Kenya shillings to get the license, what are the chances you'll be among the farmers? Will be amongst the farmers who will get the license in the first place. Now, we are going back to the days when colonialists were here, when they would determine which Africans were worthwhile to grow tea, coffee, any farming that was large scale that would bring income. The white people had, or the colonialists had put in a bureaucratic system that made sure that Africans were not licensed or were not allowed and did not meet the criteria to grow the cash crops. Now we are doing that with our food.
Not only our farmers are under threat, even the same lands that they are using to plant our foods here in Kenya are also under threat. Listen to what Martha Karua had to say about our lands in Kenya.
Cases of land grabbing are also on the rise, with both private and public land being targeted. The state appears to be under the control and capture of corruption cartels.
That is why currently everybody in Kenya are very vocal about Ruto must go and Gachagua must go. Listen to what our brother here had to say about these two individuals who are in power.
Adani Airport, he can be taking 250 billion, yeye anachukua maybe 200 billion, then anapea Gachagua maybe 1 billion. Hapana, Gachagua anataka kama munauza Adani, because both are equal, hapo munajua venye nasema, both are equal, bad guys. Kama munauza Adani Airport 250 billion, Gachagua anataka munagawana nusu. That is the only fight they're having. The formula of sharing the route. That's the only problem they're having with Gachagua. And even Ruto knows that even if he comes 2027 back, he will not have a comfortable time again with Gachagua. Because kama watauza KICC, wauze maybe 38 billion. Gachagua anataka 19 billion, Naruto achukue 19 billion. Naruto does not want that. There's a guy in Jacaranda, akiongea, alisema, mufanye mistake kidogo hivi, murudishe Ruto 2027, mutakuwa. And that is the plan.
Nini nawaambia 2027 Ruto akipita, na anajua ni tamu yake ya mwisho, atatuchinja sisi wote.
Kenyans, do you see where tribal votes and sympathy votes take this country to? It is taking us straight to the gutter. And it's time to say no and let us vote with wisdom and understanding. So listen to this.
Raundi hakuna kitu kama sympathy vote. Hakuna. Munakumbuka 2018 mkikuja hapa mkisema nyinyi mnajua kuhaso ni kusema nini? Mnajua venye mtu anaunguaka na jua akiuza, mnajua venye mtu ananyesheagwa, mnajua venye mtu anahangaika akihaso. Tukafikiria tumechagua wetu mwenye anajua shida. Lakini si mlienda huko juu mkatusahau sisi wenye tunahaso. Mukatutupa na mukatutenga na mukatusahau kabisa. Raundi hakuna kitu kama sympathy vote. Endeni mukapigania huko, mlikuja hapa mkasema mumetengwa tukawahurumia venye mlikuwa mnalia. Sasa tena mumekuja tena mumepigana. Piganeni hata mkitaka kuuana muuane. Lakini hatuwahurumii. Hata ukuje kama umejipaka mafi useme wewe ndio unakuamwaga siweji zote Kenya. Ama unaoshaga mtaro, hatukupei kura zetu bure. Hata ulie machozi ya aina gani. Raundi hakuna sympathy vote. Munaenda huko juu mnatusahau. Hebu ona venye tunateseka. Hebu ona venye tunangangana na maisha. No.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
Henju 以前我姐妹来以为牛孩，朋友我告诉你，那时候我真的好帅。然后我就问他美女，你今天怎么样？然后他告诉我帅哥，我爱你怎么办？我就笑，然后我加他的微信，他给我他的手机扫描他的微信。晚上我在家跟他说话，跟他聊天，我们一起谈谈。他是摩他，以为摩他，我爱摩他，以为摩他，他是摩他，我爱摩他，摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他摩他。
Wanauliza kama Kenya kuko sawa, nikawajibu Kenya tuko na disaster. Watoto wetu wanazidi kuzikana, na Tomboya ameshika tama, alituacha kama angali kijana.
This man is awesome. Oh my God. Let's welcome Broski Albistelli.
Our Kenyan farmers are being punished by this corrupt regime, even though they strive every day from morning till evening on their farms. But yet their efforts and hard work are not being appreciated. Listen to what the Village 254 had to say about how our farmers are being oppressed.
By the way, something is very wrong with our country. Can you imagine? They will charge farmers almost 10,000 to give them license to farm fruit and vegetables. They will charge farmers 60,000 to get license or permit for pest control. You're being punished to eradicate pests. Why are you punishing people providing food for this nation? What's happening, by the way, in our farming industry? Because from yesterday, we've been talking about this over legislation of farmers and farming and seeds and everything, animals and so on and so forth. What's happening? I can tell you what is happening. Globalists. And it's only globalists who want to control. They've been controlling business for the longest. Now they have gone down to the farmers. Who has done all this? President William Ruto. He has sold our country, its soul and everything else, to the globalists.
Not only our farmers, our foods and also our lands is being attacked. Even the affordable housing that Kenyans are being promised every day are also not in safe hands. Listen to this and just listen to what this woman had to say.
Hapa ni nyumba ya affordable housing opposite Kariako. Nimekuja kuchunguza ni akina nani waliuziwa kabla ya nyumba kukamilika. Nimepata report hii nyumba imeuziwa. The majority people are able people, rich people. And the houses were made for middle class and lower. And I'm here to record of what is happening. Wakenya wanatoswa levies za housing. Hawajapata any unit, but kupitia uchunguzi wangu Park Road iliusiwa matachiri, na hii ya opposite Kariako imeusiwa matachiri. And this is the report I've gotten through my investigation. Serikali inafaa isimamishe wale wote walilipa pesa warudishiwe, ili Mkenya wa kawaida yule alikuwa ametoswa levies apewe unit. That is my report.
During the protest, so many people lost their lives and others even got damaged severely. And later on, you saw like some pastors and some bishops, they went to State House to meet the president. And those same people, they never demanded justice for our people. Listen to what our brother had to say about some pastors who are not walking in God's light. Listen to this.
Kenyan pastors, unaona vile mmenyamaza hivyo? Nyamaza, mnyamaze kabisa. Unaona vile mmepotea hivyo? Potea na mpotee kabisa. Hataki kuwaona tena, hataki kusikia anything from you people. Nyinyi ni mafala na nyinyi ni wajinga namba moja, mmekuwa mnatumia sio Kenya. Sasa ile sisi tunaenda kudemonstrate, hamukuwa anywhere. Tukakuja tukapiga kelele, hamukuwa anywhere. Then after that, nyinyi mkaenda State House mkapewa pesa, mkakula, mkajifanya sijui ndo mnaongea na president, sijui mnaongea on our behalf of which atu kuwatuma, mkapewa mabahasha za brown, mkarudi kwa makanisa yenu, mnakula mapesa zenu huko, mnakula sadaka ya wenyewe, mnakula mabibi za watu. Saizi mmenyamaza when wa Kenya wanaumia. You people are nowhere right now. And then sile tutarudi kudemonstrate tena. Sile tutachukua sheria mkononi sisi wenyewe tuanze kutafuta hawa politicians. Ndo mtaanza kutokea, mwanze kusema don't pay evil with evil. Wewe, saizi tumeamua tumefika place ni tunaenda kupay evil with evil. Saizi mtu akituibia tunaenda kwake, tunachukua chenye alituibia na tunanyang'anya yake yenye alikuwa nayo. Hapo ndo mali tunaenda saizi. Saizi hakuna ile story tulikuwa tunaambiwa ati sijui kipigwa kofi huku hivi tunapeana huku pia pigwa kofi huku. Haya hapana, tumepita hiyo place saizi. Saizi ukinipiga kofi na kupiga ngumi, ukinipiga ngumi na kupiga fimbo. Saizi ndo tumefikia hapo kama wa Kenya. Because hizi ma stories zenye mapastors mlikuwa mnatuambia stories za kijinga. Na watu walikuwa wanatumia hiyo kitu kutu control na kuteka advantage on us.
So Mr. President, instead of inviting those pastors and bishops who they think they have wisdom but they don't have, invite Kenyans who are suffering, Kenyans who are facing the same problems every day. Invite them. Those are the people who will open your mind and show you what is really happening on the ground. Like our brother here had to say this, had a message to send to the president. Listen to this.
Mimi nataka kuambia Ruto kitu moja. Mimi naweza kuwa personal advisor wake. Sitaki pesa, sitaki gari, nataka tu unisikie. Nataka nikufunze kuna kitu inaitwa frequency. Frequency ni intentions, thoughts na feelings zako uko nazo. Na whatever frequency unapatia raia, hiyo bado ndio itakurudia. Kila mtu anaona wewe ni ignorant. Kila mtu anaona uko na deaf ear. Ile frequency yenye wewe uko nayo ni frequency yenye uliintroduce na watu wako majuu. Invitation za majuu ukienda hizo ofisi au unajua ni nini unaintroduciwa kwa hayo. Unanipata? So wewe unafaa kufanya hivi, unafaa kurudi home kama ni Sigoi. Enda kwanza hata ujaribu ile kitu yenye hujaifanya. Enda utoe viatu uingie kwa maji ya nyumbani, uoge na maji ya mtoni, jaribu hata kama utakunywa changa kidogo ya huko, ndio at least hiyo ifungue kitu fulani yenye umefungwa. Either way, ile kitu yenye tunakuambia ni ati tunataka urealign na ile frequency ya watu wenye uko connected nao. Connected with your family, connected with your country. Na zile vitu zote zenye ulifanya, maliza, ulitumia jina ya God. God akaona hapana, ukijana wangu anafanya kitu poa sana kwa sababu anatumia jina yangu na anataka kwenda kusaidia watu wangu. Along the way alichanganyikiwa. Amesahau alikuwa anauzaga kuku pale Maltisa, kidogo akajenga kanyumba Sigoi, saizi yako State House. Nini imehappen hapo katikati? Unanipata? So ile kitu yenye tunajaribu kusema ni ati hakuna kitu yenye, hakuna makosa yote jenzi wako nayo. Jenzi wanakuonyesha hao ni last born wa God, hao ni watu wenye wamelelewa na Google na net, na hao ni watu wanataka kukuonyesha in the next generation yenye na come. Hatutaki kusikia ati mimi ndazaliwa, alafu unasikia ati mimi niko na deni ya kulipa na nalipa deni ya pesa yenye mimi mwenyewe sina. Okay. Unanigeta? Nimeshukuru sana ndugu yangu. Yeah.
So guys, thank you so much for joining us on this show today, and may God bless you and may God bless our amazing country, Kenya. See you guys on the next episode. ShowNewTrend, Elvis Dairy. Bye bye.
This is the middle of a city. Kando ya city katikati.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From former IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati passing away,
Wafula Chebukati has been officially declared as being no more family,
to President Ruto's lies detected,
wanasema hiyo barabara yote ni barabara ya World Bank.
Is poverty increasing in Kenya?
40% of Kenyans are now at the level of absolute poverty.
Governor Irungu Kangata acquires mobile dialysis truck.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of day and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenya has had the same politicians since the 1990s. They keep on shifting camps, forming new parties and alliances to keep Kenyans hopeful for a better future. But recently, Kwame Owino from the Institute of Economic Affairs conducted a thorough research revealing the hard truth, revealing the high increase of the level of poverty in Kenya. This is what Chegama Juice had to say about this.
Listen to this. Ndio wewe unafikiria some other tribes are your enemy, ufungua akili. There is this guy called Kwame Owino of Institute of Economic Affairs. They have been doing some research and taking data. And they have discovered that 40% of Kenyans are now at the level of absolute poverty. Absolute poverty. Absolute poverty means that those Kenyans cannot be able to afford a meal. 40%, we are talking about almost 20 million Kenyans now, cannot afford a meal. Again, he said another 20% are in multidimension hapo poverty. Ile ni ile kubahatisha. Huyo sasa ni ule mtu anabahatisha, leo na kesho anaweza kula, leo na kesho ako job, hizo zingine hajui. So we are talking about 60% of Kenyans now, 60% of Kenyans now are at poverty. Yani wako kwa umaskini ya kupindukia. Wanasema kwamba that even watu wamekuwa maskini than they were in 2000, year 2000. That watu wamekuwa maskini zaidi than even walikuwa before COVID. Young people have become so poor.
Kenyans have been voting for their enemies for years without even noticing. The same faces in government positions, the same faces on ballot boxes. But yet, Kenyans end up getting the same results. It is time to wake up. Just listen to what Senator Edwin Sifuna had to say.
So if you look at the current state of the country, what is the greatest threat to Kenyans? The greatest threat to Kenyans is not external. We don't need him to wield that sword against anybody, because he himself is the greatest threat to Kenyans. If you look at the year that Kenyans have had in 2023, it is the worst year. If you speak to anyone, people did not even have proper celebrations for Christmas because they don't have money. As we speak right now, many people have been unable to take their kids to school. Schools have opened. There is basically no money. If you look at the level of taxation, we don't have anything that he can use that sword to protect. That is why he wants to use it against us. When the leader of a country stands up and he tells investors that in this country there are only 3 options. Either you follow what I am telling you, or I send you to heaven, or I jail you, or you go back to your country. That is somebody who, has been corrupted and with power. So he feels that the only thing to do is to use that sword against his own countrymen.
After announcing 2007 election results, Samuel Kivutu lived for only 2 years and 7 months. In the year 2022, after Wafula Chebukati announced the election results, he also lived for 2 years and 7 months as well. Kenyans, breaking news, IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati has passed away. So, to the next person who is going to replace Wafula Chebukati, taking the IEBC chair position, just know that the deadline is 2 years and 7 months.
Wafula Chebukati has been officially declared as being no more family. And the sad thing is, Kenyans are actually celebrating because of the anguish and the pain that has been caused by the last 2 rigged elections, allegedly. But the interesting thing for me, family, is why now? Okay, I know he was sick. He was really sick for the last 2 years. He's been in and out of hospital. But why today? Why now, just after they declared that they were going to be reconstituting the IEBC and Nabi was bowing to pressure and they were now starting the process? I know you guys, you think everything I see is a sacrifice, but there are no coincidences.
When our politicians work for the people diligently, we will keep on supporting and appreciating them. Governor Irungu Kangata, Murang'a County, has decided to do the Lord's work, acquiring a mobile dialysis truck to reach patients in remote and rural areas. Kenyans, check this out. Governor Irungu Kangata says that Kenya has a unique opportunity to transform the society through technology. The investments that need to be done to achieve this is not actually very expensive. Let's listen to this.
Yes, I think from where I see it, Kenya has a unique opportunity through which to transform the society generally and public sector generally through technology. I also think the investments that needs to be done to achieve that are not expensive as it sounds. It only requires goodwill. It only requires strategic thinking. I know Kenya has the know-how to do so. It has the right attitude to do so. And I pray in the next 10, 15 years, I think Kenya ought to be at that place where our technologies, they are able to make Kenya a better place for our children, for our future, and we prosper together holistically in a more logical and in a more tech-savvy society. Thank you.
Another politician that deserves a round of applause is Member of Parliament Githunguri constituency, Gathoni wa Muchomba. Kenyans, let's take a look at this development.
Mangetu Chita Chronicles. Hapa mahali niko munaona ni kitchen, sio ati niko kwa hoteli. Niko mahali inaitwa Ikinu, hapa ni Githunguri constituency, Kiambu County. Hapa is a central kitchen ambayo nasikia ilijengwa na mjumbe hapa anaitwa Gathoni wa Muchomba. This place they built a central kitchen ambayo inapikia chakula all schools ambayo iko kwa hii constituency. I'm told they are feeding over 22,000 kids. They have a program inaitwa chakula moto moto na madhe. Lazima madhe ni huyo wa Muchomba. You see, they have mpaka hii saa nimeambiwa na Yesa nika top up hii ndio wasasi una top up 20 bob inaitwa tap to eat. So Mtoto mwenye ako shule anatembea na kitu kama iangalia maajabu. Una tap tu unapatiwa chakula. I arrived here 9 am. Malori ilikuwa inatoka distributing foods to all schools in this constituency. Unaona vile kitchen inakaa mpaka nimevalishwa kitu kwa kichwa because they are hygienic. Now let me tell you something. Maendeleo inawezekana.
Do you think Kenya is going to have a one-term president? Do you think President William Ruto is going to lose the coming elections? Honorable Anthony Kebagendi decided to be a prophet. Kenyans, listen to this.
Hivyo mimi naambia wale wajumbe tunatoka nao hapa Kisii County na Nyamira ambao wameungana na rais kugandamiza wananchi. Hawa wananchi ambao waliwapitisha wakawaweka bungeni watakutana na nyinyi tena hapo 2027. Na mimi nawaomba wananchi tusifanye makosa tena ya kuhadaiwa na Rais William Ruto. 2027 Kenya hapa itafanyika kama Marekani, itafanyika kama Nigeria. Hapa tutakuwa na a one-term president. Kwa bwana nile. Si hata nyinyi mmechoka? Ni wangapi wamesema tunapeleka Ruto nyumbani? Mole tayari? Kaki asante sana wacha.
Senator Edwin Sifuna has recently attacked Honorable Oscar Sudi, saying that how can President William Ruto hang out with a class 2 dropout, in the process degrading Oscar Sudi to the world. Let's listen to this.
There is very little that Ruto can do in the intervening period to save his presidency, and he knows it. That is why his allies are speaking the way that he does. That is why he is insulting the public and telling them off every turn he gets. Told us that he has a PhD and nobody should lecture him on anything. I've never seen a PhD who hangs out with class 2 dropouts, because what you do then is that you reduce the average intelligence to at least class 8. If you are just surrounded by, they say birds of a feather flock together. How are you a PhD hanging out with Sudi?
After Edwin Sifuna's statement on live TV about Oscar Sudi, Honorable Oscar Sudi being a class 2 dropout, Oscar Sudi got into his feelings and he decided to clap back.
It's yani, you insult this one, you rubbish that, the other one. Oh, you know, yani, you. So let me. Can you go and ask people or ask your friends if and ask them to tell you the truth. They will.
When news spread that Honorable Oscar Sudi is clapping back, the people did not hesitate to support and defend Edwin Sifuna, Senator Edwin Sifuna. Just listen to how the people, the comrades, were injecting at bunge la mwananchi.
Oscar Sudi ametusi Edwin Sifuna ambaye ni Secretary General wa ODM. Akamutusi stupid, sijui nini, ati Sifuna hana IQ yenye inaweza toshana na yake honestly. Ati Sifuna hana IQ yenye inaweza toshana na Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi anaelewa maana ya IQ, yani in full. Does Oscar Sudi know how to calculate IQ? Anajua. To calculate IQ, you take your mental age divided by chronological age times 100. Does Oscar Sudi know that? Oscar Sudi ni level ya Edwin Sifuna. Anaweza toshana. Can Oscar Sudi engage Edwin Sifuna in an intellectual discourse anywhere? Oscar Sudi aheshimu Edwin Sifuna. Edwin Sifuna sio klasi yake.
Juja Member of Parliament George Koimburi dramatically escaped on a motorcycle outside Kiambu Law Courts. His lawyer Ndegwa Njiru described this incident as a brazen abduction attempt. Kenyans, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Overcome. We shall overcome someday. Deep in our heart, we will believe. We shall overcome. We shall overcome.
Kenyans, do you remember this?
Ndio barabara itoke Mandera, ikuje Ramo, ikuje Gari, ikuje Elwak, ikuje Kobo, ikuje pale Kotulo, ikuje Tarbaj, ipitie hapa Wajia, iende Samatar, iteremuke Modogashe, ifike Isiolo, iende Nairobi, watu wa Northern Kenya wakae kama Wakenya wengine.
Did you know it was just a prank by President William Ruto? The Kenya Kwanza government is taking credit on World Bank funded projects. Listen to this.
World Bank is trending at number 3, and World Bank is trending at number 3, reason being Wakenya wanasema kwamba Rais Daktari William Samoei Arap Ruto anapoongelea kuhusiana na barabara ambayo itoke wapi? Isiolo. Iende wapi?
Iende Burji.
Itoke Burji iende wapi?
Iende Koasi wapi?
Iteremke wapi?
Huko kote.
Wanasema
Samatar.
Hiyo barabara yote ni barabara ya World Bank.
Okay.
World Bank walianza kuitolea hela in 2020.
Ndio.
Na hiyo barabara tayari imetengewa pesa na World Bank.
Okay.
So sio barabara ambayo rais anapaswa kuiongelea sana kana kwamba ni yeye ambaye anaishughulikia.
Okay.
Wameweka paka mapicha kutoka katika mitandao ya World Bank kabisa wa Kenya pale from Washington DC September tarehe ngapi? Tarehe 8 2020. The World Bank of Directors today approved $750 million in International Development Association financing to improve the movement of people and goods, digital connectivity and access to social services for over 3.2 million people living in the northern eastern region, where the Isiolo Mandera Regional Road Corridor traverses.
Okay, Samatar.
When President William Ruto was confronted, this is how he defended himself.
This is serious business. Ndio barabara itoke Mandera, ikuje Ramu, ikuje Gari, ikuje Elwak. The many people who sometimes enjoy me about about this is serious business. I fairly know many places. I would tell you the roads in northern Kenya, the way I would tell you the roads in central Kenya, I would tell you the roads in western Kenya, in many parts of Kenya. And it's because it's my job, you know. This is the job I applied for, to think about the country, to know what to do, where, and to make sure that no part of Kenya is left behind.
We are approaching election seasons, Kenyans. Let's not make the same mistakes that we did in previous elections. Vote wisely. Listen to what Michael Joseph said.
Kenyans have peculiar habits, you know. Here you have an election, time to register.
Yeah.
And then on the last day, there's a long lines to register. And then the government announces an extension. And everybody goes home.
Wait till the other
And
last
wait till
day.
the other last day. Come on.
Talking more about elections, Cyprian Sekundi posted an opinion poll on his X page. The candidates were William Ruto, Raila Odinga, and a Mosquito. And the Mosquito won by 70% of the votes. This clearly shows that Kenyans prefer a Mosquito to be the president rather than these corrupt individuals in government.
Lakini Kenyans nyinyi watu mnakuanga wa maajabu sana. Yani Kenyans mnakuanga tu watu wa maajabu. So pale X kuna msee unajua Cyprian Nyakundi aliweka poll katikati ya Ruto, katikati ya Raila na Mosquito. You understand? Katikati ya Raila, Ruto na Mosquito. Mwenye saa 2027 tunaweza pigia kura. And guess nani amewin? Mosquito imewin kura against Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Aki Kenyans nyinyi. What? No. Kenyans lazima mchunguze. Hii breed ya Kenyans ni ngumu kuelewa.
Hii ID is more than just a card. It's the key to opportunities. Ni ufunguo to freedom, the change we have been waiting for. So bila ID yako msee, unajua nini itafanyika? You will be financially excluded. What do I mean by that? You will have no access to M-Pesa. You will have no access to M-Kopa phones. Like we the youth are very familiar with that. Hutaweza kufungua bank account yako, hutaweza kupata loan, hutaweza kununua shamba wala kuuza shamba. So, kwa nini hauna ID kama kijana? 2027, without your ID, you will not be able to vote. What are you doing without your ID? I will urge all of us to hold each other accountable. Uliza mzae, uliza madhe, uliza beshte yako kama kona ID. Identity yetu, Kenya ni yetu.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. From Afande Deno arresting a thief,
najua Afande ni Deno siku zombo na ni utumishi kwa wote,
to overhaul of Kenya Forest Service.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat?
When does the president work?
I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get?
Kenyans turned into beggars.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. The question of the day is, what time or when does the president of Kenya sit in office and work? Listen to this.
My problem with this presidency is I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get? There's always something that he's saying. Like, bro, even as a man, you can't keep that many promises. Do you understand? Like, how about you have 3 days where you actually, we don't know what you're doing. Maybe you're in office chilling. You get? Because, bro, every fucking day, there's something. There's something, brother.
I think this guy is not stupid. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. This, of course, is way above my pay grade. I'll say that. But the optics don't look that great. But he knows what he's doing.
Just as G was saying, bro, you can't be tone deaf to what's going on,
Yes.
right? We have a
Facts.
medical system that's not
I'm
working.
with you, bro. I'm with
you
you.
understand?
I'm with
My
you.
friend was telling me about the mom needs to go for operation, and they were supposed to sort it out, and they've refused because there's a lot of, and that's a lot of people going through this, right?
Yeah.
That system is a priority.
Yes, it
you
is.
get?
Yes,
like
it is.
if I was him right now, I would fix that.
Yes.
On a serious note, Kenyans, when does the president really work? Or do we even have a president in this country? Listen to this.
When is Kasongo working? Kasongo has been reduced to become his communication and PR team. Kasongo is always responding. Why are you explaining to us how Taifa K is working? Sawa, you're the PS, you're the CS, you're the in charge of health. You are in charge of youth innovation or youth creativity. Sasa umeenda Grammys. You're in charge. Why can't you let the respective ministries and the respective people who've been appointed to do these things, let them do? You preaching how something is working, talking about it in churches yesterday all over the country, endorsing people to talk and retalk, and now our kids, when we take them back to school, they have to what is it called? We have to be on board your project. I don't know if it's Shift, Sha or Taifa Care. I really even don't know how it works, and I don't even have the time to do it, because if it's not working, why am I boarding? Why? Somebody please explain to me, why are we boarding on things that are not working? You cannot be reduced constantly to responding and responding and responding. Can you do your work, and the relevant people in charge of this ministries or dockets will do the responding, and you have a communications and PR team that clearly you're also in charge of, because it is failing you miserably, because they should be the ones painting your tainted image, and they're not doing it because guess who's in charge? You are in charge.
As Kenyans are baffled, asking themselves, where is the president and what time does the president really work? I want to show you guys of a rare video of how the president, your president, spends most of his time. Take a look.
Ruto ako wapi? Ako hapa. Ndio ule. Kasongo yeye.
A well-known and great police officer by the name of Afande Deno has made headlines after he caught a criminal stealing solar panel from a billboard owned by AdSite, an advertisement company. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Tunasema shughuli ni gani uni Afande Deno, na kila siku mnamwambiangaje makajana usipojituma utatumwa, si ndio? Bazenga tumempata juu ya billboard huko juu, top of the topest huko juu. Na billboard na believe ni ya ad site. So kijana alikuwa anapiga shughuli pale hivyo, ilikuwa imefunguliwa, nilikuwa nataka kuingia ndonyo, si ndio? Tumemchika, tumemweka machengerezi, tuko shughuli, tukomboka kila siku hapa na kijana Kongo anatangwa dash, kijana kujituma, si ndio? So mimi naambia kama kijana waondokea crime. Crime doesn't pay. Unaona Bazenga? Aina kulala tu ndino, si ndio? So wase wangu wa ad site, hii billboard yenu iko hapa from GM, Mombasa from GM. Mumeka hiyo whatever ya Jambo Jet. Advert ya Jambo Jet. Hii shughuli ni yenu, tumetoa hapo. Bazenga alikuwa hapo juu, alikuwa anajaribu kusongana. Najua fund ni deno siku zombo na ni utumishi kwa wote, tumeamua kutumikia nani? Huyu kijana unaona vizuri, hatujamguza, hatujampanguza, tumemshughulikia vizuri. Hiyo ndio utumishi kwa wote, ndio community policy. Na pia wase wa ad site, advertisement company, tumewapigia shughuli moja safi. Hii kitu haijakufa, wamulikia cameraman. Karibia, usiogope kitu. Unaona vizuri hii haijakufa. Jamaa tumemwekea makachengerere, tunaenda pale kumbuku, tumweke into books.
We need more police officers like Afande No, serving the people of Kenya, protecting our communities and fighting crime in our communities. I want to show you guys a video of a young man who was conned, and just listen to how he narrated his story.
Kumeenda aje?
Ndio kumeenda aje? Napanda hivi. Mzee ako mbele. Mzee kuna mzee ako mbele yangu anakusha makapa. Mwenye kunyuma wangu anakuja anachukua anishow aje. Simseji kwetu tugawiane. Sisi tunaenda hivyo. Mwenye ameangusha anakuja anatufuata anasema atushuka. Sisi tunamwambia kuna mmoja mwingine basi amechukua anarudi. Mwenye kanisa makapa ananipei. Nimesoma na bag. Anaambia kiende. Ndio mwingine anakuja kukujia. Sasa tunajifanya.
Watu mbili.
Nasema aje? Naambia mjamaa aje. Huyu ni fundi aenda kutengenezea simu, sinamwekea password.
Ati nikutumie.
Mwenye ameangusha ndio anashua aje tuachanishe, tuache shughuli, tumeona kugawiana ndio. Tunaachana hivyo, tenje inaenda.
Tenje yako sasa?
Tenje yangu sasa.
Wameichukua aje?
Nimempea nikamwekea password.
Sasa kwa nini umempatia password?
Tulikuwa tumeagana aje aseme yeye ni fundi ameenda kutengenezea. Ndio mwingine achaina. Mwenye ameangusha ndio achaina sisi.
So umepatia na simu yako bure? Ndio wamekupatia nini? Wamekupatia nini? Onyesha na hiyo kitu. Hii. Ndio ume-exchange na.
Hapa ndio tume-exchange.
Okay.
Nimefunga. So mimi
sina simu yako. Unajua police station? Ya Kilo? Ndio wapi askari hiyo story. Walai. Bye.
A conservationist by the name of Dr. Isaac Kalua Green, he has called for the overhaul of Kenya Forest Service, stating that they have failed to protect the country's forests. Listen to what Dr. Isaac Kalua Green had to say.
The trees that are cut in our forests, the timber that is produced to do the biggest construction, just because someone is in authority as a chair of Kenya Forest Service, conservator being misused. In fact, I should be calling for those people, sincerely speaking, to resign if we have to change the culture of our country. Because all that these people have been doing is known. It is bare. Charcoal is moving from different places every single day. Teak wood and trees that are so precious for this country of medicinal value are being exported out of this country. Just because it is your time, inakuwa ni wakati wako wa kukula. I think this has come to an end. I started this war when I was a young man, and I think time has come. At my old age, where I am, I determined it as old. I think we must just do what is right for God's glory.
Dear Kenyans, our forests are under threat. This means that the indigenous natural vegetation, even the animals that call the forests home, are all under threat. Deforestation without afforestation. Just listen to this.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water, supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat? A road.
A road called Mau Mau that has been approved by the government of Kenya will be passing through the heart of Aberdare Forest. This means 286 acres of indigenous and natural vegetation will be cleared. How does this align with the initiative to plant 15 billion trees?
Endangered species will face a greater risk. Increased human-wildlife conflict will disrupt their habitats, pushing them to closer extinction.
It will further expose the forest
to development, land grabbing, and logging, compromising the water sources and offsetting the irreplaceable benefits of this ecosystem.
Let us know what you think in the comments.
A video has been trending from Kisii County, where the residents there lined up to receive unga for Christmas from their governor, Honorable Simba Arati. Kenyans, just take a look at this nonsense.
Mtu abigwa anaona sama tanga. Mtu abigwa anaona sama tanga mama hata bigwa tabanga mbezi yale wote. Mitai bimbi goeta ngaba na Simba Arati to bwata. Eta ya gusi.
Mujamono. Abana batata. Simba Arati agenderere nyasaye. Aba malaika batana kalitu. Aba nainwe. Asante we.
In this video, I don't see the youths there. I don't see the Gen Zs there. What I am only seeing is the beggars. Like, this clearly shows you that the leaders are not the problem, but it's the people, the citizens who are the problem. We seriously need more civic education in our communities.
Manze kuna uzingiri fulani nimeona kwa hii nchi. Yani politician wanataka wa turn into beggars ili mweze kuwawashi. Kiangalia uzingiri mkalenjini hata mwenye hajesoma. Anatumia hiyo opportunity ya watu kuwa maskini kufanya watu wamglorify. Jamaa amefanya wamama wazee bwana, wamama rika ya shosho yake ati wanapanga line ati awapatie food. Sasa hiyo ni uzingiri gani? Yaani ama politician wanatakanga tubaki poor ili tuendelee kuwa beg. Lakini ukiangalia countries zenye ziko led tu vizuri, country kama Japan, unapata kila mtu ako na do. Hakuna mtu anaenda kupanga line kwa politician ati apewe food, alafu ndiye aanze kuwa praise akiwapigia makofi kila mahali. Hii nchi yenyewe Zakayo ametani nchi into a country of beggars.
While the beggars are receiving unga from their governor, let us all go to Nairobi City, in Karen, around Bomas Galleria, where a road has been flooding and has flooded for several days, and yet nothing has been done. The gross oversight has not yet been rectified. Like, where is the governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja? Where is Kenha? Where is Kura Roads? Like, what is happening in Kenya? Take a look at this video.
Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni Karen. Sakaja Bay. Manze. Enya Nairobi jo. Nairobi za ghetto. Na hii place kuna ngata footpath. Unang'ang'ana tu na magari katikati ya barabara ndio uvuke barabara. Hapa ni Karen.
Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, the fear is gone. The fear is totally gone and the clouds are gathering.
William Ruto, that somebody is stupid, somebody is selfish, somebody mwenye anajipenda yeye na tumbo yake. And then you have your girlfriends like Kimani Chungwa na Kithure Kindiki wenye umeweka mbele are supporting everything stupid that you are saying. And you are calling yourself a president. The worst nightmare that this country has ever faced, the worst nightmare that we have faced as a country in Kenya is having William Samoei Ruto as the president.
That you're gassing us. These Ruto boys. Hey. We'll find in 2027, Ruto. We'll be there, of course. We are fighting for our own generation. We want all the taxes to be removed. We don't want any tax. We don't want any tax.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you. Higher power. Higher power. We are coming for you.
Allah, how are you? Since the protest started, so many lives have been lost along the way. So many people have been kidnapped, abducted, and some of them are still missing till date. On August 19th, Free Kenya Movement chairman Bob Njagi was abducted in Mlolongo while he was going back home.
Usio mwizi huyo, wewe ni mtu wa maandamano. Hadi kofia ni ya maandamano.
After 32 days in captivity, later on Bob Njagi was released, and this is how he narrated his story. Listen to this.
I was whisked away into a building and ushered into a small and very dark room. It was the size of 6 feet by 4 feet. I was left on the floor handcuffed at the back and blindfolded for 2 days without food, only some water. That was
People power, higher power. People power, higher power. People power, higher power. Who are the people? We are the people. Who are the people? We are the people. People power, higher power. People power, higher power. Who are the people? We are the people. Who are the people? We are the people. Who are the people? We are the people.
A luta continua.
Sorry.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva. Viva.
Sorry. Good afternoon, members of the Fourth Estate. Thank you for joining us today for this presser. I'm going to read out my statement, which is in writing, and thereafter I'm going to share it with you also for publication. The title is Bob Njagi, Kitengela 3 Press and Public Statement on Recent Abductions. Revolutionary greetings. I take this opportunity to welcome members of the mainstream media and social media fraternity as they cover this press and public statement for the victims of state abduction, commonly referred to as the Kitengela 3, namely Bob Njagi, Longton Jamil, and Asley Longton. Today, Wednesday, the 9th of October, marks 20 days since our release from abduction and forceful detention without trial. During these few days, we have been undergoing medical treatment, both psychosocial support and physical examination in various health centers, hence the prolonged silence since our release. Prior to our abduction on the 19th of August 2024, Free Kenya Movement had been on the forefront of the protest demonstrations against the draconian Finance Bill 2024, which later mutated into pro-good governance demos that demanded for the dissolution of Parliament and the resignation of President William Ruto and his Deputy Honorable Rigathi Gachagua for gross violations of the Constitution and failing to uphold and protect the sovereignty of the Kenyan people. During the protest, I was singled out and targeted by security agencies for leading the protest. I was illegally arrested twice on 2 separate occasions. On both occasions, I was violently arrested and physically assaulted by the police and denied my right to seek counsel or communicate with my family members. I was presented before a court to answer to the fictitious and trumped-up charges. One of these cases has since been dismissed by the prosecution for lack of evidence. Why then did they have to arrest and subject me to inhumane treatment while knowing so well that I was innocent and they lacked any evidence? The other matter will be heard on the 14th of October, 2024 in Kajiado Magistrates Court, number 1. It is important to note that all demos, we have always notified the police in accordance to Article 37 of the Public Order Act and further requested them for security during the demos. As the demos intensified countrywide, we all witnessed the introduction of hooligans whose aim was to disrupt the peaceful protest by causing chaos, looting, stealing, and destruction of property. The aim was to create panic and fear amongst the business community, as well as to deter the Gen Zs from participating in the demos. The police and sympathizers of Kenya Kwanza administration were quick to blame the protesters before undertaking any investigation to ascertain the truth. This strategy, however, did not deter us from proceeding with peaceful protests, much to the dissatisfaction of those who had organized the thugs. The police, instead of arresting or stopping those who are looting from the business community, focused on arresting and shooting and killing innocent protesters. Many businesses in various towns and cities suffered huge losses as a result of looting by hired goons. The Gen Z-led protests have been calling for good governance, accountability, and a fight against corruption. Hence, there is no room for thuggery or hooliganism. It will be counterproductive to what we are demonstrating against. Most of the shops looted have CCTV cameras. Why haven't the police used that footage to identify and arrest the real criminals? During the anti-finance bill protest, many young Kenyans have been injured, illegally arrested, abducted, and others died through extrajudicial killings. There have been serious gross violations on human rights that amount to crimes against humanity by security agencies. Government institutions tasked with the role of oversight, such as the Independent Police Oversight Authority, have clearly no powers to arrest or prosecute any rogue police officers. Their attempts to investigate the police have been distracted and hampered in order to cover up the truth. The Kenya police have violated the Constitution severally, yet they are the ones who are entrusted with enforcing the same laws. The use of excessive force such as live bullets, water cannons, tear gas, etc., while concealing their faces to avoid identification has been the modus operandi. To date, no police officer has been brought to book to answer to the charges of assault, misconduct, abuse of office, use of excessive force, abduction, murder, etc. This only points to the reluctance of government to undertake any meaningful investigations that will uncover the truth and reveal those who have been sponsoring the goons. On the 18th of August 2024, I received a call from Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi to accompany him the following day to Nairobi Area Police Station, where he had been summoned to appear before the police. On the 19th of August, I arrived at Nairobi Area Police Station at 2 p.m., only to be informed that the venue had been changed and that he had been asked to go to Nairobi Regional Police Command in Milimani Road. Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi was later put under arrest and whisked away to Kamkunji Police Station. We spent the whole afternoon and evening there with his family and lawyer, seeking for his release, but the police insisted on holding him until the following day in order to arraign him in court. My colleagues then dropped me off at Railway's bus terminus, where I boarded a matatu to Kitengela, for Kitengela. En route to Kitengela, the bus stopped at Mlolongo for some passengers to alight. It was then that 4 masked men, hooded men, got into the vehicle shouting, "Huyu ako na bunduki," while pointing at me. I was immediately alarmed by this assertion, and upon realizing what was happening, I shouted my name, Bob Njagi, and informed all the passengers that I was being targeted because of the demos. The officers shoved me out of the bus forcefully while assaulting me with kicks, blows, slaps, jacking me off my feet, and carrying me shoulder high into an awaiting white car. The officers had cautioned other passengers not to take any photos or videos. However, some passengers managed to secretly record the incident. Inside the white vehicle were 5 men, 2 in the front and 3 at the back. We drove for close to an hour, while all the time I was assaulted until we came to a sudden stop. I was then blindfolded and handcuffed at the back. and moved into a second awaiting vehicle that had 4 men. 2 sat at the back on either side and 2 at the front. We drove for complete silence for another 30 minutes until we arrived in our destination. 32 days of terror. I was whisked away into a building and ushered into a small and very dark room. It was the size of 6 feet by 4 feet. I was left on the floor handcuffed at the back and blindfolded for 2 days without food, only some water. That was
People power,
higher power.
people power,
Higher power.
people power,
Higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
People power,
Higher power.
people power,
Higher power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
A luta continua.
Sorry.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva Bob Njagi, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva comrades, viva.
Viva.
Viva. Viva.
Sorry. 32 days of terror. I was whisked into a building and ushered into a small, very dark room. It was a size of 6 by 4. I was left on the floor, handcuffed at the back, and blindfolded for 2 days without food. Only some water that was administered occasionally by one of the men. On the 3rd day, the handcuffs were removed from the back side, and my hands were cuffed on the front side. I was then moved into another room. The second room had a smaller, had a small withered mattress and a blanket. This is where I stayed locked up, handcuffed, blindfolded for the next 30 days. The room was completely sealed with no light during the daytime or nighttime. The only human interaction I got was when the door would be opened twice a day. In the morning, they would open and hand me a cup of tea while removing the waste bucket and replacing it with another one. During lunch hour, I was served with a meal that would barely keep me alive. The food was unpalatable, but I forced myself to eat in order to get some strength and to live to see another day, hoping and praying that God would rescue me from this ordeal. My health depreciated very fast and lost a lot of weight. I was dehydrated and lost a lot of weight during the 32 days of abduction. Once a week, I would be led blindfolded into a room where I showered for 10 minutes before returning back to my cell. I was held incommunicado throughout throughout my abduction and denied all freedoms and rights enshrined in our Constitution: the right to a fair trial, freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom from torture, and freedom from abduction. On September 20th, 2024, at about 12:30 a.m., 2 men came to the cell and asked me to get up and get dressed. I was then taken outside the building into an awaiting vehicle. They removed the handcuffs and replaced them with plastic tie knots, but I remained blindfolded. We drove around the vehicle for about 30 minutes in complete silence. Finally, the car stopped and one of the men informed me that they were going to release me, gave me some money, 400 shillings for bus fare, and removed me from the car. They asked me to sit on the ground and to remain there until they left. I heard the doors shutting and the cars speeding off. By the time I removed my blindfold, they had already disappeared into the dark. I stumbled on my feet and started walking without knowing where I was. In about 15 minutes, I got to Tigoni police station. It was there that I reported the matter, which was booked in the OB. I requested the officers to contact my family, which they did. The OCS Tigoni police station arrived at about 2 a.m., where she asked me to write a statement. I complied, and later my family members arrived, picked me up, and took me home. I have since been recuperating, healing from this horrific experience. I wish to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude and thank all Kenyans of goodwill who have prayed, lobbied for our release from abduction. I wish to single out my family, my parents and siblings and relatives, friends, the Law Society of Kenya, the Defenders Coalition, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, comrades of the Free Kenya Movement, various human rights organizations, civil society organizations, the mainstream media and social media fraternity, leaders from various including Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Honorable Wajakoya, Senator Umtata, Honorable Kioni, activists from the social justice movements, and the judiciary for their exemplary role of justice. I thank God for being faithful and for the continued gift of life and good health. I take note that the petition against the IG and CS for Interior is pending in the High Court. though the Judge Lawrence Mugambi has since recused himself from the case. We intend to pursue this case to its most logical conclusion. The state should be held responsible for our abduction and that of many other Kenyans, since it is their duty to provide security to all persons and protect their lives and property. I have since reconciled myself with the ordeal so as to heal. I have since forgiven my captors and asked God to forgive them too. I, however, will pursue justice and plan to sue the government for this ordeal in order to stop any other such abductions. I call upon this government to immediately put an end to all cases of demonstrations from the year 2023 to 2024. Furthermore, we call on the government to recognize and compensate families who have lost their loved ones during this protest as a sign of goodwill, honor, and respect. My spirit is more emboldened, my heart is more fortified, my body is more resilient, and my mind is more focused. I shall continue to lobby for good governance and accountability. I remain to be a strong voice for the weak, the marginalized in society, more so persons with disability, orphans, and widows. Since the 2018 Finance Bill, we initiated the Free Kenya movement as an alternative platform through which we would lobby for social justice, constitutional reforms, economic and political reforms, and have engaged in several legal battles challenging bad laws. We have been and continue to collect signatures from registered voters in order to initiate a people's dialogue, otherwise known as a referendum. You can access the referendum and signature collection portal on www.freekenya.co.ke or www.freekenyasignatures.com. End of statement. People power.
Higher power.
People power.
Higher power.
Higher power.
People power.
Higher power.
People power.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Who are the people?
We are the people.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Nguvu ni watu.
Watu ni nguvu.
Watu ni nani?
Watu ni sisi.
Watu ni nani?
Watu ni sisi.
Thank you.
Tunaanzisha mchakato wa referendum ambaye tutazuru taifa yote ya Kenya tukisanya sahihi milioni 1 ili tuweze kuleta mabadiliko ya kikatiba ambayo yataleta afueni kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, sivyo? Mnakubaliana na hiyo safari?
They're coming for you.
From Kelly exposing the government,
when it comes to taxation, it seems like the joke is on us.
To Gen Z's called names,
And they must go where?
Who works for the government?
Si kwa ubaya, mtu yote hadi sahi ana trust Morara, wewe ni mpumbavu.
Piolo Lumumba honest opinion.
The Kenyan government may support him, but I believe that he is not my candidate.
He's not your candidate.
He's not my candidate.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Mr. Today and my name is Elvis Daring. Sometimes even fools can get power. A member of parliament by the name of Julius Kamket, he went on to rant and disrespect the Gen Zs, calling the Gen Zs names. Like he was trying so hard to be a comedian. But let me tell you, nothing that was coming from his mouth was funny to the Gen Z.
Tufunge internet. Hapana, wacha hao watu ambao kazi yao ni kuhangaika kwa kitanda because they are lazy bones. Hakuna kitu wanafanya, ni kuhangaika tu kwa kitanda kuchokoza watu. There is nothing they will do. Nchi ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais, agenda yako utadeliver. You deliver your agenda. We will ensure you get your second term. Na wakicheza watu tunaweza amua uendelee kidogo hivi ama namna gani? Kwa sababu wanaletea huyu jamaa kisirani, kwani siuni rais kama wengine ati must go where? Aende wapi? Na tukusema aendi, hata akimaliza hiyo wengine watadu.
Maybe, just maybe, he should receive some greetings so that next time he can have a clear understanding on why he should never mess with the Gen Z. This year, 2025, is going to be a tough year. It's going to be a different year for these kind of politicians. Like the pressure is going to increase beyond limit. Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say.
Pia Mudavadi alisema the same thing, eh? Sio Joho peke yake. In fact, everybody in Kenya Kwanza, they have been threatening us that they are coming for us. So, but remember we are 56, 57 million Kenyans. Umeona X wewe? X umeona? Do you know, I felt what the same spirit that was there in June 24th, 23rd, anga ilikuwa ina build. Na ujue ilianzia 18th. Remember the first demonstrations? By 25th, sisi watu tulikuwa ready. Tulikuwa tumechoka. Are they ready for what Kenyans can do? Wanapangia wa Kenya, lakini wanajua wa Kenya wanawapangia nini?
Kenyans, the question of the day is it true that anyone who is working in the government is either lying or buying time? Take a look at this video of CS Kipchumba Murkomen being lectured.
Bwana Waziri, I just want you to know that anyone who is working in this government and comes here, gives us promises, and deep down their hearts, they know they are lying or buying time. Being a new person in this office, I think we should go with what the PS said and the CEO, or we will impeach them, because we cannot sit here. We go to our villages very excited with all the chiefs and village elders clapping for us. Me being a new member of parliament, how do I go back to the people and say the new CS came in with the new terms? Because that is what I'm seeing. It is very unfortunate that we are still discussing about this. I thought we were going to be told from this date and this date, things are rolling out. Not cancellations, postponement, new discussions. It's sitting bad. Even as you sit there, I was telling my colleague, the CS is talking too much. Because already I'm seeing it is not progressive. We are now on pause. And yet we had kid play. We were so excited, all of us here. So I don't know what exactly you've been saying. Maybe I'm not understanding because I just blocked. From listening, I blocked my mind. Can somebody talk a language I understand here? Mambo iko karibu kuharibika.
Currently, we all know that the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, is campaigning for the African Union Commission seat. But Pierre Lumumba had a different view on this. He came out and said that at the age of 80, Raila Amolo Odinga should be writing memoirs, not competing for a secretariat office. He went on and said that his manner of campaigning is inconsistent with the African Union Commission spirit, and he does not consider him as a candidate. Listen to this.
First of all, I use the word statesman very differently. I don't support Mr. Odinga's bid for a number of reasons, and I've already stated that in different fora. Number one, because his bid is an attempt to use the AU position to exile him from local politics so that this administration may get the support of his constituency. That is not a reason why you give somebody a seat that requires young and vibrant individuals. Mr. Odinga is going to be 80 in the month of January. Really, at age 80, one should be writing his memoirs, not competing with younger people for holding an office, which is a secretariat's office. So, and even the manner and style in which she has campaigned is inconsistent with what the spirit of the AU is. There have been people who have held that office, they did not campaign in that manner. President Connery did not campaign in that manner. He was the first. Jean Ping of Gabon did not campaign in the manner that he is. Nkosazana and Lamini Zuma did not campaign in that manner. Mohamed Faki did not campaign in that manner. My own view is that Kenyans and other Kenyans, the Kenyan government may support him, but I believe that he is not my candidate.
He's not your candidate.
He is not my candidate.
So Kenyans and fellow Gen Zs, do you think that Raila Amolo Odinga will get the African Union Commission seat? Listen to this.
Raila will not get the AUC position.
Why?
But William Ruto will say, oh, you know, simuliona mimi nilijaribu. And let me tell you, I'm making a political prophecy, and I hope you can invite me when the election is done. It won't happen. Baba ataoshwa. In fact, as they say, as he say in the Luo, they will nango Baba.
Okay, yes.
Bomet residents, they decided to inject after they walked out on President Ruto while he was addressing the nation. Like Kenyans, Gen Zs, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Take a look.
Na niko na Davis Chirchir ambaye ni waziri wangu wa mambo ya barabara. Na huyu waziri mumenipatia ni mtu ako na mpango mzuri sana. Ananisaidia kupanga hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niseme watu wako noin.
Mbebe pole anatoka mbio.
Still in Bomet, sources claim that Farouk Kibet slapped a member of parliament by the name of Vincent Mandazi. Later on, the MP went on to release a fearful statement saying that he never provoked Farouk Kibet in any way. Listen to what Dr. Mubi Saraki had to say about this.
Imagine Farouk has slapped an MP. As in, okay, at first the story came out that Farouk's aides had slapped this MP for trying to sit on his seat. So now that Farouk's just started trending on X. Next thing, now the MP, he's called Vincent Mandazi. I think he's the MP of Chemalango or something like that. He released a statement and he sounds so afraid, guys. He's like, yo, me, I was just minding my business. Or it's like his office that has released it. So they were like, MP Mandazi was just minding his business and he received a hot slap, literally, from Farouk, but he didn't provoke him in any way. He didn't antagonize him in any way. It's like he's now like fighting for his life or something. He's just trying to tell guys like me, I had nothing wrong. Yo, this guy's out of control.
The former Laikipia governor, Ndiritu Muridhi, has been sworn in as the chairperson of the Kenya Revenue Authority Board. My question is this: will he take charge in fighting the corruption that is taking place in the KRA? Take a look at this video of him being sworn in.
I, Ndiritu Muridhi, having been appointed the chairperson of the Kenya Revenue Authority Board of Directors, do swear that I will be true and faithful to the best of my ability and power in the execution of the trust committed to my charge and the inspection of the service of the Kenya Revenue Authority Board of Directors. And that I shall not acquire, take or receive any fee, gratuity, or reward, whether pecuniary or in any sort, or of any sort, or description whatsoever.
From Musiguze Murima to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, claiming that President William Ruto is targeting the mountain. And how is the mountain being targeted? Listen to what he had to say.
Na baada ya sisi kufunga hizo factories na kukaza machiefs na police, pombe ikapungua. Vijana wakaanza kurudi nyumbani, wakaanza kuoga, hata wasichana wetu wakaanza kupata watoto. Na tukaanza kuona dalili inarudi. Hasa hapa kwa Mlima Kenya, Nakuru, Laikipia, Nyandarua. pahali tulikuwa tumewezwa sana na hii pombe haramu. Ndio PS wa internal security akaambiwa na rais kwenda fungua hizo makampuni, na makampuni zisipofunguliwa zikaambiwa sisipeleke hiyo pombe pahali ingine, silete hapa kwa Mlima Kenya. Na ndio mimi nikakuwa na shida sana na rais, na nikamwambia tukiwa Nyandarua, nikamwambia unakosea watu wa Kenya, hawa watoto wetu kufungulia hao pombe iwaue ni makosa. Hiyo pombe ilifunguliwa hizo companies mpaka wa leo haiuzwi Rift Valley, haiuzwi anywhere else. Pombe ile yote sumu inaletwa katika mlima. Jana pale Bahati hapa Nakuru kumekufa watu 3. Simuliona kwa TV jana? Tangu wanitoe kwa kiti, ile pombe yote mbaya ya kuua watu rais aliagiza iletwe hapa kwa mlima ndio imalize vijana wetu.
As I've heard the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in Bahati constituency, in the home of one of the victims who passed away after consuming methanol from a small-scale industry, grief filled the air in that home because this tragedy has claimed the lives of 3 young men. And let me tell you, Kenyans, those who survived after consuming this illicit nonsense, some of them are still intoxicated. Just take a look.
Wanya! Tafadhali mrembo.
After Rigathi Gachagua's expose, I'm just wondering, how was the former deputy president impeached? Listen to what Usingishu women representative unknowingly exposing on how Rigathi Gachagua was impeached.
You know, I'm one of these people. I'm told to speak briefly, I speak briefly. Your Excellency, I'm your loyal foot soldier. When you tell me speak briefly, I speak briefly. If you tell me Gachagua ende nyumbani, Gachagua anaenda nyumbani. So I always follow orders, and I will follow those orders.
Whether you call me a psychopath, I don't care. Not my words, but Honorable Okello's words. After he went on to confess to the public that he will support every piece of legislation that will be coming from the government.
I want to make it clear that because President Ruto has accepted our experts in his government, I cannot turn around now and defeating his bills that have been brought before me by the same experts that I gave him. So moving forward, so therefore moving forward, I want to support every piece of legislation that will come from government. Whether they call me a psychopath, I don't care. I want to close my eyes and support all the issues that shall be brought forth by the experts that we gave him. And one of them is my sister Dorcas Oduor here, the Chief Government Legal Advisor.
It seems like some politicians are shapeshifters, are like reptilians. Today they say this and tomorrow they say that. Honorable Simba Arati, he has urged all ODM to work exceptionally in Ruto's government. They should work so well that Ruto is impressed. And remember, there's a time that Ruto was part of ODM. And even Simba Arati went on and said that he's going to support Ruto in the 2027 elections. But Kenyans, wait, hold on. Let me take you a few years back during the 2007 and 2008 post-election violence, while Simba Arati was still the Dagoretti North Member of Parliament. He said that Ruto should come out and apologize to the Kisii community for the deaths and the killings that took place at that time. Listen to this.
Sisi kama jamii ya Omo Gusii, naomba Bwana Deputy President, sisi wakati wewe ulikuwa ODM pamoja na baba, mlikuwa watu wawili pamoja. Watu wetu wa Kisii wengi waliuawa kule Rift Valley. Omba msamaha hapa sasa. Omba msamaha kwa watu wetu ambao walikufa kule Rift Valley. Wewe wacha.
Still in 2007-2008, Ruto came out and told the people that they should go back to their ancestral land, even if you bought it. Like, I'm just speechless. Listen to this.
Who lived where? Whose land is ancestrally whose? For example, the whole of Kitale. The Luyas, the Kisis, many of the Kalenjin subtribes who are there today will have to move out because that land ancestrally belong to the Pokot, the Cherangani, the Sengwer, and the Sabaot.
Oh, but that's a little extreme, Mheshimiwa.
It is not extreme, it is in the Constitution. I will challenge you to go and read it. That's it.
I believe that as a Kenyan, you are free to live, work, and even marry in any part of Kenya you wish to. You are free to move around in this country because this is our home. This is your home. Kenya ni home. So why all this tribalism? Let us stop tribalism. Just listen to what President Ruto had to say.
Kama muko na shida na Wakikuyu, hamuko na shida na Wakikuyu kuliko sisi wa Kalenjin. Tuko na shida kubwa zaidi. Sawa sawa?
So Kenyans, if I may ask you, what is true patriotism? What does it mean being a patriot in a country? Patriotism is not being loyal to your government and kissing its nyash. True patriotism is being loyal to your own country. Siding with an oppressive regime, a corrupt government which abducts the young people of Kenya, Kenyans who are fighting for better governance, that is not true patriotism. A true patriotism is holding the government to an account so that the country can move forward in the right direction. Listen to what activist Hussein Khalid had to say about this.
Patriotism is loyalty to your country. Patriotism is not loyalty to your government. Actually, a true patriot must hold the government to account. A true patriot must make sure the government delivers on its promises, that the government adheres to the constitution and the laws of the land. Siding with the government when young people are abducted left, right, and center, that is not patriotism. Yes. Siding with the government when they refuse to arrest killer cops who are known to everyone, that is not patriotism. If you are a true patriot, you must stand firm in the defense of the country, in the defense of the constitution, and in the defense of rule of law and human rights. So we are asking Kenyans all over to stand firm and say no to government excesses. We must stand firm as true patriots and defend our country, not defend the government.
And talking of patriotism, being a patriot in a country, currently many Kenyans are baffled and confused if Morara Kebaso Senior, the injured party leader, is a true patriot in this country. Take a look.
Si kwa ubaya, mtu yote hadi sahi ana trust Morara, wewe ni mpumbavu. Unaona pumbavu zake vile wanasemanga. Watu wanatuona pumbavu zake, ndio hiyo. Sawa, mtu yote tu ana trust Morara na anatumia Morara pesa, pumbavu zako. Wacheni niwaambie, Morara amenunua gari mpya 17.5 million. 17.5 million. Na wacheni tuende kwa point. Mimi sina issue, mtu ni mzuri kununua gari ya 17.5 million. Hiyo si point yangu, na mimi hata hiyo si issue yangu. Kwa nini naona Morara anabeba watu wengine mafala, which si mimi. Mimi unajua mimi niliwaambia mimi ni mtown. Na kama umezaliwa town, mimi niko sure watu Morara anagonganga na wanamtumia doni wale watu woshe wale watu wana Abel Mutua amesimama na wanaona Abel Mutua ni mfani, ati Abel Mutua ni comedian, stand up comedian, nao ndo Morara anakula do yao. So wacheni tuende kwa point. Morara amenunua gari ya 17.5 million. Aya, kitu inanishangaza na Morara ni kwa Twitter ya Morara amepin, ukienda sasa kwa Twitter yake amepin, I am requesting for your support to fuel. I am requesting your support for fuel. Anything little or more we will appreciate. Thank you in advance. Amewekea paybill, amewekea DNCBA. Bro, unaweza nunua, unajua hiyo 17.5 already ile gari uko nayo unasema ni ya Wakenya. Na hiyo gari unasema ni ya Wakenya, ni wewe ndo utumia. Hata hiyo gari kama Wakenya ndo wamenunua. Hii 17.5 million umenunua nayo gari. Hata kama umenunua na haya purchase, lazima umeweka gari ya 17.5, lazima umeweka zaidi ya mita 8. Hiyo mita 8 mbona ungetumia kufueli gari?
So Kenyans, feel free and share your thoughts and views about this.
Sasa leo kuna Morara wa serikali. Sasa tufanye kazi. Tunataka amani, si ndio? Leo nimesema kwa. Hi, how are you? Haya, super. Namtafuta simu. Hata nakuja pale kwako ni promote. Nimekuwa WhatsApp.
Kenya is blessed by the most fearless, beautiful and courageous women in Africa. I want to show you guys a video of a young Gen Z who she stood on her ground and fought for what is right. This is what I call true patriotism. Take a look.
like cross-stones, but we just wanted to be allowed to
Recently, we saw that new CSS have been appointed. Apostle Michael, he came out and warned the new Kenya Kwanza CSS, saying that they will be used as perfume in a house full of carcasses. Listen to this.
I saw Ruto shuffling his cabinet again. I've said though, and I'll continue to say, all of it useless. Kuna kitu hapo. I want to talk to the people that were appointed. William Kabogo, Lee Kinyanjui, Mutai Kagwe, and Muridhiga, and Kempi Gutura. These are honorable men from the mountain. Honorable men. I want to advise you as a prophet to the nations. Don't take those positions. Ruto wants to use you as a perfume in a house which is full of rotten carcasses. No amount of perfume can cleanse a house which is full with rotten carcasses. Very soon, you'll be rendered irrelevant and he's going to look for more others to use. But as it goes, politics is a game of flies and dead meat. Where there is dead meat, flies will fly there. Don't be flies. If you like, you can fly. But Apostle Michael have spoken.
Dear Kenyans, jokes on you. Jokes on you when it comes to taxation. The Gen Z went to protest against the Finance Bill 2024, which later on it got rejected. The President of Kenya complied with the Gen Z's demands. But today I want to show you guys a video of Kelly exposing the government reintroducing the taxes that were rejected on June 26th.
Because look at this conmanship. The taxes we rejected under the Finance Bill 2024 have quietly been reintroduced through the Tax Laws and Procedure Act of 11th December 2024. Imagine, and here's the story. On June 26th, after weeks of peaceful protests, President Ruto surrendered to our demands and withdrew the Finance Bill 2024 in totality. But fast forward to 27th December. Today, what do we see? The same tax proposals that took us to the streets have been repackaged and are now in effect. Here's what to expect, to mention but a few by the way. 1. An increase in the price of sanitary pads as imported raw materials are now taxed. 2. Increased prices for consumer goods thanks to the increase in the railway development levy. And finally, an increase in the cost of internet access services thanks to the introduction of the significant economic presence tax and the increase in digital service excise duty. Remember how alisema tutapata free bundles? By the way, it's clear that this government is operating on the principle of kinimacho, saying one thing and doing the total opposite. But if they think we're not paying attention, they're very wrong. Because we can at any moment from today remind them that the voice of the people shall never be ignored. Because manze, this government lacks honesty, lacks accountability, and lacks transparency.
So if this does not increase your pressure to take action, then I don't know what can increase your pressure. Kenyans, should the pressure increase or decrease? Take a look.
Kama kuna nchi inaweza sikia kuchukua William Ruto, wanaweza mchukua kwa sababu sisi wananchi, we don't need him. Ametuchosha, ama nyie mjachoka? Mjachoka na Ruto? Ule mtu anataka kuchukua William Ruto, you can take him for free, take Wetangula for free, take Mudavadi for free. Tunawapea hizo takataka zote. Waende waongoze if they are good to you.
So hustlers, how you day? Many of you I know right now are enjoying luxurious and lavish lives. Like right now, many of you are just chopping money. You chop money. Currently, if you are a hustler, like how is the economy? This is how they will reply.
I want to assure you people and assure the country, the economy is now on.
Amazing, amazing. Like I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate all the hustlers out there. Like people are doing great. I know the economy is booming, right? Listen to what Gathoni Muchomba, a member of parliament, had to say about hustlers.
Hi guys. Leo nimebadilisha kakofia, nimevalia haka kameandiko wa Muchomba Hustler Queen. Kwa sababu ma hustlers wamecelebrate sana, hata hatujalala. Wamecelebrate sana kwa sababu mahasla wenzao walipewa nafsi ya kuingia katika serikali wawe mawaziri. Na unajua imekuwa mtindo, hii serikali ni ya hustlers. Na ilivotiwa na mahasla na narrative ilikuwa hustler aingie kwa serikali. Na imekuwa serikali ya kusikiza mahasla kabisa, inasikiza kabisa. Hustler akisema mama boga ameachwa nje, Mama Boga anaappointiwa, anawekwa kama minister. Tulikataa finance bill, tukasema ilikuwa inatufinyiria sisi mahaslas. Mahasla tukachukuliwa wengi, tukawekwa kwa serikali, tukakuwa ministers. Tumeteta juzi, tumesema chief na SHA haifanyi kazi vizuri, mahasla ndio hao wameappointiwa sasa, wameingia kwa serikali. Hata tukiendelea kuteta hivyo, tunateta maneno ya vaccination ya ng'ombe. Imagine mahasla watapewa serikali, watakuwa ni mawaziri, PS. Kwa hivyo tuendelee tu kuteta, tuendelee tu kufinya, kwa sababu mahaslas sasa wameingia kwa serikali, na hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni serikali ya mahasra kweli. Hasra tawara! Hasra tawara! Hasra!
Pack your bags and let us go all the way to Kisumu County, where an incoming Kisumu County Governor by the name of Ruth Odinga is giving Kenyans sleepless nights. It is quite clear that in the coming next elections in 2027, it's going to be heavy.
So I want to dedicate a song to all the lives that we lost.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Moses Kuria facing angry crowd, to Mutuse chest away. Did Africa build the world?
Has built the world throughout the ages.
Rigathi Gachagua comeback.
Rigathi Gachagua will immediately begin undermining government policies.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. The struggle is real. It has always been real and it is still real. Julius Kamau, a patriotic comrade and a Kenyan citizen who has always been there since day one, fighting for a better governance of this country and a better future and the rights of the people. But yet, what does he get in return? He gets humiliated and treated as if he's the criminal. Take a look at this video of brave Julius Kamau.
To express ourselves is a God-given right and a constitutional right.
Kenyans, we must come out and fight for our right to express ourselves. Thomas Sankara said, may my eyes never see, may my feet never take me into a society where half of the people are held in silence. Kenyans, we must refuse to be held in silence by either the police or the government or the rulers in power. We must not be afraid of politicians. Politicians are us and this. And they stolen our freedom. They have stolen our land. They have stolen our minds. They have stolen our futures. Why people are giving their opinions there? Why am I being denied my right to speak? I've seen other people there give their opinions. If they are right, but you're refusing to listen to me because my speech is so radical. Because this country needs a revolution that will save this nation. Yes, we have the duty to save this nation. People are dying everywhere. My people, we are dying. My God, we are living in a society that gives us nothing but death. I refuse to die. Yes, I refuse to die. I will not die. But I shall live and declare the works of our Lord. For the Lord God has sent his command. Today I are saying, do not touch my innocence. Do not harm my prophet. I'm ready to die for my people. I am ready to die for the truth. Christ said that the truth shall set you free. And he said that when you are my disciples indeed, and you will know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
As you can see, no matter the obstacles and no matter the amount of arrests Julius Kamau has faced over the years, he's still there on the ground, fighting for change, fighting for freedom, and fighting for better governance in this country.
I am ready to die for the truth. Christ said that the truth shall set you free. And he said that when you are my disciples indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that Africa, our motherland, has always been the cradle of mankind since day one. But yet, just look at how Africa is being robbed. Our resources, our wealth is being robbed and being used to build Western countries. Take a look at this video of P.L.O. Lumumba, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, had to say about Africa.
Has built the world throughout the ages. Africa built Europe. Africa built America. Africa built Australia. Africa is building China. All the resources. You go to Europe today and you see the gold, the copper, the electricity, everything. It is from Africa. And that is why they came here and enslaved us. That is why they came here and took our mineral. That is why they are still coming here. Because Africa is the continent that has fed the world. When we talk about the mother continent, we are not simply talking about the mother continent to the extent that she feeds our own children, but she feeds the world.
And the world knows that.
And the world knows that. That's why she cannot be allowed to be free. And that is why she must wake up. And she can only wake up when her sons and daughters wake up. And we are not saying that when she wakes up, she's not going to feed the world. She will. But she will do so on her own terms and with dignity. But throughout history, Africans have been dehumanized, have been humiliated.
So chosen ones, Africans, for how long will you be humiliated? For how long will you be robbed? For how long will you be separated by these colonial borders? For how long?
Africa built Europe. Africa built America. Africa built Australia. Africa is building China. All the resources. You go to Europe today and you see the gold, the copper, the electricity, everything. It is from Africa.
As we all know, we have a new deputy president, Kithure Kindiki, replacing the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua. But since the former deputy president has been impeached, Rigathi Gachagua, do you think that it has created a vacuum, an easy path for Raila Odinga to become the next president or even the next deputy president in the coming elections 2027? Listen to this.
Ruto has opened a very big and bad, terrible door. Floodgates of bad things can come. Assume Ruto succeeds in impeaching Gachagua and he appoints a new deputy president. Assume this person is in the person of Raila Odinga. Raila, all his life, all he's wanted was to become a president. He has lied 5 times, correct? Now, what if Raila, once he becomes the deputy president, he incites the entire house to impeach Ruto? Because anything in politics is possible. There are no permanent friends, no permanent enemies. So this is what is going to happen. He uses his billions to buy the MPs the same way Ruto has used millions to buy the MPs to vote against Gachagua. Assume he succeeds. Now, Raila, being the deputy president, becomes the president of the republic. Is that a possibility? Yes. The madness that Ruto has opened to the MPs is too much to wish away. This man is under threat, and he will live under threat for the length of his service.
And talking more about impeachment, a member of the National Assembly by the name of Peter Selassie, he went on and asked the President of Kenya, William Ruto, a very critical question. Why is the development in this country, the ghost project in this country, not being rushed the same way the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua was given attention and rushed? Listen to what he had to say.
Nataka niulize rais wa Kenya, the way tu unakimbiza wabunge wako kufanya mambo ya impeachment ya Gachagua kama ndio kazi ulichaguliwa kufanya. Nataka niulize wabunge wako, bills gapi ambazo mmepitisha katika committee za agriculture na zingine ambazo mtasema mmepitisha na zinafanya kazi kuinua mwananchi wa chini, lakini mnataka kupitisha zile ambazo mko na interest nazo, ambazo mnajua hiyo ndio interest yenu na haiwezi benefit mwananchi wa kawaida. Na hata transition ukiangalia wamekuja katoa maneno ya NHIF, wanaleta mambo ya NHIF. There should be a progress, there should be progress. Like ukitoka hii saa hii ukienda NHIF uko nayo haiendi through, unaenda SHA haifanyi kazi, na watu wanataka kutibiwa, mko pale mkatoa UPA ya wanafunzi wetu, watoto wetu walikuwa wanatibiwa, amukuleta alternative nyingine, mnasema mnatuongoza mnatupeleka wapi nyinyi watu nauliza.
So, do you think this question deserves an Oscar? Tell us in the comments down below.
Nataka niulize wabunge wako, bills gapi ambazo mmepitisha katika committee za agriculture na zingine ambazo mtasema mmepitisha na zinafanya kazi kuinua mwananchi wa chini?
During the previous presidential campaigns, you saw William Ruto going from church to church and portraying himself as a saint and a savior to Kenya and Africa, even to the point that he's also advocating for Pan-Africanism. But yet, here in Kenya, people have died. Many people have died and are still dying. People are being abducted under his presidency, under his administration. Listen to what our African brothers had to say about this.
Killings, abductions, and bodies being found dead in rivers. But to our surprise, this was only not just a mock to the people of Kenya, but a mock to God, because they held that Bible high. We are saying as the youths of Kenya that we are not going to be led by people who are killing us. We are saying as the youth of Kenya that we refuse to be led by people who are martyring us, people who are butchering us in the streets when we are advocating for good governance. And seemingly, it seems that the president, Mr. Ruto, is not getting us clearly. And therefore, I have an urgent appeal to the First Lady, Mama Rachel, that tonight we believe that you are a very prayerful lady. Tonight, help us communicate to the president, maybe through love, because what kind of force, what kind of chains cannot be broken by the power of love? Look straight into the eyes of Mr. Ruto and tell Ruto that the bloods of the children who are martyred in the streets for no apparent reasons are wailing and crying in the streets. For the blood of the Gen Z youths who are martyred, who are butchered by the police on 25th, are wailing and crying in the street. And I want to say, even to the youths of Africa, from the northern bonds of Algeria to the southern tips of Azania, South Africa, from the eastern horn of Somalia, Kenya, Ethiopia, across Central Africa to the western plain of Guinea-Bissau, that We must rise up.
So Kenyans, are you aware that a member of parliament by the name of Mwengi Mutuse, he was just away at Kalembe Ndile's wife burial after he had a quarrel with an MCA? So Kenyans, things might be getting hotter, but compose yourselves and watch this video.
What is good?
So in your view, do you think Mutuse has graduated from an MP to a quarreler?
It may be getting hotter, but look at the document, compose yourself and read.
The only thing I'm missing right now is a mustache. But how can you go and quarrel at someone's wife burial? No respect for the family. Apart from Mutuse being chased away from Kalembe Ndile's wife burial, take a look at this video of Moses Kuria being chased out of stage from Tony Young's event. Take a look. There have been many abductions that have occurred since day one, since the protest started, since people occupied the parliament and they finished Kumalod. But why are people being abducted by this corrupt regime? Take a look at this video of somebody being abducted. I have watched this video in disbelief. Like, how can somebody be abducted, but yet people are there just standing and watching? Kenyans, learn to take actions. Since now the former Deputy President of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, is no longer in power, do you think he will start going against the government in terms of exposing the corruption that is deep-rooted into the government? Listen to this.
After being successfully removed from office, Rigathi Gachagua will immediately begin undermining government policies. When they bring SHIF, he will now be in a position to speak against it. He'll be in a position to speak against the Adani deals. He'll be in a position to speak against just about anything that does not sit well with the people, including abduction.
I want to give a very big shout out and a very big thank you to all the Gen Zs out there, to all the people of Kenya who took to the streets to fight for better governance, for a better future in this country and for good leadership. And the former Minister of Justice, Eugene Wamalwa, came out during Mashujaa Day to congratulate and appreciate the Gen Zs. Take a look.
Gen Z, we salute you. And as a nation, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Sababu ninyi mmeonyesha ni mashujaa na nyinyi mmeonyesha ni wazalendo. In fact, what you have achieved in 3 weeks has never been achieved in the last 3 decades. You, the Gen Z, have dared where other egos never dared. And today, as we celebrate this hero called Rex, we want you to know you too are our heroes. You are soared like young eagles above the boundaries of our parochial tribal politics. You have said you want a Kenya that is tribeless. You, as the young eagles, have soared above the boundaries of our regional politics. You have soared above the boundaries of our corrupt parochial politics. So we celebrate you here today.
So this man deploys a military, watu wako na makombora, against people whose only weapon is a hashtag. A couple of people get killed, and then he goes on national television to say he has no blood on his hands. This is some diabolical shit. Alafu utapata delinquents 2027 wakimkampenia tena. Yo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Uhuru Kenyatta supporting Gen Z.
My Gen Z, nyinyi ndio the story of the future.
Parliament of Kenya, we are coming for you.
To Cop Shakur released.
I'm safe, I'm out. Baada ya kulwa na chawa kidogo.
Who killed Richard Otieno?
That was a true Kenyan patriot who was championing for good governance. Richard Otieno, despite being a Luo, was very active in Molo.
Elderly women protests.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, it is quite clear that holding the government accountable is becoming dangerous day by day. Richard Otieno, who was a strong government critic, fighting for good governance and a better future for Kenya, he was murdered in cold blood. Angry Molo residents decided to take his body to the area MP, Molo MP Kuria Kimani. And some people are saying that Kuria Kimani, Molo MP, he was involved in Richard Otieno's death. Just take a look. The residents fearlessly injected, protesting against the killing of a comrade of a Molo-based activist by the name of Richard Otieno, also commonly known as Molo President. Just take a look. Molo President Richard Otieno, a government critic and a brave activist. He is always there since day one, holding the government accountable and fighting for the rights of Kenyans. Like I was heartbroken, and I'm still heartbroken the time that I learned about his death. But let me tell you, the more you kill the activists, the more you kill the people who are fighting for better governance in this country, the more stronger the people of Kenya are. The more the Gen Zs are becoming stronger and braver. And let me tell you, you will kill the people of Kenya. You will kill us, but you will not kill all of us. The journey still continues. Listen to what Chagama Juice had to say.
A very sad morning. People from my home county, Nakuru, a place called Moro in Elbagon, instead of going to church, they have woken up to demonstrate because of the murder of one Rich Raymond who was brutally murdered usiku wa kuamkia leo akiingia kwake kwa nyumba. Rich Raymond, aka Moro President, has been the biggest critic of the area MP Kuria Kimani, and he was the Gen Z leader during the finance bill protest. In fact, after that, they were taken to court. You can see him here among the 17 who were alleged that waliongoza the Gen Z demonstrations in Molo yenye ilifanya the area MP home ichomwe. It's so sad such that such young people are being killed because of politics. Kwani tumerudi siasa gani? In fact, the other day, he was being even threatened, screenshots kwa groups zenye niko. Akakuwa threatened by some people we thought they are close to the area MP. Unaona mwingine hapa anamwambia this screenshot, huyu Raymond is there getting out of limits. Let's do something. Kuria Kimani is your agenda. You will be shocked. And Raymond anamuuliza, hey, nimefanya nini bro? Anamuuliza, what is this? This guy was at an event where he was saying how this government is not working na wanadanganywa daily. Are we together? Then anamwambia, what's wrong? Mmezoea muhesh vibaya sana. This round hapana, even you. That clip where he was talking is there. And it's not wrong to criticize the government. It's not wrong to criticize the leaders. Yeah? Even the area OCS alikuwa transferred just because alisema he's receiving a lot of threats ashike watu ambao haoni makosa yao. He had to be transferred some weeks ago. Yeah? Because anakata instructions from some people who think they are seniors in this government.
A brother, a father, a comrade, and a leader, Richard Otieno, may your soul rest in eternal peace. And for those who did what they did to you, may they never know peace. And for those who did what they did to you, to be honest, Kenyans, we have been pushed to the wall for so long. Those people who are walking around killing innocent Kenyans, abducting innocent Kenyans, torturing innocent Kenyans, they also deserve death. They also deserve to go the same way our comrades, the Gen Zs, have gone. The DCI has summoned 3 Molo MCS and a Safaricom engineer by the name of David Ndengwa, also known as Temesha, in connection with Richard Otieno's murder. Like, I'm just wondering, is the DCI trying to sanitize Molo MP Kuria Kimani? These ugly faces that you see on your screen, these are the ones who have been summoned by the DCI in the connections with the murder. And let me tell you, if these people are truly involved in the murder of Richard Otieno, Gen Zs, Kenyans, it is time to send some serious greetings to these idiots, to these fools, to these imbeciles who are killing our people.
Let's go.
Just listen to what Willis Evans Otieno had to say about our comrade Richard Otieno's murder.
I pass my condolences to the family of Richard Otieno.
Yes.
That was a true Kenyan patriot who was championing for good governance. Richard Otieno, despite being a Luo, was very active in Molo, agitating for issues that affect Kenyans, not Luos. And you noticed even yesterday, the people who came out to demonstrate and to demand for justice for Richard were largely people from the Kikuyu community. So it tells you that our problems are not tribal. Our problems are the failures of a regime. And Richard Otieno is a true embodiment of a Kenyan. Richard did not just die. Richard was killed. He was killed for agitating for good governance. And Richard Otieno had previously indicated those who have been harassing him. So those becomes persons of interest who need to shed light if they have anything to do with the killing of Richard Otieno. Richard did not just die. Richard was killed. And we must learn a very vital lesson from Richard Otieno. At the end of the day, tribe is just but artificial barriers that have been exploited by politicians to divide us. Our problems are not our tribes. Our problems are national. And when it comes to electing a leader, we must look for somebody based on his economic promise. What is he presenting as a solution to our problems today? And that cannot be the tribe of the person. That can only be the content of the person. So we must reject any attempt to turn us into tribe.
Our comrade, Richard Otieno, has left a very beautiful family behind. May they find peace in their hearts. May they find comfort in their hearts. And may they find strength in their hearts. And may their lives be restored. Kenyans and Gen Zs are with you in these difficult times. In memory of our brother, our comrade, our leader, Richard Otieno, let us all hear his last speech. In his last speech, his last words, he said that Molo Member of Parliament, Kuria Kimani, is persecuting him because of criticizing his bad leadership. Let's listen to this.
Na mimi ndiye yule kijana ambaye mliona kwa TV mara mingi hapa Molo akiwa anashikwa, anawekwa ndani, anatolewa ndani wakati ile maneno ya Gen Z ilikuwa. Na mimi ndio ulisikia mheshimiwa wenu Kuria Kimani akisema niye ni dai ya guko niweko ndani. Wakati ya ile maneno mingi si mnakumbuka? Adoitoni eno jie guko kweli. Ni ana ko ya guko kweli. Hapana. Mimi nilikuwa napigania vile Gen Z na Kenya itasonga mbele. Wakati kuna shida lazima tukosoe serikali. Mimi nilimwambia ndugu yangu Kuria Kimani, na najua ni jirani wa hapa, sisi watu wa Molo tukukutuma pale juu ukatimue Gachagua. Hatukukutuma uende ukapeleke finance bill, sijui kuna sha na shisho. Hizo wazazi wetu wanakufa kwa hospitali kwa sababu ya hiyo shida ya shisha. Ni makana ni maeni. Neguo doito. Si wanakufa. Mimi namuomba wakaaji wa area hii, vile Gen Z wameamua Kenya hii mzima, sana hii Molo, munisaidie, na kama kuna mwakilishi wa mbunge hapa, ende amwambie nahitaji kura yake ya kufukuza wasaliti wote hii Molo na Kenya mzima.
After Comrade Richard Otieno's death, Molo Member of Parliament Kuria Kimani, he called for a press conference to mourn his death. And I'm just wondering, Kenyans, just listen to what he had to say and tell us in the comments down below what you truly sincerely think about his statement.
May I state that for the record, I have known Richard throughout my political career, and he has been a true champion on issues affecting youth, affecting women, and those less privileged in the society. His contributions to the social-political welfare of the community, living within the larger Molo constituency in Nakuru County by extension, have been profound and have impacted many lives. I have on various occasions celebrated his contributions, the social well-being of people, with great admiration and gratitude. Fortunately, the cruel hand of death has brought us one of Molo's true sons, whose bravery, steadfastness, and courage, even in times of adversity, even when you do not agree with Richard, you admire his courage, steadfastness. And this courage, steadfastness has really been dropped from the great of Molo people, something that touches us in many ways and we deeply regret. May I assure that my constituencies that I have been in communication with the Rift Valley Regional Criminal Investigation Officer, the Nakuru Security Team, and the Molo Security Operators, demanding that there should be expeditious investigations into this. And whoever is involved, and I repeat, whoever is involved must and should be brought to justice.
The former president of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he came on to encourage and urge the Gen Zs to continue fighting the good fight, to continue criticizing the government, to continue holding the government accountable, and to continue fighting for their rights. Let's listen to what he had to say.
My Gen Z, nyinyi ndio the story of the future. Fight for your rights, bwana. Sio kukakaa hapo wakaa hapo mambo mali yenu ichukuliwe na nini, mumeitolea jasho. Msikubali. Pambaneni, muhakikishe mumepata haki yenu. Mnasikia nyinyi? Sio kukaa hapo tu. Kuna kitu inadumu. But everything is worth a fight for. If you don't fight for it, ikienda mtu asilie. Msimame mupiganie haki yenu. Na mko na hawa watoto wamebaki ambao wako tayari kupigania haki yao. Waungane pamoja nanyi. Can't just stand there and let people take your hard-earned sweat. Dunia iendi namna hiyo. Muwe watu ambao hawataogopa, wataishi kama my friend. Ameenda detention, si alitoka na akaendelea na maisha. Hata nyinyi teteeni haki ze.
In that case, Kenyans, will it be wrong if the Kenyan people decide to arm themselves? Will it be wrong if the Gen Zs decide to arm themselves? Will it be wrong if Elvis Derry, the Gen Z Minister of Information, decides to arm himself against the evil that is taking place in the motherland? But many people are asking themselves, is Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, trying to hijack the Gen Z revolution? Listen to this.
Jomo Kenyatta sort of hijacked the Mau Mau freedom movement. Today, Uhuru Kenyatta, through his daughter Ngina, is trying to do the same, to try and hijack the Gen Z movement. Let me tell you, Uhuru, one thing. Wacha kutubeba. Okay? Wacha kutubima. Sisi si wapumbavu. We are leaderless, but we have got a leadership forum. So, ukifikiria ati Ngina ataingia hapa ati enda ufanye ni Gen Z, sijui nini, usaidiwa na tusaidia na nini? Anasaidia na nini? Someone had all the opportunities in life. Anakuja kutusaidia na nini? Do you know what we go through on a daily basis? Okay? Do you know what we go through on a daily basis just to make it in life? Okay? So, first and foremost, Ngina, stay away from this thing. We don't want you hijacking our movement. You go and do whatever you want to do. And if you think you're going to vie in politics, I'm telling you personally, I will vie against you in any constituency or county that you try to aspire for. I have no problem. I will be the last nail in the Kenyatta coffin. We have done away with Moi. Kibaki had no interest. Okay? Raila has got no one that can take over from him. So the Odinga family, the Moi family, the Kibaki family have no interest in politics. We are done away with them. Kenyatta family is the only one still interested in politics. We are going to be the last nail in your coffin. So Ngina, stay away from the Gen Z movement. Do whatever you want to do with your life, but stay away from us. This movement belongs to some people. We are not faceless. We have got faces now that we know. So stop trying to say, come and help us. We don't need your help. We are, in fact, we know you and Charlene Ruto are in the same ship. So we don't differentiate between the two of you.
We appreciate the former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, encouraging and urging the Gen Zs to continue fighting for better governance and to continue fighting for their rights. But Kenyans, come on, let us just be honest. During Uhuru Kenyatta's time, there were corruption scandals, scandals after scandals. Kenyans, do you remember Pandora Papers? It is still stuck in the back of our minds, still fresh in the back of our minds. It just feels like yesterday. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the former president of Kenya, please make it make sense. We appreciate your support, but to be honest, in your speech, we as the Gen Z can detect and we can feel sinister intentions. Let's listen to this.
After 10 years of economic mismanagement, President Uhuru wants to tell the Gen Zs to fight for your rights. Why now, Mr. President? Could this be a ploy by the broad-based government to hijack the Gen Z movement and maintain your grip on power? Hear me out. Niaje wase, today's Make It Make Sense is dedicated to former President Uhuru Kenyatta, a man who took over the presidency when President Kibaki's national debt only stood at 1.89 trillion Kenya shillings. 10 years later, President Uhuru quadrupled this and left us with a staggering 9 trillion Kenya shillings in debt. For the Gen Z and the youth of Kenya, this massive debt meant fewer job opportunities, to develop ourselves. And why is it so? Because the government reduced spending on development projects, effectively robbing us of jobs and a brighter future. If President Uhuru had fought poverty and empowered the youth during his tenure, just like President Kibaki did, we would not be in this mess. So, why is President Uhuru telling us to fight for our rights? These words of wisdom look like a red herring, a well-planned strategy by the political elites through the broad-based government to control and kill the Gen Z's movement. Let me break it down. Remember Lee Njiru's words when he said, politicians are like wolves and we, the voters, are their food. These wolves, our political elites, are from the same family. They were together in KANU, then in the Uhuru and Jubilee governments, later in the handshake, and now under the broad-based family. And here's the kicker. On June 25th, 2024, these elites almost lost their power to the Gen Z movement. So now, they are regrouping under the broad-based family to reclaim control, possibly by deploying President Uhuru to infiltrate the movement. But here's the deal, guys. Stay vigilant. Not everyone who speaks your language has your best interests at heart. Stay united and focused on the Gen Z agenda, fighting for honesty, accountability, and transparency. Because this is your movement. Don't let anyone hijack it.
In that case, to you all politicians who are trying to hijack the Gen Z movement, the Gen Z revolution, just know that we can smell you from a long distance. We can feel you from a long distance, and we can detect you from a long distance. We as the Gen Z, we have information of each and every one of you, so you cannot come among us and deceive us.
Guys, mmesikia Uhuru ameambia ngina wake ajoin Gen Z na akatambia tusiogopeshe. Aaron, Pierre, that's my first oh my goodness. So does that mean si Uhuru alisuggest Kinali na Kabogo na Mutahi Kagwe? Does that mean hiyo visit ilikuwa ya bure ama alimwambia wao ni watu wakubwa wanaweza jidisaidia? Like what really happened? Anyway, tumeambiwa tusiogopeshwe na to fight for our rights until we get them.
Kabisa.
Me, I'm happy. I am happy. I am happy. Anyway, I don't know if I'm happy because of that or I'm just happy. I don't know, but I'm happy.
Aaron, Pierre, that's Professor Jesse Buddy. I needed that smile. Man, I needed just to laugh a little bit because let me tell you, this government, these corrupt individuals, these murderers who are walking among us are making the people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, and I myself, angry every day. Thank you for the smile, Gen Z Buddy.
Aaron, Pierre, that's Professor. Oh my goodness.
In Nyeri, there was some altercation after the former Monkey leader, Maina Njenga, stormed and disrupted a prayer meeting being conducted by Pastor Dorcas Rigathi at the Kamkuji grounds. Sources say that Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, also the wife of the former deputy president, the former impeached deputy president Rigathi Gachagua, was forced to leave the prayer event. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Na tuana makehikania Jehova na mema wera-ini muthamaki na mena mĩciĩ yao. Ngai witũ no tũgagũcokeria ngatho.
In every action, there's always a meaning behind it, and sometimes it might be good or bad. So Kenyans, if you ask yourselves, when the former Mungi leader stormed Pastor Dorcas Rigathi's prayer meeting, what was his intentions? What was the motive behind it? Listen to this.
What Maina Njenga has done today in Mount Kenya, let me tell you something. And this is, take this from me. Hii sasa ni vita ya entities, spiritual entities. I am telling you. Hapa sasa imevuka border. Two entities cannot survive in Mount Kenya. One entity has to leave. The true entity, the true spiritual entity itajulikana ni gani Mount Kenya. Hapa na mtaniambia hapa kuna vifo na si za binadamu, si mtu kuuliwa na mtu. Here they are going to be deaths. Hapa this is a battle of gods. Mungu atajulikana Mount Kenya. Mungu atajulikana Mount Kenya.
So Kenyans, in your honest opinions, tell us in the comments down below what you think about former Mungi leader storming and invading Pastor Dorcas Rigathie's prayer meeting. Do you think what he did was wrong, or do you think that there should be some amount of respect?
Panapokutana watu kwa maombi, mnapeleka ushetani wenu huko na mnataka tuwaheshimu. Yet the same president huwa anaenda kanisani, anafanya maombi. Don't you have shame, Maina Njenga? Don't you have shame? That was a place of prayer. But for some reason, the entitlement in you could not allow that woman to finish her prayers. And you want us to respect you.
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. Like some Kenyans forget easily. Some Kenyans forget way too fast. This is Maina Njenga. And another word, Mungiki and leader. This was a former Mungiki leader. And Kenyans, do you remember the heinous crimes and the atrocities that the Mungiki unleashed on innocent lives, on innocent Kenyans? Families, men, women and children, they were tortured and murdered in cold blood. Do you remember that? But yet, some idiots, some fools, still cheer him on, still rally around him. Some Mungiki victims are still in pain, they're still hurt, and they're still traumatized till today. For those who lost their loved ones, they're still crying and seeking for justice till today. Justice delayed is justice denied. Just listen to how Apostle decided to talk about Maina Njenga, and he injected without fear of contradiction.
Have hired Maina Njenga to do some dirty work for him in Mount Kenya region. Maina Njenga, I want to warn you, the blood of those people you killed when you were Mungiki leader is still crying for vengeance in heaven. Is still crying for justice in heaven. You left Mungiki, you said you started a church, you said you are born again. And God said, okay, let's see if this man is ready to change. You are not ready to change. Your records in heaven have been reopened. How can you go and attack innocent people who are just gathered to pray? A woman, for that matter, Dorcas, Reverend. How can you do that? Let me tell you this. This is the voice of heaven. If you do not change between now and 27, you are a dead man walking. You are a dead man walking. Because God will strike you. Heaven has not forgotten the innocent people you killed. The women you made widows. The children you made orphans. God has not forgotten. Heaven has not forgotten the violence you meted on people. The cruelty, the murders, the slaughters. And you will pay very dearly for that. So you have two options. Get back to church. If not,
We all know Shakur the cop, a former police officer turned human rights activist. He has always been vocal since day one, fighting for the rights of the Kenyan people, fighting for accountability and fighting for good governance in Kenya. But yet, he's being frustrated by the government. He's being bullied by his own fellow police officers. And those same police officers that are bullying Shakur the cop, they don't see that Shakur the cop is also fighting for their rights. They don't see that. Recently, Shakur the cop was arrested and arraigned at Milimani law courts. But the brave activist, the brave comrade, he went there wearing a pretty t-shirt of Jacob Juma. And Kenyans, let us not forget that Jacob Juma was assassinated by the rogue regime. Listen to what Shakur the cop had to say after his release.
Jambo wa Kenya, I'm safe, I'm out. Baada ya kulwa na chawa kidogo. Kunguni this is how my face looks like. People should pay for their sins. We still want justice for Jacob Juma and all other Kenyans that have been killed. Viva.
Even Dr. Mumbi Saraki, she was not left behind. And this is what she had to say after Shakur the cop was released.
So family, have you seen how Cop Shakur showed up to Nini today, to court?
with the Jacob Juma shirt. Oh my God, the wicked will know no sleep, yo. So of course he was charged with incitement because he put Nabi in a coffin. Go watch my other video earlier today about why he's so sensitive about being put in a coffin anyway. So Shakur was appearing in the courts and, you know, he understood the assignment. I was not familiar with his game, yo. This is the same prison warden who was holding up those placards. I think I'll put some pictures at the end. Hey, the fear is gone. Hey, those are balls, yo. There's a friend of mine, I think her channel's called Zoe or something. Or Zoo or something. Hey, balls of steel.
During the Gen Z protests, Shakur the cop, he went to the parliament building and protested outside the building, seeking justice for those Gen Zs who were killed, who were murdered during the occupation of the parliament. Let's take a look at this video of Shakur the cop injecting on the ground.
Message ni gani bro?
Wanapigwa marisasi na tuangalie. Unaona, hakuna vile mtu anaweza piga mtu marisasi.
Bima, hakuna mwavuli extra ya mheshimiwa tujikinge kama watu wa media.
Hapana, unaanzatia mtakataka. Hapana, leta bando. Hapa. Chap chap. Kila mtu akilia hapa nani? Una masikio? Kila mtu akilia. Peleka huko ndani.
In Jogo Road, chaos unfolded after traffic was brought to a standstill as elderly women brought their beddings and slept on the road, protesting against the demolition of their houses, despite a court ruling to halt the exercise. Like even our elderly mothers are forced to go and protest for their rights. Like, are we really safe from the injustices that is taking place in our motherland? Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Maandamano imetoka kwenye waandamanaji, imekuja kwa wazazi.
Wakuja matuua.
Election season is around the corner, the year 2027, and many Kenyans have applied for ID, and some people have lost their IDs and they need replacement. But it is now, it is taking years, it is taking forever to receive IDs. It is being delayed, and it is being delayed intentionally. Let's listen to what Clinton Degwa had to say about this. Let's listen to his story.
Mimi nimepoteza ID yangu mwaka imepita, sawa. Nimeenda kureplace hiyo ID juzi tu, ati naenda naanza kuitishwa pesa.
Ngapi?
Nilitishwa 1265 shillings.
Na unalipaga tax bado. Na VAT.
Na mimi ni Mkenya.
The
same time, Uria amefuatana na watoto ni sana mzima, hawana ID. Wanakuja Jondo, wana pesa, wanaenda wanapatiana pesa. Mimi mwenye sina pesa, na mimi ndo Mkenya.
Walipeana kangapi?
Yeye ametoka huko Dadaab huko.
Walipeana kangapi?
Wewe hata ajui maternity alizaliwa. Mimi maziwa wanatoa pesa wanatoa. Na si pesa mchezo. Kwa sababu kupata ID ya Kenya ni rahisi, na wewe si Mkenya. So hii gava inafaa iangalie mtu kama mimi nalipishwaje ID na mimi ni Mkenya. Mimi nimezaliwa hapa Pumuani mimi. So hii serikali iwache mimi kunipima, na kwanza kutawaka moto vibaya sana, maana kia mimi sio mjinga. Mimi sio mjinga. Watu si wajinga saa. Yamaje jama.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Afande Deno arresting a thief,
najua afande ni Deno siku zombo na ni utumishi kwa wote,
to overhaul of Kenya Forest Service.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat?
When does the president work?
I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get?
Kenyans turned into beggars.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm also today and my name is Elvis Derry. The question of the day is, what time or when does the president of Kenya sit in office and work? Listen to this.
My problem with this presidency is I feel like this guy doesn't spend time working. You get? There's always something that he's saying. Like, bro, even as a man, you can't keep that many promises. Do you understand? Like, how about you have 3 days where you actually, we don't know what you're doing. Maybe you're in office chilling. You get? Because, bro, every fucking day, there's something. There's something, brother.
I think this guy is not stupid. I think he knows exactly what he's doing. This, of course, is way above my pay grade. I'll say that. But the optics don't look that great. But he knows what he's doing.
Just as G was saying, bro, you can't be tone deaf to what's going on,
Yes.
right? We have
Facts.
a medical system that's not working.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with
You
you.
understand?
I'm with you.
My friend was telling me about the mom needs to go for operation, and they were supposed to sort it out, and they've refused because there's a lot of, and that's a lot of people going through this, right?
Yeah.
That system is a priority.
Yes, it
you
is.
get?
Yes,
like
it
if I was him right now, I would fix that. Fix that.
Yes.
On a serious note, Kenyans, when does the president really work? Or do we even have a president in this country? Listen to this.
When is Kasongo working? Kasongo has been reduced to become his communication and PR team. Kasongo is always responding. Why are you explaining to us how Taifa K is working? Sawa, you're the PS, you're the CS, you're the in charge of health. You are in charge of youth innovation or youth creativity. Sasa umeenda Grammys. You're in charge. Why can't you let the respective ministries and the respective people who've been appointed to do these things, let them do? You preaching how something is working, talking about it in churches yesterday all over the country, endorsing people to talk and retalk, and now our kids, when we take them back to school, they have to what is it called? We have to be on board your project. I don't know if it's Shift, Sha or Taifa Care. I really even don't know how it works, and I don't even have the time to do it, because if it's not working, why am I boarding? Why? Somebody please explain to me, why are we boarding on things that are not working? You cannot be reduced constantly to responding and responding and responding. Can you do your work, and the relevant people in charge of this ministries or dockets will do the responding, and you have a communications and PR team that clearly you're also in charge of, because it is failing you miserably, because they should be the ones painting your tainted image, and they're not doing it because guess who's in charge? You are in charge.
As Kenyans are baffled, asking themselves, where is the president and what time does the president really work? I want to show you guys of a rare video of how the president, your president, spends most of his time. Take a look.
Ruto ako wapi? Ako hapa. Ndio ule. Kasongo yeye.
A well-known and great police officer by the name of Afande Deno, he has made headlines after he caught a criminal stealing solar panel from a billboard owned by AdSite, an advertisement company. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Tunasema shughuli ni gani? Uni Afande Deno, na kila siku mnambiangaje makajana usipojituma utatumwa, si ndio? Bazenga tumempata juu ya billboard huko juu, top of the topest huko juu. Na billboard na believe ni ya AdSite. So kijana alikuwa anapiga shughuli pale hivyo, ilikuwa imefunguliwa, nilikuwa nataka kuingia ndonyo, si ndio? Tumemshika, tumemweka machengerezi, tuko shughuli, tukomboka kila siku hapa na kijana Kongo anatangwa dash, kijana kujituma, si ndio? So mimi naambia kama kijana waondokea crime doesn't pay. Unaona Bazenga aina kulala tu ndino, si ndio? So wase wangu wa AdSite, hii billboard yenu iko hapa from GM Mombasa, from GM mumeka hiyo whatever ya Jambo Jet, advert ya Jambo Jet. Hii shughuli ni yenu, tumetoa hapo. Bazenga alikuwa hapo juu, alikuwa anajaribu kusongana. Najua Afande ni Deno siku zombo na ni utumishi kwa wote. Tumeamua kutumikia nani? Huyu kijana unaona vizuri, hatujamguza, hatujampanguza. Tumemshughulikia vizuri. Hiyo ndio utumishi kwa wote, ndio community policy. Na pia wase wa AdSite advertisement company tumewapigia shughuli moja safi. Hii kitu haijakufa, wamulikia cameraman. Karibia, usiogope kitu. Unaona vizuri hii haijakufa. Jamaa tumemwekea makachengerere, tunaenda pale kumbuku. Tumweke into books.
We need more police officers like Afande Deno, serving the people of Kenya, protecting our communities and fighting crime in our communities. I want to show you guys of a video of a young man who was conned, and just listen to how he narrated his story.
Kumeenda aje?
Ndio kumeenda aje? Napanda hivi. Msiako mbele. Msiako mbele yangu anaangusha makapa. Mwenye ako nyuma yangu anakuja anachukua anishow aje. Simseji kwetu tugawiane. Sisi tunaenda hivyo. Mwenye ameangusha anakuja anatufuata, anasema atushuka. Sisi tunamwambia kuna mmoja mwingine basi amechukua, anarudi. Mwenye akonizo makapa ananipei. Ndio mwingine anakuja kukujia. Sasa tunajifanya
watu mbili.
Nasema aje? Naambia mjamaa aje. Huyu ni fundi aenda kutengenezea simu. Sinamwekea password.
Ati nikutumie.
Mwenye ameangusha ndio anashua aje tuachanishe, tuache na shughuli, tumeona kugawiana ndio. Sisi tunaachana hivyo, tenje inaenda.
Tenje yako sasa?
Tenje yangu sasa.
Wameichukua aje?
Nimempea nikamwekea password.
Sasa kwa nini umempatia password?
Tulikuwa tumeagana aje aseme yeye ni fundi ameenda kutengenezea. Ndio mwingine acha na mwenye ameangusha ndio acha na sisi.
So umepatia na simu yako bure? Ndio wamekupatia nini? Wamekupatia nini? Onyesha na hiyo kitu. Hii. Ndio ume-exchange na
hapa ndio tume-exchange.
Okay.
Kama umefunga. So mimi sina
hiyo simu yako. Unajua police station? Ya Kilo. Ndio wapia askari hiyo story. Walai. Bye.
A conservationist by the name of Dr. Isaac Kalua Green, he has called for the overhaul of Kenya Forest Service, citing that they have failed to protect the country's forests. Listen to what Dr. Isaac Kalua Green had to say.
The trees that are cut in our forests, the timber that is produced to do the biggest construction, just because someone is in authority as a chair of Kenya Forest Service, conservator being misused. In fact, I should be calling for those people, sincerely speaking, to resign if we have to change the culture of our country. Because all that these people have been doing is known. It is bare. Charcoal is moving from different places every single day. Teak wood and trees that are so precious for this country of medicinal value are being exported out of this country. Just because it is your time, inakuwa ni wakati wako wa kukula. I think this has come to an end. I started this war when I was a young man, and I think time has come. At my old age, where I am, I determined it as old. I think we must just do what is right for God's glory.
Dear Kenyans, our forests are under threat. This means that the indigenous natural vegetation, even the animals that call the forests home, are all under threat. Deforestation without afforestation. Just listen to this.
Why is one of Kenya's source of water supplying millions, including Nairobi, under threat? A road.
A road called Mau Mau that has been approved by the government of Kenya will be passing through the heart of Aberdare forest. This means 286 acres of indigenous and natural vegetation will be cleared. How does this align with the initiative to plant 15 billion trees?
Endangered species will face a greater risk. Increased human-wildlife conflict will disrupt their habitats, pushing them to closer extinction.
It will further expose the forest to development, land grabbing and logging, compromising the water sources and offsetting the irreplaceable benefits of this ecosystem.
Let us know what you think in the comments.
A video has been trending from Kisii County, where the residents there lined up to receive unga for Christmas from their governor, Honorable Simba Arati. Kenyans, just take a look at this nonsense.
Mtu abigwa anaona asama tanga. Mtu abigwa anaona asama tanga mama ata bigwa tabanga mbezi yare wote. Mitai bimbi go eta ngaba na Simba Arati to bugata. Eta ya musi.
Mujamono. Abana batata Simba Arati agenderere nyasaye. Aba malaika watana lekalitu aba nainwe. Asante we. Wana masate yosimano masato maremu.
In this video, I don't see the youths there. I don't see the Gen Zs there. What I am only seeing is the beggars. This clearly shows you that the leaders are not the problem, but it's the people, the citizens who are the problem. We seriously need more civic education in our communities.
Kuna uzingiri fulani nimeona kwa hii nchi. Yani politician wanataka watan into beggars ili mweze kuwawashi. Kiangalia uzingiri mkalenjini hata mwenye hajesoma. Anatumia hiyo opportunity ya watu kuwa maskini kufanya watu wa glorify. Jamaa amefanya wamama wazee bwana, wamama rika ya shosho yake ati wanapanga line ati wapatie food. Sasa hiyo ni uzingiri gani? Yaani ama politician wanatakanga tubaki poor ili tuendelee kuwa beg. Lakini ukiangalia countries zenye ziko led tu vizuri, country kama Japan, unapata kila mtu ako na do. Hakuna mtu anaenda kupanga line kwa politician ati apewe food, alafu ndiye aanze kuwa praise akiwapigia makofi kila mahali. Hii nchi yenyewe Zakayo ametani nchi into a country of beggars.
While the beggars are receiving unga from their governor, let us all go to Nairobi City, in Karen, around Bomas Galleria, where a road has been flooding and has flooded for several days, and yet nothing has been done. The gross oversight has not yet been rectified. Like, where is the governor of Nairobi, Governor Sakaja? Where is Kenha? Where is Kura Roads? Like, what is happening in Kenya? Take a look at this video.
Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni Karen. Sakaja Bay. Manze. Enya Nairobi jo. Nairobi za ghetto. Na hii place kuna ngata footpath. Unang'ang'ana tu na magari katikati ya barabara ndio uvuke barabara. Hapa ni Karen.
Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, the fear is gone. The fear is totally gone and the clouds are gathering.
William Ruto, that somebody is stupid, somebody is selfish, somebody mwenye anajipenda yeye na tumbo yake. And then you have your girlfriends like Kimani Chungwa na Kithure Kindiki wenye umeweka mbele are supporting everything stupid that you are saying. And you are calling yourself a president. The worst nightmare that this country has ever faced, the worst nightmare that we have faced as a country in Kenya is having William Samoei Ruto as the president.
That you're gassing us. These Ruto boys. Hey. We'll find you in 2027, Ruto. We'll be there, of course. We are fighting for our own generation. We want all the taxes to be removed. We don't want any tax. We don't want any tax.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
From Mashujaa Day turns chaotic in Nairobi.
Hebu niwacheni. Niwacheni. Tunalipeka kazi kubwa wamefanya.
To Eric Omondi disguise himself from arrest.
Huyo kijana ametusumbua sana. Nini fanyeni venye mtafanya.
Criminals dancing to Anguka Nayo.
Anguka nao. Anguka nayo.
Ruto must go.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. October Sunday 20th, 2024, Mashujaa Day in Kenya. Many Kenyans, Gen Zs, millennials, activists went to Uhuru Park to celebrate and also remember our heroes, our Kenyan heroes who took to the streets to challenge the corrupt government. And many of them lost their lives, many of them were injured, and many of them are still missing till date. Take a look at this video of Eric Omondi urging Kenyans to show up at Uhuru Park.
Tomorrow, Sunday, I'm urging and requesting Kenyans from all walks of this country, let us meet at Uhuru Park from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. We will be celebrating our fallen heroes, our brothers and sisters who died during the protests. Please come carrying a candle, please come wearing black, and please come carrying a flag. We will be with the parents and families of our fallen heroes.
Finally, it is Mashujaa Day. And many Gen Zs, millennials, Kenyans and activists woke up very early in the morning to go and occupy Uhuru Park. But when they arrived there, to their shock, they were denied access. Take a look at some of these scenes on how things unfolded when the people of Kenya arrived at Uhuru Park.
Kenya ni home! Kenya ni kwetu! Yes. Wanatuzuia tuingie kwa ndani juu ya nini? Hatuna silaha, hatuna bunduki, tuko na candle, tuko na bendera, tunatambia nini? Enough is enough. Kenya is our business, na tuogopi. Hatutishiki mazee. Hatutishiki.
As you can see with your own two eyes, many Kenyans, patriotic Kenyans, were denied access to the public park, Uhuru Park. And this is what Governor Sakaja tweeted before the Mashujaa Day arrived. This is what he said in his X account. Uhuru Park has been opened and remains open to the public every day. Every Kenyan is allowed to come and is welcome to enjoy their park. You can also book for events. A public park is, however, not available to be reserved for exclusive use during the public holiday. Other Kenyans will also want to enjoy. It can be reserved to any other day. This is totally nonsense. How can you say that a public park is not reserved for a public holiday? Like Governor Sakaja, make us understand what you really meant. And instead of typing and tweeting nonsense on X, you should have come and gave us a solution, gave the Kenyan people a solution to where they should go and celebrate their Mashujaa Day. So to me personally, this tweet is just purely nonsense, because those other Kenyans are still Kenyans who wants to come and enjoy the Uhuru Park. But yet everybody, every Kenyan were denied access. This is nonsense.
Ruto must go.
While Kenyans were being denied access to Uhuru Park to celebrate their heroes, not far away from Nairobi County, Nairobi City, in Mombasa County, in Kwale, Kithure Kindiki receives the President William Ruto and the First Lady to celebrate Mashujaa Day. The guard of honor was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel, but many Kenyans were not happy with Wadaglis performing Anko Nayo in Kwale County. And some of them went on X and tweeted. One of them was Mistress, and this is what she said. Latest traitors are Anko Nayo hit makers. We met them, but they don't know we can destroy them. Despite all this, Samuel Makore came and defended Wadaglis, and this is what he had to say.
You're shamelessly running a campaign to cancel Wadaglis on your page, right? Right? Because they performed at Mashujaa Day at a state function. You know, this country, be anything but an artist. There's no difference between you and that dictator which you're trying to oust. There's no difference between you and the system that you're pretending to fight. I'll say this because Anguka Nayo is not a song that was born in the protest. It's a song that came out before the protest, before we hit the streets. You don't support these guys because you were not streaming that song until the protests came. But the young men were in studio working hard. Let me tell you, you cannot cancel these guys. If those young men keep on steadily at their craft and hitting the studio, they're gonna dominate the airwaves. You don't stream their music, you don't support them. When's the last time you proposed them for a corporate gig? For any Mashujaa Day celebrations that you planned, did you invite them?
Even Big Bad Ogre was not left behind, and this is what he had to say about Wadaglis and their performance.
Wadaglis, nimesikia form ni kucancel Wadaglis. Hiyo form tumekuwa na utoto hivyo, to the point wa vijana wanajituma, wamepata gig mzuri. Mashujaa Day 2024 kitu watakumbuka for the rest of their lives bro. Wewe na ujinga yako na upumbavu yako na maskini yako umekaa kwa nyumba ya mamako Gasia wewe. Ukinyoka umekaa kwa kile kikakuonesha tukansola wase. Gagdis or Judisi tuliwa build. Muli build nini mother? Noli lipia studio time. Noli lipia studio. Noli beba kamera kwenda kurekodio video yaki shoot. Noli come up na hiyo dance move bro. Unaenda kucancel nini wewe? Unacancel kitu ku build. Tuache utoto.
This is my own take on this. It is good that Douglas went and performed Anguka Nayo in front of those criminals. Even when they are dancing, you can clearly see the guilt on their faces. Today event finished in Kwale County. Our politicians went to wine, dine, and rest in expensive 5-star hotels, but yet our officers were subjected to sad conditions. Take a look at how these female officers spent their night. So as you can see, Kenyans, this is how our female officers spent their night after the event. But don't forget that the guard of honor in that event was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Faith Mogandi, making her the first female senior officer in this country, in this territory, in this land, to command the guard of honor. Like this country, this government is becoming day by day a joke to the world. Despite Mashujaa Day being celebrated in Kwale County, did you know that the Kaya elders boycotted Mashujaa Day celebrations in Kwale? Take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only, so family. A lot of people are talking about this, but the Kaya elders are not in attendance at the Mashujaa Day celebrations. They stood down and they said they were not planning to attend. So for the Kaya elders not to attend, that's a big deal, because I actually think Kwale was chosen for spiritual reasons. But you'll start saying stories that Jabba Sigri, what. Anyway, I've also been told that some county staff have also failed to attend. So when you see all these, for anyone who's watching, who's wasting their time watching, that's like their bash. It's the way you can call people to your house for a bash, and then if you're ballers, you'll come with your choppers and everything, but it's not a national celebration. Guys are heading to occupy Uhuru Park.
Back in Nairobi County, Nairobi City, Nairobi, Kenya, while Kenyans, Gen Zs, millennials, and activists were striving to access Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes, some politicians, some government officials were seen accessing freely the Uhuru Park with so much impunity. Take a look at this. While the MPs were entering inside Uhuru Park freely, outside Uhuru Park, Julius Kamau was injecting and talking to the young people, the young Gen Zs, on why this government is not on our side and why we need good governance in this country.
This lesson with this country is that we have refused to address the root cause of our evils, the root cause of our problems. Police killings, I've said so many times in this country, is a colonial vestige. And now we must address the root cause of this problem. It happens because we have refused to address the root cause of our problems.
While Julius Kamau was addressing the nation, he was violently arrested, and this is how things went down.
I'm ready to die for freedom. Freedom is a sacred right. Yes, freedom. Freedom is a sacred right. And you must fight for freedom. You must unite. Kenyans unite. Poor people from Kenya unite. I'm not
Yani they're just arresting everyone.
And that's not all. Even Geoffrey Mosiria, Environment Chief Officer of Nairobi City, was also arrested when he went to tell the people that you cannot access this place. You cannot access Uhuru Park during public holidays. But little did he know that he will also be arrested. Take a look.
Events are not held there because families come there to enjoy. Sasa. Chief Officer, please. Okay. Here it now. Check it. Media rudi huko bwana.
Haina shida wewe, imetosha.
Chief Officer have been arrested. Wait, Nairobi.
Patriotic young Kenyans had high hopes to be allowed and given access to Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes during Mashujaa Day. But yet they were met with violence and brutality. Look at how these young Kenyans are being mishandled.
Hebu niwacheni. Niwacheni. Unanipeleka mkubwa wamefanya. Walimefanya nini wanipeleka wapi? Hebu niwacheni. Walimefanya nini wanipeleka wapi mkubwa? Walimefanya nini? Unanipeleka wapi?
In Juja, the people decided to inject. The deputy county commissioner tried to read Ruto's message to the crowd, but yet the people there didn't want to hear any of it. Take a look at how things unfolded.
Speech by His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, PhD, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces during the first Mashujaa Day celebration held on Sunday, 20th, 2024 at Kwale Stadium, Kwale County. We, the people of Kenya, are proud defenders of our freedom.
While Juja comrades were mercilessly injecting and not wanting to hear Ruto's message, back in Nairobi City, Hussein Khalid, a man who has always been fighting for the rights and the freedoms of the people, he was also arrested. And not only him, but 30 other young Kenyans were also arrested. Take a look at how Hussein Khalid, was violently arrested.
Huyu. Ule, wewe umesema tunaweza ongea? Umesema tunaweza ongea? Hakuna kuongea hapa. Makosa gani nimefanya? Why are you arresting me? Why are you arresting me? For what mistake? Addressing the media. Is that an offense? Why are you arresting me? Wewe mkubwa. Why are you arresting me for addressing the media? This is why we need to change this country. Lazima tutabadilisha hii nchi.
Things got so violent to the point that even Hesbon Bahati, an award-winning poet, was also shot with a rubber bullet, and he got a fracture, and that fracture, it requires surgery. This is crazy. During Mashujaa Day, when Kenyans were still striving and fighting to access Uhuru Park and celebrate, many people are complaining that Eric Omondi never showed up, but he showed up and he had to disguise himself because he got some information that some people were planning to assassinate him. Listen to this.
So a certain Gen Z policeman called me today at 6:30 in the morning, and they told me they've been given orders to deal with me once and for all. His exact words were, huyo kijana ametusumbua sana, nyinyi fanyeni venye mtafanya. So I'm here at Uhuru Park because I have to show up. Ndio hawa hapa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Polisi ndio hawa. Gen Z ndio hawa. Gen Z ndio hawa. Ndio hawa Gen Z. Ndio hawa Gen Z. Ndio hawa Gen Z. Guys, I'm in town. The police are there. They don't even know I've passed them.
Even a fearless Gen Z, Marvin Mabonga, Kyoto Sonko, he was representing well in the streets, and he urged Kenyans, people to come out and represent and fight for the freedom of this country. Take a look.
Mbona mnakaa huko? Simkujeni tao bana. Sisi tunataka kufanya tu hapa a small task to remember our fallen soldiers. Ndio tunakimbizwa, sijui kama mnaona. Kujeni tao majamaa. I don't feel, like why do you fear coming to town? Hakuna mtu anapigwa huku. Just come. Man, just come, please. Because we need to do this. Else itakuwa noma, si ndio? Wase wakamu, wase watokee. Majamaa ndio hao makarao, sijui wanaenda aje. Lakini wametupiga hapa tear gas. Wanakuja hii side yetu.
Mnatuambia hayo, hatuwezi ishi venye zako anataka, tutaishi venye tunataka. So guys, watu wetu wawili wamekuwa abducted. Hiyo si arrest, hiyo ni abduction. Wewe sio ngokea mtu papo na weka kwa gari. Uhuru paka bila uhuru. Wanakuja inside camp. Wanakuja inside. Tuepe. Maumbo zenu. Maumbo.
Under all this chaos, brutality and violence, this patriotic man came out to speak to the young people, and to be honest, his words were very, very encouraging. Listen to this.
Anakuja anatupokonya serikali yetu ya wananchi, inakuwa kampuni yake. Unasheki anatumalizia. Hata ulisikia huyo mjinga Gachagua alikuwa anatuambia nini? Ati hii ni serikali ya shareholder. Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? Unacheki. Kwa hivyo nyinyi vijana mshikamane na msikubali kugawanywa na hiyo siasa ya ujinga ya ukabila, kwa sababu umoja ni nguvu.
Peace, love and unity brings us together. Do you guys remember that tweet where Governor Sakaja said that Uhuru Park is not meant for public holidays, but meant for other people who want to enjoy themselves? Take a look at this video of this tourist who came to Kenya to enjoy himself, but yet he was denied access to Uhuru Park.
How come Kenyan police are shooting me? They shoot tear gas at me walking down the street. They tell me to go home. Why? What is the problem? I don't know what the problem is. They shoot tear gas at me, and then they told me, the police tell me to go home. I shouldn't be here. Why? Where are you going? To the park. I'm coming from my hotel. Why are the police treating me this way? Why do they talk to visitors and tourists this way? Tell them to go home. You don't want me here? Huh? You have nothing to say.
I'm still very, very confused and wondering, who are those other people that the governor was saying that they can be allowed to go inside the Uhuru Park and enjoy themselves, but yet other Kenyans were being arrested, brutally arrested and denied access? Who are those other people, Governor Sakaja? Who are they? Are they those people who are entering inside Uhuru Park with vehicles and yet other Kenyans are being arrested? Are they the ones? While Nairobi County was the only county in Kenya which was very, very chaotic during Mashujaa Day, other counties were very, very different. like Kisii County. Take a look at this video of how these Gen Zs were entertaining the people there.
Kiriwa kimita wabunge kizindo majenzi kiliwa kimbisa wabunge Wakenya wakiwa upande wetu ni nani aliye kwa keluto Wakenya wakiwa upande wetu ni nani aliye kwa keluto Walipokalipia kalepo na punge wabunge wakasikia mruzo wa magena kama mali za zina kumbe walikuwa ni wale majenzi waliojawa hasira mingi na mimi nikakaji rizazi.
Even in Nairobi city, despite all the chaos that was going on around, this man showed up in a very unique way and he put a smile on people's faces. Take a look.
Hata wanakuja maandamano. Buda tuko maandamano hizi ni gani bwana? Maisha ni kujituma tu. Haya sawa.
Tough and patriotic Kenyans continued to fight for their freedom, to fight for access to Uhuru Park and celebrate their heroes. Take a look at some of these scenes on how things went down. Those are just some of the scenes. So much happened during Mashujaa Day in Nairobi City. Also listen to this music song that Eric Omondi has dedicated it to our freedom fighters and also to the people of Kenya. Listen to this.
Msikize kwa makini. Ilikuwa Juni 25, vijana walishikana kupigania haki zao. Tulipoteza vijana kwa risasi, ilhali walikuwa kwa amani wakitembea. Eric Shieni, David Chege na Ibrahim wote walipoteza maisha yao nje ya bunge. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe.
Rex Kadike, Kennedy Onyango, Abdi Kadeke
walipoteza maisha yao wakitafuta ukombozi. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe. Vijana walifariki ndio sisi tukombolewe.
Tunamkumbuka shujaa Besli Kamau aliyepotea na baadaye akapatikana ameaga. Tunawakumbuka mashujaa wote, hatutawasahau kamwe. Tunaendelea na safari ya ukombozi wa Kenya kwa ajili na kwa heshima yenu.
Ruto must go. 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 Ruto must go.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
you.
From Bukangesa Omole arrested,
the police actually arrested me,
to Morara Kebaso owning a police station.
You own a police station?
Nini kona police station?
Kasabal Makore's hidden talents? Where are our missing children?
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Recently, the world has witnessed quite a number of fire cases in Kenyan schools. Some of the children lost their lives while some of them went missing. Our Kenyan brother here has decided to demand for answers. Listen to this.
Wakenya, the biggest mistake tutafanya ni history kikunywa maji kama tumekanyangia hivyo. Manze tupige nduru. Let's demand for answers from left, right and center. Hadi wa producer watoto, whether dead or alive. Man, sisi wote tuko na watoto shuleni bana. Hapana. Guys, pigeni makelele. Post on your status, za WhatsApp, za Facebook, za TikTok. Ask. Ulizeni watoto wako wapi man. Guys, ask for these children. Tupewe watoto wetu. Musikanyangi story, please. That is the biggest mistake tutafanya.
After all these fire incidents in schools, Ugandans decided to teach and train their children by conducting fire drills in their schools. Take a look at this. Schools should be a safe haven for our children. Bring back our children, and for those who lost their lives, may their souls rest in eternal peace. Youths are being frustrated day in, day out. I want us to go all the way to Isiolo, where our young Kenyan brother wants to sell one of his kidneys so that he can fund long overdue repairs of his local mortuary.
Mimi nitadonate kidney yangu moja iuzwe iende mortuary itengenezwe. Mimi nimeweza kuhuzunika hapo jana. Nilipofika pale hospitalini niliweza kupata mtu ameweza kufariki na akaweza kuwekwa kwa probox kama gunia ya viazi ndio apelekwe mortuary Meru. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu mortuary ya Isiolo haifanyi kazi. Na hiyo si kesi peke yake. tumekuwa sana tukivumilia sana. Makesi wengine wanapeleka watoto Meru, wengine wanapeleka mochari za mbali kwa sababu tuko na mochari yetu na haifanyi kazi. Na isipokuwa hospitali yetu inasemekana itakuja kuwa level 5. Itakuja kuwa level 5 waje na tunaweza kupata kwa hospitali aina mochari. Pia nikizungumzia kuna wanafunzi wanasoma hapo KMTC. Au wanafunzi kuna wenye wanataka kusoma mortician. Watakuwa nasoma kuenda kusoma kaunti nyingine mambo ya mochari. Yetu tuko na mochari yetu hapa kaunti ya Isiolo na haifanyi kazi. Serikali imejificha sana. Governor ametulia sana. 10.5 million imetengewa mochari. Na hiyo pesa hakuna mwenye amejitokeza ama contractor yote tumeweza kuona kazi ikifanywa pale.
Yeah, so guys, as you can see, this area right here is called the cold room, and this is now where the bodies are kept inside here. After embalming, the bodies are kept here so that they can be preserved, you know, when the families come to see the bodies. So I think let me show you how one fridge looks like inside. This one empty fridge inside. As you can see, like this is now the fridge inside here. So after embalming, the body is put here so that it can be cold and preserved and well. Moving on to the next video. Gen Zs are injecting left, right and center. I want to show you guys of this video of a young Kenyan brother, a young Kenyan Gen Z who has decided enough is enough. Listen to what he has to say.
How can 70 students disappear from a school enye wamelala ndani ya dorm, then Gachagua kona guts za kukuja on live television unaambia wazazi and the school community ati watoe students penye wako? Tuache kupimana manze, watu si wajinga bwana. We can't put a blind eye kwa kila kitu. Si kila kitu ni Githurai. Penye Safaricom mlituanulia stima, watu wakiuliwa Githurai. Hadi video lipostiwa TikTok, mse unasikia gunshots ndo hizi. But Wakenya ni nani? Blind eye. Kwani mteka blind eye hadi fike lini? Mineral zenyu zinaibiwa, blind eye. Watoto wanauliwa, blind eye. Gen Zs ndo wanakuwa abducted, blind eye. Alafu unataka kuniambia nini? Hata imenibo.
Have you ever seen those institutions, organizations or even companies where they just use interns but they don't give people jobs, they don't employ people, neither do they pay people? Let us go all the way to Kijabe Hospital and just listen to this story.
Kijabe mmechukua internship kama ndio workers wa hapa. Munawalipa peanuts ya 10,000. Munatoa NHIF and NSSF. Huyo mtoto anabaki na 7,000. After that, munamfanyisha kazi for 12 hours. Tafuta kama kuda kama gui. You want to kill our children? You're not employing people? You're misusing our kids. We are telling you this. The moment that we are coming to occupy Kijabe, it is soon. Mulinyang'anya title yangu tunaikujia na the community of Kijabe. Wacha hivyo mmetoka from 250 patient to 100. It will be worse. Zero profit. And they are getting it.
For those who are running Kijabe Hospital, if you don't watch out, we as a Gen Z will occupy and you will not believe. You will not believe.
Kijabe mmechukua internship kama ndio workers wa hapa. Munawalipa peanuts ya 10,000. Munatoa NHIF and NSSF. Huyo mtoto anabaki na 7,000. After that, munamfanyisha kazi for 12 hours. Tafuta.
The National Chairperson and National Organizing Secretary of the Communist Party of Kenya, Buka Ngesa Omole, he was unfairly arrested at JKA while heading to Beijing for an important meeting. Just listen to how things unfolded.
At about 4:30, I appeared at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and I was destined to travel to Beijing, China for official party duties, since I'm also the national vice chairperson of the Communist Party of Kenya, and I've been one of the key instrumental people in terms of driving the coalition politics against this illegitimate government. Now, it's also important that even though the police claim that they had a red flag to avoid me from traveling, it's also important to know that the police actually arrested me after the immigration officers had actually cleared me and my passport was stamped that I am ready to travel on Qatar Airways that was having a detour at Doha and then tomorrow to Beijing. Now, I was arrested inside the plane, and I was told that the government agency that is looking for me is the DCI headquarters.
大姐，你们都听到了吗？不看个啥欧盟嘞？他说他在肯尼亚内罗毕的飞机场，护照他有，签证也有。他在飞机里面准备要去中国北京做很重要的事，然后肯尼亚警察逮捕他。肯尼亚人，我叫你们多少次？3次，3次。你觉得这个好不好吗？但是我就说从我心里来，同志们加油，同志们辛苦了。Nonsense.
It's important to note that the police has been on my case harassing me. And today, when we were just at the Central Police Station, another delegation of the security forces are in my house breaking into it.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
元宵节快乐！
元宵节快乐。
Yes, 元宵节 is what we are now celebrating.
所以你可以告诉大家元宵节快乐吗？
元宵节快乐！
我们在哪啊？我们在哪？你说啊？
我们在肯尼亚，祝大家元宵节快乐。
肯尼亚在哪啊？
肯尼亚在非洲东部。
好的，欢迎谢谢。大家，我们今天有一个中国的美女，所以我要你祝大家元宵节快乐。
祝大家元宵节快乐。I'm Hillary from China. Yeah.
从什么城市来？
浙江温州。Yeah.
欢迎。
对，然后很高兴在肯尼亚遇到这位会说中文的朋友，然后一起共度元宵节，祝大家元宵快乐。
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
我想吃煎饺。吃这儿呢。
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Brusky Albis Deli.
On the last episode, I pronounced Morara Kebaso's name incorrectly, and some of you decided to correct me on the comments, and this is what some people had to say. Munda said that pronounce Kebaso and not Cabeso. Leave the wrong pronunciations to the foreigners, please. Nina said that report properly, the name is Kebaso. Mercy W124 said that it is Kebaso and no Cabeso. Chieta. Really? Okay. Morara Kebaso owns a police station. He revealed this while he was in Oga Obina's live. Listen to this.
Naitwa Githiru.
Okay.
I own a police station there.
You own a police station?
Mimi niko na police station.
What do you mean?
Acha nikupe story. Unaona Githiru?
Yeah.
Which is Nyeri town constituency?
Yeah.
Financial year 2018-2019 kumejengwa police post hapo. Paka wa leo haina polisi. Na imepigwa rangi za polisi, iko na cell, iko na OB, iko na ofisi ya OCS, na iko mpaka na amari mali ya kuweka bunduki. Sasa nilienda tu nikaingia kwa OB, kwanza nikajikamata, nikajiingiza cell, alafu nikajiambia mabusu toka, nikatoka.
Kajipia bond.
Nikajilipia bail. Alafu nikajiappoint OCS.
Githiru.
Githiru. It's called Githiru. Wacha tuone hapa kama I'm getting the name correctly. Ni Githiru. Githiru Police Post Nyeri. Na unajua leo DIG amekataa hata enda kotini paka akakuwa acting inspector general.
Instead of putting police officers in that station to protect the local community, they're just busy looting. Even this police officer got tired and just see what he went to do in the streets.
Unaenda unaibia watu wewe. Wewe ni mwizi. Kwa nini unaibia gari wewe? Wewe ni mwizi. Wewe ni mwizi wewe. Wewe ni mwizi. Kwa nini unaitisha pesa? Unaitisha pesa kwa nini? Unavunja kioo kwa nini?
Hadi unipe gari umbwa wewe. Unavunja kioo cha nini? Unavunja kioo cha nini bro?
Msare. Achana
Tumia buda. Unavunja kioo gari cha nini? Unavunja kioo cha nini? Ndio gari kalipa. Unavunja kioo cha nini? Unavunja kioo cha nini? Unavunja kioo cha nini? Buda. Unavunja kioo gari cha nini? Unavunja kioo cha nini?
Is the Kenyan education system messed up? I'll show you this video of big bad ogre who decided to inject.
Ana vitu watoto wanafundishwa China in case of fire. Ana vitu watoto wanafundishwa shule. Daily tunafunzwa tu maombi ni kama maombi is the answer. Nisikie, while sisi tuko busy tunaomba, the white man alikuja akachukua resources zote na sasa anatukopesha pesa na zile resources zetu alitumia. It's about time ujue education, si kujua sijui thorax na abdomen na the longest river in Africa. It's about time to educate vitu zinasaidia, and it's about time to stand for the right things za kufunzwa shule. Sisi upuzi zote nafunzwa shule bro. Yes, prayers never been the answer. Ukiweka mtu logical na uweke mtu prayerful, mtu logical atawin all day every day. It's about time tuanze kufunzwa logic instead of kufunzwa religion. I said what I said.
Not only Kenyans are tired, but even animals are tired too. This donkey was spotted somewhere just ripping off and taking down Ruto's campaign posters. Many politicians who have been in power since Kenya gained independence in 1963, they always come together when trouble knocks at their doorsteps. I'll show you of this church where our brother here decided to inject. Listen to this.
Personally, as a prophet of God and as a servant of God, I don't support him. One, because Ruto William killed so many Kenyans in Kondele, killed so many Kenyans in Nairobi. So many Kenyans died. After this death, now Ruto and Raila sit down. Then they say work together. They are working together on top of the graves of Kenyans. They are dancing on top of the graves of Kenyans. If Raila was so serious about his patriotism for the Kenyan people, he shouldn't have joined hand with Ruto, who is a killer, a murderer, a vampire. He wouldn't have done so. And for that reason, 70% doubt whether he will make it. If he make it, okay. But I, Apostle Michael Band, I don't support. I know many people will say you don't care. You don't care. My heart is not your heart. It is your heart that does not care. Praise the Lord. You can say whatever you want. You have your mouth. I've said my own. Everybody in his office. There's office of the fool. There's office of the wise. There's office of the ignorant. I don't know which your office is. Mine is a prophet. That's what I've said. I am against it. There's no way government, politicians can always be uniting for their own selfish gains.
This is not the first time that you're hearing about fire cases in schools. It has happened before and is currently happening now and is still happening. I'll show you this video of our Kenyan brother who decided to inject and also open and enlighten Kenyans. Listen to what he had to say.
What I know is that government knows what is happening in the country now. I'm well convinced. I'm 100% convinced that government know what is happening. What they are trying to do is to shift political temperature kwa kuweka watu wazazi wenye wahusiki na siasa kwa shida. Yesterday it was Hillside Academy. Yesterday it was Hillside Academy. Today, as I am speaking now, Isiolo girls iko on fire. So Do you want to say that government haijui kitu yoyote? Kwa nini mashule zinachomeka? Ama mnataka kusema that kuna msemo mwenye anatoa sacrifice? Hakuna sacrifice inatolewa. What the government is trying to do is to shift political temperature kwa kitu ingine, so that watu sasa waanze kuongelea mambo na shule kuchemuka. And you can remember there is a year pia washaifanya kitu kama hii.
We all know a brother by the name of Samuel Macoure who has been injecting since day one.
Ruto ni mwizi, ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ruto ni mwizi, ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ruto ni wazimu wa ukweli. Ni wazimu wa ukweli.
And apart from him having a talent in singing, he also has a talent in playing instruments. Take a look at Samuel Macoure with some amazing vibes.
Passing across somewhere here and I'm seeing a flat is written. Zaburi flat is not owned by Ruto. Is not owned by William Ruto. Guys, imefika hapa. Kwani what's up? People are not renting this house.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We're coming for you.
Oh, you didn't say that. Don't give Elvis Derry. From Kibet Bull comeback.
Kwa majina naitwa Gideon Kibet. Kwa Twitter najulikana kama Yoko or Kibet Bull.
To Billy Mwangi's ex account hacked.
I'm not in Twitter. Yangu ilikuwa hacked na simu walichukua.
Who is working with the goons?
Watu walitokea nyuma kwa mlango wa the hall.
Freedom of expression in Kenya.
There is no law that exists that says you cannot insult a leader.
We're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host for today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kibet Bull, a comrade who has been very vocal on social media, challenging the government and fighting for better governance in this country. He was abducted and later on released. After his release, he came out and thanked all those Kenyans who stood by him and pushed for his release. Let's listen to what Kibet Bull had to say.
Kwa majina naitwa Gideon Kibet. Kwa Twitter najulikana kama Yoko or Kibet Bull. So nilikuwa nataka ni confirmie Kenyans kuwa niko safe na nimefika nyumbani salama. So na niliweza kudropiwa at first sikuwa nikijua ni wapi. So kidogo nikaenda mbele nikapata ni Luanda. Hapo Luanda nikatafuta mahali pa kukaa for safety mpaka ifika asubuhi ili nisafiri nyumbani.
Pengine ulidropiwa saa ngapi?
I think ilikuwa saa 9 to saa 10.
Wakenya wengi.
Hiyo tweet ilikuwa yangu. Ilikuwa nikitaka ni confirm kuwa to Kenyans that I'm safe.
Pengine hali yako iko aje?
No, sina majeraha yoyote kwa mwili. Maybe uchofu tu. Kwanza nataka nishukuru kila mtu wa Twitter mwenye alipush hashtag or anything. I will fanya to anything to make sure all the abducted guys walitolewa. Asante sana. Nawashukuru Kenyans. Ronnie tumeongea na yeye ako Nairobi na ako salama sana. Wako na marafiki. Abduction is real. I can confirm that. Then mimi naaji tu serikali kukuwe na freedom of speech. Or watumie mikakati poa kama kupeleka mtu kotini.
Another comrade by the name of Billy Mwangi, who was also abducted and later on released, he came out and said that his ex account, formerly known as Twitter, was hacked and currently he's not the one who is posting. Let's listen to what Billy Mwangi had to say.
Hi guys.
Hi guys. This is
hiyo kofia unaweza toa ndio wakuone vizuri. Ama iangalie nyuma. Walikufanyia ile kitu.
Niliondolewa. So this is Billy Mwangi, the abducted guy, Psycho Sims, and those guys who are using my Twitter accounts huko parodies, they are not me. I'm not in Twitter. Yangu ilikuwa hacked na simu walichukua. So in case of anything, I'll update you guys in due course. Thank you.
So this is Billy. That is not Billy who is tweeting, guys. Okay? Guys, hebu ambia watu wa Twitter wamekutetea sana manze.
Watu wa Twitter nawapenda sana manze. Mbogi yangu ya Twitter, mbogi ya watu wa Nairobi, watu wa Embu. Thank you so much. Hata kama walinifanya ile kitu kwa kichwa, I'm back, I'm healthy na pona kidogo, though mentally bado niko na shida, but I'll be fine. Thank you so much.
Great, good to see you, Billy.
Thank you so much.
After all these unconstitutional abductions in Kenya, the tourism fund boss, Silas Ochim, he came out and said that Senator Okiya Omtata was hiding Kibet bull in a hotel. Is this true? Listen to what he had to say.
Sikia wanasema ati vijana walipotea. Walipotea saa ngapi na wanaenda kuficha vijana na kukula chapati huko ndani ya hoteli. Mnachoi inaitwa bull Kibet. Mkiwa kasegure bull Kibet. Mwenye alipotosha yeye ni Okiya Omtata na Omtata leta Kibet. Omtata produce bull Kibet. Kwa nini? Siku Kibet alipotea, alienda kwa ofisi ya Omtata. Si alienda kwa ofisi ya Omtata? Wakaongea. Alafu Omtata baadaye akasema tulikuwa na Kibet. Watu askari wakapiga simu kwamba kuna watu. Kama Omtata alijua kuna watu wanangoja Kibet huko nje, kwa nini Omtata hakumchunga Kibet na kuweka gari yake?
While Billy Mwangi and Kibet Bull are back home safe and sound, a mother from Vihiga, she is still in tears looking for her son who was abducted by unknown people on November 29th, 2024. Let's listen to how she narrates her story.
Mimi majina yangu ni Mary John Osita. Mtoto wangu alichukuliwa tarehe 23 Novemba. Na alijakiwa na watu wenye waeleweki ni watu gani. Sasa nimetafuta kwa mapolisi yote. Nimeenda Luanda, nimeenda Mbale. Hawaniambii penye mtoto wangu wako. Nimelia sipati majibu ya mtoto wangu. Sasa nataka serikali nisaidie. Walipeleka wapi mtoto wangu? Mimi mtoto wangu bado sijamuona. Na nimelia bado nalia. Nataka serikali nisaidie. Kama alifanya makosa, wamfungulie mashtaka, wampeleke kotini. Wamfunge badala ya kumtesa. Nataka mtoto wangu. Anaitwa Jojo Kwaro. Jina ingine Kapedo. Na alipotea 23 Novemba. Walichukua yeye saa 10 ya jioni. Sasa sijui walimpeleka wapi.
Walimchukulia wapi?
Walimchukulia Mwibona kwa stage ya pikipiki. Nimeenda police station ya Luanda, wananiambia hawajui chochote. Wananituma Mbale. Nimeenda DCI ya Mbale wananituma Luanda. Luanda wananituma DCI ya Mbale. Sasa sijui wanipeleka wapi mtoto wangu. Na bado mimi nalia.
What a sad state to live in. Justice Andrew Mamuye, he swore to jail the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, and DCI Amin over failures to attend court cases against abductions in Kenya. Just take a look at this.
So I'm going to do something I do not do ordinarily. I will place the question of contempt to one side. Because I firmly believe all of us in this room, our first priority is to secure the 7th petitioner applicant. I've heard Mr. Nyamodi, I've heard you, Mr. Nyamodi. Certainly there needs to be investigations, but this is not a matter for 14 days. What I'd want to hear from Council is a proposal, not from Mr. Nyamodi, from the rest. I'll begin with Senior Counsel. What is practical in terms of a return date that gives the second and third respondents in particular the opportunity to take statements and to return, such that when the Inspector General of Police is returning before me for hearing, not a mention, for hearing, they would have had an opportunity. And so that I make it clear, so that when you are giving your responses, there can be no doubt, if the Inspector General of Police misses on that third hearing date, I will go with option 1. I will cite, convict, and sentence on the spot. With respect to the Director, DCI, I will convict and invite him for mitigation and sentencing. There will be no further opportunities beyond this next hearing date.
Meanwhile, in Nairobi, Governor Sakaja has launched a 1.2 billion garbage collection trucks. Take a look.
Wangapi walikuwa Green Army mbeleni na saizi ni madereva? Hiyo transition mnaonaje, ni mzuri?
Mzuri sana. Sana.
Mungu ni mso.
Kabisa.
I have a lot of faith in you. Iko na imani kubwa sana kwenu. But I want you to take your work seriously. Please take your work seriously. Hii machine yenye unatumia ama unaendesha ni jasho ya watu wa Nairobi. It is a sweat of taxpayers. Ndio umetuwezesha kununua hizi magari. Tafadhali chunga gari yako. Please take care of your vehicle. You will be responsible for it. If there's any issue, you know how you're supposed to report here. Sio? How many promise mtachunga magari? Na wale wengine ambao mko kwa crew, simko ina team of how many 3? Mchungane. Na madereva mfunze wengine pia kazi. Because I'm going to buy more and more of this. Tanua zingine hata 50. Ndio hiyo. Because we want to clean our city. Nairobi lazima ing'are. Na hii ni mwaka ya usafi.
But it seems like not all Kenyans are in support of Governor Sakaja.
Ambia hii chokora. Ambia hii chokora. Hatutaki maji yako. Chokora. Hatutaki maji yako. Chokora. Chokora. Hatutaki maji yako. Chokora. Umbwa. Taka taka gasia. Hatutaki kura zako, peleka ushoga nyumbani. Takataka gasia, peleka ushoga nyumbani. Nimekwambia nikujie, peleka ushoga nyumbani. Wewe ni shoga, una na Zakayo. Kuja unishike blood funda wewe.
Criticizing the government and holding politicians accountable is not disrespect, but it is exercising your constitutional rights as a Kenyan. One content creator by the name of Peace Lewis, she came out and drew parallels between politicians' entitlement and Generation Boomers' constant demand for respect. Listen to what she had to say.
Why are we shocked that the politicians are asking us and demanding that we respect them? This is typical behavior of our parents, boomers. Boomers, our parents, how they beat us, they abuse us, they mistreat us, they treat us like we're not even their children. And then once you start lashing back, once you start reacting to the abuse, they are there demanding and saying, do you know I'm your parent? Nilikuza. You should be respecting me. I'm your parent. I give birth to you. I am educating you. You have a roof over your head because of me. Boomers are what is wrong with this country. You ndio kweli.
So Kenyans, if you ask yourselves, what is the meaning of freedom of expression? This is the power or right to express one's opinion without censorship, restraint, or legal penalty. So if you ask yourselves, why are Gen Zs being abducted but not arrested? They are being abducted because there is no law they can be charged under. Listen to what a Kenyan member of the Senate, Edwin Sifuna, had to say about this.
The reason why they are abducting these young people is because there is no law that exists that says you cannot insult a leader. There is no law that says that you cannot insult the president. In fact, our High Court has already said that the freedom of expression extends to insults. The freedom of expression does not mean I have to be nice to you. It doesn't mean that I am forced to say things that you want to hear. Freedom of expression means I have to speak the way I see things. And instead of them addressing, why are Kenyans so angry? How did we get here? Because after the president was elected in 2022, by all accounts, William Ruto was one of the most popular politicians in the country. What did he do in the intervening period to lead to a place where he's being insulted left, right, and center? Instead of addressing those questions, the cause, they are addressing the symptoms.
In that case, fellow Gen Zs, continue exercising your freedom of expression in your own country. Instead of the government creating job opportunities in Kenya, they're busy selling our own people in foreign countries. And some of them are living in very inhumane conditions. Like Rose, who her boss liked to beat her, but thankfully she was rescued. Let's take a look at how her life was in the Gulf. In Kamkuywa, an MC by the name of Abraham Kamungwi was hospitalized with suspected gunshot wounds. Like Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country? Just take a look at this story.
Mwendo wa saa 9 vile nduku anasema, nilipita hapa nikaona hiyo gari. Nikauliza nduku, hii gari imebeba nini? Ndugu yangu akaniambia hii gari ni kama wamekuja hapa wakafika kwa hii kona. Akasema hii barabara ni ndogo. Sasa wacha tusimamishe hii gari, halafu tuende tujaribu kuangalia tunaweza pita na njia gani. Baadaye kufika jioni masaa ya saa 1, magari kaingia kwa kuwa hii gari imepepa msiko ambaye haustahili. Na sisi hatukuchua hii gari imepepa msiko gani. Ndipo magari ilipoingia kwa hii boma, watu wakuja wakajaa, tukajaribu kujua ni nini inaendelea. Ndugu wangu akachukuliwa akawekwa kwa gari. Akakaa hapo kwa Land Rover karibu masaa 3-4. Kufikia mwendo wa saa 3 usiku, tukaona watu wakiingia kwa hii boma. Tukaanza kujiuliza ni nani hawa? Tukajulikana kuwa ni Obama amekuja kuona hii gari yake. Walipoingia hapa muda usio mrefu, tukaanza kusikia mlio wa marisasi. Hatukuchua nini inaendelea, na kila mtu tukapaki na mshangao. Ndivyo tunavyosikia hii asubuhi hii kuwa yule alipigwa risasi ni MCA Obama.
In that commotion, the MCA got injured with a sharp object, which is yet to be confirmed because the investigation have started. Otherwise, he was brought to Bungoma where he received the treatment and later referred to Eldoret for further management.
Kenyans, do you think that it is high time for government bloggers to be banned from using social media because what all they do is just post nonsense? They post garbage. This is what this young Gen Z had to say.
If by now you're following any government blogger, it's like you're a puppet of neo-colonialism. Because tell me why I would wake up every day seeing some stupid narratives that don't have even basis. Or kina Pauline Njoroge, kina David D, kina Alai. You should have blocked and muted all those people. Sisi ndo tunawapea a chance. Kwanza saya asubuhi wameniudhi sana. At those who were abducted. They were abducted to donate organs. You think we are stupid? Then the other days you said it's Gachagua. Kwanza Sudi. Why do you follow Sudi seriously? Why? Manzea waseu ni sinya. Block them. Wakule mablock. Mbona mnawapea audience wa spread ufala? Wacha wabaki huko wakifuatana wenyewe wa spreadingi rumors zao. That's why they trend. Msikuwe wajinga pia.
CBC education system is being forced upon our children. Even the president of Kenya, I don't think if he really understands what CBC is. Governor George Natembea, he went for the government's neck over the shambolic education system that is forced upon our children. Just listen to what the governor had to say.
Now, kuna jambo ambalo ningependa pia Wakenya kabisa msimame na muongee na mheshimiwa hapa MCA amesema. Maneno ya elimu ya Kenya sasa is basic education. Hii mambo ya CBC. Ukiangalia CBC mimi mwenyewe sielewi CBC. I don't know. Na nimeuliza walimu hawaelewi CBC. Mzazi haelewi CBC. Ministry haelewi CBC. Hata ukiona president haelewi, maana ameweka task force waangalie mambo ya CBC. We are wasting the future of our children. Na hii nakani watu walikaa mahali wakapanga njama. Maana elimu ndiyo ina equalize mambo. Mimi bila elimu singekuwa nimesimama hapa. Ni elimu na kuinua mtoto maskini, mtoto tajiri mnakuja kukutana mahali kwa sababu ya nini? Elimu. Utakuwaje na education system ambayo haijulikani mahali popote? Hata sio wengine walifanya mtihani, results zikatolewa, hata kuna mtu anajua kama zilikuwa release. Ilikuwa class 6 ama class gani? Ilitolewa, hakuna mtu anajua. Atunaambia tu below expectation, exceeding expectation, sijua bate. Sasa kila mtu amepita, hakuna mwenye ameanguka. Sasa watoto wanaenda shule kwenda kucheza tu, maana hakuna mtihani, hakuna nini. Hii kitu inafanyika wapi dunia hii? Watu waache mchezo. We need to get very serious. Hata wakati wanasema basic education is free, at elimu ya msingi kuanzia class 1 mpaka form 4 wanasema ni free. Mpaka sasa hizi hakuna capitation. Hakuna pesa imekuja kwa shule, watoto wa day school wako nyumbani hawajalipia 22,000 na haijalipwa.
Moi Hospital, which is in Voi, Taita Taveta County, is a crime scene. Like, I was just shocked to hear what is really happening behind those walls. Just listen to what this man of God had to say.
Juzi tumeenda huko Moi Hospital, tukasikitika sana. Nikauliza County Assembly, mnafanya nini wakati watu wanaumia namna hii? Mikono yenu inafanya nini wakati watu wanapata tabu namna hii? Watu wameenda hospitali, hakuna bed sheets. Yaani uje na bed sheet yako kutoka nyumbani. Yaani hospitali imekuwa namna gani? Mikono ya county imekuwa wapi? Wagonjwa wanalala bila net. Kama uleti net yako, basi utaumia. Tuna mikono ya serikali, ambayo mikono hiyo inajinufaisha, inajifurahisha, na wanasahau mikono hiyo ni ya kujitolea kwa ajili ya watu.
While the man of God was injecting and revealing the truth to Kenyans about Moi Hospital in Voi, Taita Taveta County, another Kenyan man was shocked to find 12 churches in his village. Just take a look.
How do you know a town is dead? By the number of churches it has. Here is the first church, the PCA Kagumo, and then boom, the second church. This is a Marwa Baptism Church. There is our that church, right there. 10 meters away there is another church. What's special about this church? They don't wear shoes inside the church. Fifth church is literally a walking distance away. It's 40 meters from this church over here. Sixth church, the seventh church, number 8 is close to church number 9, right here. This church is literally 10 meters away from the Voice of Salvation Church. Church number 11, 3 meters from church number 12.
In Bungoma County, young vibrant leaders are being attacked by goons anytime they host the events. Thankfully sponsored by some politicians, some crooked and corrupt politicians in Kenya. And why are these young vibrant leaders being attacked? Let's listen to how they narrate their story.
Comrades, power. I'm very disappointed today. I'm the outgoing chairperson of the East Tertiary Student Association, abbreviated as WETSA. Leo tumekuwa na meeting successful sana. Tumekuwa tumefanya mambo yote yameisha, lakini as soon as tulikuwa tumemaliza elections, tukadeclare the winner ambaye yuko kando yangu, Brian British, pamoja na vice wake Shelly Nekesa. watu walitokea nyuma kwa mlango wa the hall ambao wametumwa na member of parliament, kwa sababu we have an evidence and I want to tell the public and I'm clear. We have a screenshot of one Terence Itati ambaye alisema kwamba tuone kama huo mkutano utafanyika kesho, and if even the police wants an evidence I will give them. Alipost pia kwa group yetu, now we have that evidence. Kwa hivyo our member of parliament should come out clearly. We elected you to serve us. Hatukuelect kuja kutua na kutudunga visu. As we are talking right now, watu wa hospitali, they are injured, wametungwa visu, and I want to ask the Tachoni leaders, tafadhali, the Tachoni elders, tafadhali, you must condemn this. And this member of parliament anafaa kuwa punished even from this community. He is not even a member of our community. I'm calling out Bwana Lichuma, I'm calling out Sewekesa, please, this is not our person. Atoke arudi na baholo.
Power. When President William Ruto was campaigning, he portrayed himself to the world as a Pan-Africanist. But it seems like he got lost along the way. When he went to Ghana for the inauguration ceremony of President John Mahama, Captain Ibrahim Traoré from Burkina Faso, that is the president of the transition of Burkina Faso, called him out. Just listen to this.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen that video of Ibrahim Traoré calling out Jambazi. I think he's actually my favorite current world leader. Okay, he was basically saying, you're saying we are not a democratic country, and the democratic countries I'm seeing are abducting and killing innocent protesters. Straight fucking facts. Okay, Burkina Faso, and let's even if we focus on Burkina Faso for a bit, ever since they had their coup and Traoré became their leader, they have paid, I think I was seeing figures like 4-5 billion USD in debt. I mean, that's insane. You know, people like cocksuckers were WEF and UN, like Akina Jambazi, when they say they are cutting ties with the West, they are told sanctions. They panic. Dollars, those green papers we won't give big. Hey, it's gonna be tough. Jambazi has completely. The last 6 months have been hell for Jambazi, because he has gone from being this pillar of Pan-Africanism, you know, Bonoko fake ass titles that hold no water or no meaning, to being some common rogue thug who's just stealing money from his citizen. He doesn't even have anywhere else to steal money from.
Since freedom of expression is upheld under Article 33 in the Kenya Constitution, take a look at this video of Nyandarua Senator Methu imitating the Kenyan President William Ruto.
Kutoka hapa Shamata kwenda mpaka kaka ilishia mpaka huko Kariamu, ilikuwa imekwama, nimetafuta bilioni 2.5 ya barabara itaanza. Iko barabara yetu ya kuanza hapa Sharp Road, ikuja mpaka Gieterero, ikuja hapa Kashisi, kama tunaelewana watu ya Shamata. Watu ya Shamata siku nyingi wameteseka, iko shida ya maji imekuwa hapa. Kuna demu yetu inaitwa Pesi, ilikuwa imekwama pale kwa Ministry ya Finance. Tangia nilipoenda huko wilaya, nimetafuta pesa shilingi bilioni 2, na hiyo damu yenu itaanza, na ikifikia mwezi ujao mtaona hiyo damu ikiendelea. Iko maji yetu ya kutoka sijui kama tunaelewana watu ya Shamata. Iko maji yetu ya mahali panaitwa Kilima, ilikuwa imekwama, ilikuwa shida kidogo, imekwama kidogo, nimetafuta shilingi milioni 600, na hiyo maji yenu ya Kilima itaanza. Watu ya hapa Nyandarua, nimesikiza maneno yenu, nyinyi ni wakulima. Iko shida yenu, mnauza maziwa pesa kidogo. Nimeongea na gavana badilisha huyu, wakiwa na Senator Mbendo huyu. Iko kura zinakuja ndani ya wiki 2. Iko kura 30 nitakuwa nimeleta hapa Nyandarua. Sisi kama tunaelewana watu ya Nyandarua. Watu ya hapa Shamata, siku nyingi mimi najua mmekuwa mkiteseka kwa sababu ya nyumba. Mmekuwa mkiishi nje, na kuanzia mwaka ujao nimetafuta pesa ya affordable housing. Nyinyi wote mtakuwa mnalala ndani, hamtakuwa mnalala msituni kama wanyama. Sisi kama tunaelewana watu ya Shamata. Shamata oye.
Kenyans, if elections were held today, who do you think will win? Tom Ojeda was live on Citizen TV and he claimed that William Ruto will win the elections if it was held today by 100%. Listen to what he had to say.
If elections were held today, Trevor, President Ruto would get a second term. And both of them know that even as they speak, and he says that President Ruto should not run, President Ruto is the foremost candidate and will win a second term in this country. He is the leader to beat, he's the kind to beat.
While Tom Ojeda was making unusual claims on live TV, in Kajiado North, the ground was speaking a different language. Take a look.
Ati amtaki Ruto akuje? Asikuje Kwale? Amtaki Ruto? Amtaki Ruto? Nilete Gachagua? Wangapi wanasema nilete Gachagua? Ngojeni kidogo. Hiyo kura itapigwa vizuri. Wangapi wanasema nilete Ruto? Hebu wainue mkono tu. Ati amtaki? Hebu fanya hivi kama hutaki. Amtaki kabisa?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Francis Gaido exposing Nuruddin Haji.
You can abduct children. You can abduct our children. You can abduct us. Because who the do you think you are?
To Nuru Okanga versus Osa Sudi.
Msenge sana wewe.
Wewe ndio senge.
Usitukane rais wewe.
Wewe ndio senge bwana.
Was Senator Okiya Omtata bribed?
I was offered. How much? 10 million. They paid a deposit of 7 million to people.
Message to Kenyans.
Every time you've been told God chose a president, later you cried.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before we start today's episode, Kenyans, do you remember these words?
All sovereign powers belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be, underline the word in shall, mandatory, be exercised only in accordance with this constitution. The people may, optional, may, optional. That is it, Your Honor.
In simple terms, Kenyans, the Kenyan people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through the democratically elected leaders. And this statement, it is protected and supported under Article 33 of the Kenyan Constitution, freedom of expression. And even what I'm doing right now with the media, I am protected under Article 34 of the Kenyan Constitution, freedom of media. And also you as the viewer watching this video right now, you are supported and protected under Article 35 of the Kenyan Constitution, freedom and to access of information. So Kenyans, in that case, when the Gen Zs occupy the Kenyan parliament and other government offices in Nairobi and other counties in Kenya, do you think that the president of Kenya, William Ruto, should have resigned with immediate effect? Do you think that in that moment he should have stepped down from power? Listen to what Robert Alai had to say.
Sasa zile umevamia parliament.
Yeah.
In fact, in a good country,
yes,
rais anafaa kuwa resign.
Oh.
in a good country.
Yes.
So Mheshimiwa Ruto,
so he should have gone.
He should have gone immediately.
Yeah, walipovamia bunge.
Because unajua state house inaweza kuwa hata kwa nyumba yako.
Yeah.
Inaweza kuwa hata juu ya mti. State house can be anywhere.
Okay.
But parliament is the symbol of authority in a civilian government.
Yes.
So vile parliament ilivamiwa.
Yes.
Ilitingisa nguvu ya serikali.
Okay.
So comrades, before we continue, just take a look at this rare footage of how the Gen Zs injected, exercising their constitutional rights by occupying the Kenyan parliament buildings. Take a look.
Twende, let's go, twende. Yo, that's shooting, man. That's shooting. Yo, they're shooting, man. They're shooting at us. They're shooting. What? Live bullets. Why not to shoot, man? Why are you shooting? Why? Yeah, Nani. Bro, they're fucking shooting at us, man. It's a bullet. Headshot shot.
Nadi kona damu chini. Nadi chini kona damu. Piga hapo.
Napiga. Headshots. The camera headshots. They've killed somebody, guys. These are headshots right here.
Muonyesha blood. Damu ndio hiyo hapo.
Amazing. I salute all the Gen Zs out there. I salute parents to Gen Zs. I salute you. Like the Gen Zs occupy that day. The Gen Zs were fearless that day. The Gen Zs, they never backed down. They never gave up. And they continued fighting despite the challenges that faced them. And for those who lost their lives during that day, may their souls rest in eternal peace. And we will never stop talking about it. We will never stop being vocal about it. And we will keep on fighting till justice is served.
They're shooting at us, man. As a parliament. Wewe ndani. So you can hear like this people are actually shooting like live bullets, man. Shooting live bullets. Don't forget.
Dear Kenyans, did you know that the Gen Zs have the power to decide on who is going to be the next president in this country? Did you know that the Gen Zs have the power to decide and even destabilize this country if they wanted to? But it seems like some politicians are taking it lightly. They are underestimating the power of the Gen Zs. They think this is a joke. The Gen Zs are just joking. Even to the point where the president of Kenya, William Ruto, he went to the public space to humiliate and to talk down on the Gen Zs. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Hawa watu ya makelele hii wanasumbua, wanapiga makelele sijui mitandao wapi. Hawa watu wako na kazi ngumu sana. Kushindana na mimi, wako na kazi ngumu. Wako na kibarua kubwa sana. Na bado mimi napanga tu kazi. Siku yenye tunaangaliana ati siasa kwa maneno. Sasa mimi nawaulize watu wa Kakamega. Hawa watu wanajua vile hii mpango ya miwa inapangwa? Wanajua? Hata wanajua Mumia siko wapi? Mumesikia wakiongea mambo ya barabara? Mumesikia wakiongea mambo ya stima? Mumesikia mkiongea chochote? Si mambo yao ni kuchora tu kwa internet na kuzunguka na fitina. Watu tawanyorosha asubuhi na mapema.
So, to the Kenyan government, one thing you should know is that the Gen Zs are here to stay, and the Gen Zs are not going anywhere. Despite the torture, the killings, and the abductions of our fellow comrades, of our fellow Gen Zs, every day when you watch the news, somebody was abducted, somebody was killed, a Gen Z body was found in the mortuary. But this will not stop us. We will continue being vocal and fighting for the rights and the freedom of this country until the day Ruto must go comes to pass. We will not stop being vocal. And let me tell you, Kenyans, since the Gen Z protest started, since the Gen Z started becoming vocal in this country, even it has forced companies to start evaluating on how they conduct their businesses. Let's listen to this.
You can know Gen Z from two things. Huh? Yeah. Number one, Gen Z are very, very vocal about their rights. They are the only Kenyans who say, my rights. My rights. Msaki wa job, anakwambia my rights. In fact, I didn't go to work today because it wasn't giving. Honestly. Yeah?
Alafu wako very expressive. One expressive ni mbaya sana.
Which is a good thing and a bad thing.
It's a good. What's bad about it?
It's a good thing because it has forced companies to reevaluate, because this is the generation now that's checking. It's because they're finishing, they're entering union clearing, they're checking into the workforce. Yeah. And from what I've seen, it's forcing guys to reevaluate. Your design guys are like, how are we going to deal with these guys? Right? Now the problem is most companies have gone hard on the giving guys pizza, but kuwapatia mshahara fiti.
Shout out to our former company.
Maze pizza
that's
instead
always
of
to
a
get
good salary.
Even a bleached government spokesperson by the name of Isaac Maura, he came on to ask the Gen Zs to stop sending emails to foreign governments. But let me tell you, Kenyans, the Gen Zs injected. Recently, the Gen Zs sent thousands of emails to the Netherlands royal family, urging King William Alexander and Queen Maxima not to dare visit Kenya after these two individuals accepted President Ruto's invite. And let me tell you, Kenyans, if they dared visit Kenya, they will have seen hell on earth. It is good for them that they never came to Kenya. They never dared to visit this country. Just listen to what Isaac Maura, government spokesperson, had to say.
Kuna wachache ambao wangelipenda kuharibia hii nchi sifa kwa vizingizio kwamba hakuna usalama. Na tunaona pia Wakenya, na ningependa kuwarai Wakenya wenzangu, wengine wanaanza kuandika hizi barua huko, barua pepe, wakienda kushtumu serikali katika asasi za kimataifa. Haitokufaidi wewe Mkenya. Ni vizuri hata kama tuna tofauti zetu za hapa mchini, lakini katika kiwango cha kimataifa tuonyeshane kwamba tupo pamoja. Wengine hata wanaanza kusema kwamba wageni mashuhuri wasije kutembelea nchi hii. Itakufaidi nini wewe Mkenya kwamba unasema kwamba yani huienzi nchi yako? Hamna nchi yoyote ambayo haina tofauti zake.
Kenianen doen op social media en in de kranten daar een beroep op het koningspaar om het staatsbezoek in maart af te zeggen. Volgens hen is het bezoek aan Kenia bedoeld om het imago van president William Ruto op te poetsen. Ruto krijgt veel kritiek vanwege mensenrechten schendingen. Veel meer erover op de site en in de app.
Since the Gen Zs occupy the Kenyan parliament, it seems like the Kenyan government is scared of the Gen Zs. And currently, sources claim that the Kenyan government is trying to relocate the Kenyan parliament from Nairobi to a different county. And currently, different counties are fighting on who will host the new Kenyan parliament. Listen to what the Villager 254 had to say.
Parliament inahamishwa kutoka Nairobi, wadau. So I hear counties are fighting who will host it. Atu yanahamisha kutoka Nairobi kwa sababu ya Gen Zs. Wanaogopa mkuje kuingia huko tena. Gen Z ni kina nani? Watakomboa magari Nairobi, wataenda kwa hiyo city mumeenda. Na sasa saa hii wataingia kabisa na wataharibu kila kitu. Okay, Gen Z, si mko na nguvu. Si mko na nguvu. What? Parliament inahamishwa. Ujasikia hiyo wewe? Bas, umejua.
So whether the government relocates the Kenyan parliament to a different county, as long as that parliament is in the Kenyan territory, let me tell you, we'll continue injecting. The people may, the people will, and the people shall. Hey,
The people may, optional, may, optional.
Even the governor of Kisumu County, he came on to stand with the Gen Zs and to stand with the victims of abductions, the victims of torture and killing. He went on to narrate his story on how he was abducted and tortured during the Moi era. Just listen to how he narrates his story.
You might be wondering why I came to stand with these the victims of abductions. I want to tell you that as we were struggling for the second liberation, we were quite often abducted from our homes. They put you in a police Land Rover, they tie your eyes, put you at the back, lying on the back of the police Land Rover, and they drive you in town, sometimes around about for so many times. And finally, when they have driven you for a long time, you feel the Land Rover going down into a hole. And then it stops somewhere. When you come out, they push you in a room whose walls are black and water on the floor, and they lock you in there. That was Nyayo House. And in the morning, they will come and pick you up, take you to the 23rd floor, and you see about 8 men looking very mean, interviewing you. And they will tell you that if you don't answer our questions, we are on the 23rd floor, we'll drop you to Kenyatta Avenue, and of course you will die. So you must answer our questions. That thing can go on for weeks, because you are very resilient. And then finally, you are either released, or they take you to detention. This happened to me several times.
Do you remember how the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, was impeached? He was impeached in a blink of an eye. He was never even given time and space to breathe. And let me tell you, Kenyans, some senators, some members of parliament, some politicians, they were bribed up to 10 million shillings each to participate in the impeachment of the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua. Let's listen to what Senator Okeyo Mtata had to say about this.
I was offered. How much? 10 million. They paid a deposit of 7 million to people and 3 million after the voting. Ukawacha 10 million. Niliwacha hiyo 10 million. Okay, ile 7. Sio 10 ni 7 plus 3. No, si 7 ni depo. Yeah, hiyo sasa ilikuwa uchukue depo na wende. And me, I say this thing, one thing I said is that an innocent man, even the devil, give him his due. The Katiba is very clear that the procedure for impeaching the president shall apply to the deputy president with the necessary amendments. And I said, we, even the National Assembly, did not get out the necessary amendments for impeaching this man.
To be honest, comrades, to be honest, Kenyans and Gen Zs at large, the only language that this government understands is violence. Violence. Violence is the language they only understand. Listen to what the member of the National Assembly of Kenya, Johanna Ngeno Kipyegon, had to say.
Ati kwa sababu unapenda sisi. William Samoei Ruto, waje nikwambie, mapenzi hatutaki. Mapenzi pelekea bibi yako. Ambia William Samoei mapenzi yapelekea nani? Sisi watu ya Narok tuko na Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye ako juu. Anatuchunga na anatupenda. Juzi bibi yako alikuwa anaombaomba makanisani mpaka anapiga magoti. Hata Mwenyezi Mungu amrehemu. Akiomba leo, kesho unafanya dhambi nyingine. Akiomba kesho unafanya dhambi nyingine. Kwa nini unafanyika kazi ngumu bibi yako? Kwa nini hata wewe usihurumie bibi yako? Anakuombea kila siku. Hata mpaka mimi mwenyewe nahurumia yeye, sijui hata taambia yeye. Nilikuwa nimeandikia yeye SMS Rachel. Hii bwana yako hii, tafadhali waachane na yeye mpaka kura iishe ndio mrudiane. Hii atakupeleka motoni.
We all know Musalia Mudavadi. Yeye bure shibe ako sawa. But anyway, that is a story for another day. Let us continue. The African National Coalition grassroots leaders, they have abandoned Musalia Mudavadi after he decided to merge with Ruto's party. Can you imagine that? He decided to merge with Ruto's party. This is another level of betrayal. And Kenyans, do you think that betrayers and backstabbers deserve to have any kind of power in this country?
We worked hard to build a party whose ideology and vision we believed in. We note that the top leadership of the party has allowed itself and our party to be swallowed up by our competitors. At first, we thought that we were together on a public mission. We see that this was not the case. Our brothers and sisters have allowed our party to be swallowed up without even the basic courtesy of consulting us. While we don't know where and why they have gone, we wish them well, but we want to be emphatic that we will not go with them. We refuse to be part of this journey to the unknown.
Thika Town constituency, parliamentary aspirant by the name of Francis Gaido, he came out to reveal some hidden truths about a Kenyan politician by the name of Nurdin Haji. And let me tell you Kenyans, I was shocked beyond words with what Francis Gaido had to say. Let's listen to this.
You can abduct children. You can abduct our children. You can abduct us. Because who the f do you think you are? Because you went for some crash courses. You went for some holiday tuition to study Hitler, to study Nazi era domination and subjugation of populations through intelligence tactics. Nurdin Haji, if you look at the history of his father was called Mohammed Yusuf Haji. He was a long time provincial commissioner of the Rift Valley province. If you look at the Akiumi report, if you look at the other Truth and Justice report by Justice Kriegler from South Africa, all of them mention and cite, mention adversely Nurdin Haji's father. Nurdin Haji's father was a perpetrator of war crimes and genocide, forceful eviction, internal displacement. He particularly targeted communities like Kikuyu, like Luhya, like Luo, like Kisii, forcefully evicting them from Rift Valley at the instigation of Daniel Arap Moi.
In the highest, biggest and fastest growing economies in the world, they run their businesses 24/7, day and night, from Monday to Sunday. There's no resting. That's why they're beating us. They're showing us dust every day. And do you think that this kind of system should also be implemented in Kenya? Listen to this.
Sahi ni saa 9:30 niko Nairobi CBD. Angalia. Huku watu ambao wameamka peke yake ni wale watu wana travel. Wana biashara wamelala. Na hii ni capital city. Jeffrey Musiri ulinyima permit. Watu wa Nairobi kama mtaki kufanya biashara mpe wale watu wenye kwa jobless. Muwape hizo mabiashara zenyu. Saa 9 na bado mtu amelala kwa nyumba. Muamke muache mchezo. Watu wa Nairobi nyinyi.
Living in Kenya, you seriously need to have a PhD in self-control, anger management and toughness. Even in the most expensive neighborhoods in Nairobi, Kilimani, the residents there are suffering and crying every day to the government because of the poor state of the roads. And yet what is the government doing? And I'm also wondering, what is the county government of Nairobi and the Kenyan Urban Roads Authority doing to fix this issue? Take a look.
This is Kilimani, and you heard me right. Yes, this is Kilimani, and this is the sad state of roads in Kilimani right now, and it's even getting more and more worse every day. It's very unfortunate that a real estate neighborhood like Kilimani will have this kind of infrastructure. The county government of Nairobi, Kenya Urban Roads Authority and the government as whole has failed us in Kilimani and in so many other parts of Nairobi as well. And especially unfortunate for Kilimani because Kilimani is one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Kenya. For an acre in Kilimani, you have to part ways with over 400 million. Otherwise guys, this is my one bedroom Airbnb in Kilimani. If you're looking for one of the best, beautiful, clean, well-finished, well-furnished Airbnbs in Kilimani, just call or contact me on this number. It's well-finished, it's very clean in a serene and clean area, far from most of the noise, but still close to all the malls, shopping centers, Chandaria and the rest. And also you get amazing view from the 13th floor. I also have 2-bedroom and a studio, so call me if you need one.
Even our own airport, our own international airport, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, is also not spared under this regime.
Anyway, Jomo Kenyatta looks like a warehouse. Tell me why Jomo Kenyatta looks like a warehouse, my lord.
The National Committee, tasked with refining the university funding model, they have failed miserably since its inauguration in September 2024. And currently Kenyans, frustration is mounting among university students. And the students have said and have declared that this useless committee is ineffective. Just take a look at how comrades injected.
Power! Congress, wisdom! Wisdom! Comrade man is not a boy! Yes. Comrade power! Power! Comrade power! Power! We are tired with this committee. This government don't have priorities. Yes. If education is the equalizer and everywhere they go they are talking about education, yes, then they should put funds to this committee so that we can finish all these things. Yes. Because till today, this is the 8th week, we are still planning for the program of everything, yes, and online meeting. This committee is incompetent and is not doing any serious. Complex power. Power.
At Bunge la Mwananchi, I believe it's in Jacaranda grounds, Nuru Okanga has endorsed Raila's pointman or motion hour, declaring that he will be vying for current MCA ward seat. In that statement, underline the word Raila. Anyway, just listen to this endorsement.
Nataka nishukuru Moshi kwa sababu pia yeye ameamua jinsi nilijitoza kwa kiwanja 2027 pale nyumbani, majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwa Raila Ward na iendea, na pia namshukuru kwa kuamua kwenda pale Karen kupambana na wale matajiri. Mimi nataka niambie wana Karen ya kwamba uongozi si pesa na si masomo. Uongozi ni hekima. Ukipewa hekima utaongoza watu kwa njia mzuri. Ukiangalia katika Biblia, Suleimani alipoulizwa na Mungu, ungependa nikupee nini? Suleimani alisema, akajibu kwa unyenyekevu akasema, I need wisdom. Wisdom ni hekima. So sisi kama bunge la mwananchi ama sisi kama vijana Kenya mzima, licha ya kukosa masomo, licha ya kukosa nini, lakini tunaamini ya kwamba Mungu ametupea hekima na ametupea akili na maarifa, ya kwamba tukipewa nafasi kwa serikali ambayo inakuja 2027, sisi tutaenda kudeliver.
After the endorsement speech, Nuru Okanga, Kennedy Songasonga and Omosh 1 Hour, they were allegedly abducted and dumped inside the bush. Let's listen to how they narrate their story.
Tulikuwa pale Kenyatta tukienda kutetea wa Kenya, tukiangalia mambo ya SHA na SHI kama inafanya kazi. Na from nowhere tulipoenda pale, attention ikawa juu, tukachukuliwa tukawekwa kwa masubaru. Mimi sikuwa najua niko kwa Subaru gani. Pia tuko hapa na Songasonga, tuko hapa na Omoshi, na tuko na huzuni kwa sababu kama tunaweza tokea kwenda kuangalia venye maisha ya Wakenya inaendelea, tunafika Kenyatta tunapelekwa mbio. Sasa hata hapa mimi sijui niko wapi. Na mimi nataka nishukuru watu wa media kwa sababu wale watu wa media tulikuwa na wao, kumbe walikuwa wamefocus. Na tulikuwa na mmoja wetu alikuwa pale na gari, walikuwa pia wamefocus na walikuwa chonjo. So venye ile gari ilikuwa inaenda, walikuwa wanajaribu kutufuata na ikashindikana. Na tumetupwa na tukapiga simu kwa sababu simu zetu pia zilichukuliwa, lakini wakaangalia wakaona hawa vijana pia walikuwa wanakuja kuangalia mambo. Wameenda nayo. Ya Omoshi ndio wameenda nayo, but yangu imewashinda kwa sababu yangu ni ya mkopo.
Later on, Nuru Okanga was live addressing his followers, but instead of him ignoring and not arguing with a fool, he decided to go head on with Oscar Sudi, exchanging words on live. Let's listen to this conversation.
Mwanamke, kila siku natokeanga mimi ni mwanamke.
Msenge sana wewe.
Wewe ndio senge.
Usitukane rais wewe.
Wewe ndio senge bwana. Tumeona marais wangapi?
Rais ni mama yako.
Tumeona marais wangapi?
Rais ni mama yako.
Tumeona marais wangapi?
Wewe tafuta pesa usindie familia yako.
Na kuuliza tumeona marais wangapi? Hata Moi alikuwa rais, Kenyatta alikuwa rais, Kibaki amekuwa rais, Uhuru amekuwa rais. Kwani huyu wenu wa Sogoi ndio gold ametoka juu akaanguka chini? Mamina zenu nyinyi.
Kama ni rais
kwendeni huko.
Patie rais
huyu wa Sogoi ndio amekuwa rais wa kwanza Kenya. Ama Kenya imepata uhuru jana, Ruto akaingia kuwa rais.
Sasa ndiye rais.
Tumeona rais wengi bwana, acheni ujinga mnatusumbua nayo hapa. Acheni ujinga. Utandike mama yako. Mimi ni bibi yako, utatandika.
Mimi nitakutandika vibaya sana.
Utandike nani? Bila alishenzi wewe. Mimi si bibi yako. Nitakutandika.
Kenyans are giving the government sleepless nights every day. The people decided to shut down Mumias West Member of Parliament Johnson Manya in Ruto's presence after he decided to call for Ruto's re-election. Let's take a look at this video of how Kenyans rejected and injected.
Watu ambao wanasema Ruto 2027 mkono juu. Mimi sipigangi siasa, mimi napiga kura. Na Mbuyu anarudi bunge 2027.
It is quite clear that Kenyans are not boarding and there will be no re-election that will be taking place in the year 2027. And this is the only message I can leave you with. Listen to this.
This is what I urge Kenyans. Kenyans, I want you to know one thing. This one thing you must know. God will not choose your president for you. God has never chosen a president for Kenya. Every time you've been told God chose a president, later, you cried. It is these very unscrupulous leaders, useless leaders, wicked leaders who pay prophets. They buy prophets to prophesy they are from God, yet they are not from God. If they were from God, why do you cry after they assume office? God will not choose your president for you. Rise up and choose your president. You are first a Kenyan. The politicians have made you believe that you are first a Luo before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kalenjin before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kikuyu before you are a Kenyan. Kenyans can change it. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Luo. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kikuyu. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kalenjin. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kamba. Please, don't see yourself with your tribe. Identify with your country and help heaven take these evil politicians from the leadership of this nation. May God bless Kenya. May God bless Kenyans.
Let us all not be threatened that politics is a dirty game. It is upon you and I to make the right decision in the coming election in the year 2027. Anyway, take a look at some of these Gen Z skits.
I'm a Gen Z in corporate. Of course, my work day is from 9 to 5. At 5, laptop closed. I'm a Gen Z working in corporate. Of course, I can't take any job that requires me to work in the office for 5 whole days. Kwani what's remote working? I'm a Gen Z working in corporate. By now, you need to know that I'm going to take mental health days. Probably 3 or so in 1 month. I'm a Gen Z working in corporate. Of course, after every international trip from the management, I'm going to expect the gifts. So you better bring those chocolates.
Kijana, do you know why I pulled you over? Miss G is how... What's happening? Oh, these other policemen are so boring. Gosh. Tumestopisha matatu hapa nyuma. Guess what? Wait. 12 people kwa 5-seater. Sherehe iko wapi? Okay, anyway, mtanisho sherehe iko wapi? So, I was saying history ya matatu. So this matatu guy is speeding. Like, I mean, this guy is taking off. And then so he's like, let me give you some moolah, then you guys let me go. Yeah, imagine he said that. Guess what this guy removes from his pocket? 100 shillings. Like, hata ningetaka kuchanga mzinga. 100 bob. Are you serious? Do I have a gun? Yeah. Jokes. Oh no, kita. Anyway, I just wanted to tell someone about my day. It's been quite boring. So, yeah. Mnataka nisahau, unajua mnaenda sherehe, mnisonge.
Na by the way, Ruto ako karibu kukufa. Unajua kenye namaanisha? Alikuwa anapeangwa damu na akaambiwa na daktari zimebaki ya 3 months. Hakuna damu ingine atawekwa juu mwili imekataa. Kama si pesa angekuwa alienda kitambo sana. That's why unaona ana ruin maisha yetu. Watoto wake amewaweka kwa business, ameweka mtoto wake akona hizi ma forward. Yani anaweka familia yake kwa mali yote. Ndio maana anatutesa. But namuombea akuwe salama.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
from minors illegally arrested. To South Sudan tenants rejected.
And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese.
Are artists under siege? Henry the whistleblower gets new teeth.
Yeah, look on the motor. Look on the sound.
Parliament, we are coming. We are coming for you. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Dering. Police officers from Moulem Police Station from Embakasi West, they have been trending recently after they went on to arrest anybody they encountered on the streets. They even went on ahead to arrest underage children who were sent by their parents to go and buy supper at night. The parents later on decided to go to the police station to protest the unlawful arrest of the residents in that area and also the unlawful arrests of their children. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Sio poa bwana. Sio poa.
Tunanyamaza hazina ni watoto na mtoto ametuma kwa duka. Imagine kwa duka. Nimetuma mtoto unga. Na nimeacha kuanzia asubuhi wameshinda njaa. Alafu sasa wanachukua mtoto na unga wanafungia ndani. Tunajaribu kupigana.
Mimi nakuja kuuliza mfungo wangu wako wapi? Mfungo wangu wako wapi? Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali. Hiyo ndio swali. Ameipia nani? Hiyo ndio swali tunauliza, ameipia nani? Hamwezi shinda hata kushika watu kiororera. Tulieni. Kiororera hapa mnashika watu kiororera. Tulieni. Tulia. Hapo nimechukua.
A South Sudanese comrade, she complained that she was denied and rejected from renting an apartment in Kenya. Just listen to her story before I give out my own opinion.
I'm so sure I'm not the only South Sudanese who has been told this. So I was going to look for a house. Yeah, I'm a South Sudanese staying in Kenya, yeah. And then there's this beautiful apartment, I went, and before I proceeded to the office, you'll obviously inquire a little from the watchman, yeah. So I asked the watchman if there's a vacant house, and he's like, no, there is no house. And before I even proceed, he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. Yes, if you can't tell you can either tell from my physical appearance or from my bracelet. I'm always wearing my South Sudanese flag bracelet. So he's like, but we don't want South Sudanese. And he was speaking in Kiswahili, by the way. And I'm like, why would you say that? And then he's like, because you're usually staying 100 people in one house. And I'm like, what? Huh? And that time I'm even like, how do I even defend myself from this? Let me tell you all something. When you compare the dependency ratio or the number of people that stay in a South Sudanese house compared to other nationalities, by the way, I was not so offended because a part of that is true, but this is beyond our control for some people. Because you might find, for example, let me use myself as an example. we are 8 siblings, yeah? And then my mother, and then my late father. Like, I'm just saying, if we were to stay together, because all my siblings are scattered by the way, but if we were to stay together as a full nuclear family, we would make like a family of 10.
This is totally wrong, unacceptable, and very sad to hear. My heart goes out to this comrade and to all those South Sudanese men and women who have faced a similar discrimination in Kenya. We all know that South Sudan has faced complex set of challenges over the years, contributing to its economic struggles. So many Kenyans are working, studying, and living in different parts of Africa. And so many Africans also living here in Kenya, studying and working here. We are all Africans at the end of the day. These borders that you see here in Africa, they were set up by the colonizers, not us Africans. So let us learn to live, help one another, and to live together as one people, as one community. There should be nothing like you come from West Africa, you come from North Africa, Central or East Africa. Let us not have that discrimination mindset among ourselves towards our fellow Africans. Let us not practice xenophobia in our own country. And to this comrade out there, if you're watching this video, send us the name of the apartment. Even if you have the number of the owners of those apartments, send us those numbers and those names so that you can send them some good greetings, because I believe they deserve it.
But South Sudanese stay 100 people in a, oh my God, like that was so embarrassing and painful. Anyway, life goes on.
Our president, Kasongo himself, has done it again. He went on to lie about the Grammys being held in Kenya in the year 2025. But the Grammy organizers went on and they denied receiving $5 million from the Kenyan government. And also, they said that the Grammys will not be held in Nairobi, Kenya, but in Los Angeles. Take a look at what Dr. Mumbi Seraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only. So the guys who organized the Grammys have come out and said that they have not received any money from any foreign government because they are not for-profit organizations, so they can't do that. And they've confirmed that the Grammys of 2025 are going to be held somewhere in Los Angeles, not in Nairobi, Kenya. Imagine, this is so embarrassing. And why lie internationally? At least us guys, we understand you. But now, because these things are making international news. You tell Kenyans the Grammys are going to be held in LA, and Kenyans will go and ask the Grammys or the organizers, is this being held there? Ama, there's people lying to Nabi, which is making his situation worse, because it's just like, who is surrounding him? Who is advising him? I know he's a one-man show. Like Gashagwa said, did you hear that? He was injected.
An incident of assault has been reported at Ruiru Sub-County Hospital, where a man was going to visit his wife in labor. He was violently attacked by a security officer from State Security Services Limited, and he was denied entry to go and see his wife, despite the hospital being a public facility. Let's take a look at how things unfolded.
Hivi ndio mnafanya kwa hospitali, si ndio? Acha vita na yeye. Hivyo ndio mnafanya? Ha? Ndio nakuuliza, hivyo ndio mnafanya, si ndio? Acha hiyo maneno. Ha? Hiyo maneno imeanza. Kwa hivyo mgonjwa atembee kutoka kwa ward mpaka hapa sababu umesimama kwa gate unataka kuzuia mtu kuingia. Si ndio? Ha? Wacha. Huyu mzee anafikiria aje? Wewe uko na familia wewe? Uko na watoto? Uko na watoto?
Wacha. Sawa.
Huyu mzee anafaa kuwa anafikiria. Namwambia niko na mgonjwa na hana mtu. Huh? Nimetoka mbali kufika hapa, unataka kunizuia kupeana bag peke yake na nitoka nje.
We are always here every day fighting for good governance, and a better future and a better Kenya for all. But it seems like there's some celebrities, some artists who are not with us. Like Guardian Angel, he went on to stand up for the president, praising the president. And I'm just wondering, are they not seeing what we are seeing? Just listen to what Guardian Angel had to say about the president.
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we. Nasema mi unaweza nitukana hivyo. Juu mi ni boys bana. Maybe si ni age mates. Ama unanishinda rika. Kama mi washai nipasha sana washenzi. Lakini hiyo nishtui. Unajua life yangu iko mzuri. Unajua but mse bro, hata Biblia unajua inasema leaders. Sijui ni verse gani, I think unaweza utatupostia hiyo verse. Mali Biblia inasema kwamba kiongozi anachaguliwa na Mungu. Anapewa hiyo responsibility na Mungu. Na wale watu wanaongozwa na huyo kiongozi wamepewa wako mandated kuona huyo kiongozi. So hapo kwa hiyo verse nilitafuta kutry kuangalia mahali wanasema lazima huyu kiongozi akwe mwenye amefanya kile unataka ndio muona. Hiyo pata kuna the fact that yeye ni kiongozi, kuna ile heshima fulani anahitaji kupewa.
This is just some PR. Just because the president shared one of your songs on his page, now you want to tell us that now the Kenyans are living the best lives ever? Get an angel? Seriously?
Muona saa zingine jo rezo anatukanwa. Maka nasema we.
We all know Henry Omondi, Henry the whistleblower, the young man who went to fight for JKIA until the Adani deal was dropped, was cancelled. Courtesy of Eric Omondi, he took his first flight. Just take a look. And that's not all. Thanks to Port Florence Dentists, Hospital in Kisumu, St. Stephen's Cathedral SEK, Henry Omondi got his new pair of teeth. Just take a look.
What's up guys, Eric Omondi, president of Comedy Africa. Niko hapa na ndugu yangu Henry Omondi mazee. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Mungu halali. Finally, Henry akona onyeshe meno. Finally, ndugu yetu amepata meno mazee. Thank you so much St. Stephen's SEK Kisumu. Inaitwaje? Yeah? Port Florence. Thank you very much Port Florence Kisumu, St. Stephen's SEK, St. Stephen's Cathedral SEK. God bless you. Tumepatia ndugu yetu smile. Wapatie tena. Hayelele. Upale. He has all his teeth, man.
A Kenyan comedian decided to go and inject and also imitate Mutahi Kagwe after he was elected as the new agriculture CS. Just take a look at this video.
Good afternoon, fellow Kenyans. So in the last 24 hours, we have only registered 8 cases of cows and goats which has been vaccinated. This is not a surprising number, and it is very frustrating for us. And we want to ask our farmers to accept their animals to be vaccinated. We want to tell farmers, we are going to arrest all the cows which has not been vaccinated, and we are going to put them in a quarantine until they are vaccinated. We are also going to put a lockdown. We are not going to accept cows which has not been vaccinated to be transported from one county to the other. We also want to put curfews in cattle dips and in other places where cattle go. But if your cow is not vaccinated, we are going to put a curfew. It will not going to be allowed into a cattle dip. Because we have to take this thing seriously so that we can save our global, because of the global warming, and we can help these animals to stop fatting. We want us to ask you people to buy your cows masks, so that you can protect them from being attacked by diseases. And I want to tell you very easy things. That if you treat your cows normally, your cows are going to treat you abnormally.
And that's not all Kenyans. Even Rapture the scientist, a comedian, decided to go and inject. And this is what he had to say.
William Samoei Ruto. Ni nini nasumbua huyu jamaa?
Sakayo. Sakayo.
Sugar. William Ruto ni muongo, kila mtu anajua. As in, hii ni fact, kila mtu anajua. William Ruto ameambia Wakenya uongo, but kuna uongo moja ambaye amesema kubwa kuliko uongo zingine zote. Zote. Na hiyo uongo ni ati anapenda Mungu. William Ruto hapendi Mungu. William Ruto anapenda mapasta. Yangalia Charlene Ruto, amewekelewa mkono kwa forehead mpaka nywele imeisha.
So, viewers, if you are given a chance to go and spend a day with Kasongo, would you do it? Will you take the challenge? Just take a look at this video showing you about spending a day with the president. Take a look.
Imetokea aje iko sawa? Sawa, lakini mmenipatia kitu transparent bwana.
Tutaedit
bwana, tumetenga bilioni 10
bwana. Usijali.
Alafu wanajua kuku ana kitu bwana.
Hii achana. Haya chukua hii.
Tutaedit.
Tutaedit. Kuna ngoma nyingine nilikuwa nataka kuweka.
Gani hiyo?
Ya Samawoka.
Ya Samawoka?
Yeah. Iko sawa mkubwa.
Okay, sina shida lakini tunaweza tafuta ya Sama Flyer.
Sama Flyer.
Kasongo Chai. Continue. Mombari nanga. Kasongo.
Pull up.
Are you normal?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Parliament, we are coming for you.
From police officer hand cut off.
Bunduki ameenda naye.
To more abductions in Kenya.
Tulitafuta Brian bila jitihada zote, tujapata Brian kila mali, hayuko Bondeni, hayuko Central.
What's causing the fires? Kenyan soldier family speaks out.
My name is Katra Abdullahi Isa, the daughter of Sergeant Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim. He was working in the Eldoret Barracks 9KR.
anguka naye.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Traffic along Mahimayu Narok Road came to a halt at Duka Moja after the herders blocked road in protests. The demonstration stemmed from an incident where the livestock, 40 sheep, they were killed by a speeding Toyota Prado and the motorists were advised to seek alternative routes. Let's take a look.
But it's not worth the risk. You can't go risky. Hata kama ni kulala afadhali ulale lakini usirisk maisha.
Tunataka tumshukuru.
And that's not all. That is just the tip of the iceberg. As time went by, things got more serious, more deadly, more dangerous, where the protesters and the police clashed, even to the point where one police officer lost his arm together with his gun. Just take a look.
Msaidie huyu. Bunduki imeenda. Nani niona tu?
Bunduki ameenda naye.
Bunduki ameenda naye. Bunduki ameenda naye. Huyu jamaa angetoka kwenda pande ile. Huyu angetoka.
Kagere tulia.
Wewe tulia wewe. Oi. Usiajilie mtu. Huyu jamaa ingizwa gani? Ngoja, we, mwenye atakuja, usiende huko. We, asiende na nini? We, patiana. Sasa. Siri kwa nini? Siri kwa bunduki. Okay, siri kwa bunduki.
This reminds me of one police officer who lost his arm during the Gen Z protests.
There was some resistance. That pin, there was some problem with removing the pin. When it finally got off, and then I was just about to throw my stun grenade, I just saw darkness.
Just take a look at some of these scenes, these deadly scenes of what really happened, what really took place during the protests.
Iko mahali ya moto.
Wale wa live
together. Basi mahali ni.
Mama kwa bua.
Leta hiyo.
Sasa ina nini jamani?
Chukua kondoo jana. Sinichukue hiyo kitu.
Unasema nini?
In Nairobi City, Nairobi CBD, one angry woman decided to occupy Ethiopian Airlines offices at Bruce House, Mwindimbingu Streets, claiming that she had to take matters into her own hands after the company allegedly defrauded her. Just take a look at how things unfolded. Her injecting.
na mtu moja.
Nani kuna kiberiti?
Choma hiyo nyumba yote.
Utachoma. I'm ex-police officer. Nilienda kwa hii Kenya akaunti yangu ikakuwa freeze, ndege ikafungwa, nikalipa ndege mara ngapi? Mara ngapi? Mara ngapi? My channel is Kenya Police Injustice Case 5.
Kenyans, it seems like abductions has been normalized in this country. Brian Otieno was abducted by Kenya Wildlife Service officers. His wife appealed for her husband's release, the father of her children. And Brian Otieno was last seen with the officers, with the KWS officers. And report says that he was badly beaten by the officers, Kenyans. It seems like currently the Kenya security agencies have adopted to abductions. Like, where are we heading as a country? Are you not tired asking yourself that question all the time? Just listen to what his wife had to say.
Naitwa Alvia huko Okelo, mimi ndo mke wake Brian. Tulikuwa tuna Brian asubuhi vizuri na tulikuwa tunapiga stories za kawaida. Mpaka nikamwambia mimi nimechelewa kazi, awache niende kazi. Tukaachana na akaniambia anaenda kazi. Kufika saa 4 nikapigiwa simu, Brian ameonekana amechukuliwa na watu wa KWS na hivyo ndo ameenda. So sisi kwa akili yetu tulikuwa tumekaa tukajiambia atapelekwa Bondeni police station kama kawaida. Tulitafuta Brian bila jitihada zote, tujapata Brian kila mahali. Hayuko Bondeni, hayuko Central, hayuko police post zozote, hayuko mochari, hayuko medical, yani Brian hayuko. Tujui sasa walimpeleka wapi. Now the last people walichukua Brian, walionekana wakichukua Brian ni Game Rangers. Ombi langu kwa wale wanichukua, mimi naweza tu waambia wanipatie baba wa watoto wangu. Jota watoto nyumbani wananiuliza kama kuna mwenye aliniuliza leo akitoka shule nitapata dad, mom. Na Baraka aliniambia nende nimtafutie dad yake. And they are young soul. First born wangu iko 6 years. Wapili iko 2 years 5 months.
Despite searching in hospitals, police stations and even morgues, Brian Otieno is still missing, leaving his family and many Kenyans puzzled. The question remains, where is Brian Otieno and those who are responsible for his disappearance? What kind of action should be taken?
Behind this particular disappearance, there are witnesses, there are people who are there when they took him, there are people who saw him after being beaten up, and we are wondering why they had to do what they have done up to this point in time. So we are demanding the immediate release of Brian from the KWS officers. We know that they know where he is. It is very unfortunate when the family went to look for him first at the KWS office. The information we have is that they were told to wait for 48 hours, the body will rise up in the lake. This is a clear indication that they have done something bad, and possibly they've dumped the body in the lake. We hope that this is just a mere rumor, that this is just speculation, and that we will find Brian. We are also demanding that the KWS Rangers involved be arrested forthwith. They are known, people saw who they were, the authorities at KWS have all the information on who they are, so we don't understand why they are walking scot-free up to this moment.
Currently, it seems like Kenyans are tired, Kenyans are frustrated, and Kenyans are desperate to seek for justice and a better future for the country, for the motherland. One female activist, she staged a lone protest, a silent protest against the judiciary and the injustices in our system. Let's take a look at this video of how she occupied and injected.
Mambo ni live kabisa Nairobi, Kenya. Hapa ni Kenya National Archives na tuko na mrembo hapa ambaye anajiita Lady Justice. Ukiangalia ni kwamba she is demonstrating something. Ukiangalia upande ule tuko na pesa na hapa tuko na naitwaje? So inamaanisha for you to get justice lazima ukuwe na nini? Lazima ukuwe na pesa, au sio? Mambo ni live kabisa, tupo live Nairobi, Kenya.
But ile message gani wanajaribu kupitishia manzee wananchi hapa, sijui inapitishwa kwa serikali au inapitishwa wapi, but
a Kenyan soldier who joined the Kenyan military in 1986 by the name of Abdullahi Isha Ibrahim. He went to Somalia in 2016 to fight against the Al-Shabaab terrorist group, but unfortunately, he was captured by the militant group Al-Shabaab and he was held hostage for 8 good years, Kenyans, for 8 good years. But before we continue, just listen to his side of the story.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim kutoka Kenya. Nimesaliwa katika kaunti ya Wajir 1963. Niko na miaka 61 ya kusaliwa. Mimi ni mfungo wa kivita. Niko mkononi mwa Al-Shabaab kwa zaidi ya miaka 8 sasa. Mimi ni mwanajeshi wa Kenya. Nilijiunga na jeshi ya Kenya 1986 na nimetoka kikosi cha 9. Nimeingia Somalia tarehe 1 Januari 2016 na nikakamatwa na Al-Shabaab tarehe 15 Januari 2016. Kwa ufamisi ile ilifanywa na Al-Shabaab kambi ya KDF huko Elade. Baada ya hayo kutendeka, tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba serikali ya Kenya na wananchi wa Kenya watajitokeza kutushughulikia ili kuturudisha nyumbani tuungane na jamii zetu. Lakini kwa bahati mbaya hiyo haikufanyika. Ni miaka 8 sasa ambayo hatujakutana na watu yetu na serikali na nchi yetu ambayo tunaipenda. Lakini wale wametuweka ambaye ni Al-Shabaab ndio wanatushughulikia katika jela kulinda maisha yetu na kutupatia matibabu. Ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na wazazi wetu. Ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na wake zetu. Na ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na watoto wetu.
Our Kenyan soldier who has been living in captivity for 8 good years, Kenyans, for 8 good years, captured by the terrorist group Al-Shabaab, should be brought back home. And I'm just wondering, what kind of action will the Kenyan government take to rescue our Kenyan soldier? After his videos trended on the internet, his family came and spoke out. Just listen to this.
Fellow Kenyans, my name is Katra Abdullahi Isa, the daughter of Sergeant Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim. He was working in the Eldoret Barracks 9KR. On 2016, January 15th, he was in Somalia with the Kenyan military camp. There was an attack in their camp. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of his colleagues, but we were not able to find his body. We were taken to the Nairobi hospitals to take DNAs, but they were all not matching. After 5 years, we sat down with the military. We were given a presumed death certificate of my father. From all that, yesterday midnight, we received a video of my father being in the hands of Al-Shabaab, saying he's a prisoner and he's captive for the last 8 years and more. He's been requesting the government to help him out. We received a call before that video a while ago, like a month ago. He called me at night at 10 p.m. I couldn't believe it was him because we were still in shock.
Apart from abductions, fire incidents have also become a daily occurrence in our country. Not long ago, University of Nairobi was on fire. And now, just recently, Moi Girls High School was on fire after a multi-story building was up in flames. But thankfully, all students were evacuated safely and sound. The Kenya Red Cross confirmed that the fire started late in the evening and rescue teams arrived quickly at the scene to contain the inferno. Just take a look. We all know that Moi Girls High School has a history of fire incidents. In 2017, 10 students lost their lives in a dormitory fire. Another fire took place in Isiolo County. Now this is what I call a wildfire, and it raged for 5 good days. Like it's Kenya becoming the new California. Just take a look. And that's not all Kenyans. Another fire incident took place at the Mumias sugar farm, just moments after President Ruto's visit and his speech. The president promised the people of Kenya that he will not only revive Mumias sugar, but also empower the people. And I'm just wondering, was the fire part of empowerment? Mr. President, please tell us in the comments down below.
So, hii president amekuwa tu hapa a few hours ago. Prezo amekuwa hapa Mumia Sugar. Na ni kama amepigia wakulima stories za jaba juu hakuna mkulima anaweza ataka achome miwa yake. Unaona miwa ndio inaungua. Na Prezo amekuwa tu hata hajaenda mbali. Amekuwa tu hapa saa hii, mamako. Amekuwa tu hapa saa hii ndawa zima moto. Sasa hapa ni 8 feet penye president ametoka tu saa hii. Ya hata hajafika mbali, hata ndege hajatua chini. Maji ndio hata hakuna mtu akona haraka nayo. Watu wa maji, watu wa kuzima maji walikuja, pipe zao zikawapo, hata wana haraka, wanasema hizo vitu ziungwe tu kabisa.
Governor George Natembeya decided to do the Lord's work after he cleared 2.8 million shillings school fees arrears for Mungano secondary school students in Kiminini sub-county. This school had the highest number of grade E in the county, but Governor George Natembeya has promised to mentor them to score better grades in the coming future exams. Let's listen to what the governor had to say.
Sasa mimi what I'm going to do is this. Nimeambia mwalimu mambo kuongeza fees ile 10 na ngapi hiyo tunataka. Maana ile pesa ambayo wazazi wanalipa majorly goes just to for lunch. Pekee sio mambo mengi, lunch tu. Mimi wakati nilikuwa primary lunch yangu haikuenda. Ilikuwa tu shilingi moja ya kukula miwa. Mimi nataka lunch ya kula, nataka kula. Hata mwalimu sisi tunakubaliana. Hiyo weka shilingi 5,000. Ndio? Hata I'm going to pay fees ya watoto wote wa shule. We are going to pay the entire fees. Tunapiga hesabu karibu milioni 2 na kitu. 2.7 million. I'm going to pay that money. Na mimi nikilipa fees na ukuji shule. Haki ya Mungu utakutafuta mahali huko mnirudishie pesa yangu. Umeelewana? Sitaambia mwalimu refund, nitakuja tu kwako. Kama unakaa na nyanya yako mtanipatia pesa yangu. Basi kulipa pesa hapa alafu ukose kukuja. Si ndio? Ili sasa mwaka ukikwisha mimi nataka nikuja hapa nione matokeo yanakaa namna gani. Hapa nini nasikia? Si ndio? Tuondoe mambo ya hiyo tutoke.
Comrades, do you remember that day where patients together with their infants they stormed Afya House when CS Deborah Baraza was having a media briefing and the patients were protesting against the shift system glitches?
We are outside there waiting the gate. We are at the gate waiting. 20 patients. We have walked all the way from Kenyatta Hospital, coming here for treatment. From last week, Wednesday, the systems are not working.
Hundreds of patients were stranded at Kenyatta National Hospital, even some of them having a mental breakdown because the systems are not working and they cannot access medical care. Like, what a sad state of affair. Another commotion broke out at Kenyatta National Hospital, where relatives attempted to forcibly remove a patient from the hospital. This prompted the security personnel to briefly close the hospital gates, initiating a temporary lockdown. Like Kenyans, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Yay!
Despite all these incidents of SHIF and SHA system glitches, to the point where even patients are having mental breakdowns, this is the only thing that President William Ruto had to say.
Hata wengine ambao mnasikia wanalalamika hapa mambo ya SHA ni kwa sababu leo wanalipa zaidi kuliko vile walikuwa wanalipa. Sasa badala ya kujitetea kusema mimi sitaki kulipa ile mimi nalipa, anaanza kusema raia wamekataa. Raia ulikutana nao wapi wakakataa? Kwanza raia hawa wengi hawana payslip. Nyinyi mko na payslip? Mko na payslip ya kulipa? Si dunia yote hii watu wenye watu wangapi hapa wako na kazi ya kulipwa payslip? Sasa wewe unatetea nani hapa? Wewe unajitetea mwenyewe, wacha kusumbua raia. Sikizeni wangwana, watu ya Kakamega. Sawa sawa.
Mumias East Constituency Member of Parliament, Peter Salasia, he decided to inject, advising President William Ruto on how to tackle this chief and SHA nonsense. Just listen to what Peter Salasia had to say.
Mimi nataka Bwana Rais unichukue mimi, nikuwe personal advisor wako, unilipe. Kwa sababu Bwana Rais, hao watu wako hawakuambiangi ukweli. Wanakuambia SHA inafanya kazi na haifanyi kazi. Wanakuambia new model inafanya kazi na haifanyi kazi. Bwana Rais, mimi nataka nikuambia kwamba wewe ni mtu ambaye uko na moyo wa kusaidia nchi ya Kenya. Lakini kuna makatels matapeli wako katika serikali yako ambao hawataki ujue ukweli wa maneno. Mimi najua you are a God sent leader who was sent to come and save this nation. But kuna watu ambao wako hapo katikati wanataka kukutumia wewe vibaya ili ya kwamba nchi yetu isisonge mbele. Mimi nataka wakati unaingia katika ile kura ambayo nataka, kura za civil servant, Bwana Rais, nataka usilete karibu. Kwa sababu hao wakora wamekudanganya ukafinya payslip ya Mkenya. And that's why you see Kenyans are bitter with you, Mheshimiwa Rais. Mimi nataka Rais.
To be honest, with all these frustrations, pain and suffering that the Kenyan people are facing today, this is the only thing I can tell my people.
This is what I urge Kenyans. Kenyans, I want you to know one thing. This one thing you must know. God will not choose your president for you. God has never chosen a president for Kenya. Every time you've been told God chose a president, later you cried. It is these very unscrupulous leaders, useless leaders, wicked leaders who pay prophets. They buy prophets to prophesy they are from God, yet they are not from God. If they were from God, why do you cry after they assume office? God will not choose your president for you. Rise up and choose your president. You are first a Kenyan. The politicians have made you believe that you are first a Luo before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kalenjin before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kikuyu before you are a Kenyan. Kenyans can change it. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Luo. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kikuyu. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kalenjin. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kamba. Please, don't see yourself with your tribe. Identify with your country and help heaven take these evil politicians from the leadership of this nation. May God bless Kenya. May God bless Kenyans.
Truly Kenyans, God will not choose a president for us, but it is upon Kenyans, it's upon you and I to make the right decision, to vote for the right leaders, not because of tribe, not because of religion, but because of good governance, better and reasonable policies. Where some pastors decide to make sense and enlighten the congregations, some other pastors somewhere else decided to use their brains, their heads as facilities to store shit. Like one pastor, he was given a chance to talk, but he sounded more like an ass kisser. Just listen to this.
And as clergy, Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka kusema ya kwamba even we have misbehaved. Wezi kutolea sadaka sisi tukakurudishia. Jaribu unipatie sahi kama nitakurudishia. It is bad manners. Ni tabia mbaya kuaibisha kiongozi wa nchi. Na mimi nikiwa hapa kama askofu, afadhali mkubwa wangu anidunishe, lakini siwezi kuaibisha serikali yangu kwa sababu hii serikali imechaguliwa na Mungu. People are contradicting things, Mheshimiwa Rais. Na tungependa kwenda huko. Nataka kusema ya kwamba serikali hii kama imechaguliwa na Mungu, lazima tumpe Mungu nafasi, and let us not use the hindrance, the hardship ambazo ziko mbele yako kama ndio kisingizio ama kikwazo ya kukuchukia wewe, na kama wamekuchukia wewe siwapende pesa.
Kila kitu inaendelea, alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Nina zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo.
Mbona ukatuita kumina? Mbona ukatuita kumina? Sisi
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Morara Kebaso enlightening Kenyans to Crazy Kanar exposing the political class.
The first artificial intelligence road that will be completed in less than 1 year.
Are you a spoken word artist?
Mambo inazidi kuchacha na nyinyi mmeshuhudia. Mnyonge ana haki, sauti yake nani ataisikia?
Billions stolen under Ruto's government.
And the amount is 70 million. Angi, kap koti moja. Ni koti tu ulikuwa nayo.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. A Gen Z by the name of Morara Kebaso has been traveling around Kenya, revealing and enlightening Kenyans about the ghost projects that have been launched by the President of Kenya, William Ruto. Take a look at this video of Morara Kebaso.
Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka nikukumbushe kwamba hii mradi ambayo umezindua leo, kama kidogo ulikuwa umesahau, hii mradi uliizindua tena ukiwa naibu wa rais. Na hii mradi haikuanza na haikuendelea. Lakini tumefurahi umerudi tena ukiwa sasa rais na umeizindua tena kwa mara ya pili. Tunatumai ya kwamba hautakuwa tu unazindua, kwamba wakati huu kwa kweli hii mradi itaweza kuendelea.
As you can see in the video, Morara Kebaso, he started with no crowds. But I will show you of this video of where Kenyans are appreciating Morara Kebaso's goods work. Take a look.
Kenya boma yake ambayo anaiba mali ya umma. Ameiba sana. Hello.
Wow. Haters and stupidity deserve to be buried in the same grave. I'll show you of this man from Embu County who was threatening Morara Kebaso Sr. not to go to Embu County and continue enlightening Kenyans about the ghost projects. Take a look.
Hivi leo tumeshinda hapa tunangojea jamaa ati anaitwa Marara ama ni Morara ama sijui nini. My friend, we were waiting for you here. Hapa Embu hatutaki hiyo ujinga. Tunaona kazi yako ni kuchangisha pesa ukitumia mbinu ambazo sisi tunaona hiyo ni fraud. Hatutaki kunjua wewe ni wakili ama ni nini. Respect the president. Na sisi kama watu wa Embu, we know what the president is doing here. Anatufanyia kazi, lakini inaonekana wewe kuna secret players wenye ambao wanakulipa pesa. My friend, ndio ukuje uharibu njina. Tumekungojea hapa, bahati yako haukukunja. Na jaribu ukunje, tutakungonjea hata siku hiyo. Tutakungojea tu ukunje hapa tukuone. Wewe mwenye kazi yako ni kung'ang'ana na kutukana president wa Kenya, wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
I don't want to comment too much about this man, but what I know is that he deserves greetings. So if you know where he lives and you know his phone number, just comment down below and he will be dealt with accordingly.
Ama ni morara, ama sijui nini. My friend, we were waiting for you here. Hapa Embu hatutaki hiyo ujinga.
The world and Kenyans at large are aware about what is happening at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. I'll show you of this video of Senator Onyonka blasting Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua live. Take a look.
Your Excellency, how can we sell our airports? What is it? How can we take 14 airstrips and give them to an Indian company? Nobody knows the agreement and what has been signed. We have 5,000 employees with the Kenya Airports Authority and nobody knows where these people are going to go. It's not okay. Tell the president we have no issue with him. We only have a problem with his policies. Our country needs to be taken care of. We are not taking care of our country.
So shout out to Senator Onyonka for blasting Deputy President Gachagua about the airport and the Adani group. Later on Twitter, Morara went and tweeted, and this is what he said. The corrupt Indians are finally here. I don't believe this is happening. Our president who loves Kenya so much is finally giving the airport to Adani group for 30 years, guys. Like for 30 good years. This is unbelievable.
It's not okay. Tell the president we have no issue with him. We only have a problem with his policies.
Moving on to the next video. Corruption is real in this continent of Africa. I'll show you of this video all the way from Kenya in Shanzu, where this man was detained for challenging a judge. Listen to what he said.
It is very unfortunate that I have to be brought into the court cell because I told the magistrate that what the lawyer for the accused was doing is completely unacceptable. At this stage of the case, the lawyer cannot stand there and start arguing a case, bringing unsubstantiated issues. And then when I said no, I'm being brought into the cell. What kind of justice is this? What kind of justice is this? The world must know. I already know this accused has got the capacity to corrupt the whole system. But I told her she will never do it with me. She tried to do with the police. She was charged today. She will not do it with Gordon Omondi Tete. Thank you and the best of luck, my friend. I'm in the police cell at Shanzu Law Courts. For what reason? Let this magistrate explain the reason why she decided to put me in the cell. For what reason? Simply because I've objected to the way that lawyer is making presentation.
A popular comedian, actor, and content creator, Crazy Canal, all the way from Kenya, East Africa, he shocked the world by making a video, a comedic video, revealing to how Kenyan and African politicians behave. Take a look.
I am proud to announce to you the first artificial intelligence road that will be completed in less than 1 year. The government is setting aside 10 billion for the completion of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So tell me in the comments down below, how accurate do you think Crazy Kenar is in this video?
Thank you.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back. What's up, my good people of this dairy?
Ruto. I don't know if President William Ruto means it, because he said so many things and I can't locate him these days, because the things he said during election and the things he's doing now are two different things. I don't know. Because I heard him saying we need to do away with the dollar and build our own currency. But his actions are not speaking to anything of doing away with the dollar. The latest being putting a red carpet for a murderer. Tell President Ruto that the people of Palestine are what Mau Mau was. Tell President Ruto that the people of South Africa are what Palestinian people are today. It can't be correct that President Ruto, knowing the history of this country and the history of South Africa, comes and tells us that he's with Israelites. Let there be peace in DRC. Without peace in DRC, Kenya will never know peace.
There are some people here saying that Ruto must go, man.
Sio. Watu si wajinga bwana. Wajinga waliisha Kenya. Watu si wajinga. Watu si wajinga.
And so guys, they are saying that Ruto must go. Ruto is the president, current president of Kenya, but they are saying that he should resign from government. Kenyans, did you know that millions and billions of shillings are being stolen under your noses? I want to take you guys all the way to Usingishu County, where a Gen Z explains to us on how their politicians in that area are robbing them in broad daylight. Listen to this.
Usingishu County, Honorable Jonathan B., there is a project entry at the audit report that has the title Governor's Residence. And the amount is 70 million. Angi, kap koti moja, ni koti tu ulikuwa nayo. Nyumba, milioni 70. Bwana. Hey. Deputy Governor's Residence, 65 million. Okay. Umepita ile njia ya Kapseret, uko chini kidogo. La.
So, do you see what happens if you elect people because of stupid reasons? Governor Jonathan B. of Usingishu County, he was only elected because he already had one court. Can you imagine that? Nonsense.
Honorable Jonathan B., there is a project entry at the audit report that has the title Governor's Residence. And the amount is 70 million.
Kenyans have raised a huge amount of money for activist Hanifa after she published a report of how 31 million shillings was spent during the Reject Finance Bill protests 2024. Later on, she was asked, what does Kenya mean to her? And this is what Hanifa had to say. Listen to this.
So I just have two questions. What does Kenya mean to you?
Kenya is my country. I love Kenya. And as you can see, everyone here too. And that's why we're fighting for this, because of the love we have for our country. It means everything for us. Our allegiance is to our country and not the government. So we are going to protect our country from the government.
Yes. Kenya. What is your dream for Kenya?
My dream is a corruption-free country, a country free from nepotism, a country that has, equal opportunity for everyone, a country that doesn't bully the poor, yes, a country that, works for everyone. Yeah.
Kenya ni wapi?
Kenya ni home.
Home ni wapi?
Home ni Kenya.
Thank you so much.
So shout out to activist Hanifa for the great work she has been doing since day one. And also tell me in the comments down below, what does Kenya mean to you?
Kenya ni wapi?
Kenya ni home.
Home ni wapi?
Home ni Kenya.
Thank you so much.
A spoken word king by the name of Willie Oweba, he has been educating Kenyans since day one on why the country has to change and why the country needs good governance. I want to show you guys of this video of Willie Oweba's spoken word. Listen to this.
Viva corporates, viva! Viva Defenders Coalition, viva! My name is Willie Oweba. I am an urban spoken word artist. Ni combination ya failure na success. Vitu most ilikosa meaning, squeeze me ujimpress, ndo ni smile ama na smile kujimpress. Tumilianzia nax, tunahii saiko hewani. Main motive kujiexpress. Akili sio syllable sana, usistress. Usidigress, mkuwe wa diverse. Wape hata chorus wakidivers.
When I wanna see my brother.
Zakayo afanye nini? Dear Mr. President, do you know the leaders of tomorrow are dying today?
And that's not all, guys. A human rights defender and a spoken word artist by the name of Bene the Poet also had a message to send to Kenyans and the world at large. Listen to what she had to say.
Sovereign power belongs to the people, but it's too unfortunate to be regime ina power kuliko raia ina leader. Nchi inaongozwa kwa giza na tuna Kenya power. Ni innocent people in this country wanazidi kubleed. Freedom of expression squeeze iko limited to zero. Na kuikosoa serikali wanasema umetukana na kutukana. Kana serikali ole wako unatatikana. Singependa kuongelelea ili swala, naogopa maswara, sina lawyer mi, ila nimejaribu kunyamaza ila nafsi haitaki, nikaona nilifanyia haki. Baitha, hizi abductions in a democratic country aswa azileti shangwe. Ningependa sana kuachana na kazi ya wanaharakati ili kujepusha na watu wasiojulikana. Ningependa sana kufanya mziki kawaida kama Nadia Mukami, ila kwangu si rahisi. Hii ni sauti ya mnyonge anayetetea wale la hoi wenzake na sipo watazidi kuathirika. Mambo inazidi kuchacha na nyinyi mmeshuhudia. Mnyonge ana haki, sauti yake nani ataisikia? Risasi pekee ndio hukumu imemkuta kijana asiyekuwa na hatia, na wakiulizwa wanasema ni mistaken identity. Mistaken identity kweli? Kinachonikwaza zaidi ni jinsi bei ya bidhaa imepanda na wapinzani wamenyamaza. Sijui kati ya mtawala na mpinzani nani mwoga hapa. Hivi ni mtawala anayekataa mikutano zifanyike, au ni mpinzani anayekataa kuifanya wakati anajua ni haki yake? Siku hizo uking'ara tu kidogo kiare wako na wanek hawamini ni bidii na Mungu wanadhani ni wash. Ashenzi nyinyi. Bidhaa jenzi, peni rais time afanye kazi. Mnataka nchi yetu ibana. Sasa nyinyi mnaona anafanya kazi, acheni endelee kufanya kazi.
It is happening, guys. It is happening. It is happening. It is happening. Washajua.
A man staged a lone protest in Nairobi CBD after he was attacked by this gorilla, which it broke his arm on July 16th. Take a look at this video.
Geuza hiyo kitu hivi.
Our brother by the name of Japheth Olima, he seriously needs some medical attention. Also, he deserves justice. So if you love to help him, his number is on the video.
Geuza hiyo kitu hivi.
Jacaranda grounds has been giving Kenyans sleepless nights because of this video of the people there deciding that they are not going to support Ruto, neither are they going to support Raila. Listen to this.
Ukiona mtu anasifu William Samoei inafaa peleka mapare apime kama akimzuri. Hiyo ni point umeongea. Mwenye ana support William Samoei Ruto inafaa apelekwe mapare apimwe akili kama akili yake ni tamamu. Yaani mnachukua sisi wajinga aje? Sasa hiyo wameendea pesa wameingia Kenya. 40 bilioni. Unapiga mdomo na wewe utalipa. Bado atumekaa chini. Unabudu na Raila Amolo Odinga. Baba amemaliza yake. Angalia maisha yako ya kesho. Raila Amolo Odinga amefanya venye anaweza. Na I think wenye nakuja kuongea, I think wengi wao kupiga kura. Ndio wanaweza kitu kama hiyo. Mimi nakumbuka nilipiga kura 2017. Kidonda ijai haikupona. Nikapiga kura 2022. Kidonda yangu ijapona. Ikaongeza yaani ya 2017 ya 2022 ipata. Kama ijapona.
So tell me in the comments down below what you think about Raila Odinga, of him being in previous governments and also in the current government. Do you think he's there to improve the life of Kenya and good governance? Or do you think he's there just to eat and satisfy his own personal needs?
Mimi nakumbuka nilipiga kura 2017. Kidonda ijai haikupona. Nikapiga kura 2022. Kidonda yangu ijapona. Ikaongeza yaani ya 2017 ya 2022 ipata. Kama ijapona.
Ongea na ongea hapo.
Wewe Ruto wewe ni kuma wewe.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
We're coming for you.
Oh, Elvis Derry. From GSS, intern teachers harassed.
Just try to do anything.
I'm gonna record.
I do it bwana.
To Bruce John fighting for justice.
Bora bali dhulumu najili watu walijua.
Are you a man of integrity?
Ni majegemezo ya madonda. Choreni hizo rieng.
Polo Kimani injecting.
I've decided to let the government fuck me unlubricantly.
We're coming for you.
Allah, how are you? So many pastors have messed up this country once they decided to accept corrupt leaders to talk on God's altar. Even those pastors are also working in the government and also taking part in corruption. Where are we heading to as a country? Listen to this.
Let me tell you how much pastors have messed up this country. This is a commission called the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
and they're supposed to be handling corruption cases in this country. We've seen Morara going around the country exposing to us all the things that are going on. And you know about the JKA airport and the Adani deal and all these crazy things that are going on. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, which is supposed to be managing these things, they're supposed to be the whistleblowers, they're supposed to be doing this thing. Do you know who their chairperson is? Bishop David Oginde. Bishop David Oginde was the bishop for CITAM, Christ is the Answer Ministries. He was their bishop for 10 years until he retired. After he retired, he was personally appointed by Dr. Zakayo himself. Dr. Corruption personally appointed him to be the head of the EACC. So hizi scandals zote zikitokea, you know the EACC does? All they do is arrest police officers who are collecting 50 shillings on the road. They only go for small fish offenses to make it appear that there's something going on. But those scandals for billions? And it's hard to believe that these guys are not actually getting a share of all the corruption money that is going on in this country. Watu wa CITAM mutanichukia, lakini ukweli usemwe. All the monies that are getting lost from our government coffers, the teachers cannot be paid, doctors are on strike, all these things are going on. Do you know who's the head of the EACC? You're a former bishop. Na mnaringanga na hizo makos zenu za leadership, sijui ethics and integrity, sijui what. Your poster child is this Bishop Oginde. And what is he doing in this country when this country is going up the way it is going?
Mabonga 254, also known as KOT Sonko, he has recently joined Morara Kebaso Sr. in going around the country and revealing to us ghost projects. Just take a look at this video of how KOT Sonko was addressing the nation. Listen to this.
Sasa sisi tumekuja hapa leo ni kwa sababu tumekuwa tunapigana kule Nairobi na mmesema tufikishe civic education hapa kwa ground. Mimi naitwa Marvin Mabonga na wengi wenu pale kwa mtandao wa Twitter mnanijua kama KOT Sonko. Kijana mkakamavu ambaye aliuliza rais maswali ngumu sana akashindwa kujibu. Na tumekuja hapa kusema kwamba hatutaki ukabila kwa sababu ukabila ndio kitu imekuwa ikitunyanyasa sisi hapa nchini kama vijana. Tunataka kusema pia mambo na corruption tukiweza kuitupilia mbali. Na kwa sababu sisi vijana tunataka kuona nchi yetu ikisonga mbele, inamaanisha kwamba kijana yote ambaye amehitimu miaka 18, kama umetimisha miaka 18, uende ukachukue kitambulisho. Ukishachukua kitambulisho, tukiweza kuchukua kura. Na pia tumekuwa na viongozi wafisadi sana katika nchi yetu. Kuanzia leo tunasema viongozi wafisadi wakaweze kurudi nyumbani.
As you can see, KOT Sonko in his real name's Marvin Mabonga, he's preaching the word of tribalism. Let us all end tribalism in this country. We are all one people. And also he's preaching about corruption. Let us end corruption because corruption has been a disease in this country, taking us backwards. And also he's urging the people of Kenya, if you're 18 years and above, take your ID and go register and take your voting card before 2027.
Kuanzia leo tunasema viongozi wafisadi wakaweze kurudi nyumbani.
As KOT Sonko and his team go around the country revealing to us ghost projects and also preaching the word of togetherness, peace and ending tribalism in this country, there are some fools and buffoons who are still primitive and living in the primitive ages. Look at this video of how this GSS intern teacher was being treated.
I cannot get out of the school compound. You cannot dictate where I'm supposed to be sitting. We have a staff room for the members of all the members of staff. We have a staff room.
It is me locating you where to say.
No, you cannot locate me under a tree.
Who are you?
You cannot locate me under a tree,
Who
Mr.
are you?
When I head teacher, you cannot locate me under a tree.
You will go there.
I'll not sit there. There is a staff room for all members of staff.
You will not. You cannot join the staff room. I'm telling you, you cannot join the staff room. Can you give me the chair one?
Joten. Ano mila record.
Give me the chair. Just try to do anything.
Ano mila record.
I do the one.
What? Ano mean koda issues.
Can you leave this chair?
I have a right to sit in the staff room.
Can you leave the chair?
I have a right to sit in the staff room. Mama school. I'm a member of the school.
Whether you are using the phone or what?
No, don't push me. Don't push me.
That is why we all need to go and register, take our voters card, and also end corruption and end tribalism in this country. This is so sad to watch this video.
Whether you are using the phone or what?
No, don't push me.
I believe many of you are familiar with this story that happened to our brother Bruce John, a Mombasa-based blogger and activist. He was attacked by goons and he was assaulted, inhumanely assaulted, thanks to the governor of Mombasa County, Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir. But before I talk too much, I just want you guys to hear what Bruce said in this video, which led to his assault. Listen to this.
I'll be sending video to audios and messages. Madamu mmemtukana bwanake Mama Zamzam. Mimi namtukana mamake Abdul Swamad. Mama Nasimu, mkuu wako kincho. Kwa nini ulituzalia mtoto mwanaharamu kwa hii Mombasa? Mama Nasimu, mkuu wako kincho. Take me wherever you want to take me. Mama Nasimu, mkuu wako kincho. Ulituzalia mtoto mwanaharamu governor sijui Abdul Swamad. Madamu mmemtukana Thima na mtukana mke wa Abdul Swamad. Mke wa Abdul Swamad ni mashangi. Hayuko na Abdul Swamad. Wanapiga tu picha onekane ati governor yuko na bibi na hana bibi. Mke wa Abdul Swamad ni amestiriwa tu. Security wajio washamla mke wa Abdul Swamad. Muje muyaseme hapa hayo. Nisi mumeanza, twendeni nalo.
While I was watching this video, I'm not just only listening to the insults, but I'm seeing a frustrated Kenyan who is seeking justice, who is fighting for good governance in this country. I'm seeing a frustrated Kenyan who is suffering, but yet our politicians are enjoying life and posting them on social media accounts. After this video, the governor of Mombasa, Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, decided to send goons who attacked our brother Bruce John, who assaulted him inhumanely. And after the assault, this is what our brother Bruce had to say about that event.
Sisi leo tumekuja kufunza adabu. Tunakufanya kitu chenye ukitoka hapa ukiongea tu tunapost kwa mtandao. Sasa wale vijana walionichukua 20 wakawa wengine 3 wako huku wameziba, 3 wako huku na 5 wamenizuia pale, wana nguvu, wamenishika, nimefurukuta lakini wapi. Huku akinipiga. Ikawa pale kando kuna vijana 2 wamevaa mask. Hao vijana ni wale, kuna hizi gari za kubeba uchafu, hizi za Mombasa County za kubeba uchafu. Wale vijana wenye kupakia yale magunia, wale ma street boys. Wale ndio wakawa wamelipwa. Mmoja akavua nguo, akanilala mpaka kamaliza. Papila kalivua tena nguo, akalala mpaka kamaliza. Nikajikojolea, nasikia maumivu. Baadhi ya vijana wanaochukua video ni baadhi ya vijana kutoka Kisauni, Sindimba na Sele ambao walikuwa wanafanya kwa paka saizi wanafanya kwa Mombasani yangu. Na washika paka mguu, nawaambia jamaa kama kunipiga mshanipiga. Bora bali dhulumu na jili watu walijua.
This is very painful to hear. As you can see, our brother Bruce, he suffered. He suffered under the same hands of the people who should have protected him and also listened to his cries. But yet, they decided to send goons to attack him and also to assault him in a very inhumane way. So to you, Governor of Mombasa, Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, may you never know peace. You are a shame in this country and are a shame to Islam. You are a cursed man. And to those men, those young men who was paid peanuts by the governor to go and assault our brother Bruce, our brother who is fighting also for their rights, may you never know peace in this country. You are a shame in this country and you don't deserve to be among us. We as a Gen Z, we will never give you our votes. And to the people of Kenya, don't give your votes to such criminals, such terrorists who are assaulting our young men and women in this country.
Accusation ni kwamba alicreate content na akataja Governor Abdul Swamad na family yake. na mimi naona it was only fair yeye pengine basi awe subjected to a fair hearing. So amefanywa sodomy na akatupwa kwenye gunia kule Mwakirunge.
Yule ni kakangu, yule ni babake mtu, mtoto wa mtu. Sawa, walivyofanya si sawa.
Vijana msilale, lale lale, vijana msilale, bado mapambano.
May your bloodline never know peace. You have not only traumatized the Kenyan people, but also you have traumatized your own family members and your own children. To the people of Mombasa, next time when you go to vote, vote wisely and don't vote in such people, such inhumane people, such evil people. Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back. Welcome to a special journey today. We're talking about something super important, supporting local businesses. It's like being a superhero for your community. Join us in celebrating the heart and soul of our neighborhoods. Let's get started.
我是老板，我是你的老板，我是老板，老板的老板，我是老板。
Yeah, so guys, if you're at Embu stage, you'll find like different people selling different kind of products, and we have our brother right here selling his products. My brother, what do you sell?
I do sell something like chains, earphones, bling-blings, like specs, and also nail cutters, and also sprays that help me to earn a living.
Yeah, so guys, remember it's all about supporting local business too, right at Embu County. And I've just bought this bling bling right at Embu stage, man. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Video gani? Unakuja kutuzukulia video hapa? Si video.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Alvis Deli.
A spoken words king and also human rights defender Willie Weber has been going around the country injecting and also amplifying civic education. Look at how the people are appreciating our brother Willie Weber.
Weka mkono hapa. Tukisema Ruto must go, nasema Kihika must go. Twende, ati Ruto must go. Kihika must go. Ruto must go. Kihika must go. Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Kihika must go.
We all have seen those officers who always take bribes on the roads, also take bribes from matatu conductors and drivers, and if they fail, they end up putting them in police stations and in cells. This man of integrity decided to inject and to warn those kind of officers who are practicing corruption in a daily basis. Listen to this.
Zaski hapa. Nyinyi majegemezo ya madonda. Choreni hizo rieng. Asibie bana. Siki madonda bado wanajitafutia bana. Wanajitafutia ngima bana. Dile tu bana ni kuamara bana. Mkuitisha kichele bana jo. Aya bana. Cheki sasa vile kumegadha na kumboka jo. Wewe unataka wapige shughuli gani? Na ni kujitafutia bana mtu wangu. Ni kutafuta ngima bana hadi kwa bana kukulwe. Kwani jo rada? Achoreni jo manzema dondo wapige shughuli. Si bie. Magidhe huko bana wanasumbua mama mboga jo ni kubishana na donda bana mtu jo. Na shughuli ni kujitafutia na jitafutia. Choreni hizo rieng si best bana. Ni wera bana jo. Wanajitafutia mtu wangu. Kwanza nitaje warekwa. Ama bisti warekwa tunawangam shughuli zenu na mchore madonda cheni kwa sumbua deila. Hiyo kichele mnaitisha deila itatoka. Kwani nyinyi hamna kichele, toshekeni na mshahara yenu.
Personally, I've met good officers out there. Officers who have respect. officers with integrity, good morals, and the list goes on. But of course, there are few bad apples among them. And that's not all. Even the City Council of Nairobi, also known as Kanjos, there are also a few bad apples among them. And just listen and see what they did to our Kenyan brother.
Check hivi venye wananifanya. Ndio hii. Angalia venye wananifanya kwanza umse. Waangalie tu. Walai. Ya kuna unanipika tu ati nakwambia nifunge shop yangu. Hakuna. Unanipika tu nimekwambia nifunge shop. Hakuna. Wacha nifunge shop. Wewe pita tu wrong side, mimi si Charlie. Wacha nifunge shop yangu. Walai. Lakini hivi venye mnanimisando lisipoa. Lisipoa. Wewe nipige tu kama unanipiga. Si makende yangu umeshika umefanya. Unaona venye unarudia mpaka trao. Iko sawa. Iko sawa.
Since Gen Zs, millennials, and all Kenyans took to the streets to fight for good governance and protest against corruption and evil leaders in this country, many lives have been lost along the way. People have been abducted, and that is still happening till date. So Metro Booming, also known as Polo Kimani, decided to inject, and this is what he had to say.
Listen, each and everyone who was out there on 28th, on 25th, on 99 was there for their own personal reasons. Mwingine ana protest because he's tired every time he visits a government office, he has to pay for bribe for services. Mwingine ana protest jueni is still there, but aki-request loan ya help before ifike kwa account yake first inapitia kwa account ya politician, ndio i-generate interest wale umse analala njaa. Mwingine ana protest because every time he wants to start a business, carry an arrow in his neck. Everybody was there for their own personal reasons. And unfortunately, people have paid the greatest price in this world, which is life. Many lives were lost. So the moment we give you a voice, a platform, to be the one voicing out these demands or wants, na unaleta mambo ujinga to umeibiwa slogan. Who gives a shit about your slogan? This is not some pissing contest. This is people fighting against oppression. And some of you seem to have lost sight of what you're actually fighting for. Mkisema ati movement imekufa. You know what that means? Ukisema movement imekufa, it means you have sat down and said, okay, the way things are, I've decided to let the government fuck me unlubricantly.
What I can say is this: the protest is still on, and we will never stop fighting for this country. We will never stop fighting for good governance, and we will never stop fighting till justice is served. Thank you so much for joining us on this show of today, Show New Trend. I am Elvis Derry. May God bless you, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From accidents during Christmas to Eric Omondi Women's Prison Surprise. Did your grandfather invest?
It's different.
Police officer beaten up.
Aya, ona ule amemtandika polisi. The guy just fight the police.
Anguka na.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. This Christmas season has been a season like no other. So much drama, so much things have been going on, and today I want to share with you guys of what has really been happening. An internet personality by the name of King Kalala, she came out to advise relatives and visitors. Listen to this.
Long live the clan. Merry Christmas to the entire clan. Najua mko mahali saizi with your family having a good time. So please mazee enjoy. Lakini of course lazima niingie huko kwanza na vita na kukorofishana sawa sawa. Now to our relatives. Tuanze na wale wa majuu. Kwanza itabia kusema ati I don't know how to cook this. Baba hukuzaliwa majuu. Ingia pale unde modhokoi sawa sawa. Na pia kuingia kwa kitchen tupike vitu tunajua ati sijui chipotle sauce. Hatupangi kuhara Christmas sawa sawa. Namba 2 wageni wa Nairobi. Itabia kudhani ati soda imebaki ni wageni wa Nairobi alafu chai ya watu wa mtaani. Atijui soda cheka nget kama big up Nairobi, big up Kamija. Wewe that one we're not going to tolerate. Sawa sawa. These relatives was wapi Christmas tree? Where are we not under the mistletoe? Pereka hiyo jinga yako ya runda huko. Hapa mzee tuko ocha roria. Sawa sawa. Now last but not least, these relatives with kids. Me because I'm your younger niece does not make me your personal babysitter. Atijui nishike, atijui undie Lewis uji, ati sijui enda cheza na mtoto bwana wewe carry your burden. Me I'm here to enjoy. Lakini you know what? Merry Christmas and a happy 2025. I'm on prosperous.
In Mombasa, Bamburi, drama was unfolding after one police officer was beaten up after they were trying to go and save a boda boda guy, and even the motorbike was burnt.
Guys, the police are being chased away because they don't want the police to save the boda boda guy. Guy, look, see. Guys, see. Even the police are running away. Look. The police themselves are running away. They don't. Aya. Ona ule amemtandika polisi. The guy just fight the police. Oh my God! Look, guys. Guys, it's burning, Mazee. It's burning. Look. And people are passing. Watu hawaogopi. Nowadays people are not scared at all. Watu hawaogopi kabisa. Yaani moto wawaka tairi la wenyewe ile pikipiki basi ni mpya mazee mwenyewe amepigwa akafukuzwa. Angalieni. Angalieni, kuna jamaa amempiga polisi na jiwe. Kuna jamaa amempiga polisi na jiwe akia nani? Angalieni guys, na hata watu hawaogopi.
Many Kenyans are currently traveling back to the villages to spend time and celebrate Christmas with their families. One TikToker by the name of Winnie Masin, she came out and injected and educated Kenyans on how they should be dealing with their families and relatives who are back in the villages.
Mimi kwa ushago. Na ushago unajua watu wengi saa hii mtu anakujanga anaona pesa nyingi unamtumia upkeep. Si important kama ile mheshimiwa nonsense atakuja ampatie kama 200 kama 500 au ana value hiyo sana. So kama unataka civil education huko Ocha, ule anko yako mwenye anakujanga na kuomba kaso 2 hapa, mpatie 50 ama mpatie so. Akianza kukuuliza ni mwambie unaona hii uchumi ya Kasongo hivi ndo kunaenda. Mama yako kani ule ati damu, baba damu, sijui nani damu. My friend, anza kukata upkeep. Kama ulikuwa unatumia mzazi wako 5k, tuma 25. Tuma 25. Akianza kuuliza maswali mwambie unaona hii serikali ya Kasongo. Create hiyo anga. Ndo watu wajue watu wanasafa kivipi. Jue watu wako ushago wajuangi. Mtu wa Nairobi anasafa aji na mataxes. Yeye anataka tu nitumie. Sasa yenye umekuwa ukimtumia, mtumie nusu yenye umekuwa ukimtumia. Ndo waingie in line na sisi.
Some politicians wished Kenyans a happy new year, even to the point of having big billboards on the streets, but Kenyans were not pleased with it.
Honorable Beth Nyawera, peleka upuzi nyumbani. What is this you have put for us? Beth Nyawera, hata una adabu wewe. What are this? We don't want your Merry Christmas. Shame on yourself. Beth Nyawera, shame on yourself. We don't want your Merry Christmas. Bloody.
Nairobi City looked deserted after so many Kenyans went back to their villages to celebrate Christmas with their families. One comedian by the name of Nusru Hassan, she came out and said this.
Wara, iko mganga amebaka sisi mafuta magongo wakati amesema kona mtumbo. Habara lambo wara. Iko watu sisi Somalia kiongea kitu kidogo wanatuambia twende jumbani yetu. Kitu kidogo sisi kijangia naambiwa ende jangia ubumbafu jumbani yenu. Swali nataka kuuliza nyinyi ni nani ameenda jumbani yao? Nani amewajiwa Nairobi? Wara, angalia Nairobi habana iko na mtu. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja. Wara, next time mtu na kuambia maneno yataenda jumbani yenu, ambia hii watu wakati wao umeenda ushago kukula jabati na busa. Nani amejiunga Nairobi? Nani amekuwa washman na jungia wao vitu yao? Sasa ni wakati yetu ya kutawala Nairobi. Wara, sisi ni watu wa biashara, lazima anafanya vitu yote harash. Kitu unataka niambie mimi ndo nimeshikilia kifungue Nairobi, mimi ndo nimeshikilia. Wara, hii parliament na nataka parliament. Wara, Osman tuchukua parliament takupatina 150 peke yake. Mahmud sisi waekelea wara 200 peke yake. Abana Supreme Court ameshachukua mimi. Bas. Mahmud ameshachukua KICC.
A 3-time Olympic champion winner, Faith Kipyegon, she was caught on camera cooking and preparing cooking ugali for her family. While people are traveling, Modern Coasts was caught in a scandal. People booked from Nairobi to Kisumu and others to Kampala, but over 50 people got stuck because the buses were unavailable and the money had already been chopped. The staff even fled the scene. Take a look. "2024 has been a tough year for so many Kenyans. Eric Omondi went to bail out some women who were wrongfully incarcerated. Some of them were arrested and imprisoned for simply trying to put food on the table. One was arrested for hawking without a license. But thanks to Eric Omondi, they got their freedom, they got a few shoppings, and thanks to him, they are going to celebrate Christmas with their families." Kenyans, do you remember this guy?
Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Viva the people of Kenya, viva! Viva!
Kasamal Makore went all the way to Eldoret ahead of President William Ruto to attend the official opening of AIC Kipkogots, even meeting up with other politicians like Oscar Sudi.
Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni Kipkorgot, Ainapkoi. Tumekuja kuona hekalu la Bwana likifunguliwa. Ndio. Na tunashukuru na furahi sana kuwa hapa. Ndio. Yes. Wapi baba? Baba amenituma. Ndio huyo mimi hapa. Asante. Asante sana tuko. Ndio sisi hapa bado.
But one man by the name of Big Bad Ogre was not pleased with Samuel Makore's action, and this is what he had to say.
Yo, Kasmuel, unaweza kukutana na Ruto. Kasmuel, ojana hii, unaweza kukutana na Ruto. Alafu umepiga smile kubwa sana. Ni kama kupatia land huko hivyo Soigoi. Kasmuel unakuaga sawa? Yaani zile vitu zote tulikuwa tunapitia Gen Z tunapigania, unajipendekeza. Kamera ikitokea ndio huyo wewe umefika. Kidogo unataka uende mkutano yote imetokea. Wewe huyo mdomo. Ukijifanya niko na to represent. Sasa hii umepata chance ya kutugeuka uende kwa government, unakimbilia Ruto bro. I hope hizo helicopter unapanda saa hii they are worth it. I hope hizo salamu unasalimia kubwa they are worth it. Because remember at the end of the day, sisi utagrow up na sisi. Hao wazazi unajichocha nao, utawaacha nyuma. Unashinda kusema, "Oh, wazazi wetu wanakupenda." Wazazi wetu wanakupenda. Remember mjinga hii. Sisi ndio utagrow nao. Sisi ndio tunaenda na wewe umetugeuka. Yako na sisi imeisha. Remember, yako na sisi imeisha Kasmuel. You are dead to us. How can you go and sleep with the government yenye imekuwa ikituua, ikitutesa, ikitunyanyasa? Unajifanya ni moja wetu kumbe ulikuwa unatutumia ndio uingie government. Wewe ni fala sana na wewe ni umbwa sana. Na wewe yako imeisha.
In this festive season, Kenyans have been traveling day and night. But some of them are not lucky in arriving to their destination. An accident occurred at Kimende Road where a bus fell off a bridge while trying to avoid head-on collision. And that's not all. Another accident occurred which later on turned into a fight.
Akona mawe na anaogopa.
Mawe imeanguka sasa, katembe.
Nini anashinda akivuta huko nyuma?
Even the SGR was not left behind during this Christmas and festive season after it was upgraded with the SGR premium coach, making your travels more luxurious, having a better experience. Let's take a look at this review.
This is the Madaraka Express SGR Premium Coach, and I want to review the tech inside this place. Let's find out.
First up, the internet. There is Wi-Fi on board, and these were the internet speeds. But put in mind, we were just 6 people out of the 28 people this couch can hold. And as we all know, the more people, the slower the internet. Before we go to the entertainment, let's talk about the seats. It's a recliner with 3 presets, and the bed can go fully flat. This is me trying it out. Each seat comes with a pull-out touchscreen display. The resolution is not 4K, but it is way better than what I've seen in some airlines. And there are few entertainment options to choose from. And trust me, hautamaliza zote. They give you headphones, which is quite nice, but the volume is terribly low. I wish they could switch this to some noise-cancelling headphones, considering that inside a train, there's a lot of ambient noise. At the back of your seat, you can charge your devices. There are 2 USB-A plug and 1 Type-G plug, the standard UK one. You also get a wireless charging pad for your wireless charging devices. I tried it on my phone, it worked. I tried it on earbuds, it worked. And I also tried it on my Apple Watch, but it didn't. I mean, this is a different technology, it's understandable. You also get an adjustable reading lights with 2 levels of brightness if you're into those kind of things. Pro tip, if you're going to Mombasa, sit on seat number 26, and here's the reason why. Your view is not blocked, but on the other side, it's a bit weird. You're seated facing one direction, but the window is on another direction. I don't know if that even makes sense. But on seat number 26, you get a perfect view of outside and your screen at the same time. Also be cautious of other seats that don't have a view. But again, these seats can rotate. So wanaweza wakazungusha na upate hiyo seat number 26, it's the one without a view. But I'm sure if you're going from Nairobi to Mombasa, it's okay. but going back wanaweza tu wakazungusha hiyo kiti na ukose view. There's food on board. I honestly don't know how to review food, but it was just sweet. The customer service is amazing. We had one stop at Voi, and since it's the premium class, it's the last wagon, you get a view of outside from the back. This is how the amenities look like. They are clean.
And the question of the day is, can your grandpa even? Just take a look at this family where they went to visit their grandfather, and let me tell you, the grandfather has built an amazing home for them.
Yo. Hi, Goka. Hi, Goka. Merry Christmas. It's different. It looks so nice. Merry Christmas. Yes.
And in that case, I will leave you guys with some of the footages and videos showing you guys on what has been happening in December and what has been taking place in this Christmas and festive season. Starting off with Kasipul, just show you guys how Kasipul behaves around people who have money. Take a look.
Salimia Mama Samia Suluhu, mwambie nampenda sana. Nashukuru sana ndugu yangu. Na wewe ndo Simba, East and Central Africa. Wengine ni bure. Tokeni Simba tu kaingie. Tokeni Simba bana. Tokeni Simba. Simba Sarkar. Wanangote. Msogeni basi hapa. Dada msogeni hapo tutakuja Komanda hiyo basi hiyo. Oya.
Sawa na nguvu spin. Unaona ukipata nini wewe? Kamagara. Kama atapata kamagara. Ndio hiyo. Ndio hiyo. Ndio. Amepata katishu. Ndio hiyo.
He has the taste, definitely has the skill.
Ana vile anaanzia mbali. Kachukua pia. Ano, kasi lopal kami.
Sijawahi jua Kenya kuna unity bana. Until nikaona hiyo video ya majamu wanacheza futa bana. Kulikuwa na jam Nairobi Nakuru highway. Imagine amjuani mtu anatoka kwa gari yake au muulizi hata anaitwa nani. Na the best you guys wenye mnaweza fanya ni mkaamua mchukue football mcheze bana. Walai wa Kenya nawapenda manze. Mimi napenda tu unity tuko nayo tu. Anyway guys, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year manze.
Huu ni muoga.
Hii ni lakini 4 wheel. Hapana, hii ni 4 wheel.
Ni 4 wheel, ni 4 wheel.
Hii inaenda pole pole, kuja hii side.
Wanasemanga hii gari iko na nguvu.
Wakati kufunga anafunga blade. Inaonekana iende tu.
Wanasema gari iko na nguvu.
Welcome to Kenya. Welcome to Kenya where we have no.
Acha tuone hiyo nguvu iko.
Penye amefika.
Sawa.
Nini? Builder.
Kasongo Mombali nanga. Umeshinda mali ya kuekelea. Kasongo mbona wewe? Songa libala. Oh yeah. Kasongo mbona wewe? Mbona wewe? Mombali nanga Ngadi ameenda. Hatari ya mama ya.
Karibu sana. Ithina ithuĩ tũrĩ kũu wĩ mũtitũ, ona thakame tũgĩitwo inyuĩ mwarĩ o toro, ona ithamĩrio tũgĩtwarwo mwarĩ o mũciĩ, nokĩo mwaremwo nĩ gũthikĩrĩra mũtĩ. Ciũngũrũ nene no ciambecirie nyeki, thamaki iria nini nĩ thibiriya-inĩ, mbera yamerire.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Kalenjin community complain.
Hakuna mtu anataka kufanya biashara na wewe, anaona wewe ni mwizi.
To why Gen Zs are feared.
We know that the government is scared. They are scared by the Gen Zs.
Is Kenya's economy great?
And Your Excellency, because the economy has improved, it is doing well.
Magical Moha's strong message.
If not for corruption, the money collected from the tourism industry alone can run this country for the next 100 years without even taxing your own citizens.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your of the day and my name is Elvis Deri. Elections is around the corner and many Kenyans are anxiously waiting for 2027 elections. One Kenyan man came out and explained on why the Kenya Kwanza government is going to fail. Famously known for abductions, is going to lose the elections. Listen to this.
Is that Ruto has a big problem.
Very big.
In 2027. You know, people have been saying that Ruto will rely on IBC. We rely on the judiciary. Lakini mimi, I beg to differ. Because it's the same narrative yenye akina Uhuru na Raila walitumia 2022. That wako na deep state. That is what now Ruto is bringing now. Right? Number two, he 2027 Ruto hata kibribe IBC na judiciary. It's like when you go into a boxing match. So I'm fighting against you. You are the better boxer. But nimehonga referee, that is IBC. Nimehonga judges, that is Supreme Court. Then tukianza kupigana na wewe unipige knockout. You know, once you give me the knockout, there's no way the referee will assist me. There's no way the judges, hata kama wangefanya nini, the best referee can do maybe a count pole aseme 1, to slowly. But if I don't wake up from the knockout, there's nothing that can do.
As Kenyans are anxiously waiting for the elections, which will take place in the year 2027, the question still remains, will we even have an election? Listen to this.
2027 hakuna election. Hiyo kwanza ni jambo ambayo natakana wewe kuwe prepared. Ukiona yule Senator Cheregei akisema ati waongezewe term limit kwa 7 years na tukapiga kelele nini, alikuwa kuna sababu ambayo walikuwa wanamaanisha. Kitu ile ambayo inaweza kuongezea Ruto term limit yake ifikie hapo ni sheria na katiba. Kwa sababu gani? Katiba inasema IBC ikiundwa inatakana ikue at least 2 years ofisini ndio iweze kuconduct general election. Sasa kufikia sasa IBC hakuna. Hawa watu walivunja IBC tu wakijua IBC itakuwa kuna pengine paka next year. Ikifikisha next year kama IBC itaundwa, kikatiba haitaweza kuconduct general election kama haijakaa at least 2 years. Sasa hiyo ni kitu ambayo ukuwe prepared. Kwa sababu tayari hivi Ruto ameungana na Raila na Uhuru. Sasa hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza kaongea jambo hapo ama kamobilize kitu hapo ama akasema hapo serikali kasikia.
Many Kenyans, activists and Gen Zs are out there fighting for better governance, fighting for a better future of this country called Kenya. But have you ever sat down and asked yourself, why do nations fail? Listen to what Gabriel Marquez had to say.
For change to come, you either have a visionary population, like in the situation of Kenya, or you have to have a very visionary leadership, as in situation of Rwanda. So in absence of these two, progress is so difficult. You either have a visionary leadership
or a visionary population.
A visionary population. Situation of Kenya, even the transformation from the Moi rule to whereby Kibaki came in, and Kibaki was able to make a very quick progress. I can proudly say it. If Kenya would have transitioned directly to another Kanu rule at the time when the election was held, Kenya would not be where it is today. But it took somebody like Kibaki to be able to break that.
Dear Kenyans, today I have a very important and specific question to ask each and every one of you. Like, this is serious, Kenyans. This is very, very serious. Like, why is Kenyans' public debt stock not declining despite allocating a substantial proportion of government revenue to debt servicing? Why is that, Kenyans? Do you know the answer to this?
If we say we are not going to pay this audience debt, Kenyans have it in their hands not to pay it. And they can say we are withholding our tax money if you are going to pay that audience debt. That is the difference. We want to come up with measures that deal with the problem, and it is in the people's hands. We are saying we are not paying it. We are saying we are not going to take domestic debt. If you see us trying to do the opposite, you stop us. Because we've given you a tangible promise of what you cannot do. Because we're saying it is this burden of debt that is killing this country. And William Ruto's time is over. He's borrowed beyond the capacity and the capability of this nation. So you're going to see a debt default. If not a debt default, you're going to see salary delays. If not a salary delays, you're going to see pensions not being paid, or salaries themselves not being paid at all. Or he defaults. Already as I'm talking to you, pensioners have not received their money from the month of June. We're in the end of month of August.
For 2 months.
2 months. Capitation, their schools are not receiving their capitations on time. Why? That is a default.
Even counties
are not receiving, are borrowing. They are not receiving their monies.
Truly, our beloved country Kenya is dying due to corruption. One thick-headed lady went on to praise, thank, and congratulate the President of Kenya, William Ruto, saying that the economy is doing well, insinuating that roads are just congested airports. And she concluded that the economy is on an upward trajectory. Just listen to this fool.
And Your Excellency, because the economy has improved, it is doing well. Traveling has become a problem. Our flights from Nairobi to Eldoret are full. The roads are full. That is a sign that we are doing well. Your Excellency, we are requesting that we dual Nairobi-Malaba highway so that we can have a smooth movement.
It seems like some politicians, they will never learn. Like, some of them still believe that the Gen Zs were paid to go on the streets. They were paid to occupy the parliament. One of them, a politician by the name of Musalia Mudavadi. Just listen to what he had to say.
From where you're seated, do you think it was politically instigated for those young people to go to the extent which they did?
Yes. Yes.
Why do you think so?
Because in all the times that we've had Maandamano, even talk about the Maandamano earlier, because this was around getting closer to June. But earlier there had been Maandamano. Did they invade Parliament?
No.
They never invaded Parliament. In all the years we have had demonstrations, has Parliament ever been invaded?
Mm-hmm.
Even at the peak of perhaps the worst crisis we've ever had, that is after the 2007-2008 elections, before the formation of the Grand Coalition government, Parliament was never invaded. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So this was a different situation.
Which, from where you're seated, you think someone or
somebody was trying to propel the wrong thing.
To be honest, this is what I can say to this government.
Hatupangwingwi, umepangwa, Gen Z wamekupanga, Gen Z wamekupanga.
Recently, we have been faced by abductions and killings of Gen Zs who are being vocal and trying to fight for better governance in this country. One man, a father, he came out to lecture the government and to lecture the President of Kenya, William Ruto, over the Gen Z deaths that have been taking place.
Sasa ukiwaua hivyo, hawa watoto na mama zao wanalia kila saa katika television zote. Sasa we ni nani? We ni nani? Sasa umemshinda hata Idi Amin. Umemshinda Hitler. Fuha pia umemshinda. Stupid guy sana we. Wewe nikikupata kama nina something ile inajulikana. Finish you. Not a joke.
Even one mother who is already frustrated, she came out and she said this, and she said this without fear of contradiction.
Arudia Bwana Ruto. Je, umeona watoto wa ndovu kidogo? Basi bado utaona makubwa. Na ukicheza hata hiyo miaka 5 haitaisha, utaenda. Ulitukosea sana sisi kina mama. Ulitutia huzuni nyingi. Sasa Waswahili walisema malipo ni duniani. Hata upande ushuke utakwenda.
Currently, the political class is shivering and trembling after Kenyans and the Gen Zs declare that they are going to take back what rightfully belongs to them. Listen to this.
Wamebabaika kwa sababu tumesema tutaendea pesa imeibiwa na zile madeni walichukua zikufanya kazi kutoka 1963. Wamebabaika tutachukua mali yao. Halo, sijui kama mkorada. Adui zetu wameingia kwa kona moja wote. Na thanks to Mr. Lice amewaweka pamoja. Sasa at least ana maadui wote wakiwa pamoja. Hakuna mwenye atajifanya ako na sisi na Wakenya. Kwa sababu maadui wako kwa kona moja. Wamekuwa wanoma pia, mnafaa mjue. Kama hatutatumia akili, kama hatutashikana kama Wakenya, tuache kusema eti mimi ni mkabila. Vita ya watu wamegawanyishwa, hatuwezi shinda. Wao wameshashikana, ndo maana huyo Jaden ameshikana na Baba Fua, wakakuja pia na Mr. Lice. Wameshikana wote pamoja. Wale maadui wamekuwa wakipigana for the last 10 years ama 20. Kama hatutashikana kama Wakenya, Mkisii, Mkamba, Mjaluo, Mkikuyu, Mluya, Wakenya wote tukuje pamoja, iko shida. Hapa mbele mutaitana ndugu yangu.
The President of Kenya, President William Ruto, is from the Kalenjin community, and due to his actions, the Kalenjin people, our brothers and sisters from the Kalenjin community, have been affected. Their lives have been affected. And how have they been affected? Just take a look.
Sasa kuwa Mkale ni ngumu. Sasa kufanya biashara na mtu ni hard sana. The moment unataja una bargain kitu kidogo, unasema sasa una bargain na serikali ni yenu. Unashindwa, kwani serikali inakusaidia na nini? Sasa hata kuangelesha msichana the moment anajua wewe ni Mkale, anaona uaminiki. Hakuna mtu anataka kufanya biashara na wewe, anaona wewe ni mwizi. Unaenda kuomba kazi, mtu akufanya interview anakukumbusha ati Ruto si ako na kampuni nyingi, so enda ujaribu kazi huko, unashindwa. Sisi wote tunachukia Ruto. Kwani mlikuwa mgeukia Wakale? Na si wote bana, tuko nini moja. Kama Ruto amewakosea, ametukosea pia sisi. Hakuna siku yenye Ruto ameiba pesa akakuja kutupatia. Hakuna siku yenye Ruto amewadanganya akaambia Wakale ukweli. Wote tunasafa.
Do you think Chief Justice Martha Koome will survive the onslaught in 2025 coming from the senior bar? Because, to be honest, her position as the Kenya's Chief Justice is untenable. So do you think she should resign now to save the judiciary's image? Because, to be honest, a country cannot survive a corrupt judicial system. Just take a look.
I think it's the beginning of a long journey that we want to undertake as both the senior bar and, former chairman of the Law Society. We have started the first step, to say that there's a problem in the justice sector. We are using the issue of title just as an example. I mean, it could apply to another case. It could apply to children's case. It could apply to a commercial matter. But I think Kenyans relate more to the issue of a title, and that's why we are giving it as an example. And I think the other thing we're saying is that let us collect this data of all this malfeasance, all this corruption, all this. Once we have this data, the next logical steps I think we will share with Kenyans on how we'll move forward. But this is a baby step we are taking today, and I think this is the foundation that we recognize as former chairman of Law Society and lawyers who have practiced, for so many years, that we are at a critical juncture. I mean, there is a big problem facing our judiciary. I mean, there is impunity, there is corruption, all these issues.
A TikToker by the name of Pedro Skill 021, he came out and urged the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, to withdraw his ODM members from the current government.
Raila Amolo Odinga,
that tough statement you have given to Kenya Kwanza government against the abduction of young Kenyan youths who are frustrated with Kenya Kwanza government is very welcome, but it's not enough. You must also withdraw your members of ODM from the cabinet. You are the one who seconded those members to government, to the cabinet, after the Gen Zs were just very close to sending Kenya Kwanza government home. You saved them. And now you're telling us that this government is primitive. You told us in 2022 that this government is illegitimate and they must go home. But when the Gen Zs started protesting for the finance bill 2024, you saved them. You saved the government. We know that the government is scared, dead scared by the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs have a brain, but this government is scared of brains. So Raila Amolo Odinga, the only way we can take you very seriously that really this government is primitive, as you say, which I actually acknowledge that is primitive, is for you to withdraw your members of ODM from the cabinet. That's the only way we can save Kenya. Because Ruto is so scared by young people just because they are opposing his government and his policies. But Ruto opposed Uhuru's policies for 4 straight years, picking young people from the streets and taking them to undisclosed places. It's worrying.
So if this really happens and Raila Amolo Odinga withdraws his ODM members from the current government, who will come and save President William Ruto? Listen to this.
To the butcher of Sugoi, William Ruto, nothing will save you. Not a retired dying president. Not skunks like Mbadi. Not corrupt COVID-19 billionaires like Kagwe. Not drug dealers like Hassan Joho and Kabogo. Not corrupt leaders like Lee Kinyanjui. Not a retired conman called Raila Odinga. Not surrogates and illiterates like Farouk Kibet and Oscar Sudi. Not the likes of useless idiots called MPEGs will save you. Kenyans have said no. No to corruption. No to incompetency. No to mass abductions. No to illegitimacy. William Samuel Ruto, you either resign or we will topple you up altogether. Viva!
A true patriot will hold the government accountable because a true patriot loves the country and they want to see their country moving forward. So to all those politicians out there, to our president, it is also good to be criticized. It's also good to be corrected by the people of Kenya.
Yani William Ruto mmeshindwa kuongoza nchi. Unakuja kupigana na vijana hapa nje. Nani alikwambia ukiwa kiongozi hauwezi tukanwa na watu? Nani alikwambia ukiwa kiongozi hata kuwe mzuri aje hautakuwa na maadui wako? Nani alikwambia ukiwa kiongozi hautaongoza mad people and good people? Nani alikwambia ukiwa kiongozi hautaongoza wenye wanavuta bangi na wenye hawavuti bangi? Kwani unafikiria unaongoza watu wa kanisa peke yake kwa nchi? Hii nchi kuna watu wengi my friend. Kuna vichaa, watu wameharibika kichwa, kuna watoto, kuna wamama, kuna wababa, na unajua hao lazima waongoze wote. Uliona wapi Kibaki akipishana na watoto, akikimbizana hapa na watoto na Subaru? Uliona wapi Uhuru akikimbizana na watoto na Subaru ati kwa sababu amechokozwa? Yani if you argue with a fool, you are the most fool.
In that case, Magical Moha came out to lecture the political class, and this is what he had to say.
How do you feel as a leader, sleeping in comfort in your luxurious home in Kileleshwa, Runda, Kilimani, Lavington, taking your kids and assets abroad, while people who voted for you are suffering back at home? Wengine wenu hata hamuna huruma. You don't have humanity in you. Some of you are so arrogant, too greedy, walking in pride as if you own this world, forgetting that your final space, your final home is 8 feet long and 3 feet wide. Unajua mahali ambao mnaenda, lakini tamaa na maringo inawapeleka hadi mnajiona nyinyi ndio mko sawa kuliko wengine. You are not. Hata ile pesa ambayo imetengewa watoto mayatima mnakula. Sasa mtawacha nini? Mtawacha ya mwananchi wa kawaida? Si possible. Ile pesa ambayo mnatenga tena mnarudisha kwa mfuko wenu. Sasa what is the need? We don't need your bursaries. Just make education free for all. There's no any tangible result. Hakuna development. Sisi ndo tuko mashinani na tunaona. Wewe umekaa hapo Runda na Lavington, ile vacations ambao unaenda ni Dubai na UK, utajua aje hasa kuhusu wale watu ambao wanaishi interior. If not for corruption, the money collected from the tourism industry alone can run this country for the next 100 years without even taxing your own citizens.
Yeah, so I want to dedicate a song to all the lives that we lost.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Nuru Okanga promised riches,
unipatie account nitakuweka hiyo pesa,
to police caught collecting bribes.
Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala.
Is there extrajudicial killings in Kenya?
There will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya.
Gen Z evangelism in Nairobi City.
In the name of Jesus, we have to call you all the amazing names, oh God, that you are in the name of Jesus.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Mtukufu Lais, kikosi inachopita mbele yako hapa Bungoma Stadium ni kikosi cha Premier League, Manchester United na Arsenal. A few days ago, the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, he was in Bungoma and he promised the people of Bungoma County that he is going to build and allocate millions or billions to build an international stadium. And this is what the President had to say about this.
Sasa mtakuwa na international stadium hapa. Mechi ile inachezewa any part ile ya Arsenal ama Manchester United wanaweza kuja kucheza hapa. Ninasikia speaker ni fan wa Arsenal na hao wengine ni fan wa hiyo ingine. So msiniulize mimi ni wa kundi gani. Wacha ni sawa sawa. So hiyo stadium tutakamilisha.
So Kenyans, Do you think that this is a story that will come true, a dream that will come true, or do you think this is just stories of Jaba? Even the Kalenjin people are not happy with their own son, and this is what this man had to say all the way from the Kalenjin community. Listen to this.
Yes, Kalenjin tufunge mdomo. Hii mdomo tufunge. Meno iko nje. Kwanza Wanandi sana sana. Meno tu nje. Hey, Ruta na nyone emet. Emet ni nyone. Atara Ruta ni nyone emet. Emet kitu gani? Emet kitu gani? Unahangaika. Unaishi nyumba ya matope na tunaambia ati sijui Ruta ni wetu, sijui ni nyone emet. Wewe ni takataka sana. Wewe ni humbwa sana. Tumia akili yako my friend. William Ruto hakuna kenye atakusaidia. In fact, William Ruto anaanga hata interest na Wakalenjin. Nothing. Afadhali Moi mara 20. Angalia nchi kama angalia kaunti kama Baringo County. Baringo County hakuna industry, hakuna factory, vijana wanalewa, takataka yote ni kama tu Nandi. Na hapo ndipo serikali hii imekuwa kutoka kitambo sana. Wacha niwaambie, serikali imekuwa Baringo for 24 years. Kalenjin mnadhania mtapata nini ambaye hamkupata enzi ya Moi? Hakuna kitu ambaye Kalenjin mtapata. Kama hamkupata enzi ya Moi hakuna, kwa sababu saa hizi term limit ni kidogo. Hata Ruto anaweza kutoka 2027. You never know. It is not sure bet. Wengine wanasema hakuna mwenye atatoa Ruto, sijui ataiba. Ataiba kitu gani? Hajaribu haibe. Devolution itakuwa katika Kenya hii. Tutafanya maandamano na tutachoma hii Kenya yote iishi na tuanze kujenga upya.
I believe many of you know that politicians, they go to the church and give out millions and millions of shillings. But yet, have you seen the conditions of our schools? Have you seen how our children are studying? Take a look at this video of this young Kenyan, this young Gen Z who decided to inject and show us this church that was allocated 30 million, but even has not yet been finished. The money has been stolen, in short. Take a look.
In a church, it's Bituka SDA church. Hii kanisa ilichangiwa over 30 million plus amount of money back in before August 2022, before the August election. So over kitu kama 30 million plus ilichangiwa hapa. So nimekuja kuonyesha cause when this building was starting, kulikuwa na story imetokeanga that the money may get lost over 20 million. Even it was not 20 million, over 29 million. So kama baki na mita moja ya kujenga nao kanisa. So me, I just assumed this was a big project, because most of the prominent people knew about it. That is Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Dr. Fred Matiang'i was here with his chopper. At that time was the CS for security, internal security. Honorable Simbarati, that time was the MP for, I don't know, in Nairobi. The current MP, Anthony Kibagendi, was here. The former MP for this area, the current Senator Umaima, was here, was the one doing that fundraising. But when you look at the church, look at it. You can check out of from 2022, August 2022, so almost 2 years down the line, but wameanza kwa pillars bana.
And talking more about stories Ajaba, a few days ago at Oga Obina's live show, Oscar Sudi and Nuru Okanga were present, and Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga some professional treatment, like a house and some money, not just small money, but big money, some millions of cash. But do you think that Nuru Okanga received this money till date? Take a look at what Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga.
Nataka 1.3 million. Nitafungua account.
Niko nayo account.
Unipatie account, nitakuwekea hiyo pesa.
Niko na account.
Sio sahihi. Sikuwekea sahihi, nitakuwekea kama lakini kenye nimekutafutia, fanya hivi. Enda tafuta nyumba hii ya affordable housing. Hii inajengwa hii sahihi. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Na nataka uende Kibera ama Mkuru kwa Jenga ama somewhere. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Hiyo mimi nitakununulia kama nimenunulia watoto. Na uanze sasa maisha uendelee.
Sasa hizi sijaisha.
Wow. Now we are talking. Now tumeanza kuongea sasa.
Ndio waje hii kusema unajua 350 million.
Now we are talking. Unanunuliwa nyumba 3 bedroom. Self contained. Unanunuliwa toto.
Ujaze kila kitu hiyo.
Inakuanga wapi?
Si utafute wewe sasa wewe.
Unaonanga watafungua nyumba kiko all over the country. Manyumba hata Kakamega ililonjiwa. Hakuna penye yeye manyumba affordable housing haijalonjiwa.
It's only a few months or a few years to election season here in Kenya in 2027. And at that time, we urge Kenyans, I urge you to vote wisely. Take a look at this comedy skit where it shows you how Kenyans they vote during election seasons. Take a look.
So hapa niko na corruption na accountability. Kuchagua ni wewe. Kuchagua ni wewe. Haya, mnachagua gani hapa?
Mimi kuchagua hii. Accountability mimi kuchagua hii.
Uko na hakika? Haya, sawa, wekelea kura yako.
A few moments later.
Kumbuka siri ni yako. Kura ni yako. Umesema siri ni yako. Pia hapa wewe fungua. Haya, sawa.
Mimi na nilikuwa nimewawarn.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
And today we are still right at Paje, Zanzibar, Tanzania, East Africa, and right at Hanoi, Hanoi restaurant, cafe restaurant. And we're going to be trying out some famous Vietnamese soup here. Are you ready to try the soup?
My first time when I'm trying this soup. This is the question, or?
I said, like, are you ready to try out the soup?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay.
I want to try this soup.
Yeah. Like, it's so delicious, and also like they've put like different spices, like which it makes it even more unique, Delicious. So, are you enjoying your Vietnamese soup?
Thank you so much. I don't understand.
No, it's okay. No worries. Hakuna matata.
Pole.
Pole.
There's no justice in this country. There's no justice for the people in this country. The justice system in this country is broken. We cannot persevere. We cannot go like this. We must fight until the very end. I'm ready to die for Africa. Africa has suffered for so long. And I even need a coming. We are brothers. Release our brothers. Release our brothers. Where is your Biagi?
This man is awesome. Oh my God. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
Let me repeat. For the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in my administration. That chapter we have closed. That is not my words, but the President of Kenya, President William Ruto's words. Kenyans, do you think this is true? Do you think that there are no extrajudicial killings in our land, in our country? Take a look at what President had to say about this.
Officers that you've appointed, how do you explain that? And what is the agenda of the government moving forward to ensure that there will be no such kind of activities?
Let me repeat, for the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya under my administration. Yeah, that is a chapter we must close and weld and bolt and put it behind us. The police, I have sat down with the command of the police from the IG downwards, and we have agreed that they will operate within the law.
Do you think Kenyans, our brothers and sisters, are incapable of running an international airport? Take a look at this video of Odash showing us how Kenyans are running an airport in Qatar called Hamad International Airport.
So, welcome to Hamad International Airport. An airport that is operated by Kenyans and almost entirely run by Kenyans. You can't walk, I think, 2 meters in this airport without actually meeting or bumping into a Kenyan airport worker. But somehow, someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of operating an airport. Well, look, this airport even has trees, right? This airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport, right? Adani must go. Adani must go. Ruto and his impunity must stop. Please don't be cheated that Kenyans are not capable of running or managing great things.
As you can see, Kenyans are doing a better job than the Adani group. You can see like Kenyans are maintaining the Qatar Hamad International Airport even better than the airport that is in our own country in Kenya, JKIA. Adani, bring back our airport and go home. It's simple as that.
Right, this airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport, right? Adani must go.
A few days ago, our president, His Excellency, he launched a railway line in Ngong a few days ago, but currently when you go there, it is nowhere to be seen. It is just bare land. Mdomo tamutamu, sindio? Take a look at this video.
Mdomo tamutamu, leri imeanza, kazi imeanza, ndio hiyo leri yenye inaelekea Nairobi, ndio hiyo, si munaiona, ndio hiyo, kazi imeanza, Kenya tunasonga mbele, mdomo tamutamu, jiwe ndio imebaki hapa, look at this, Same story. Even the mental hospital, which is past those hills, a similar stone was left like this one. Nothing there. Actually, that one for the hospital has already been vandalized also. This is Ngong. This is the place where you are shown that the works have started, but as you can see, there is no single rail, not even a meter.
So Kenyans, do you want to know, also learn how to collect bribes? I want to give you a free lesson on how to be corrupt in this country. Take a look at this video of our officers, our lovely, handsome and beautiful officers who are captured collecting bribe from the Kikuyu police station. Take a look. If you're a Gen Z out there, you deserve respect. You deserve to be saluted because the Gen Zs have brought a significant change in this country. The political landscape, the political arena, the political playing field has changed because of the pressure and the injection from the Gen Z. And also, like, the Gen Zs are also very spiritual. And I want to show you guys of this video of this Gen Z's evangelism in Nairobi CBD. Take a look.
We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. Indeed, wonderful. faithful. You are worthy. You are worthy to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified. There is no other God apart from you. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy, oh God, to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified, oh God, in the name of Jesus.
Why would you be angry because a young man has decided he can go around the country noting out the bad projects, the white elephants, poorly implemented projects, the waste of public finances? Why would you be angry as a Kenyan? Why would you even insult the young man when he says, I want to go to this place and find out if this project was implemented? If your public funds were used well, if what was launched was actually done, why would you be angry? You must be the biggest fool, bloody f***ing.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From our brother Henry joining university, to the villager 254 revealing the hard truth.
The government of Kenya is giving the land to JKA for 30 years.
Who is Gautam Adani?
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion US.
Mass protests at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. And I'm your host of today. My name is Elvis Derry. Many of you are familiar with the Adani Group. And before we start this episode of today, let us first know who Adani is.
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion US as of September 9th, 2024, according to Forbes. The figure places him among the world's 25 richest people. He is the chairperson of Adani Group, which has interests in ports, airports, power generation, and green energy. Adani Group began operations in 1988 as a commodities trading company. It thereafter expanded through acquisitions. Adani is India's biggest airport operator. He also controls India's largest port called Mundra Port in Adani's home state of Gujarat. He also owns Abbott Point, a coal mining project in Australia said to be one of the largest globally. In 2022, Adani became India's second largest cement producer after acquiring a Swiss cement manufacturer in India.
Before the process started, Henry the whistleblower took to the streets to protest against the Adani Group and against them taking over the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Take a look.
Amauza airport. Amauza nani? Amauza Buhindi. Yaani Buhindi gani? Sijui kwa Buhindi. Lakini huyu mtu lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Moja hajauza airport. Kile hajauza airport. Nani? Unajauza airport. Kwa nini anakwenda kuuza airport hapa? Yeye nani? So site tunaelekea airport. Hapo tunaelekea airport pale. Sawa. Site tunaelekea airport. Anakuja airport hapa.
Journalists were heading to the airport to cover the protest that was about to start at 12 midnight, but they were not allowed to get inside the airport.
So this is the situation, guys. We have been stopped at the JKIA. We can't go access to do our work to report on that. What's your name, sir? So they're stopping media from covering the situation at the JKIA simply because of we are going to report on the situation, how people are stranded at the JKIA, and this is the current situation. Yeah, it's crazy. Now the government doesn't want the public to know what's happening at the JKIA.
While the journalists were still negotiating the entry inside the airport, the workers were already conducting their demonstrations. So the government decided to deploy National Youth Service to take over, but which they failed miserably. There were long lines at the airport, travelers waiting anxiously to reach their destinations. Take a look at some of these video clips which was filmed by Larry Mado.
So airlines are rushing to get the flights to leave JKIA before midnight, because at midnight everything shuts down. The staff say they want a total shutdown, and that means even flights cannot land and take off because members of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union includes air traffic controllers. Just every single aspect of the airport run by Kenya Airports Authority staff will not go on as they oppose the plan to transfer the operation of the airport to the Indian firm known as Adani. This is insane.
Yes, let it be known this is insane.
This is mad.
Yes.
We? Naomba kupita tafadhali. Ati? Piti sana. Piti sana.
Some travelers even gave up and they wanted to go back home, but they were locked inside the airport. Like Mary Mariga, which she tweeted on X and said that, "Can someone rescue us inside JKIA Terminal 1C? We need to go and sleep. We have been locked from outside for 1.5 hours and no one is saying anything." Even Embakasi East Constituency Member of Parliament Babu Owino was not happy with the Adani Group, and this is what he had to say.
Alafu mtu anatoka kule India anakuja hapa kufanya biashara Kenya. Fanya biashara India kwanza. Hapa Kenya wacha wa Kenya wafanye biashara yao hapa Kenya. Na ukitaka kuinvest Kenya, kuja ununue shamba ujenge airport yako kama Adani. Sio iko sawa? Yes. Na uajiri wa Kenya hapo. Si ati kukuja kuchukua airport ya wananchi. Kenyans only need 238 billion for the expansion of an airport. Hiyo 238 billion yezi shinda serikali ya Kenya ku expand its own airport na kuongeza jobs hapa ndani. The moment tumekubalia Adani kuchukua airport yetu, tuta lose kazi. Pesa itatoka Kenya kwenda nje. Na hiyo in economics haikubaliki hata kidogo. Inaitwa foreign absorption. Hiyo haiwezi grow nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo Adani, tunakuona kabisa. JKIA is my constituency. And we are not going to allow you and President Ruto kuwa na utu.
A reformer and Red Party of Africa leader Clinton Mariera Ndege had to send this message to the airport workers. Listen to this.
Kwa wafanyikazi wa JKIA, let me tell you the truth. You are going to be jobless soon after Adani takes over JKIA. So saa hii mkikubali hao wasee wachukue hiyo airport, mwanze kutafuta ma-CV zenu na passport, tuende kutafuta kazi pale Saudi Arabia. So you must stand strong against this Adani. We are all supporting you as Kenyans. Thank you.
While Kenyans were holding peaceful demonstrations at the airport, a Kenyan senator all the way from Mombasa County was complaining that he couldn't take his brother abroad for medical treatment. Listen to what he had to say.
Ulikuwa ukisafiri? Asante, nilikuwa nasafiri kwenda Mumbai kumpeleka ndugu yangu kwa check up ya moyo. Na tulikuwa tuondoke alfajiri na ndege ya saa 12. But unfortunately kutoka hiyo time mpaka sasa bado tuko hapa. Na huu mgomo ulianza saa 6 usiku usiku wa leo.
I will also like to show you a video clip of JKIA staff members mobilizing to make history. Take a look.
Sasa tusikizane tafadhali. Nataka tuelewane. Ninyi ambao munaenda nyumbani sasa, hakikisha kesho asubuhi ninyi nyote mko hapa. Yes. Asubuhi na mapema. Lazima wakati historia itaandikwa miaka mingine, sema jina langu liwe kwenye wale walitetea uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Usiwe nyumbani eti unaangalia kwa televisheni. Tuko pamoja?
Many patriotic Kenyans wanted to go and join the protest at the airport, but they were met with heavy security and tear gas. Even they couldn't board buses and roads were blocked. Moving on to the next video. While Kenyans were being tear gas and blocked in Nairobi CBD, at the airport, GSU officers were deployed. Our Kenyan hero, Henry, who protested against the Adani group taking over the airport. Later on, he met with Eric Omondi. After meeting Eric Omondi and redoing the protest video, he later on got an opportunity to join Ndere Vocational Training Center.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza muhindi. Yaani muhindi gani? Sijui kwa muhindi, lakini huyu Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Moja hajauza airport. Kile hajauza airport. Nani? Hujauza airport. Kwani anakuja.
Our brother Henry not only got support from Kenya but also around the world. Even the comments were very, very positive. Listen to this.
Kama kuna mtu ametetea airport ni huyu kijana. Huyu kijana abebwa na ndege, azungushwe juu, hata ninajua hata airport kukanyaga sijui kama shakanyaga. Kenya mzima huyu kijana peke yake ndiye alijua airport inauzwa na tukacheka. Juu alikuwa anasema airport imeuzwa na imeuziwa muhindi. Hata wafanyikazi hawakokuwa wanajua, hata wasomi wenye at least wenye tunaona wako sawa hawakuwa wanajua, lakini huyu kijana alikuwa anajua. Usiwahi dharau mtu. Huyu kijana aki yeye peke yake ndiye alingangania airport inauzwa na akasema airport inauzwa na inauziwa muhindi, tukacheka.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza muhindi.
A patriot a professional relator and a Pan-Africanist, the Villager 254, had a disturbing message to Kenyans on why Ruto is in panic modes. Listen to what our brother, the Villager 254, had to say about this.
JKIA was sold. It was not leased, it was sold. That's a done deal. Now, this is the Villager 254, Patrick. Why I believe JKIA has already been sold, and that's a gone deal. And it's a deal, that's a matter under the water. It's gone, finished. The only way the government of Kenya can redeem itself is by paying damages, because they will have to cancel this sale. This deal has to be cancelled. It doesn't matter what you call it. I am a real estate professional. I have done real estate for how many now? Full time, 15 years. But I've done it 5 years before then. Now, when you enter into a lease, the landlord retains the mother title. You write a new contract called a lease because you are not taking the property, the whole property for yourself. So you enter into a lease, and that lease is registered in the Ministry of Land. And a lease is anything that is 5 years plus 1 day. That's what the law says. Now, what is the difference between what JKIA have done and the normal leases that people have out here in Kenya? The difference is this. The government of Kenya is giving the land to JKIA for 30 years. And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let me know in the comments down below what you think about this.
And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
You're welcome.
What's up, people? Finally, I've arrived in Nairobi, Kenya, man. And today I'm going to be showing you guys how this amazing city looks like. I remember you. So guys, before you finish, continue showing you this video, but
Zakaya afanye nini? Zakaya afanye nini? Ati Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Brusky Albistelli.
Peaceful demonstrations are not only happening in Nairobi, but also around Kenya. Let's go all the way to Eldoret City and see how the Moi Airport staff members demonstrated. Take a look. The Secretary General of the Central Organization of the Trade Union, Francis Atoli, was also not left behind as he joined the staff members at the airport for peaceful demonstrations, and this is what he had to say.
Mngoje, tunaenda kwa mkutano na msimame hivyo. Sema ya kwamba wale shop stewards wameshikwa, waachiliwe haraka.
While peaceful protests are going on at the airport, some Adani Group members had to hide themselves like cockroaches. Meanwhile, some Kenyan delegations went all the way to India to rubber stamp the Adani deal. And this is what Dr. Mumbi Saraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only, so now family. How has the JKIA Adani deal received crazy uproar and backlash in India? Can you imagine? In India, family? Paka, the opposition leaders came out and they were like, yo, this is a bad deal for our country because it could even affect Indian-Kenyan relations. Of course, these guys are seeing these things trending globally. Adani has been trending globally because of Kenya. And they said that this would also put the lives of Indians living in Kenya at risk. It would put the businesses of Indians living in Kenya at risk because Kenyans obviously don't want it. It looks like somebody's listening to us. And the reason this is happening is because the Kenya delegation recently landed in India to quickly rubber stamp Adani. You know, the way they're trying to do everything chini ya maji. But where? Can you imagine?
Indians themselves are protesting against the Adani Group. Who are we as Kenyans to accept Adani? Take a look at this of how Indians protested against the Adani Group.
The money of the people that has been forcefully invested into the Adani Group, and now that the stocks are falling, now that there is a huge crisis, the money of the people is at stake. Apurva continues to be with...
The allegations of fraud levelled against the Adani Group caused deepening political unrest on Monday. Some of India's opposition party members were detained by police during protests, with the event stalling Parliament for a third consecutive day. Communist Party of India member John Brittas is calling for a joint Parliament committee.
I mean, we want a JPC or a Supreme Court monitored inquiry into the scandal that is Adani. Adani itself is a big scandal, and the government has to come clean on this. And this is a symbol of crony capitalism that is in demonstration now.
Not only Kenyans or the Indians protested, even the Australians protested back in 2017, and Adani was actually banned in Australia. Take a look.
Climate change protesters have scaled trees in the heart of Sydney CBD during a rally against coal giant Adani. They are...
Tuesday week, October 17th, kicking off at 6:30 at the Golf and Diggers